Constitutional development in India. Sources: Class 11 Old NCERT Chapel. Important: the process of constitutional development in India started with the establishment of the East India Company. There are certain events in the British rule that laid down the legal framework for the organization and functioning of government and administration in British India. These events have greatly influenced our constitution and polity. Important landmarks in Indian constitutional development. Important landmark acts associated with Indian constitutional development are as follows. Regulating Act, 1773. This act was passed by the British Parliament to control the affairs of East India Company in India. For the first time, it recognized the political and administrative functions of the company and laid the foundation of central administration in India. The act elevated Governor of Bengal Warren Hastings to Governor-General and subsumed the presidencies of Madras and Bombay under Bengal's control. The act named 4 additional members to serve with the Governor-General of Bengal in the Calcutta Council. These councillors were commonly known as the Council of Four. A Supreme Court was established in 1774 at Fort William in Calcutta, comprising 1 Chief Justice and 3 other judges. British judges were to be sent to India to administer the British legal system that was used there. Sir Elijah Impey was the first Chief Justice. The Court of Directors was made to report about its revenue, civil, and military affairs in India to the British government. Act of Settlement, 1781. This act was an amending act which removed the shortcomings of the Regulating Act, 1773. It is also known as the Declaratory Act, 1781. The basic aim of the Act of Settlement, 1781, was to establish a new system of courts for removing the grievances against the Supreme Court. This act reduced the number of members of executive and provincial council from 4 to 3. This act established the Board of Control over the Court of Directors to guide and supervise the affairs of the company in India. It was introduced to remove the drawbacks of the Regulating Act. It was named after the then British Prime Minister, William Pitt. The act placed Indian affairs under the direct control of the British government. The Governor-General and Council were made subordinate to British government. They were forbidden to declare war and enter into any treaty without the sanction of the directors or the secret committee. It demarcated the political and commercial functions of the company. Pitt's India Act of 1784. The act clearly stated that the presidencies of Madras and Bombay were to be subordinate to the presidency of Bengal in all matters of war, diplomatic relations, and revenue. Act of 1786. Lord Cornwallis demanded that power of the Governor-General should be enlarged to empower him to override the majority of his council and act on his own special responsibility. The Act of 1786 was enacted to give him the power of working as both Governor-General and Commander-in-Chief. Thus, via Act of 1786, Cornwallis became the first effective ruler of British India under the authority of Board of Control and the Court of Directors. Charter Act of 1793. According to this act, the charter of the company was renewed for 20 years, and it was declared that it would be allowed to continue with the possession of all territories for the next 20 years. A regular code of all regulations was framed that could be enacted for the internal government of the British territory in Bengal. The regulation applied to the rights, persons, and property of the Indian people, and it bound the courts to regulate their decisions by the rules and regulations. Thus, this act laid the foundation of government by written laws and regulations in British India in place of the personal rule of the past rulers. Charter Act of 1813. This act renewed the company's charter for 20 years, but it asserted the sovereignty of the British Crown over the Indian territories held by the company. The company was allowed to have territorial possessions for another 20 years. It was deprived of its monopoly of trade with India. It was allowed to continue with its monopoly off trade with China for 20 years. Charter Act of 1833. This act came into being after many socio-political changes in British society. The act gave another 20 years to East India Company to trade in India. It was the final step towards concentration in British India. Features of the Act, 1833. It made the Governor-General of Bengal as the Governor-General of India and gave him all civil and military powers. Lord William Bentinck was the first Governor-General of India. 4th member was added to Governor-General's Council for legislative purposes. Lord Macaulay was the first person to hold the office. The act vested the legislative powers exclusively in Governor-General and Council and deprived Governor of Bombay and Madras of their legislative powers. The Indian Civil Services was founded. It attempted to introduce a system of open competition for selection of civil servants and affirmed that the Indians should not be barred from holding any place, office, or employment. Under the company, East India Company, EIC, became the political ruler of India. EIC's commercial functions and activities were ended, making it a purely administrative body. The administration was urged to take steps to improve the conditions of slaves and to ultimately abolish slavery. Slavery was abolished in 1843. This act was the final steps towards centralization in British India. Charter Act of 1853. This act carried separation of the executive and the legislative functions a step further by the provision of additional members of council for the purpose of the legislation. The law member was made a full member of the Executive Council of the Governor-General. The consent of the Governor-General was made necessary for all legislative proposals. Central Legislative Council was to consist of 1 representative each from the provinces. Measures concerning a province were to be considered in the presence of representatives from that province. The Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of Calcutta was to be the ex officio member of the council. The council in its legislative capacity was to consist of 12 members. These included the Governor-General, Commander-in-Chief, 4 members members of his council and 6 legislative members. The number of directors was reduced from 24 to 18. 6 of them were to be nominated by the Crown. Government of India Act of 1858. This act transferred the government, territories, and revenues of India from the East India Company to the British Crown. British Crown assumed sovereignty over India from the East India Company. The rule of the company was replaced by the rule of the Crown in India. The Board of Control and the Court of Directors were abolished. Their place was taken by the Secretary of State of India and his Indian Council. They were to govern India in the name of Her Majesty. The Secretary of State was to sit in Parliament. He was a cabinet minister of England and was responsible to Parliament. Ultimate power over India remained with Parliament. The Act created an Indian Council of 15 members. It was to advise the Secretary of State who could overrule its decisions. Approval of the Council was essential in financial matters. Most of the members of the Indian Council were those who had retired from Indian services. The Governor-General became known from now as the Viceroy or Crown's representative. In matters of policy and its execution, the Viceroy was increasingly reduced to a subordinate position in relation to the British government. The government of India was finally directly controlled from London. The Act for the first time introduced local representation in the Indian Central Legislative Council. Of the 6 new legislative members of the Governor-General's Council, 4 members were appointed by the local, provincial governments of Madras, Bombay, Bengal, and Agra. Indian Councils Act of 1861. This act initiated the process of decentralization by restoring the legislative powers to the Bombay and the Madras presidencies. It accorded statutory recognition to the portfolio system. Governor-General's Council was expanded by including a minimum of 6 and a maximum of 12 additional members. These non-official members were added only for legislative purposes. Additional members were to be nominated by the Governor-General for a period of 2 years. Similar provisions were made for provincial legislative councils. The membership of each provincial legislature, Bombay, Bengal, Madras, Northwestern Frontier Province, Punjab, was enhanced with a minimum of 4 and a maximum of 8 additional members nominated for a period of 2 years. Indian Councils Act of 1892. This act dealt with powers, functions, and compositions of the Legislative Council. Non-official members of Imperial Legislative Council, to be nominated not by Britishers but by Bengal. Chamber of Commerce and the Provincial Legislative Councils. Increase in the number of additional members of Central Council between 10 to 16 and increase in additional non-official members in Provincial Council between 8 and 20. It increased the power of legislative councils and gave them the power of discussing the budget and addressing questions to the executive. The non-official members of the Provincial Legislative Council to be nominated by local bodies such as universities, district boards, and municipalities. The functions of the legislative councils both at central and provinces were enlarged so as to include the discussion on the financial statement, budget, addressing questions to the executive, etc. Indian Councils Act of 1909. This act is also known as the Morley-Minto Reforms after the Secretary of State for India, Lord Morley, and the Viceroy Lord Minto. It changed the name of the Central Legislative Council to the Imperial Legislative Council. The act introduced a system of communal representation for Muslims by accepting the concept of a separate electorate. It was a system where seats were reserved only for Muslims and only Muslims would be polled. It expanded Legislative Council at the center from 16 to 69 members in provincial legislatures with 52 in Bengal, 47 in Madras, Bombay, and United Province each, 41 in East Bengal and Assam, 25 in Punjab, and 16 in Burma. Election was introduced for Legislative Council at the center based on the Electoral College. It was the first attempt to introduce a representative and popular element in Indian administration. At the provincial level, the elected non-official members were now in majority. This act enlarged the function of the Legislative Council such as the right to discussion, asking questions and supplementary questions, etc. August Declaration of 1917. On August 20th, 1917, Montagu presented the historic Montagu Declaration, August Declaration, in the British Parliament. This declaration proposed the increased participation of Indians in the administration and the development of self-governing institutions in India. Government of India Act, 1919. This act is also known as the Montagu-Chelmsford Reforms as Montagu was the Secretary of State for India and Lord Chelmsford was the Viceroy of India in 1919. It was in favor of the declaration of British government on August 20th, 1917. Its objective was the gradual introduction of responsible government in India. Features of the act. This act introduced the system of diarchy, a term derived from the Greek word diarchy, which means double rule, in the provinces. It was considered to be a substantial step towards transfer of power to the Indians. The provincial subjects of administration were to be divided into 2 categories, namely transferred and reserved. The transferred subjects were to be administered by the governor with the help of ministers responsible to the Legislative Council, whereas the governor and the Executive Council were to administer the reserved subjects without having any responsibility towards the legislature. However, this experiment was largely unsuccessful. This act set the devolution rules by which subjects of administration were divided into 2 categories, namely central and provincial. Central category had subjects of all India importance, like railways and finance, while matters relating to the administration of the provinces were classified as provincial. It introduced bicameralism, concept of 2 houses, and direct elections in the country for the first time. Consequently, the Indian Legislative Council was replaced by a bicameral legislature consisting of an upper house, Council of State, and a lower house, legislature. Consequently, the Indian Legislative Council was replaced by a bicameral bicameral legislature consisting of an upper house, Council of State, and a lower house, Legislative Assembly. The majority of members of both the houses were to be chosen by direct election. The number of Indians in the Governor-General's Executive Council was raised to 3 in a council of 6 members other than the Commander-in-Chief. The Indian members were entrusted with departments such as law, education, labor, health, and industries. Communal representation extended to Sikhs, Christians, Anglo-Indians, etc. It provided for a new office of the High Commissioner for India in London and transferred to him some of the functions of the Secretary of State for India. It also provided for franchise for those who were educated, paid tax, and had property, and granted reservation to women on 41 seats in provincial legislature and limited reservation in central legislature. It made provision for the establishment of a public service commission, which came into being in 1926 for the recruitment of civil servants. It separated provincial budgets from the central budget, and provincial legislatures were authorized to enact their budgets. It granted franchise to a limited number of people on the basis of property, tax, or education. Government of India Act, 1935. The British government came up with the Government of India Act of 1935 after a series of efforts in the form of white papers and round-table conferences. The act was a significant step towards establishing a completely responsible government in India. It was a lengthy document with 321 sections and 10 schedules. Features of the act. This act made a provision for the establishment of an all-India federation consisting of provinces and princely states as units. This act divided the powers between the center and units in terms of 3 lists: 1. Federal list, 59 items; 2. Provincial list, 54 items; 3. Concurrent list, 36 items. Residuary powers were vested in the viceroy. It provided for the adoption of diarchy at the center. Therefore, the federal subjects were divided into reserved subjects and transferred subjects. Nonetheless, this provision of the act did not come into operation at all. This act removed the Council of India, established by the Government of India Act of 1858. This act led to the establishment of a Reserve Bank of India and established a federal court in 1937. This act introduced provincial autonomy and abolished diarchy in the provinces. Introduced in 1919, this act introduced responsible governments in provinces. As per this arrangement, the governor was required to act with the advice of ministers responsible to the provincial legislature. This provision came into effect in 1937, though it was discontinued in 1939. This act introduced bicameralism with a legislative council, upper house, and a legislative assembly, lower house, in 6 out of 11 provinces. It extended communal representation to the depressed classes, women, and labor. It extended franchise, and about 10% of the total population got the voting right. It provided for the establishment of Federal Public Service Commission, Provincial Public Service Commission, and Joint Public Service Commission for 2 or more provinces. The proposed All India Federation did not materialize. It could not convince anyone. The Indian National Congress, the Muslim League, the Hindu Mahasabha, or the princely states. Muslims opposed the majority rule. Princes opposed the forces of democracy, and Congress opposed federation by courtesy. Government of India Act of 1935 thus remained a lost ideal. The Act of 1935 as a whole, however, was important. It not only acted as an interim constitution, but also provided a basis for the Constitution of Free India. The acts, along with earlier constitutional reforms, gave direction to the process of change as well as influenced its contents. Cripps Mission, 1942. In 1942, Cripps Mission was sent to India under the leadership of Sir Stafford Cripps. Some of the proposals given by the Cripps Mission are given below. Dominion status would be given to India after the Second World War. Once the Second World War ends, an elected body would be set up in India for framing of Indian constitution. Even the Indian states would participate in the constitution-making body. Almost all the parties and sections in India rejected the proposals given by the Cripps Mission. Cabinet Mission, 1946. The Indian states and British provinces would combine to form the Union of India. A constituent assembly would be established consisting of 389 members. 14 members from major political parties would form an interim government. A representative body would be formed named the Constituent Assembly. Until the Constitution was framed, the Constituent Assembly would act as the Dominion legislature. Until the Constitution was framed, India would be administered as per the Government of India Act, 1935. Indian Independence Act of 1947. It was based on the famous Mountbatten Plan, June 3, 1947. The act relieved the assent of the Crown on July 18, 1947 and became effective on 15 August, 1947. The act provided for the creation of 2 independent dominions, India and Pakistan. It provided for the partition of Punjab and Bengal with separate boundaries commissions to demarcate the boundaries between them. Besides West Punjab and East Bengal, Pakistan was to consist of territories of Sindh, Northwestern Frontiers Provinces, Sylhet Division of Assam, Bawalpur, Khairpur, Baluchistan, and 8 other relatively minor princely states in Baluchistan. By this act, the sovereignty and responsibility of the British Crown over India were to lapse from the appointed day, the date India gets independence, later decided as August 15, 1947. Under the act, following provisions were made. The post of Secretary of State was abolished and the Crown was longer the source of authority. The Governor-General and provincial governors to act as constitutional heads. Dominion status was given to India. Constituent Assembly was to function as the provisional parliament of the Dominion. The Constituent Assembly was to have unlimited powers to frame any constitution and to repeal any act of British Parliament, including the Indian Independence Act. Interim Government, 1946. Member portfolios held. held. Point Jawaharlal Nehru External Affairs and Commonwealth Relations. Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel Home, Information and Broadcasting. Dr. Rajendra Prasad Food and Agriculture. Dr. John Mathai Industries and Supplies. Jajivan Ram Labor. Sardar Baldev Singh Defense. CH Babha Works, Mines and Power. Liaquat Ali Khan Finance. Abdurrah Nishtar Posts and Air. Asaf Ali Railways and Transport. C. Rajagopalakari Education and Arts. Ibrahim Ismail Chandragar Commerce. Gazanfar Ali Khan Health. Joginder Nath Mundal Law. Making of the Indian Constitution. Constitution. The constitution of a country is a set of written rules that are accepted by all people living together in a country. The Constitution is the supreme law that determines the relationship among people, citizens living in a territory, and also the relationship between the people and government. Need of Constitution. The Constitution is needed due to the following reasons. The Constitution lays out certain ideals that form the basis of the kind of country in which citizens aspire to live in. For example, the Indian Constitution lays down India to be a sovereign, socialist, secular, down India to be a sovereign, socialist, secular, and democratic republic. The Constitution expresses the aspirations of the people about creating a good society. It provides a set of rules that allow for smooth coordination between diverse members of society. The Constitution also defines the nature of a country as political system. For example, Nepal's earlier constitution stated that the country was to be ruled by the king and his council of ministers. The Constitution specifies which organs have what power so that there is no encroachment on each other's powers. Constitution lays down rules that check any misuse of authority by any of the three organs of the government, viz. Legislature, executive, and judiciary. The Constitution also checks the power of the government by providing a set of fundamental rights that are inviolable under normal conditions. The government cannot take arbitrary and unreasonable decisions. Constitution also checks the majoritarianism in a diverse society by providing special rights to the minority groups. It generates a degree of trust and coordination that is necessary for different kinds of people to live together. This ensures that minorities are not excluded from mainstream society and have access to what is available to the majority. Constitution also protects us from ourselves, as often we might take certain decisions which are harmful to us as well as to others. For example, the reasonable restriction imposed along with fundamental rights is to restrict us from taking any hasty decisions. Historical background of Indian Constitution. Prior to the Constituent Assembly that convened in 1948 to draft the Indian Constitution, the fundamental law of India was mostly enshrined in statutes enacted by the British Parliament. Government of India Act of 1919 and Act of 1935 were prominent among them. In 1928, Motilal Nehru and other Congress leaders drafted a Constitution for India. In 1931, at the Karachi session of the Indian National Congress, it was decided that universal adult franchise, the right to freedom and equality, and protecting the rights of minorities will be included in the Constitution of Independent India. In 1934, Indian National Congress presented the demand for the creation of an Indian Constituent Assembly in front of the British Indian government. Development of the Indian Constitution. The Constituent Assembly developed Indian Constitution in various phases as follows. Constituent Assembly. In 1946, the British decided to examine the possibility of granting independence to India. As a result, a British cabinet mission was dispatched to India to hold discussions with the representatives of British India and the Indian states in order to agree on the framework for writing a constitution, set up a constituent body and an executive council. After this mission, negotiations took place afterwards, and a constituent assembly was indirectly elected by the provincial legislatures comprising 278 representatives and 15 women by the method of proportional representation with the single transferable vote. The Constituent Assembly came into force in 1946. Members of the Constituent Assembly included Jawaharlal Nehru, Dr. Rajendra Prasad, Sardar Patel, Maulana Azad, and many more supreme leaders of the country. On December 9, 1946, the first meeting of the Constituent Assembly took place. Dr. Rajendra Prasad was later appointed as the chairman of the Constituent Assembly. Each province and each princely state or group of states were allotted seats proportional to their respective population. 292 members were elected from, roughly in the ratio of 1 to 10, 0,0,0,0,0, the provinces that were under direct British rule, while the princely states were allotted a minimum of 93 seats. The assembly consisted of 389 members representing provinces, 292, states, 93, the chief commissioner provinces, 3, and Baluchistan, 1. The strength of the assembly was reduced to 299 following the withdrawal of the Muslim League members after the partition of the country. The seats in each province were distributed among the three main communities, Muslims, Sikhs, and general, in proportion to their respective populations. Parties represented in the Constituent Assembly were the Congress Party, which had a majority, Muslim League, Scheduled Caste Federation, the Indian Communist Party, and the Union Party. The Constituent Assembly met for the first time in December 1946, and by November 1949 the draft constitution was approved. The constitution came into effect in January 1950, and the Constituent Assembly was transformed into a provisional parliament. Framing of the new constitution 1947 to 1950. The Constituent Assembly set up 13 committees for framing the constitution. On the basis of the reports of these committees, a draft of the constitution was prepared by a 7-member drafting committee under the chairmanship of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. The drafting constitution was published in January 1948. On November 26, 1949, the Constitution of India was passed and adopted by the Constituent Assembly. Finally, Assembly, Constitution of India came into force on January 26, 1950. Important committees of the Constituent Assembly and their chairman. Committee on the Rules of Procedure Rajendra Prasad. Steering Committee Rajendra Prasad. Finance and Staff Committee Rajendra Prasad. Credential Committee Alati Krishnaswamy Iyer. House Committee B. Pattabhi. Order of Business Committee K.M. Munshi. Ad Hoc Committee on the National Flag Rajendra Prasad. Committee on the Functions of the Constituent Assembly G.V. Mavalankar. States Committee Jawaharlal Nehru. Advisory Committee on Fundamental Rights, Minorities, and Tribal and Excluded Areas Vallabhai Patel. Minorities Subcommittee H.C. Mukherjee. Fundamental Rights Subcommittee J.B. Kripalani. Northeast Frontier Tribal Areas and Assam Excluded and Partially Excluded Areas Subcommittee Gopinath Bardaloy. Excluded and Partially Excluded Areas other than those in Assam Subcommittee A.V. Thakur. Union Powers Committee Jawaharlal Nehru. Union Constitution Committee Jawaharlal Nehru. Drafting Committee Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. Procedure adopted in the Constituent Assembly. The Constituent Assembly worked in a systematic, open, and consensual manner. First, some basic principles were decided and agreed upon. Then a drafting committee prepared a draft constitution for discussion. Several rounds of thorough discussion took place on the draft constitution, clause by clause. The members of the Assembly placed a great emphasis on discussion and reasoned argument. They did not simply advance their own interests, but gave principled reasons to other members for their positions. The Constituent Assembly worked through the mechanism of committees. The Constituent Assembly had 8 major committees on different subjects. Usually, Jawaharlal Nehru, Rajendra Prasad, Sardar Patel, and B.R. Ambedkar chaired these committees. Each committee usually drafted particular provisions of the Constitution, which were then subjected to debate by the entire Assembly. Usually, an attempt was made to reach a consensus with the belief that provisions agreed to by all would not be detrimental to any particular interests. The Assembly met for 166 days, spread over 2 years, 11 months, and 18 days. Its sessions were open to the press and the public. Drafting Committee. On August 29, 1947, the Constituent Assembly set up a drafting committee under the chairmanship of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar to prepare a draft for the Constitution of India. Thus, B.R. Ambedkar is rightly regarded as the father of the Constitution of India. While deliberating upon the draft constitution, the Assembly moved, discussed, and disposed of as many as 2,473 amendments out of a total of 7,653 tabled amendments. Objective Resolution adopted in the Constituent Assembly. The Objectives Resolution 1946 was introduced by Jawaharlal Nehru in the very first session of the Constituent Assembly. Basically, these resolutions were the aspirations of people who were making the Constitution. Principles outlined in the Objective Resolution. Indian Constitution has embodied the objectives expressed in this resolution. The ideals/principles embodied in the Objectives Resolution are reflected in the preamble to the Constitution. The main ideals/principles outlined in the resolution were: Constituent Assembly declares India as an independent, sovereign republic and to draw up for her future governance a constitution. India shall be the union of states. All powers and authority of India and government are derived from the people. People will get guarantee about justice, equality, and liberty. Adequate safeguards shall be provided for minorities, backward and depressed, whereby shall be maintained the integrity of the territory of the republic. The state will contribute to the promotion of world peace and the welfare of mankind. Important facts related to making of the Constitution. The duration of the making of Indian Constitution was 2 years, 11 months, and 18 days, around 3 years. Every debate of Constituent Assembly is recorded and preserved in 12 sections. The task of constitution making was completed on November 26, 1949 by the Constituent Assembly. 284 members of the Constituent Assembly out of 299 finally signed the Constitution. Every year, November 26 is observed as Constitution Day in India since 2015. Timeline of Constituent Assembly. Session duration. First session 9 to 23 December 1946. Second session 20 to 25 January 1947. Third session April 28, May 2nd 1947. Fourth session 14 to 31 July 1947. Fifth session 14 to 30 August 1947. Sixth session January 27, 1948. Seventh session November 4th 1948 to January 8, 1949. Eighth session May 16th minus 16 June 1949. Ninth session July 30th minus 18 Sep 1949. 10th session 6 to 17 October 1949. 11th session 14 to 26 NOV 1949. The Assembly met once again on January 24, 1950, when the members appended their signatures to the Constitution of India. Important personalities of Constituent Assembly. Personalities description. Rajendra Prasad. He was born 1884 to 1963 in Bihar. He was the president of the Constituent Assembly. He was a lawyer, known for his role in the Champaran Satyagraha. He was the president of Congress for the 3 times. Post-independence, he was the first president of India. Vallabhai Javarbhai Patel. He was born 1875 to 1950 in Gujarat. He was Minister of Home, Information, and Broadcasting in the interim government. He was a lawyer and leader of Bardoli Peasant Satyagraha. He played a decisive role in the integration of the Indian princely states. Post-independence, he was the deputy prime minister. Abul Kalam Azad. He was born 1888 to 1958 in Saudi Arabia. He was an educationist, author, theologian. He was a scholar of Arabic. He was a Congress leader active in the national movement. He also opposed Muslim separatist politics. Post-independence, he was the education minister in in the first Union cabinet. T.T. Krishnamachari. He was born 1899 to 1974 in Tamil Nadu. He was a member of the drafting committee. He was an entrepreneur and Congress leader. Post-independence, he was the finance minister in the Union cabinet. H.C. Mukherjee. He was born 1887 to 1956 in Bengal. He was the vice chairman of the Constituent Assembly. He was a reputed author and educationist and Congress leader. He was also a member of the All India Christian Council and Bengal Legislative Assembly. Post-independence, he was the governor of West Bengal. Baldev Singh. He was born 1901 to 1961 in Haryana. He was a successful entrepreneur and leader of the Panthaka Kai Party in the Punjab Assembly, a nominee of the Congress in the Constituent Assembly. Post-independence, he was the defense minister in the Union cabinet. Bhimrao Ramji Ambedkar. He was born 1891 to 1956 in Madhya Pradesh. He was the chairman of the drafting committee. He was a social revolutionary thinker and agitator against caste divisions and caste-based inequalities. He was the law minister in the first cabinet of post-independence India. He was the founder of the Republican Party of India. Jawaharlal Nehru. He was born 1889 to 1964 in Uttar Pradesh. He was the prime minister of the interim government. He was a lawyer and Congress leader. He was an advocate of socialism, democracy, and anti-imperialism. Post-independence, he was the first prime minister of India. Sarojini Naidu. She was born 1879 to 1949 in Hyderabad. She was a proponent of civil rights, women's emancipation, and anti-imperialist ideas. She is also known as Nightingale of India. She was the India's first women governor. Durgabai Deshmukh. She was born 1909 to 1981 in Andhra Pradesh. She was a member of the Constituent Assembly and the Planning Commission of India. She was awarded with Padma Vibhushan. He was born 1901 to 1953 in Kolkata. He served as the Minister for Industry and Supply in Jawaharlal Nehru's cabinet. Shyama Prasad. He founded the Mukherjee Bharatiya Janasangh in 1951. Somnath Lahiri. He was born 1901 to 1984 in West Bengal. He was the sole communist member in Constituent Assembly in 1946. He was the editor of Swadhanata, a daily left-using political magazine. Jaipal Singh. He was born 1903 to 1970 in Jharkhand. He represented the tribal people in Constituent Assembly. He was also the captain of Indian hockey team which won gold medal in 1928 Summer Olympic at Amsterdam. Indian Constitution, Preamble, and its features. Sources: Class 7 Old NCERT Chap 2. What our ideals are. The Preamble. Class 7 New NCERT Chap 3. Chief features of our Constitution. Class 8 New NCERT Chap 1. Indian Constitution. Class 9 and X Old NCERT Chap 4. The Constitution of India and its salient features. Class 11 Old NCERT Chap 3. Preamble, its main features, and Indian Union. Preamble of the Indian Constitution. A preamble is an introductory statement in a document that explains the document's aims and objectives. In a Constitution, preamble presents the intention of its framers, the history behind its creation, and the core values and principles of the nation. The preamble is based on the Objectives Resolution, which was drafted in the Constituent Assembly by Jawaharlal Nehru on December 13, 1946, and adopted by Constituent Assembly on January 22, 1947. Preamble was drafted by the Constitutional Advisor of the Constituent Assembly, B.N. Rao. The preamble has been amended only once by the 42nd Constitutional Amendment, 1976. Through this amendment, the words socialist and secular were added between the words sovereign and democratic, and the words unity of the nation were changed to unity and integrity of the nation. American Constitution is the source of preamble, and its language is derived from Australian Constitution. The words liberty, equality, and fraternity in the preamble are taken from French Constitution. Importance and utility of the preamble. The preamble of the Constitution contains ideas that the Constitution seeks to achieve. It does not grant any power, but it gives direction and purpose to the Constitution. It outlines the objectives of the whole Constitution. It also enshrines the grand objectives and socio-economic goals which are to be achieved through constitutional processes. Through the Barabari case, the court stated that preamble is the key to open the mind of the makers, but it cannot be considered as part of the Constitution. Therefore, it is not enforceable in a court of law. In the 1995 case of Union Government versus Life Insurance Corporation, LIC, of India, the Supreme Court held that preamble is an integral part of the Constitution but is not directly enforceable in a court of justice in India. Components of preamble. The components of the preamble of the Indian Constitution are: the preamble shows that the people of India are the source of authority. It means power lies with the citizens to elect their representatives, and they also have the right to criticize their representatives. It comprises the date of its adoption, which is November 26, 1949. It states that the objectives of the Constitution of India are justice, liberty, equality, and fraternity, which is to maintain the integrity and unity of the nation as well as the citizens. It also justifies the nature of the Indian state, which is sovereign, socialist, republic, secular, and democratic. Keywords used in the preamble. We the people of India. It indicates the ultimate sovereignty of the people of India. Sovereignty means the independent authority of the state, not being subject to the control of any other state or external power. Sovereign. The term sovereign means the independent power of the state. In other words, a sovereign state is not subject to the control of any other state or external power, and that state has the power to legislate on any subject. Republic. The term republic indicates that the head of the state is elected by the people. The tradition of hereditary rule came to an end by the incorporation of this concept. Secular. The term secular means that state does not recognize any religion and is neutral in matters of religion. It treats all religions equally. Supreme Court in S.R. Banunai versus Union of India, 1994, held that secularism is the basic structure of the Constitution. Liberty. The term liberty means freedom for the people to choose their way of life, have political views and behavior in society. It means no unreasonable restrictions can be imposed on the citizens in terms of their thoughts, feelings, and views. But liberty does not mean freedom to do anything. A person can do anything within the limits set by the law. Anything which can create public disorder cannot come under liberty. These limits are set by the Constitution to avoid injuries in the name of liberty. The Constitution of India. Preamble. We, the people of India, having solemnly resolved to constitute India into a sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic republic, and to secure to all its citizens justice, social, economic, and political liberty of thought, expression, belief, faith, and worship, equality of status and of opportunity, and to promote among them all fraternity, assuring the dignity of the individual and the unity and integrity of the nation. In our Constituent Assembly this 26th day of November, 1949, do hereby adopt, enact, and give to ourselves this Constitution. Socialist. Socialism means ownership of productive forces by the government so that they benefit people equally. India has adopted democratic socialism, which is different from communist socialism. Democratic. The term democratic implies that the Constitution of India has an established form of constitution that gets its authority from the will of the people expressed in an election. It indicates that the source of the power of the government vests in its people. A democratic government is a government of the people, for the people, and by the people. Equality. The term equality means no section of society has any special privileges, and all the people have been given equal opportunities for everything without any discrimination. It means removing all types of discrimination from society to build a healthy environment for the people to live in. Everyone is equal before the law. Justice. Justice among the citizens is necessary to maintain order in society. The term justice comprises of three elements that complete the definition, which are social, economic, and political. Social justice. It means that the Constitution wants to create a society without discrimination on any grounds like caste, creed, gender, religion, etc. Economic justice. It means no discrimination can be caused by people on the basis of their wealth, income, and economic status. It means wealth must be distributed on the basis of their work, not with any other reason. Every person must be paid equally for an equal position, and all people must get opportunities to earn for their living. Political justice. It means that all citizens should have equal political rights, equal access to all political offices, and equal voice in the government. Fraternity. The term fraternity means a feeling of brotherhood and an emotional attachment with the country and all the people. It refers to a feeling which helps to believe everyone is the children of the same soil and connected with each other. Brotherhood is above social norms or regulations. It is the relationship above caste, age, or gender. Salient features of the Indian Constitution. The important salient features of the Indian Constitution are: world's longest written constitution. The Indian Constitution contains 465 articles, 25 parts, and 12 schedules. Hence, it is world's longest constitution. It is a comprehensive, elaborate, and detailed document. The factors that have contributed to this phenomenon are geographical factors, the vastness of country and diversity, historical factors, influence of call, 1935, a single constitution for both center and state, and dominance of legal luminaries. Parliamentary democracy. Our parliament has adopted a parliamentary system of democracy. Constituent Assembly decided to espouse a parliamentary form of government both for the center and the states. In the Indian parliamentary system, a distinction is made between the nominal and real executive heads. The Council of Ministers is responsible before the Lok Sabha, the lower house of Union Parliament. There are close relations between the executive and the legislature. Executive functions are exercised by members of the parliament appointed by the Prime Minister to the cabinet. The parties in the minority serve in opposition to the majority and have the duty to challenge it regularly. Prime Minister may be removed from power whenever they lose the confidence of a majority of the ruling party or of the parliament. Fundamental rights. The Constitution of India grants and guarantees fundamental rights to its citizens. The Constitution of India confirms the basic principle that every individual is permitted to enjoy certain basic rights, and Part 3 of the Constitution deals with those rights, which are known as a fundamental right. The 6 fundamental rights include right to equality, right to freedom, right against exploitation, right to freedom of religion, cultural and educational rights, and right to constitutional remedies. Art. 32. The fundamental rights are justiciable and are not absolute. Reasonable constraints can be imposed keeping in view the security requirements of the state, drawn from various sources. Indian Constitution has absorbed those features from other nations' constitutions that suited Indian problems and aspirations. Constituent Assembly took the best of features from everywhere and made them its own. Our Constitution has features taken from the Government of India Act, 1935. Those features are federal scheme, office of the governor, judiciary, public service commissions, emergency provisions, administrative details. Borrowed features of Indian Constitution. Countries' borrowed features. Australia concurrent list, freedom of trade, commerce and intercourse, joint sitting of the 2 houses of parliament. Canada Federation with a strong centre, vesting of residuary powers in the centre, appointment of state governors by the centre, advisory, jurisdiction of the Supreme Court. Ireland directive principles of state policy, nomination of members to Rajya Sabha, method of election of the president. Japan procedure established by law. Soviet Union, USSR, fundamental duties, ideals of justice, social, economic and political. The UK parliamentary government, rule of law, legislative procedure, single citizenship censorship cabinet system, prerogative writs parliamentary privileges, bicameralism, U.S. fundamental rights, independence of judiciary, judicial review impeachment of the president, removal of Supreme Court and High Court judges, post of vice president, Germany, Weimar, suspension of fundamental rights during emergency, South Africa procedure for amendment in the Indian Constitution, election of members of Rajya Sabha, the France Republic ideals of liberty, equality, and fraternity in the preamble, fundamental duties, the Constitution, 42nd Amendment Act, 1976, Chapter 4A introduced a code of 10-foot fundamental duties for citizens. The fundamental duties are indeed to serve as a constant reminder to every citizen that while the Constitution has specifically conferred on them certain fundamental rights, it also requires the citizens to observe certain basic norms of democratic conduct and democratic behavior. Directive principles of state policy. A unique aspect of the Constitution is that it comprises a chapter in the directive principles of state policy. These principles are in the nature of directives to the government to implement them to maintain social and economic democracy in the country. Federation with a strong centralizing tendency. The Indian Constitution includes all the federal characteristics of governance such as dual government system, center and state, division of powers between the three state organs, executive, judiciary and legislature, constitutional supremacy, independent judiciary and bicameralism, lower and upper house. Integrated judicial system. The Constitution provides for a single integrated judicial system common for the Union and the states. The Supreme Court of India works at the apex level, high courts at the state level, and other courts work under the high courts. Independent judiciary. It is necessary to secure the philosophical foundations of the rule of law and democracy. Firstly, the Constitution makers created a separate judiciary independent of legislature and executive. Secondly, the Constitution has ensured the complete independence of the judiciary in matters of administration and finances. A mixture of rigidity with flexibility. The Indian Constitution strikes a fine balance between rigidity and flexibility when it comes to ease of modification. Article 368 lays down two types of modifications. Some provisions may be amended by a special parliamentary majority, i.e. a two-third majority of the members of each house present and vote, and the majority, i.e. more than 50% of each house's total membership. Some other provisions can be amended by a special parliamentary majority and with half of the total states ratifying them. This ensures that with the widest possible majority, the Constitution is amended. At the same time, in the manner of the ordinary legislative process, certain provisions of the Constitution can be amended by a simple majority of Parliament. Such amendments are not within the scope of Article 368. Separation of power. There are three organs of the government, viz. Executive, legislature, and judiciary. As per the Constitution of India, each of these three organs has different powers as per the Constitution of India. This is done to ensure that there is no misuse of power and balance of power is maintained. The executive is a smaller group of people who are responsible for running the government and implementing the laws. Our elected representatives are known as the legislature, and the system of courts is known as the judiciary. Balance between the sovereignty of Parliament and judicial supremacy. A fine balance has been struck between parliamentary sovereignty and judicial supremacy by the Indian Constitution. The Supreme Court is vested by Articles 13, 32, and 136 with the power of judicial review. By its power of judicial review, it can strike down any parliamentary law as unconstitutional. On the other hand, the Parliament, being the representative of the people's will, has the authority to make laws, and it can also amend the major part of the Constitution through its powers under Article 368. Single Constitution. There are no separate constitutions for the states. In a true federation, there are separate constitutions for the Union and the states. Centers control over states. The states have to respect the laws made by the central government and cannot make any law on matters on which there is already a central law. Rajya Sabha does not represent the states' equality. In a true federation, the upper house of the legislature has equal representation from the constituting units of the states. Adult suffrage. Under the Indian Constitution, every person who is a citizen of India and who has attained the age of 18 years is entitled to vote in parliamentary and state legislature assembly elections for electing representatives. There is no discrimination in this respect on grounds of sex, caste, religion, property, etc. Single citizenship. Though the Constitution of India is federal and provides for dual polity, i.e., center and states, it provides for single citizenship for the whole of India. The American Constitution provides for dual citizenship, i.e., the citizenship of America and state citizenship. On the other hand, there is only one citizenship in India, i.e., the citizenship of India. There is no state citizenship. Every Indian is a citizen of India and enjoys the same rights of citizenship no matter in what state he resides. Judicial review. The concept of judicial review is an essential feature of the Constitution that helps the Constitution to work properly. The judiciary is considered to be the guardian of the Constitution, thus it is the duty of the judiciary to check the actions that are violative of various articles in the Constitution. The actions of various organs of the government like the executive and legislature can be questioned by the judiciary using judicial review. Basic structure doctrine. The basic structure doctrine is an Indian judicial norm that the Constitution of India has certain basic features that cannot be changed or destroyed through amendments by the Parliament. The basic features of the Constitution have not been openly defined by the judiciary. At least 20 features have been described as basic or essential by the courts in numerous cases and have been incorporated in the basic structure. In Indira Gandhi versus Rajnarayan case and also Also in the Minerva Mills case, it was witnessed that the claim of any particular feature of the Constitution to be a basic feature would be determined by the court in each case that comes before it. Amendability of the Constitution. An amendment of the Constitution can be initiated only by the introduction of a bill for the purpose in either House of Parliament and not in the state legislatures. The bill can be introduced either by a minister or by a private member and does not require prior permission from the president. There are three ways in which the Constitution can be amended: amendment by a simple majority of the Parliament, amendment by a special majority of the Parliament, amendment by a special majority of the Parliament, and the ratification of at least half of the state legislatures. Emergency provisions. Indian Constitution contains elaborate provisions to deal with those challenges that pose a threat to the country's security and unity. The president can declare three types of emergencies: national, Article 352, state, Article 356, and financial, Article 360. Emergency in a state. Three-tier government. Through 73rd and 74th Amendment Act, we have rural and urban local bodies as an additional constitutional tier of the government structure. This section fulfills the dream of Gandhiji to see a self-functioning village in India. Independent bodies. Constitution has set up various independent bodies and vested them with powers to ensure the constitutional provisions. These are Election Commission. The Election Commission of India is an autonomous constitutional authority responsible for administering union and state election processes in India. The body administers elections to the Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha, state legislative assemblies in India, and the offices of the President and Vice President in the country. Comptroller and Auditor General, CAG. It is a constitutional functionary independent of Parliament/legislature and executives. The CAG is responsible for audit of ministries and departments of government of India and the state governments. UPSC and SPSC. The Constitution of India has made the Union Public Service Commission, UPSC, and State Public Service Commission, SPSC, advisory institutions that provide advice on the subject sent to it by the President of India or by the governors of the state respectively. UPSC is the central recruitment agency in India and SPSC is the state recruitment agency. These institutions have been provided with security of tenure, fixed service conditions, etc. to ensure that they are not susceptible to the whims of either the legislature or the executive. Unitary feature of Indian Constitution. India is a federal government, but it more emphasis towards a unitary system of government. It is sometimes considered a quasi-federal system as it has features of both a federal and a unitary system. Article 1 of the Indian Constitution states, India, that is Bharat, shall be a union of states. The word federation is not mentioned in the Constitution. The 7th schedule of the Constitution contains 3 lists of subjects. These subjects show how the division of power is made between the two sets of government: Indian Federation and reorganization of states. Sources: Class 9 and X Old NCERT Chap 1, Our Government and States. Class X New NCERT Chap 2, Federalism. Class 11 New NCERT Chap 7, Federalism. Class XI New NCERT Chap 8, Regional Aspirations. Class XI New NCERT Chap 1, Challenges of National Building. Class XI Old NCERT Chap 14, Regional Imbalances, Regionalism, Linguism, and Separatism. Federalism. Federalism is a system of government in which the power is divided between a central authority and various constituent units of the country. Usually, a federation has 2 levels of government. One is the government for the entire country that is usually responsible for a few subjects of common national interest. The others are governments at the level of provinces or states that look after much of the day-to-day administering of their state. Both these levels of government enjoy their power independently. There are 2 kinds of routes through which federations have been formed. The first route involves independent states coming together on their own to form a bigger unit so that by pooling sovereignty and retaining identity, they can increase their security. This type of coming together federation includes the USA, Switzerland, and Australia. The second route is where a large country decides to divide its power between the constituent states and the national government. India, Spain, and Belgium are examples of this kind of holding together federations. Indian federalism. Indian Constitution has declared India to be a union of states. The Constitution of India has adopted federal features, but it does not claim that it establishes a federation. In the Indian Constitution, the word federation is not mentioned with regard to the nature of Indian polity. Article 1 of the Constitution describes India as a union of states, which implies 2 things. Firstly, it is not the result of an agreement among the states, and secondly, the states have no freedom to secede or separate from the union. Besides, the Constitution of the Union and the states is a single framework within which they must function. The federation is a union because it is indestructible and helps to maintain the unity of the country. Nature of Indian federalism. Indian model of federalism is called a quasi-federal system as it contains major features of both a federation and union as follows. Flexibility of the Constitution. The Constitution is a blend of flexibility and rigidity. Certain provisions of the Constitution can be easily amended. In case the amendments seek to change aspects of federalism in India, the provision to bring about such amendments is not easy. Unequal representation of states in the Rajya Sabha. The representation of the states in the upper house is based on the state's population. For example, Uttar Pradesh has 31 seats and Goa has 1 in the Rajya Sabha. In an ideal federal system, all the states should have equal representation. Governor's appointment. The governor of a state acts as the center's representative in the state as central government appoints the governor, not the state government. All India services through the All India Services such as the Indian Administrative Services, IS, Indian Police Services, UPS, etc., the center interferes in the executive powers of the states. These services also offer uniformity in administration throughout the nation. More power vests with the center. The Constitution guarantees more powers with the Union list. On the concurrent list of subjects, the Parliament can make laws that can override the laws made by a state legislature on some matters. The Parliament can also make laws regarding certain subjects in the state list. Conflicts in India's federal system. Federalism is the most relevant factor off modem constitutionalism. The core objectives of Indian federalism are unity in diversity, devolution in authority, and decentralization in administration. Some of the conflicts in the smooth working of Indian federalism are as follows. Regional assertion versus central dominance. Indian federalism has a bias for the central government. That's why states have also sought to assert their interests and influence over the years, whether in times of one-party dominance or multi-party coalition politics. The pluralist character of India gives rise to many factors including regionalism, absence of fiscal federalism, asymmetrical sharing of revenue, and resource crunch at the periphery results in uneven development across the country. The current Goods and Services Tax (GST) measure is feared by many states to be against fiscal federalism in India. Creation of linguistic states. Union government has the authority to make, unmake, and remake state boundaries. The push for regionalization from various language groups and tribal communities compelled the center to adopt a formalized arrangement of reorganizing the federating states in India. Centralized planning. Although economic and social planning is found in the concurrent list of the 7th schedule to the Constitution, the Union government has authority over national and regional planning in India. Centralized planning through the Planning Commission, now NEDI, National Institute for Transforming India, AIOG, appointed by the center. Post-1 independence consolidation of India. British India had two types of territories: provinces, governed directly by British officials who were responsible to the Governor-General of India; princely states under the control of local hereditary rulers, having British government as the sovereign but enjoying autonomy based on the treaty. When India gained independence on August 15, 1947, the British government dissolved their treaty relations with the over 600 princely states, who had the option of acceding to either India or Pakistan. Most of the princely states joined India either voluntarily or by armed intervention. Integration of princely states. India's first Deputy Prime Minister, Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, played a key role in the integration of the princely states. Accession of the princely states of Junagadh, Hyderabad, Kashmir, and Manipur proved more difficult than the rest of the princely states. Junagadh. It was a small state on the coast of Saurashtra, surrounded by Indian territory without any geographical adjacency with Pakistan. Its Nawab Mahabat Khan, who announced the accession of his state to Pakistan on August 15, 1947, even though the majority of the people, overwhelmingly Hindu, desired to join India. Indian troops marched into the state. Later, voting was held in the state in February 1948, which favored joining India. Hyderabad. The Nawab of Hyderabad succeeded in mobilizing a group of Orthodox Muslims called as Ittihadul Muslimin and a militia called Razakars. They challenged the idea of India and hence, finally, a police action was taken by the government of India in 1948, leading to the surrender of Hyderabad on 17 September of that year. The Nawab agreed to accede Hyderabad to India. Kashmir. It was neither a part of India nor Pakistan at the time of independence. When on October 22, 1947, a section of Pakistanis backed by their army attacked Kashmir, the king of Kashmir, Maharaja Hari Singh, requested to help from the Indian government. After the Maharaja signed the instrument of accession, the Indian army was sent to help Kashmir. Sikkim. Till 1947, Sikkim was an Indian princely state ruled by the Chogils. In 1947, after the lapse of British paramounty, Sikkim became a protectorate of India. Sikkim became an integral part of India in 1975. The 36th Constitutional Amendment Act was enacted to make Sikkim a full-fledged state of Indian Union. Manipur. Ruler of Manipur State, Chandra Singh, signed an agreement prior to independence with the government of India to become a part of Indian Union. In 1948, legislative assembly elections were held under the pressure of public. After that, Indian government pressurized the Emperor of Manipur to become a part of India, and as a result, Manipur finally merged in India. States reorganization. The boundaries of provinces in pre-1947 India had been drawn in a haphazard manner as the British conquest of India had proceeded for nearly 100 years. No heed was paid to linguistic and cultural cohesion, so that most of the provinces were multilingual and multicultural. After the accession of the princely states and British provinces, the states were grouped on the basis of historical and political considerations rather than on cultural or linguistic divisions. However, this was just a temporary arrangement. At this juncture, there was a need for the reorganization of states on a permanent basis. Hence, various committee and commission are formed. Prominent ones among these are the Commission. Due to the growing demand of reorganization of states on a linguistic basis, a commission was appointed in the chairmanship of S.K. Dhar in 1948. The commission preferred reorganization of states on the basis of administrative convenience, including historical and geographical considerations instead of linguistic lines. JVP Committee. The JVP Committee was constituted in 1948 and consisted of Jawaharlal Nehru, Vallabhbhai Patel, and Pattabhi Sitaramayya. The committee submitted its report on April 1949 and rejected the idea of the reorganization of states on a linguistic basis. However, it said that the issue might be looked with a fresh perspective in the light of public demand. Fazl Ali Commission. Jawaharlal Nehru appointed a new commission under Fazl Ali in 1953 to consider these new demands. The commission submitted its its full report in 1955 and made a suggestion for the reorganization of the whole country into 16 states and 3 centrally administered areas. However, the government did not agree with the recommendations entirely and divided the country into 14 states and 6 union territories, bypassing the States Reorganization Act in 1956. Shah Commission. On the recommendation of the Shah Commission report, the Punjab Reorganization Act was passed in 1966 by the Parliament and the state of Haryana was formed. Chandigarh was made a union territory with a common capital of Punjab and Haryana. Creation of new states. Constitutional provision. Indian Constitution empowers the union government to create new states out of existing states or to merge one state with another. This process is called the reorganization of the states. The basis of reorganization could be linguistic, religious, ethnic, or administrative. Constitutional provisions for the creation of new states are: Article 2. Parliament may by law admit into the Union or establish new states on such terms and conditions as it thinks fit. There are 2 powers given to Parliament by Article 2, namely, I, the power to admit new states into the Union, and 2, the power to establish new states. Article 3. Formation of new states and alteration of areas, boundaries, or names of existing states. Parliament may by law form a new state by separation of territory from any state or by uniting 2 or more states or parts of state. Form a new state by separation of territory from any state or by uniting 2 or more states or parts of states or by uniting any territory to a part of any state. Increase the area of any state. Diminish the area of any state after the boundaries of any state, after the name of any state. Creation of constitutional units. The Constitution of India came into force on January 26, 1950. It made India a sovereign democratic republic. The Republic of India was declared to be a union of states under the new constitution. The Constitution of India divided the states into 4 parts: Part A, Part A, Part C, and Part D. Part A states. There were a total of 9 states under Part A. These states were the former governor provinces of British India. These states were to be administered by an elected governor and a state legislature. They were organized by incorporating smaller states into contiguous provinces. For example, Gujarat and the Deccan were incorporated into Bombay. Part A states are Bombay, West Bengal, Uttar Pradesh, former United Province, Madhya Pradesh, former Central Province, Punjab, Orissa, Madras, Assam, and Bihar. Part B states. There were a total of 8 Part B states. Part B states included the major princely states that joined India. The executive heads of the Part B states were designated as Raj Pramukhs. They would be ruled like the Part A states with legislatures and councils of ministers. The Raj Pramukhs, who were mainly former princes, were appointed by the President of India. Part B states are Mysore, Hyderabad, Jammu and Kashmir, Rajasthan, Travancore, Cochin, Saurashtra, Patiala, and East Punjab States Union, Pepsu, and Madhya Bharat, a new state formed by integrating Indore, Gwalior, and the other central Indian states. Part C states. There were a total of 10 Part states. The smaller, princely states that joined India were merged and constituted as the Part C states along with some of the old chief commissioners' provinces. The executive head of a Part C state would be either a chief commissioner or a lieutenant governor. Parliament could create legislatures and councils of advisors/ministers in such states. Part C states are Himachal Pradesh, Delhi, Kutch, Ajmer, Bilaspur, Vindhya Pradesh, Bhopal, Tripura, Manipur, and Korg. Part D states. The extremely backward Andaman and the Nicobar Islands were constituted as a Part D state. Part D state of Andaman and Nicobar would be governed by the President of India through a chief commissioner. Formation of Andhra Pradesh on linguistic basis. The government of India in 1953 was forced to create the first linguistic state, the state of Andhra, by separating the 16 Telugu-speaking districts of Madras state, comprising of the coastal Andhra and Rayalaseema regions. Andhra was created after the long-drawn agitation and death of Pai Sriramulu, after a 56-day hunger strike for the cause. Formation of union territories. After the States Reorganization Act of 1956, Part C and Part D states were combined into a single category of union territory. The concept of the UT was added by the Constitution 7th Amendment Act 1956. Union territories, UTs, are the federal territories and are administered by the Union Government of India. In the union territories, lieutenant governors are appointed by the President of India who serves as their administrators. Puducherry, Jammu and Kashmir, and Delhi were granted partial statehood. That's why they are the exception in this regard. They have an elected legislature and government. The description of the formation of union territories is as follows. Delhi was earlier a state. On March 27, 1952, the first Delhi Legislative Assembly elections were held on 48 seats. Chaudhary Brahm Prakash Yadav was the first CM of Delhi. However, after the State Reorganization Act of 1956, Delhi lost its statehood and became a union territory. In 1991, partial statehood status was granted to the Union Territory of Delhi, and it came to be known as the National Capital Territory of Delhi. In 1954, Puducherry was merged into the Republic of India after attaining independence from French rule and became the Union Territory of Puducherry. In 1963, Puducherry was granted the status of partial statehood. Chandigarh became a Union Territory in 1956. Lakshadweep became a Union Territory in 1956. In 1961, Daman and Diu and Goa were merged into the Republic of India after attaining independence from Portuguese rule. In 1987, Goa was granted the status of statehood and became the first Union Territory to receive such status. In 2019, Jammu and Kashmir Reorganization Act 2019 was passed by the Indian Parliament, and it reconstituted the state state of Jammu and Kashmir into two union territories, UT of Jammu and Kashmir and UT of Ladakh. In 2020, Dadra and Nagar Haveli and Daman and Din were merged into a single union territory known as Dadra and Nagar Haveli and Daman and Din. Andaman and Nicobar Islands is a union territory of India consisting of 572 islands, of which 38 are inhabited, at the junction of the Bay of Bengal and the Andaman Sea. Timeline: creation of new states and union territories in India. Nagaland: it was carved out from the state of Assam. The State of Nagaland Act 1952. Andhra Pradesh: it was created the Andhra State Act 1953, carving out some areas from the state of Madras. Kamul was the capital and High Court was established at Guntur. Kerala: it was created the State Reorganization Act 1956. It comprised Travancore and Cochin areas. Gujarat: and the state of Mumbai was divided into two states, i.e. Maharashtra and Gujarat. The Mumbai Reorganization Maharashtra Act 1960. Haryana: it was carved out from the state of Punjab by the Punjab Reorganization Act 1966. Meghalaya, Manipur: these were first carved out as a sub-state or autonomous state within the state of Assam by 22nd. In Tripura, Constitutional Amendment Act 1969. Lateran 1971. They received the status of a full-fledged state by the Northeastern Areas Reorganization Act 1971. These states were elevated from the status of union territories by the Northeastern Areas Reorganization Act 1971. The two union territories of Mizoram and Arunachal Pradesh, originally known as Northeast Frontier Agency (NEFA), came into being. Himachal Pradesh: the union territory of Himachal Pradesh was elevated to the status of state by the State of Himachal Pradesh Act 1970. Karnataka: it was created from the princely state of Mysore by the State Reorganization Act 1956. It was renamed Karnataka in 1973. Sikkim was first given the status of associate state by the 35th Constitutional Amendment Act 1974 while it was under the rule of Chogyal. It got the status of a full-fledged state in 1975 by the 36th Amendment Act 1975. Mizoram: it was elevated to the status of a full-fledged state by the State of Mizoram Act 1986. Arunachal Pradesh: it received the status of a full-fledged state by the State of Arunachal Pradesh Act 1986. Goa was separated from the Union Territory of Goa, Daman, and Diu. It was made a full-fledged state by the Goa, Daman, and Diu Reorganization Act 1987, but Daman and Diu remained as Union Territory. Chhattisgarh: it was formed by the Constitutional Amendment Act 2000 by dividing Madhya Pradesh on November 1st, 2000. Chhattisgarh: it was formed by the Constitutional Amendment Act 2000 by dividing Madhya Pradesh on November 1st, 2000. Uttarakhand was formed by the Constitutional Amendment Act 2000 by dividing Uttar Pradesh on November 9, 2000. Jharkhand: it was formed by the Constitutional Amendment Act 2000 by dividing Bihar on November 15, 2000. Telangana on June 2, 2014. Telangana was created after bifurcation it from erstwhile Andhra Pradesh. Citizenship. Sources: Class 7 Old NCERT Chap 11, Citizenship. Class 9 and X Old NCERT Chap 3, Society and Citizens. Class 11 New NCERT Chap 6, Citizenship. Meaning of citizenship. Citizenship is one of the most commonly used term in a democracy. It is used at all levels of politics, in formal legal documents, in laws and constitution, in party manifestos, and in speeches. The most widely accepted definition of citizenship is full and equal membership in a political community. This definition was given by the English sociologist T.H. Marshall in his work Citizenship and Social Class, written in 1949. The philosophical roots of this definition can be traced to the Greek and Roman conceptions of man as a political being and citizenship as the capacity to govern and to be governed. Meaning of citizen. A citizen is a legally recognized subject or national of a state or commonwealth. A citizen is a member of a society, community, originally a city or town but now usually a country, and carries with it rights to political participation. Such membership is called citizenship. A citizen is not anyone who lives in a nation-state. Among those who live in a nation-state, these are citizens and aliens. A citizen is not just an inhabitant. All governments demand certain duties from the citizens, but in return, the state must also admit some demands of the citizens on itself. These are called rights. A citizen must have political rights. A person who is ruled by laws but who has no political rights is not a citizen. Components of citizenship. Citizenship refers to the rights and duties of the members of a nation-state. Citizenship has three components: civil, political, and social. Civil citizenship for individual freedoms and are institutionalized in the law courts. Political citizenship guarantees the right to participate in the exercise of political power in the community, either by voting or by holding political office. Social citizenship is the right to participate in an appropriate standard of living. This right is embodied in the welfare and educational systems of modem societies. Provisions for citizenship. As per our Constitution, the following four categories of persons became the citizen of India at its commencement. Persons domiciled in India. Article 5. A person who had his domicile in India along with fulfilled any one of the three conditions: A. If he was BOM in India. B. If either of his parents was BOM in India. C. If he has been ordinarily resident in India for not less than 5 years immediately before the commencement of the Constitution. Persons migrated from Pakistan. Article 6. A person who migrated to India from Pakistan if he or either of his parents or his grandparents was born in undivided India along with fulfilled any one of the two conditions. A. If migrated to India before July 19, 1948, he had been ordinarily resident in India since the date Ophi's migration. B. If he migrated to India on or after July 19, 1948, he had been registered as a citizen of India. But A. Person could be so registered only if he had been resident of India for 6 months preceding the date of his application for registration. Persons migrated to Pakistan but later returned to India. Article 7. A person who migrated to Pakistan from India after March 1, 1947, but later returned to India for resettlement could become an Indian citizen. For this, he had to be resident of India for 6 months preceding the date of Ophi's application for registration. Persons of Indian origin residing outside India. Article 8. This provision covers the overseas Indians who may want to acquire Indian citizenship. An Indian person residing outside India shall become an Indian citizen by registering as citizen by the diplomatic or consular representative of India in the country of his residence. Constitutional provisions for citizenship. The different constitutional provisions for citizenship are as follows. Article 5. It provided for citizenship on the commencement of the Constitution. All those domiciled and born in India were given citizenship. Even those who were domiciled but not born in India, but either of whose parents was born in India, were considered citizens. Article 6. It provides citizenship to certain persons who have migrated to India from Pakistan or anyone who migrated to India before July 19, 1949. Such persons also would automatically become an Indian citizen if either of his parents or grandparents was born in India. Article 7. It provides rights of citizenship to certain migrants of Pakistan. Those who had migrated to Pakistan after March 1, 1947, but subsequently returned on resettlement permits were included under this article. Article 8. It provides right of citizenship to certain persons of Indian origin residing outside India. Any person of Indian origin residing outside India who, or either of whose parents or grandparents, was born in India could register himself or herself as an Indian citizen with Indian diplomatic mission. Article 9. It states that persons voluntarily acquiring citizenship of a foreign state not to be citizens. No person shall be a citizen of India by virtue of Article 5 or be deemed to be a citizen of India by virtue of Article 6 or Article 8 if he has voluntarily acquired the citizenship of any foreign state. Article 10. It deals with continuance of the rights of citizenship. According to it, every person who is citizen of India under any of the foregoing provisions shall, subject to the provisions of any law that may be made by Parliament. Article 11. It deals with Parliament to regulate the right of citizenship by law. It states that nothing in the foregoing provisions shall derogate the power of Parliament to make any provision with respect to the acquisition and termination of citizenship, acquisition and determination of Indian citizenship. According to the Citizenship Act, 1955, there are 4 ways in which Indian citizenship can be acquired, i.e., birth, descent, registration, and naturalization. By birth, every person born in India on or after January 26, 1950, but before July 1, 1987, is an Indian citizen irrespective of the nationality of his her parents. Every person born in India between July 1, 1987 and December 2, 2004 is a citizen of India given either of his her parents is a citizen of the country at the time of his her birth. Every person born in India on or after December 3, 2004 is a citizen of the country given both his her parents are Indians or at least one parent is a citizen and the other is not an illegal migrant at the time of birth. By registration, citizenship can also be acquired by registration. Some of the mandatory rules are: a person of Indian origin who has been a resident of India for 7 years before applying for registration, a person of Indian origin who is a resident of any country outside undivided India, a person who is married to an Indian citizen and is ordinarily resident for 7 years before applying for registration, minor children of persons who are citizens of India by descent, a person born outside India on or after January 26, 1950 is a citizen of India by descent if his her father was a citizen of India by birth, a person born outside India on or after December 10, 1992, but before December 3, 2004 if either of his her parents was a citizen of India by birth. If a person born outside India on or after December 3, 2004 has to acquire citizenship, his her parents have to declare that the minor does not hold a passport of another country and his her birth is registered at an Indian consulate within 1 year of birth. By naturalization, a person can acquire citizenship by naturalization if she is ordinarily resident of India for 12 years throughout 12 months preceding the date of application and 11 years in the aggregate and fulfills all qualifications in the 3rd schedule of the Citizenship Act. Citizenship by incorporation of territory. If any territory becomes a part of India, the central government may by orders notified in the official Gazette specify the persons who shall be citizens of India. This is specified by reasons of their connection with that territory, and those persons shall be citizens of India as from the date to be specified in the order. Termination of citizenship. Citizenship is terminated either by renunciation or acquisition of citizenship of another country. Termination is covered in Section 9 of the Citizenship Act, 1955. Section 9(1) of the Act provides that any citizen of India who by naturalization or registration and capacity becomes citizen or national of another country shall cease to be a citizen of India. Renunciation of citizenship. Renunciation is covered in Section 8 of the Citizenship Act, 1955. If any citizen of India of full age wants to renounce his Indian citizenship, the declaration shall be registered by the prescribed authority. After such registration, person shall cease to be a citizen of India. If any such declaration is made during any war in which India may be engaged, registration thereof shall be withheld until the central government otherwise directs. When a person ceases to be a citizen of India, every minor child of that person shall thereupon cease to be a citizen of India. Any such child may within 1 year after attaining full age can make a declaration that he wishes to resume Indian citizenship and shall thereupon again become a citizen of India. For the purpose of this section, any woman who is or has been married shall be deemed to be of full age. Overseas Indians. Overseas Indians are people of Indian birth or ancestry who live outside the Republic of India. NRI, PIO, and OCI are overseas Indians. Non-resident Indian, NRI. Non-resident refers only to the tax status of a citizen who, as per Section 6 of the Income Tax Act of 1961, has not resided in India for a specified period for the purposes of the Income Tax Act. For the purposes of the Income Tax Act, residence in India requires a stay in India of at least 182 days in a financial year or 365 days spread out over 4 consecutive years and at least 60 days in that year. According to the Act, any Indian citizen who does not meet the criteria as a resident of India is a non-resident of India and is treated as NRI for paying income tax. According to a Ministry of External Affairs report, there are 32 million NRIs and PIOs residing outside India, and overseas Indians comprise the world's largest overseas diaspora. Person of Indian origin, PIO. A person of Indian origin, PIO, means a foreign citizen except the national of Pakistan, Afghanistan, Bangladesh, China, Iran, Bhutan, Sri Lanka, and or Nepal, who at any time held an Indian passport but not currently, or either of their parents/grandparents/great-grandparents were bomb and permanently resident in India as defined in Government of India Act 1935 and other territories that became part of India thereafter, provided neither was at any time a citizen of any of the aforesaid countries as referred above or is a spouse of a citizen of India or a PIO. Overseas citizen of India, OCI. The following individuals qualify for registration as an OCI: a person who at any time held an Indian passport, a person whose either parent or great-grandparent was born in and was a permanent resident of India, but they neither was at any time a citizen of Pakistan or Bangladesh or any other country that may be specified by the government from time to time, a person who was a citizen of India or was eligible to become a citizen on or at any time after January 26, 1950, any person who or whose parents or grandparents were born in India as defined in the Government of India Act 1935 as originally enacted, any person who was ordinarily residing in any country outside India was eligible to become a citizen of India on January 26, 1950, a minor child whose both parents are citizens of India or one of the parents is a citizen of India, or a person of foreign origin who is a spouse of a citizen of India/OCI cardholder and whose marriage has been registered and subsisted for a minimum period of 2 years. Fundamental rights. Sources: Class 7 Old NCERT Chap 4 are fundamental rights. Class 9 New NCERT Chap 5 Constitutional rights. Class 9 and X Old NCERT Chap 5 Fundamental rights and directive principles of state policy. Class 11 New NCERT Chap 2 Rights in the Indian Constitution. Class 11 Old NCERT Chap 4 Fundamental rights, fundamental duties, and directive principles of state policy. Class XI Old NCERT Chap 7 Rights and duties, meaning and relationship. Rights. Rights are social claims necessary for the development of human personality. They are not entitlements that a person possesses. Rights are universal as they are assured to everyone, without any discrimination. Fundamental rights. The fundamental rights promote the ideals of political democracy. It means they prevent the establishment of an authoritarian and despotic rule in the country and protect the liberties and freedoms of the people against the invasion by the state. The fundamental rights aim at establishing a government of laws and not of men. Importance of fundamental rights. The fundamental rights have been declared essential rights so that human liberty may be preserved, human personality be developed, and an effective social and democratic life may be promoted. In the Maneka Gandhi versus Union of India case, 1978, Justice Bhagwati observed, these fundamental rights represent the basic values cherished by the people of this country since the Vedic times, and they are calculated to protect the dignity of the individual and create conditions in which every human being can develop his personality to the fullest extent. Historical background of fundamental rights. Fundamental rights were first developed in Britain. This happened when the people of Britain pushed King John to sign the Magna Carta in 1215. In 1789 AD, the Constitution of France gave constitutional status to the fundamental rights. In American Constitution, fundamental rights were added in 1791 by adding Bill of Rights. Historical background of fundamental rights in India. The Indian National Congress at its special session in Bombay in 1918 demanded that the new Government of India Act 1919, Montagu-Chelmsford reforms, should contain Declaration of Rights for the people of India. At Madras session 1927, the Indian National Congress demanded that the future Constitution of India must contain fundamental rights. A demand for fundamental rights was also made through the report of the All Parties Conference. Nehru Committee Report in 1928. At Karachi session 1931, the Indian National Congress further committed itself to individual rights which included social and economic rights. The Supru Committee 1944-45 pleaded for 2 types of fundamental rights, i.e. justiciable and non-justiciable. On January 24, 1947, the Constituent Assembly elected an advisory committee on minorities and fundamental rights under the chairmanship of Vallabhbhai Patel. Restrictions on fundamental rights. The fundamental rights of an individual have been restricted under some or all of the following grounds under various articles: for the security of the state, for the maintenance and promotion of the the interest of women, children, and the socially and educationally backward classes, to maintain friendly relations with foreign states in case of defamation, contempt of courts, for the maintenance of public order, decency, and morality. Essential rights of people: social, economic, political, cultural, and legal. The right to life is a basic right without which all other rights are meaningless. This right means that the state guarantees the protection of life, protection against any injury. Even suicide is considered as crime. Certain economic rights include the right to work, the right to social security and rest and leisure. With work and without material security, an individual is unable to enjoy the fruits of other rights. There are political rights of the individuals. It is these rights that make individuals full-fledged citizens. Among these, the right to franchise, to contest elections, to hold public office, to form political parties are some which need mention. The liberal democratic systems ensure the primacy of political rights over social rights and of social rights over the economic. The order is reversed in socialist societies, i.e., economic rights, social rights, and political rights. Economic rights in liberal societies are reduced to the right to protection of property, to workable equality within the framework of the private property system, not to be exploited by the employer, to unemployment allowance. In socialistic societies, the right to work precedes the right to education. The right to education precedes the right to hold an independent opinion. Constitutional status of fundamental rights. Fundamental rights are provided in the Part 3 of Indian Constitution from Article 12 to 35. Originally, there were 7 fundamental rights in Constitution, but in present there are only 6 fundamental rights available to citizens. Right to property was excluded from the Fundamental Rights by 44th Amendment Act, 1978. Fundamental rights in the Indian Constitution. Fundamental rights are the political and civil rights meant for all the citizens in Part 3 of the Constitution. Fundamental rights are borrowed mainly from the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, 1948, UDHR, and Bill of Rights enshrined in the American Constitution. Further, states shall not make any law that takes away or abridge the rights conferred in Part 3 of the Constitution. The fundamental rights are provided to protect the dignity of the individual. They create conditions in which every human being can develop his or her personality to the fullest extent possible. The constitutional remedies make the fundamental rights active, alive, and functional. Definition of state. Article 12 defines the term state for the purpose of the fundamental rights. Article 12 provides that unless the context otherwise requires, the state includes the government and the legislature of each of the states and all local or other authorities within the territory of India or under the control of the government of India. Article 12 gives an inclusive and not exhaustive definition of the state. So, definition of the state includes the government and parliament of India, the government and the legislature of each of the state, all local or other authorities within the territory of India, and all other authorities under the control of the government of India. Classification of fundamental rights. On the basis of nature, fundamental rights can be classified into 6 groups. 1. Right to equality, Article 14 to 18. 2. Right to freedom, Article 19 to 22. 3. Right against exploitations, Article 23 to 24. 4. Right to freedom of religion, Article 25 to 28. 5. Cultural and educational rights, Article 29 to 30. 6. Right to constitutional remedies, Article 32 to 35. 1. Right to equality, Article 14 to 18. Article 14 to 18 deals with right to equality. Their description is given below. Equality before law, Article 14. The state shall not deny any person equality before law and equal protection of laws within the territory of India. Equality before law is borrowed from the British Constitution and negative in connotation, implying the absence of any special privilege in favor of the individual, whereas equal protection of laws is borrowed from the U.S., but positive in connotation. It means that all people have to get equal treatment in similar circumstances. Prohibition of discrimination on certain grounds, Article 15. Article 15 directs that the state shall not discriminate against a citizen on grounds of religion, race, caste, sex, or place of birth, or any of them. It prohibits discrimination, but permits the state to make special provisions. Article 15, Clause 1. The state is prohibited to discriminate between citizens on grounds only of religion, race, caste, place of birth, or any of them. Article 15, Clause 2. It prohibits discrimination by the state and the citizens with regard to access to shops, public restaurants, hotels and places of public entertainment, or the use of wells, tanks, bathing ghats, roads and places of public resorts maintained wholly or partly out of state funds or dedicated to the use of the general public. Article 15.3. It recognizes the need for special protection. It offers special protection for women and children. Article 15.4. It provides reservation for socially and educationally backward classes of the citizens or for the scheduled castes and scheduled tribes. Article 15 has been amended to additionally permit the government to provide for the advancement of economically weaker sections. Further, up to 10% of seats may be reserved for such sections for admission in educational institutions. Such reservation will not apply to minority educational institutions. Equality of opportunity in matters of public employment, Article 16. Article 16, it creates the right to equality of opportunity in public employment, which explains that no citizen shall be discriminated against or be ineligible for any employment or office under the state on grounds only of religion, race, caste, sex, place of birth, descent, or residence. Article 16, the Constitution prohibits discrimination in employment in any government office. However, the government can allow reservation for any backward class of citizens if they are not adequately represented in the services under the state. Article 16 has been amended to permit the government to reserve up to 10% of all posts for the economic economically weaker sections of citizens. Abolition of untouchability. Article 17. Our Constitution abolishes untouchability and forbids its practice in any form. In pursuance of this article, the Parliament enacted Untouchability Offences Act in 1955. It has been renamed as Protection of Civil Rights Act 1995. Further to strengthen the legislation, the government enacted the Scheduled Castes and Scheduled Tribes Prevention of Atrocities Act in 1989 and Scheduled Castes and Scheduled Tribes Prevention of Atrocities Rules in 1995. Abolition of titles. Article 18. State has abolished all the titles to create equality among citizens in the free and independent India. Military and academic distinction are, however, exempted from the provision, for they are an incentive to further efforts for the perfection of the military power of the state. 2. Right to freedom. Article 19 to 22. Freedom as fundamental rights has been explained under Articles 19 to 23. All citizens shall have the right to freedom of speech and expression, peaceful assembly without arms, unionization or forming association, free movement, and freedom to settle anywhere within country. Right to freedom of speech and expression. Article 19. Citizens have been granted freedom to express one's conviction and opinions freely by word of mouth, writing, printing, pictures, or any other mode. It includes the freedom of press. Therefore, pre-censorship of newspapers and magazines are invalid. The above rights have some reasonable restrictions. The grounds of restrictions for freedom of speech and expression are security of the state, friendly relation with foreign states, public order, decency and morality, contempt of court, defamation, incitement of an offense, sovereignty and integrity of India. Article 19 L.D. The right of assembly includes the right to hold meeting and to take out processions. This right is subject to the restriction of being peaceful and without arms. Citizens have right to form, to join an association or trade union. Every citizen of India has also the right to reside and settle in any part of India, but the grounds of restriction include the interest of general public as well as state. Article 19 1e. All citizens shall have the right to practice any profession or to carry out any occupation or trade or business with reasonable restrictions in the interest of general public and in prescribing professional or technical qualification necessary for practicing any profession or carrying out any occupation, trade, or business. Article 19 1f. Right to property is not a fundamental right, but it is a legal right. Citizens have rights to acquire, hold, and dispose off property. This is dropped through the 44th Amendment to the Constitution in 1978. Protection in respect of conviction for offenses. Article 20. The Indian Constitution observes that no person shall be convicted of any offense except for violation of law in force at the time of the commission of the act charged as an offense, nor be subjected to a penalty greater than that which might have been inflicted under the law in force at the time of commission of the offense. This is known as ex post facto law. It also guarantees a person against a double jeopardy, i.e. a person should not be punished twice for the same offense, while Constitution prohibits self-incrimination, which means no person accused of any offense shall be compelled to be a witness against himself. Protection of life and personal liberty. Article 21. Protection of life and personal liberties means that no person shall be deprived of his or her life or personal liberty except according to procedure established by law. Thus, assures personal liberty of citizens against the arbitrary action on the part of the law enforcing authorities. All people have been provided safeguards against arbitrary arrest and detention. Right to education. Article SIA. The state shall provide free and compulsory education to all children of the age of 6 to 14 years in such a manner as the state may, by law, determine. Article 21A was added by the 86th Constitution Amendment Act 2002. Right to Education Bill 2009. The Parliament on August 3, 2009 passed the Right of Children to Free and Compulsory Education Bill 2009. The bill seeks to provide education to children between 6 to 14 years of age. The bill seeks to achieve 10 broad objectives, which include free and compulsory education, obligation on the part of the state to provide education, nature of curriculum consistent with Constitution, quality, focus on social responsibility and obligation of teachers, and debureaucratization in admissions, etc. Protection against arrest and detention in certain cases. Article 22 guarantees 4 rights to the person who is arrested under an ordinary law. These are the right to be informed as soon as may be the ground of arrest, the right to consult and to be represented by a lawyer of one's own choice, the right to be produced before a magistrate within 24 hours, the freedom from detention beyond the set period except by the order of the magistrate. Preventive detention. It means detention of a person without trial and conviction by court. Its purpose is not to punish a person for a past offense, but to prevent him from committing an offense in the near future. Preventive detention is only a precautionary measure. 3. Rights against exploitation. Article 23-24. Rights against exploitation are explained under Article 23 and 24. Prohibition of traffic in human beings and forced labor. Article 23 prohibits trafficking in human beings, beggar, slavery, and other similar forms of forced labor. Article 23, Clause 2, permits the state to impose compulsory services for public purposes. Trafficking in human being means selling and buying men, women, and children like marketable commodities. The traffic in human beings includes slavery, immoral, traffic in women and children for immoral purposes like sex work and other forms of forced labor. Prohibition of employment of children in factories. Article 24. The Constitution clearly prohibits employment of children below 14 years of age in factories and hazardous employment. The government has enacted several laws to prohibit children from working. Some of the legislations are Employment of Children Act 1938, Children Pledging of Labor Act Act, 1933, the Mines Act, 1952, and Child Worker Regulation Act, 1986. 4. Rights to freedom of religion, Article 25 to 28. The term religion is not defined in the Constitution, whereas it also guarantees secularism as one of the ideals of the Constitution. Freedom of conscience and free profession, practice, and propagation of religion, Article 25. It guarantees a. Freedom of conscience, b. Freedom to profess, practice, and propagate any religion. Reasonable. Restrictions to this freedom are religious liberty subject to public order, morality, and health. Right to manage religious affairs, Article 26. Further subject to public order, morality, and health, every religious denomination or any section should have the following rights: to establish and maintain institutions for religious and charitable purposes, to manage its own affairs in the matters of religion, to own and acquire movable and immovable properties, to administer such properties in accordance with law, freedom from payment of taxes for promotion of any particular religion, Article 27, in order to ensure the secular character. Article 27 provides, no one shall be compelled to pay any tax for the promotion or maintenance of any particular religion or religious denomination. This is to ensure the secular character of the state. Consequently, there is prohibition of religious instruction in state-aided institutions. Freedom from attending religious instruction. Article 28, freedom as to attendance at religious instruction or religious worship in certain educational institutions. 1. No religious instruction shall be provided in any educational institution wholly maintained out of state funds. 5. Cultural and educational rights. Article 29 to 30. Article 29 and 30 of the Indian Constitution deals with the cultural and educational rights. Protection of interest of minorities. Article 29. State has been entrusted responsibility of protection of interests of minorities. It also confers minorities right to establish and administer educational institutions and provides following distinctive rights. Article 29. 1. Right of any section of citizens to conserve its own language, script, or culture. Article 29. 2. Right of the citizen not to be denied admission into any state-maintained or state-aided institutions on grounds of religion, caste, race, or language. Right of minorities to establish and administer educational institutions. Article 30. Right of all religion and linguistic minorities to establish and administer educational institutions of their choice. Right of an educational institution not to be discriminated in matters of state aid on grounds that it is managed by a religious or linguistic minority. The word minority has not been defined in the Constitution, but it has intent to use term in wide sense, i.e. section of citizens. Minorities shall be protected in respect of their language, script, and culture. The state shall not make any law that operates oppressively or prejudicially. Right to property. This right was deleted from the list of fundamental rights and made a legal right under Article 300A in Part 12 of the Constitution by the 44th Amendment Act, 1978. Now, there are only 6 fundamental rights. The fundamental rights weave a pattern of guarantee on the basic structure of human rights and impose negative obligations on the state not to encroach on individual liberty in its various dimensions. 6. Right to constitutional remedies. Article 32. Realizing the futility of granting rights without an effective machinery for their enforcement, the Constitution makers included in Chapter 3 itself the right to constitutional remedies. Article 32 guarantees to a person the right to move the Supreme Court directly for the enforcement of their fundamental rights. The Supreme Court can issue various kinds of writs for the enforcement of these rights. The right to constitutional remedies shall not be suspended except as otherwise provided in the Constitution, that is during emergency under Article 352. Article 32 has been called the cornerstone of the entire edifice set up by the Constitution. Dr. Ambedkar called it the very heart and soul of the Constitution. One can seek redressal through following petitions: a writ of habeas corpus. It means to have the body. It is a powerful safeguard against arbitrary acts, not only on private individuals, but also of the executive. This writ can be filed by anyone, including the arrested person, his relatives, friends, etc. This petition will force the arresting authorities to produce the person bodily in the court. Writ of mandamus literally means we command. This writ commands the person to whom it is addressed to perform public or quasi-public legal duty, which he has refused to perform, and the performance of which cannot be enforced by any other legal remedy. Writ of prohibition, it simply means to forbid or to stop. The Supreme Court or High Court issues directions to an inferior court or institution of governance, forbidding the latter to continue proceeding in a case in excess of its jurisdiction or to encroach on jurisdiction with which it is not legally vested. Writ of certiorari, it means to be more fully informed of. It is issued to a lower court after a case has been decided by it denouncing or abolishing that order. The objective is to secure that order. Jurisdiction of an inferior court does not encroach the jurisdiction which it does not possess. Writ of quo warranto, it means by what warrant or by what order. It is a proceeding by which the court inquires into the legality of the claim which a party asserts to a public office and to remove from his or her employment if the claim is not found. Fundamental rights. Citizen versus non-citizen. India was a signatory to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, therefore great precaution was taken so that fundamental rights mentioned in Part 3 of Indian Constitution is concurrent with the provisions of the UN Declaration of Human Rights. While most fundamental rights are available for citizens and foreigners alike, e.g. Article 21, certain rights are exclusive only for Indian citizens, e.g. Article 19, differences between fundamental rights available to citizens and non-citizens. Fundamental rights available only to citizens citizens of India. Fundamental rights available to both citizens and foreigners except enemy aliens. Article 15 Prohibition of discrimination on grounds of religion, race, caste, sex, or place of birth. Article 14 Equality before the law and equal protection of laws. Article 16 Equality of opportunity in matters of public employment. Article 20 Protection in respect of conviction for offenses. Article 19 Freedom of speech and expression, peace assembly, to form associations or unions, to move in India, to reside and settle in any part of the territory of India, and to practice any profession. Article 21 Protection of life and personal liberty. Article 29 Protection of language, script and culture of minorities. Article 22 Protection against arrest and detention in certain cases. Article 30 Right of minorities to establish and administer educational institutions. Article 23 to 24 Right against exploitation. Article 25 to 28 Right to freedom of religion. Amendability of fundamental rights. Clause 4 of Article 13 empowers the Parliament to make any amendment in Part 3 of the Constitution. Supreme Court held in Kesavananda Bharti case, 1974, that Parliament can amend any part of the Constitution including fundamental rights subject to doctrine of basic structure of the Constitution. Supreme Court has neither defined basic structure nor given any exhaustive list as to what comprises the basic structure of the Constitution. Supreme Court, in its various judgments, has mentioned that the following provisions are a part of the basic structure of the Constitution: sovereignty of India, secularism, democracy, republic, free and fair elections, judicial review, sovereignty of India, secularism, democracy, republic, free and fair elections, judicial review, etc. Constitutional doctrines related to fundamental rights. Important constitutional doctrines related to fundamental rights under Article 13 are: Doctrine of future enforcement. Clause 2 of Article 13 of the Constitution of India elaborates on the future enforcement of law, i.e. the laws made after the commencement of the Constitution. The state is prohibited from making law which takes away or abridged any right conferred by Part 3 of the Constitution. Doctrine of severability. This is a doctrine that protects the fundamental rights enshrined in the Constitution. It is also known as the doctrine of severability. It is mentioned in Article 13, according to which all laws that were enforced in India before the commencement of the Constitution, inconsistent with the provisions of fundamental rights, shall to the extent of that inconsistency be void. Doctrine of eclipse. This doctrine states that any law that violates fundamental rights is not null or void, but is only non-enforceable, i.e., it is not dead but inactive. This implies that whenever that fundamental right, which was violated by the law, is struck down, the law becomes active again, is revived. Doctrine of waiver. The doctrine of waiver of rights is based on the premise that a person is his best judge, and that he has the liberty to waive the enjoyment of such rights as are conferred on him by the state. However, the person must have the knowledge of these rights, and that waive should be voluntary. Salient features of fundamental rights. Some prominent salient features of fundamental rights in Indian Constitution are as follows. Integral part of the Constitution. Fundamental rights have been made an integral part of the Constitution and, hence, cannot be taken away by ordinary legislation. Any law passed by any legislature in the country would be declared null and void if it is derogatory to the rights guaranteed by the Constitution. Fundamental rights are not absolute but qualified. Reasonable restrictions can be imposed on fundamental rights. The reasonability of such restrictions is decided by the SC. Lack of social and economic rights. The Constitution guarantees only civil rights and freedoms. Rights like right to work, right to health, and right to social security have not been included in the fundamental rights. Fundamental rights are justiciable. The Constitution allow the person to move directly to the Supreme Court for the reinforcement of his fundamental right as and when they are violated or restricted. Some fundamental rights is negative in character while others are positive. Provision for the suspension of rights. The Constitution provides for suspension of all or any of the fundamental rights during an emergency. However, such a suspension automatically ends when the emergency ceases or when the president withdraws it. All the fundamental rights are suspended during national emergencies except the rights guaranteed under Article 20 and 21. Right to property. Not a fundamental rights. Right to property, which is a feature of particularly liberal democracies, is not guaranteed by the Constitution of India. It was made a legal right under Article 300A. Thus, now right to property is a legal right and not a fundamental right of the people. Parliament can restrict or abrogate the application of fundamental rights in the case of armed forces, paramilitary forces, police forces, intelligence agencies, and analogous services. Other important aspects of fundamental rights. Some important aspects of fundamental rights are as follows. Suspensions of fundamental rights. Fundamental rights of Article 19 are suspended in the situation of internal conflict and armed revolt, Article 352. But fundamental rights of Article 20 and 21 are never suspended in any case. Armed forces and fundamental rights. Article 33 empowers the Parliament to modify fundamental rights in relation to military and paramilitary forces, police forces, and analogous forces. But these modifications can only be imposed by the Parliament by law. Martial law and fundamental rights. Article 34 empowers the Parliament to make any law for indemnifying any person for acts done during the operation of martial law. Article 35 empowers the Parliament to make laws on certain articles 16, 3, 32, 3, 33, and 34, and excludes the state legislature's jurisdiction from them. Directive Principles of State Policy. Sources: Class 7 Old NCERT Chap 5. Directive Principle of State Policy. Class 9 and X Old NCERT Chap 5. Fundamental Rights and Directive Principles of State Policy. Class 11 New NCERT Chap 2. Rights in the Indian Constitution. Class 11 Old NCERT Chap 4. Fundamental Rights, Fundamental Duties, and Directive Principle of State state policy. Directive principles. The concept behind the directive principles of state policy, DPSP, is to create a welfare state. In other words, the motive behind the inclusion of DPSP is not establishing political democracy, rather, it's about establishing social and economic democracy in the state. These are some basic principles or instructions or guidelines for the government while formulating laws/policies of the country and in executing them. These principles are novel features of the Constitution. Directive principles of state policy, DPSP, act as a guideline for the state and should be taken into consideration while coming up with some new policy or any law. No one can compel the state to consider and follow all that which is mentioned in DPSP, as these are not justiciable constitutional provisions for DPSP. The directive principles of state policy, DPSP, are enumerated from Article 36 to 51 in Part 4 of the Indian Constitution. The makers of the Indian Constitution were very much influenced by the Irish nationalist movement and borrowed this concept of DPSP from the Irish Constitution in 1937. The directive principles resemble the instrument of institutions enumerated in the Government of India Act, 1935. The Government of India Act also had some instructions related to this concept, which became an important source of DPSP at that time. Justifiable rights are the ones which are enforceable in a court of law and included in Part 3 of the Constitution. On the other hand, non-justifiable rights were listed as directive principle and included in Part 4 of the Constitution of India. Objectives of DPSP. Directive principles are in the form of guidelines for the state in deciding the socio-economic development of India. The objective of directive principles is to illustrate the concept of welfare state. The Indian Constitution guarantees its citizens justice, freedom, and equality. Hence, citizens have been given certain rights. However, by merely guaranteeing freedom and equality, people cannot be made happy and their life prosperous. The state must formulate various projects for its citizens and through them must secure individual welfare and the nation's progress. After independence, India faced many challenges. There was a challenge to ensure the development and well-being of the entire society and not only of a particular section. The Constitution had adopted the principle of equality and provided special protection to socially disadvantaged groups. Directive principles deal with social, economic, and cultural rights. These principles have enabled the government to make laws to protect the weaker sections of society and abolish inequality and eradicate poverty. These principles are only the directions to the state and lawmaking bodies to keep in mind while framing policies and laws. Nature of DPSPs. The directive principles impose moral obligations on the state. The directive principles can be implemented by executive action as long as they do not contravene any law. They are non-justiciable, as Article 37 declares that the directive principles shall not be enforceable by any court. But this non-enforceable nature does not reduce the importance of the directive principles, as these directives have been, at the same time, declared as fundamental in the governance of the country. It has been further laid down a duty of the state to apply these directive principles while making laws. Article 36 and 37. Article 36 provides that the meaning of state in this part of the Constitution is the same as that in the Part 3 of Fundamental Rights. Article 37 provides that the provisions of DPSP are not enforceable in any court of law, but the principles contained in them are fundamental to the governance of the country. It will be the duty of the state to apply these principles in making laws. Classification of DPSPs. Indian Constitution has not originally classified DPSPs, but on the basis of their content and direction, they are usually classified into the following types. Socio-economic principles. These are the principles that aim at providing social and economic justice and set the path towards the welfare state. Following are the articles from Part 4 of the Constitution envisaging socio-economic welfare. Article 38 promotes the welfare of the people by securing a social order through social, economic, and political justice and to minimize inequalities in income, status, facilities, and opportunities. Article 39 to secure right to an adequate means of livelihood for all citizens. Equitable distributions of material resources of the community for the common good. Operation of an economic system to prevent the concentration of wealth and means of production. Equal pay for equal work for both men and women. Article 39A. Promote equal justice and free legal aid to the poor. Article 41 provides protection in cases of unemployment, old age, sickness, and disablement. Secure citizens through the right to work, right to education, and right to public assistance. Article 42 makes provision for just and humane conditions of work and maternity relief. Article 43 secures a living wage, a decent standard of living, and social and cultural opportunities for all workers. Article 43A takes steps to secure the participation of workers in the management of industries. Gandhian principles. These principles are based on Gandhian ideology used to represent the program of Reconstruction enunciated by Gandhi during the national movement. They cover health policies as well, which are mentioned in the following articles of the Constitution. Article 40 organize village panchayats and endow them with necessary powers and authority to enable them to function as units of self-government. Article 43 promote cottage industries on an individual or cooperation basis in rural areas. Article 43b promote voluntary formation, autonomous functioning, democratic control, and professional management of cooperative societies. Article 46 promote the educational and economic interests of SCs, STs, and other weaker sections of the society and protect them from social injustice and exploitation. Article 47 prohibit the consumption of intoxicating drinks and drugs, which are injurious to health. Article 48 prohibit the slaughter of cows cows, calves, and other milch and draft cattle and improve their breeds. Liberal intellectual principles. These principles reflect the ideology of liberalism mentioned in the following articles of the Constitution. Article 44 secure for all citizens a uniform civil code throughout the country. Uniform civil code. It means all the sections of the society, irrespective of their religion, shall be treated equally according to a national civil code. It covers areas like marriage, divorce, maintenance, inheritance, adoption, succession, etc. Article 44 of the Constitution lays down that the state shall endeavor to secure a uniform civil code for the citizen of the country. Article 45 provide early childhood care and education for all children until they complete the age of 14 years. Article 48 organize agriculture and animal husbandry on modern and scientific lines. Article 49 protect monuments, places, and objects of artistic or historic interest that are declared to be of national importance. Article 50 separate the judiciary from the executive in the public services of the state. Article 51 promote international peace and security, maintain just and honorable relations between nations, foster respect for international law and treaty obligations, and encourage settlement of international disputes by arbitration. Amendments of DPSBs. From time to time, different amendments were made in directive principles of state policy, such as the 42nd Amendment Act of 1976 added 4 new subjects that required the state to secure a healthy development of children. Article 39 to promote equal justice and to provide free legal aid to the poor. Article 39A to secure the participation of workers in the management of industries. Article 43A to protect the environment, forests, and wildlife. Article 48A. The 44th Amendment Act of 1978 added Article 38 that required the state to minimize inequalities in income, status, facilities, and opportunities. The 86th Amendment Act of 2002 modified the content of Article 45, which required the state to provide early childhood care and education for all children until they complete the age of 6 years, and was directed in making education a fundamental right under Article 21A. The 97th Amendment Act of 2011 added Article 43B, which required the state to promote voluntary formation, autonomous functioning, democratic control, and professional management of cooperative societies. Conflict between directive principles and fundamental rights. The first important case regarding the conflict between the fundamental rights and directive principles was the Champakam-Durarajan versus State of Madras, 1951. In this case, the Supreme Court ruled that the reservation of seats in the educational institutions and public employment provided by the state of Madras is unconstitutional and void as it violated right to equality. The Supreme Court ruled that the directive principles shall remain subordinate to the fundamental rights. However, Supreme Court realized the importance of the directive principles and in the Kerala Education Bill case, 1958 formulated the theory of harmonization, which means fundamental rights and directive principles are supplementary to each other. Under this theory, the court held that there is no inherent conflict between the directive principles and fundamental rights. They are supplementary to each other and aim towards achieving the same goal. In 1967 Goloknath case, the Supreme Court held that the fundamental rights cannot be amended for the implementation of the directive principles. The Supreme Court in the Minerva Mills Limited case 1980 viewed that Part 3 and Part 4 of the Constitution are complementary and supplementary to each other. The court observed that the Constitution was founded on the bedrock of balance between the fundamental rights and directive principles. To give absolute primacy to one over the other was to disturb the harmony of the Constitution. In the Rajant Vivedi versus Union of India case, 1983, the Supreme Court held that both the fundamental rights and directive principles aim at the same goal of bringing about a social revolution and the establishment of a welfare state. It is a mandate of the Constitution not only to the legislature and the executive, but to the courts as well. In conclusion, we may hold that there is no inherent conflict between the fundamental rights and the directive principles. Both are complementary and supplementary to each other, and both work towards the aim of the establishment of social and political democracy. Importance of DPSBs. The following points highlight importance of directive principles. The directive principles are not enforceable in the court of law, but they are as important as any part of the Constitution, including the fundamental rights. Article 37 states that the provisions contained in this part shall not be enforceable by any court. The principles therein laid down are nevertheless fundamental in the governance of the country. It shall be the duty of the state to apply these principles in making laws. Professor Gledhill held the opinion that it would be superficial to dismiss the directive principles as mere good resolutions. These are the life-giving provisions of the Constitution. They constitute the stuff of the Constitution and its philosophy of social justice. The success and failure of the government is judged on the implementation of the directive principles. Professor K.C. Ware remarked that the directive principles were in the nature of a mere homily or a manifesto of aims and aspirations. Sir Ivor Jennings observed that Part 4 of the Constitution was a product of time and circumstances, and that the ideas expressed in this part might survive for a generation, i.e. they had merely a transitory importance. A 3-judge bench of the Supreme Court in Air India Statutory Corporation versus United Labour Union case, 1997, observed that these directives are forerunners of the UNO Convention of Right to Development. These principles are embedded as integral part of our Constitution, and that these now stand elevated to inalienable fundamental human rights. The directive principles contain the social, economic, cultural, and educational objectives of the state. These provide a motivation for a peaceful political political revolution. These also provide a program for social reconstruction and economic upliftment of the people of India. The directive principles inscribe the ideas and aspirations of the people of India for which they had fought against the foreign rule. In the words of Dr. K.V. Rao, the directive principles are the brain center of the Constitution, which gives the directions for working the mechanism contained in other parts of the Constitution. Implementation of DPSBs. Governments at the center and state levels have taken several measures to implement the directive principles since the commencement of the Constitution. Some of these measures are as follows. Establishment of Planning Commission in 1950, which has through its 5-year plans aimed at securing socio-economic justice. Since January 1, 2015, Planning Commission was replaced by Niti Aayog. Passage of Minimum Wages Act 1948, Child Labor Prohibition and Regulation Act 1986, and Bonded Labor System Abolition Act 1976, etc. Passage of Legal Services Authorities Act 1987 to establish a nationwide network to provide free and competent legal aid to the poor. Passage of Wildlife Protection Act 1972, Forest Conservation Act 1980, and Environment Protection Act 1986, etc. Passage of Ancient and Historical Monument and Archaeological Sites and Remains Act 1951. Establishment of Panchayati Raj through 73rd Amendment Act. Difference between fundamental rights and directive principles. Fundamental rights, directive principles of state policy. Fundamental rights have judicial protection. One can approach the court under Articles 32 and 226 on violation of their fundamental rights, whereas directive principles of state policy do not have such protection. We cannot approach the court in case of non-implementation of the directives. Fundamental rights provide individual freedom and liberty to the people. These are the basic civil and political rights of the citizens. Directive principles are the guidelines for the state. It shows the path to the government for formulating policies towards the welfare state. Directive principles deal with social, economic, and cultural rights. If there is a law that is in violation of fundamental rights, then the courts can declare it invalid and unconstitutional. If there is a law in violation of directive principles, then the courts do not have the power to declare it invalid and unconstitutional. Violation of fundamental rights is punishable. Violation of directive principles is not a punishable crime, unlike violation of fundamental rights. Fundamental duties. Sources: Class 11 New NCERT Chap 2, Rights in the Indian Constitution. Class 11 Old NCERT Chap 4, Fundamental Rights, Fundamental Duties, and Directive Principles of State Policy. Fundamental duties in the Indian Constitution. Initially, the Indian Constitution did not have provisions of fundamental duties. The 42 ND Constitutional Amendment in 1976 added a new section to the article on fundamental duties. Article 51A, contained in Part 4A of the Constitution, deals with fundamental duties. These duties enjoin upon a citizen, among other things, to follow noble ideals, which inspired India's struggle for freedom. At present, 11 fundamental duties are mentioned in the Constitution. Originally 10 in number, the fundamental duties were increased to 11 by the 86th Constitutional Amendment in 2002, which added a duty of every parent or guardian to ensure that their child or ward provided opportunities for education between the age of 6 to 14 years. Swarn Singh Committee. Sardar Swam Singh Committee was set up in 1976 to make recommendations about fundamental duties, the need and necessity of which was felt during the operation of internal emergency, 1975 to 1977. The committee recommended the inclusion of a separate chapter on fundamental duties in the Constitution. It suggested inclusion of 8 fundamental duties in the Constitution, but by 42nd Constitutional Amendment, 10 fundamental duties were added in the Constitution. 11 Fundamental duties of Indian citizens. According to Article 51A, every Indian citizen has following duties: 1. To abide by the Constitution and respect its ideals and institutions, the national flag and the national anthem. 2. To cherish and follow the noble ideals which inspired our national struggle for freedom. 3. To uphold and protect the sovereignty, unity, and integrity of India. 4. To defend the country and render national service when called upon to do so. 5. To promote harmony and the spirit of common brotherhood amongst all the people of India, transcending religious, linguistic, and regional or sectional diversities, to renounce practices derogatory to the dignity of women. 6. To value and preserve the rich heritage of our composite culture. 7. To protect and improve the natural environment, including forests, lakes, rivers, and wildlife, and to have compassion for living creatures. 8. To develop the scientific temper, humanism, and the spirit of inquiry and reform. 9. To safeguard public property and to abjure violence. 10. To strive towards excellence in all spheres of individual and collective activity, so that the nation constantly rises to higher levels of endeavor and achievement. 11. To provide opportunities for education to children between 6 to 14 years of age, and duty as parents to ensure that such opportunities are being awarded to their child. Salient features of fundamental duties. Fundamental duties have following salient features. Fundamental duties are both civic and moral in nature. They emphasize the Indian way of life, especially respecting and preserving Indian culture. This provision is not applicable upon the foreigners. Only citizens of India will obey these constitutional duties. There are clear differences between fundamental rights and fundamental duties. They are non-justiciable and non-enforceable. Non-justiciability of fundamental duties. The fundamental duties are non-enforceable and non-justiciable. There is no provision in the Constitution for direct enforcement of these duties. It means that no citizen can be punished by a court for violation of a fundamental duty. In this regards, fundamental duties are like directive principles of state policy of Part 4. Fundamental duties were not not placed at the end of Part IL of Indian Constitution, which is justiciable, but included in Part IVA that is non-justiciable and non-enforceable. India's case is different from some other examples regarding the enforceability of the fundamental duties. These examples included erstwhile USSR, Yugoslavia, and Albania. Unlike India, constitutions of these countries made duties legally enforceable. Significance of fundamental duties. Fundamental duties have ethical, social, and economic significance. If a citizen performs his/her duties, she has moral claims on his/her rights. Fulfillment of duties can help in the protection of the environment and economic development. It serves as a constant reminder to the citizens while enjoying their rights, the citizens should be aware of their duties to their nation and towards other citizens. These serve as a warning to the people against the antisocial activities that disrespect the nation, like burning the flag, destroying public property, or disturbing public peace. These help in the promotion of a sense of discipline and commitment towards the nation. They help in realizing national goals by the active participation of citizens rather than mere spectators. It helps the court in determining the constitutionality of the law. For instance, any law passed by the legislatures, when taken to court for constitutional validity of the law, if it is giving force to any fundamental duty, then such law would be taken as reasonable. They can be enforced by the law. The Parliament has the right to impose any type of penalty or punishment for violating any of the fundamental duties. Report of Varma Committee. Varma Committee, 1999, identified the existence of following legal provisions: the Prevention of Insults to National Honor Act, 1971. The various criminal laws provide for punishment for encouraging enmity and discrimination. The Indian Penal Code declares the imputations and assertions prejudicial to national integration as punishable offenses. The Wildlife Protection Act, 1972, and Forest Conservation Act, 1980, recommended reorienting approaches to school curriculum and teacher education programs and professional education. National Commission to Review the Working of the Constitution, NCRWC, 2002, and Supreme Court in 2003 directed to implement recommendations of Justice Varma Committee. Need for fundamental duties. The fundamental duties serve as a constant reminder to every citizen while the Constitution specifically conferred on them certain fundamental rights. These duties promote a sense of discipline and commitment towards the society. The court can use fundamental duties for determining constitutionality of law. It also requires citizens to observe certain basic norms of democratic conduct and democratic behavior because rights and duties are correlated. Enforcement of fundamental duties. The fundamental duties not only guide the citizen but also guides the legislative and executive action of elected or non-elected institutions. The legal utility of fundamental duties and directive principle is the same. Fundamental duties are addressed to the citizens, and there is no legal sanction in the case of their violation. The success of this provision will solely depend upon the manner and person against whom these duties would be enforced. If the duties are not known to all, then there would not be proper enforcement of these duties. Criticism of fundamental duties. Critics don't consider the list of fundamental duties as exhaustive. These duties can't be enforced by a court of law, so critics feels that it is of no use to include these duties in the Constitution of India. Some duties are of such a nature that they are being performed by the citizen in each and every case, like paying respect to the national flag and national anthem. So there was no need to include these duties in the Constitution. These duties are placed in Part 4A of the Indian Constitution, that is after the directive principles of the state policy. That is why not much importance is given to them. According to the critics, it should be placed in Part 3 after the fundamental rights. Relation between fundamental rights and fundamental duties. The Constitution of India not only provide with the fundamental rights but also with the fundamental duties. Although the fundamental rights were introduced in the Constitution much before the fundamental duties and are enforced by the court, fundamental duties are not enforceable. These are the moral duties of responsible citizen. The fundamental duties must be complementary to the fundamental rights. Article 21 of the Constitution of India provides for right to education, and Article 51A(k) provides that all parents and guardians must provide their children with free and compulsory education during the age group of 6 to 14 years. Democracy cannot establish its deep roots in the society until and unless the citizens don't complement their fundamental rights with their fundamental duties. While enforcing the fundamental rights, they should also fulfill their fundamental duties. Difference between fundamental rights and duties. Fundamental rights, fundamental duties. These are mentioned in Part IL of the Indian Constitution in Articles 12 to 35. These are mentioned in Part 4A of the Indian Constitution in the Article 51A. They were taken from the Constitution of the USA. They were borrowed from the Constitution of the former Soviet Union or USSR. These can be controlled in conditions that are subject to basic nature. They can be controlled in any condition. They are political and social in nature. These are political, social, and economic in nature. Fundamental rights can be enforced by the courts. Fundamental duties cannot be enforced by the courts. Not all citizens have the liberty to enjoy fundamental rights. For example, the Indian Army. Not all citizens have the liberty to enjoy fundamental rights. For example, the Indian Army. Fundamental duties are extended to all citizens of the nation. Union Executive. Sources: Class 7 Old Insert Chap 8, who execute laws. Class 9 New Insert Chap 4, Working of Institution. Class 9 and X Old Insert Chap 2, Our Government at the Center. Class 11 New Insert Chap 4, Executive. Class 11 Old Insert Chap 5, Features of Executive. Class 11 Old Insert Chap 6, Executive of India. Class 11 Old NCERT Chap 8, Central Administration, Working and Organization. Executive. India is a democratic republic with a parliamentary form of government. The government at the central level is called union government, and at the state level it is known as state government. The union government has three organs: the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary. The president, the prime minister, and his council of ministers collectively constitute the union executive. The executive is the part of the government that enforces the law and has responsibility for the governance of a state. In political systems based on the principle of separation of powers, authority is distributed among several branches: executive, legislative, judicial. There are two types of executives, viz. permanent executive and political executive. Executives that are elected by the people are political executive. Permanent executives are civil servants, e.g. prime minister and other ministers. Executive I, union executive, president, vice president, prime minister and council of ministers, attorney general. I, state executive, governor, chief minister and council of ministers, advocate general. Types of executive. There are three types of executives: 1. Nominal and real executives. 2. Hereditary and elected executives. 3. Single and plural executives. Nominal and real executives. The chief executive of the state may be hereditary monarch as the British Kruger Queen or an elected president as in India, but he/she exercises only nominal powers. Legally, he/she has all powers of the Constitution, but in practical he/she exercises none of them. Hereditary and elected executives. When the executive assumes office by the law of hereditary succession, it is called the hereditary executive. When the executive is directly or indirectly elected by the people for a fixed period, or even for life, it is called elected executive. In Britain, Japan, and Malaysia, there are hereditary chief executives. Single and plural. Single executive is that in which executive authority is vested in one person. USA's president provides the best example of this type. Council of ministers or cabinet in a parliamentary form of government is an example of plural executive. In India, USA, Germany, and many other countries there are elected chief executives. System based on the principles of collective leadership. System based on individual leadership. Distinction between permanent executive and political executive. Political executive, permanent executive. It consists of the executive head of the state and other heads of the executive departments as ministers. Ministers are political leaders. It consists of the civil servants, bureaucracy, from the lowest to the highest levels. The political leaders are not neutral. They owe allegiance to their political party. The civil servants are politically neutral. They do not owe allegiance to any political party. The ministers are amateurs, non-experts, and non-professionals. They are specially educated and trained persons. They are experts and professionals. They are mostly elected representatives of the people and are responsible for all their decisions and policies before the public. Political executive work for a fixed tenure of about 5 years. Civil servants remain in office till the attainment of the retirement age, usually up to the age of 55 or 60 years. They get regular and fixed salaries and are hierarchically organized into higher and lower relationships. For example, IS, IPS, and other such officers. Types of executive on the basis of relation between legislature and executive. On the basis of relation between legislature and executive, types of executive are: types of executive. Union executive in Indian Constitution. The union executive consists of the president, the vice president, the prime minister with his council of ministers, and the attorney general. Articles 52 to 78 and Part 5, Chapter 1 of the Constitution deal with the union executive. President. According to Articles 52, the executive power of the government of India is vested in the President of India, who is both the formal head of the state and the symbol of the nation. The Constitution of India, however, bestows authority and dignity on the office of the president without providing adequate powers to rule. The president performs essentially a ceremonial role. The president carries out the actual functions of the government only with the aid and advice of the prime minister. The Constitution has made detailed provisions to see that the president, the head of the state, is a ceremonial head and that he does not arrogate to himself any real power. Qualifications of president. Articles 58 and 59 of the Constitution of India lay down the qualifications for the office of the President of India. A candidate for the office of the president should be a citizen of India, must have completed 35 years of age, and possess other qualifications which are necessary to become a member of the Lok Sabha. He/she should not hold any office of profit under the union, state, or local governments at the time of his election, nor should he/she be a member of either House of Parliament or state legislature. The candidate should possess such other qualifications as may be prescribed by the Parliament from time to time. Process of election of president. Article 55 deals with the method of the president's election. The president is elected by proportional representation with single transferable vote system. Proportional representation means that in order to get elected, the candidate must get a fixed quota of votes. The number of votes needed to win is one more than 50% of valid votes. Under the single transferable vote system, an elector can indicate more than one preference on his ballot paper. The nomination of a candidate for the post of president has to be proposed by 50 members and seconded by another 50 members of the Electoral College. Every candidate has to make a security deposit of T15,000 in Reserve Bank of India. The security deposit is liable to be forfeited in case the candidate fails to secure L/6th of the votes polled. The number of votes which each elected member of the Legislative Assembly of each state and the Parliament is entitled to cast at such election shall be determined in the following manner. Every elected member of the Legislative Assembly of a state shall have as many votes as there are multiples of 1,000 in the quotient obtained by dividing the population of the state by the total number of the elected members of the assembly. Value of vote of an MLA. It shows that the value of votes of of each MLA from 2 different states is not same. Value of the vote of MLA total population of state 1 total number of elected members in 1000. The state legislative assembly. Every elected member of either house of parliament shall have such number of votes as may be obtained by dividing the total number of votes assigned to members of the legislative assemblies of the states by the total number of the elected members of both the houses of parliament. Value of vote of an MP. It shows that total value of votes of MPs of Lok Sabha is more than the total value of votes of MPs of Rajya Sabha. This can be expressed as value of the vote of an MP. Total value of votes of all MLAs of all states. Total number of elected members of parliament. Then the quota of votes a candidate needs to win the elections is determined in the following manner. Total number of valid votes polled. Electoral quota equals +1 plus 1 is equal to 2. Eligibility for re-election. Article 57 deals with the eligibility for re-election, i.e., a person who holds or who has held office as president shall, subject to the other provisions of this constitution, be eligible for re-election to that office. Disputes relating to election of president. Article 71 deals with matters relating to the election of president, i.e., all doubts and disputes arising in connection with the election of a president or vice president shall be required into and decided by the Supreme Court, whose decision shall be final. Oath or affirmation by the president. According to Article 60, the oath of office to the president is administered by the Chief Justice of India and, in his absence, the senior most judge of the Supreme Court. Available. In his oath/affirmation, the president swears to faithfully execute the office, to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution and the law, to devote himself to the service and well-being of the people of India. Salary and emoluments. The salary and other perks are decided through the President's Emoluments and Pension Act, 1951. This act has been amended from time to time to review the salary. The first clause of this act says that the president will get emoluments of 5 lakh per month. Term of office and removal of the president. The tenure of the office of the President of India is 5 years. Her term commences from the date on which she assumes office after taking an oath administered by the Chief Justice of India. Articles 56 and 61 deal with the procedure for impeaching the President of India for violation of the Constitution of India. The process of impeachment can be initiated in either House of Parliament and must be passed by not less than 2/3 of the total membership of the House in which it has been moved. If the other House investigates the charge and 2/3 majority of that House find him guilty, the President stands impeached from the office from the date of passing of the resolution. Thus, the procedure of removal of the President is difficult and has been made so as to prevent misuse of this power by the Parliament. Till date, no President of India has been impeached. Impeachment of the President. Articles 56, 1b, and 61 provide for the impeachment of the President. The process of removal of the President is made difficult keeping in mind the dignity of the post. The President can be impeached on the grounds of violation of the Constitution and has to be informed in writing 14 days in advance about the intention to initiate impeachment proceedings. The impeachment motion can be brought about in the form of resolution in either House of the Parliament. The resolution has to be signed by 1/4 of the total number of members of the House. After the impeachment motion is passed by a majority of 2/3 of the total membership of that House, it is sent to the other House, which should investigate the charges. The President can present his case or defend himself during the investigation of impeachment charges. If the charges are proved and the motion is passed by a 2/3 majority in the second chamber also, the President is considered removed from that time and day. Impeachment of the President is a quasi-judicial procedure in Parliament. In this context, following 2 things are important. Nominated members of either House of Parliament can participate in the impeachment of the President, though they do not participate in his elections. The elected members of the legislative assemblies of state and union territories of Delhi and Puducherry do not participate in the impeachment of the President, though they participate in his election. Powers of the President. Article 53 deals with the executive powers of the President of India. The powers of the President are divided into 2 types: ordinary and emergency powers. The ordinary powers of the President can be defined as executive, legislative, financial, and judicial powers. Executive powers. The executive powers of the Union are vested in the President. Article 53 confers all executive powers in him and empowers him to exercise these powers directly by himself or through officers subordinate to him. Article 75 requires the Prime Minister to communicate to the President regarding all decisions of the Union. Council of Ministers. Article 77 holds that all executive powers of the Union government shall be exercised in the name of the President. Appointment made by of the President. The President has the power of appointment and removal of high dignitaries of the state. The President appoints the Prime Minister and the Council of Ministers, the Attorney General, the Justices of the Supreme Court and High Courts, members of special commissions, such as the Union Public Service Commission and the Election Commission, and the governors of states. The President is the supreme commander of the armed forces. As such, the President makes appointments with the chiefs of the Army, the Navy, and the Air Force. The President can declare war and make peace. In her capacity as head of state, the President conducts the country's foreign affairs. The President appoints India's ambassadors and high commissioners in other countries, and the President receives foreign ambassadors and high commissioners. All diplomatic work is conducted in his or her name by the Foreign Office and Indian envoys abroad, and all international treaties are negotiated and concluded in his or her name. Legislative powers. Under Article 79, the President, being an integral part of Parliament, enjoys many legislative powers, such as the President summons and prorogues, postpone the session, the Houses of Parliament. He may summon the parliament at least twice a year, and the gap between two sessions cannot be more than 6 months. The president nominates 12 members to Rajya Sabha from amongst persons having special knowledge in the field of literature, science, art, and social service. The president can call a joint sitting of the two houses of parliament in case of a disagreement between Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha on a non-money bill. The president has the right to address and send messages to parliament. The president addresses both houses of parliament jointly at the first session after every general election, as well as the commencement of the first session every year. The president may promulgate an ordinance when the parliament is not in session. The ordinance so issued has the force of law. The ordinance so promulgated should be laid before both houses of parliament when they reassemble. The ordinance so promulgated should be laid before both houses of parliament when they reassemble. Power regarding bill. A bill passed by the parliament can become an act only if it receives the assent of the president. When such a bill is presented to the president for his assent, he has 3 options under Article 111 of the Constitution. 1. He may give his assent to the bill. 2. He may withhold his assent to the bill. 3. He may return the bill if it is not a money bill. 4. Reconsideration of the parliament. However, if bill is passed again by the parliament, with or without amendments and again presented to the president, he must give his assent to the bill. Veto power of president. The veto power enjoyed by the president regarding the bills passed by parliament are: 1. Absolute veto. When president withhold his assent to a bill passed by the parliament, the bill ends and does not become an act. This is called absolute veto. Usually, it is exercised with respect to private members' bill. It is also exercised with respect to the government bills when the cabinet regions after the passage of bills but before the assent by the president, and the new cabinet advises the president not to give his assent to such bills. In 1954, President Dr. Rajendra Prasad withheld his assent to PASU bill. Again in 1991, President R. Venkataraman withheld his assent to salary, allowances, and pension of members of parliament amendment bill. Power to make ordinances. Article 123(1) gives ordinance making power to the president. The president may promulgate ordinances on all those matters with respect to which parliament is competent to make laws. He can promulgate ordinance only when both the houses of parliament are not in session, or when either house of parliament is not in session. He can make ordinance only when he is satisfied that the existing circumstances need to take immediate action only on those subjects on which parliament can make law. It ceases to operate at the expiry of 6 weeks from the re-assembly of the parliament. Ordinances issued by the president can modify or repeal an act of parliament or any other ordinance. However, it cannot be used to amend the constitution, or to abridge, or to take away any fundamental right. 2. Suspensive veto. President can return any bill, except money bill, for reconsideration of parliament. However, if the bill is passed again by the parliament, with or without amendment and again presented to the president, it is obligatory for the president to give his assent to the bill. 3. Pocket veto. The president can exercise their veto power as the Constitution does not prescribe any time limit within which he has to take the decision with respect to bill presented to him for his assent. In this case, the president neither ratifies nor rejects nor returns the bill, but simply keeps the bill pending for an indefinite period. Pocket veto was first exercised by President Gianni Zail Singh in 1986 with respect to the Indian Post Office Amendment Bill. The 24th Constitutional Amendment Act of 1971 made it obligatory for the president to give his assent to a constitutional amendment bill. Financial powers. According to Article 112, all money bills are introduced in the Lok Sabha only with the prior approval of the president. Money bills are never returned for reconsiderations. The president appoints the Finance Commission after every 5 years. It makes recommendations to the president on some specific financial matters, especially the distribution of central taxes between the union and the states. The president also receives the reports of the Comptroller and Auditor General of India and has it laid in the parliament. Judicial powers. The president appoints the Chief Justice and other judges of the Supreme Court and High Courts. He dismisses the judges if and only if the two houses of the parliament pass resolutions to that effect by 2/3 majority of the members present for proved misbehavior and incapacity. He can also seek advice from the Supreme Court on any question of law or fact. Article 143. However, the advice tendered by the Supreme Court is not binding on the president. Pardoning power. Article 72 confers on the president power to grant pardons, reprieves, respites, or remission of punishment, or to commute the sentence of any person convicted of an offense. The president is empowered to grant pardons to the convicted citizens of India. The pardoning power of the president includes the following. Pardon completely absolves the guilt of the offender. Reprieve it is stay of death sentence or life imprisonment pending on the appeal of pardon or commutation. Respite awarding a lesser sentence on special ground, e.g. pregnancy of a woman offender. Remission it means reduction of the amount of sentence without changing the nature of punishment, e.g. 7 years of frigorous imprisonment is reduced to 3 years of frigorous imprisonment. Commutation substitution of one form of punishment for another from death sentence to life imprisonment. The president, while using this power, does not act as a court of appeal. The object of granting such power to the president is to keep the door open for correcting any judicial error and to provide relief from a sentence which the president considers unduly harsh. The Supreme Court has examined the pardoning power of the president and has laid down the following principles. The petitioner has no right for an oral hearing by president. The president can examine the evidence afresh, taking a view different from the court's. President exercises this power on the advice of the Union Cabinet. President is not bound to give reasons for his order. The pardoning power of president is not subject to judicial review except where the decision is arbitrary, irrational, irrational, malified, or discriminating. If one petition of mercy is rejected, stay cannot be obtained by filing another petition on the same subject. Diplomatic powers. The President appoints ambassadors and diplomatic representatives of India to foreign countries and missions and receives credentials of foreign diplomats. All treaties and agreements with foreign states are entered in the name of the President. He also has the right to negotiate treaties and conventions with other countries without the intervention of the Union Parliament, except in cases where the execution of a treaty requires legislation. Approval. Military powers. Article 53(2). The President is declared to be the supreme commander of the defense forces of the country. In the exercise of this power, it is the President who can declare war against a country and to make peace. Emergency powers. The President is empowered to declare three types of emergencies: national emergency arising out of war, external aggression, or armed rebellion. Article 352. The President can make a proclamation of national emergency at any time if he is assured that the security of any part of India is threatened by war, external aggression, or armed rebellion. It must be accepted within 1 month by both the Houses of Parliament by 2/3 of the members present and voting. Emergency arising due to the breakdown of the constitutional machinery in the states. Article 356. The proclamation of this type of emergency, popularly called as President Rule, can remain in force for a period of 6 months. By the 44th Amendment, the Parliament can extend the duration of the state emergency. By the 44th Amendment, the Parliament can extend the duration of the state emergency for a period of 6 months at one instance. Ordinarily, the total period of such an emergency cannot exceed 1 year unless there is a national emergency in force. However, the total period of state emergency cannot go beyond 3 years. Financial emergency. Article 360. It states that if the President is satisfied that a situation has arisen where the financial stability or credit of India or any part of the country is threatened, he may declare a financial emergency. Like the national emergency, such a proclamation has to be laid before the Parliament for its approval. Declaration of emergency in India. Under Article 352, 3 times emergency was declared in India: in 1962, due to Chinese invasion in India; in 1971, due to Pakistan invasion in India; in 1975, due to internal disturbance in India under Indira Gandhi government. Discretionary powers. The President has a right to be informed of all important matters and deliberations of the Council of Ministers. The Prime Minister is obliged to furnish all the information that the President may call for. The President often writes to Prime Minister and expresses his view on matters confronting the country. Under the following circumstances, he cannot act on his discretion: in appointing the Prime Minister from among the contenders when no single party attains majority after elections to the Lok Sabha. A Council of Ministers is voted out and after resigning, advises the President to dissolve the Lok Sabha and hold fresh elections, or resigns and advises so without being voted out. The President is expected to exercise his discretion in such circumstances as much of the Lok Sabha's life may still be intact and it is worthwhile to explore the possibility of forming an alternative government. The President can refer a decision of an individual minister for the collective consideration of Council of Ministers. When the Houses of the Parliament do not meet regularly, the President may act in his discretion and summon both the Houses of the Parliament while exercising a pocket veto. He can return the advice of the Council of Ministers once for its reconsideration. He can return the bill passed by the Parliament once for its reconsideration. Asterisk as on April 2022. Presidents of India. Name tenure from 2 important facts. Dr. Rajendra Prasad, January 26, 1950 to May 13, 1962, first president, and also had the longest tenure, 12 years. Drive S. Radhakrishnan, May 13, 1962 to May 13, 1967, was also the first vice president of India. Dr. Zakir Hussain, May 13, 1967 to March 5, 1969, shortest tenure, first Muslim president, first president to die in harness. V.V., vice president, March 5, 1969 to July 20, 1969, first acting president of India. Justice M. Hidayatullah, July 20, 1969 to August 24, 1969, was also the Chief Justice of India and second acting president. V.V. Giri, 24.08.1969-24.08.1974. F. Ali Ahmed, August 24, 1974 to November 2, 1977, died in office. B.D. Juddi, November 2, 1977 to July 25, 1977, acting president. N. Sanjeeva Reddy, July 25, 1977 to July 25, 1982, youngest president, 64 years. Gianni Zail Singh, July 25, 1982 to July 25, 1987, first Sikh president. R. Venkataraman, July 25, 1987 to July 25, 1992, oldest president, 76 years. Dr. S. D. Sharma, 25.07.1992-25.07.1997. K. R. Narayanan, July 25, 1997 to July 25, 2002, first Dalit president. Dr. A.P.J. Abdul Kalam, July 25, 2002 to July 25, 2007, first scientist to become president. Mrs. Pratibha Patil, July 25, 2007 to July 25, 2012, first woman to become president. Pranab Mukherjee, 25.07.2012, July 2017. Ramnath Kovind, 25.07.2017, till date second Dalit president. Constitutional position of the president. President enjoys formidable powers, but he can exercise his powers only on the aid and advice of the Council of Ministers, headed by the Prime Minister. The Constitutional 42nd Amendment Act has made it obligatory mandatory for the President to act only on the advice of the Council of Ministers. The President cannot act independently. In the Constituent Assembly, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar had rightly said, the President occupies the same position as the King in the British Constitution. But in reality, the President of India is not a mere rubber stamp. The Constitution lays down that the President has to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution. Vice President. Article 63 of the Constitution provides for the Vice President of India. The Vice President is the second most important constitutional functionary of the Union. This office is modeled on the lines of the American Vice President. Election of the Vice President. The Vice President shall be elected by the members of an electoral college consisting of the members of both houses of Parliament in accordance with the system of proportional representation by means of the single transferable vote, and the voting at such election shall be held by secret ballot as per Article 66. 1. The Vice President shall not be a member of either House of Parliament or of a House of the Legislature of any state, and if a member of either House of Parliament or of a House of the Legislature of any state be elected Vice President, he shall be deemed to have vacated his seat in that House on the date on which he enters his office as Vice President as per Article 66. 2. Both the nominated and elected members participate in the election. The members of the state legislative assemblies do not participate in the election. All disputes and doubts arising out of or in connection with the election of the Vice President shall be inquired into and decided by the Supreme Court, whose decision is final. Qualifications. A person cannot be elected as Vice President unless he/she is a citizen of India, has completed the age of 35 years, is qualified for election as a member of the Council of States Rajya Sabha. He should not hold any office of profit. Further, the nomination of a candidate for election to the office of Vice President must be subscribed by at least 20 electors as proposers and 20 electors as seconders. Every candidate has to make a security deposit of T15,000 in the Reserve Bank of India. For the purposes of this article, a person shall not be deemed to hold any office of profit by reason only that he is the President or Vice President of the Union or the Governor of any state, or is a minister either for the Union or for any state. Tenure of Vice President. The Vice President shall hold office for a term of 5 years from the date on which he enters upon his office. He may, by writing under his hand addressed to the President, resign from his office. He may also be removed from his office by a resolution of the Council of States passed by a majority of all the then members of the Council, called as absolute majority, and agreed to by the House of the People. But no resolution for the purpose of this clause shall be moved, unless at least 14 days' notice has been given of the intention to move the resolution. Oath/affirmation by the Vice President. The oath of office to the Vice President is administered by the President or some person appointed on that behalf by him. In his oath, the Vice President swears to bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of India and to faithfully discharge the duties of his office. Emoluments. The Vice President derives his salary as the ex officio chairman of the Rajya Sabha, which is currently 4 lakh per month. During the period he acts as the President, he receives the salary and allowances of that of President. Vacancy in office. A vacancy in the Vice President's office may arise due to expiry of term, resignation, removal, death, or otherwise. The Vice President can be removed by a resolution of the Rajya Sabha passed by an absolute majority. If vacancy is due to the expiry of the term, then elections should be held before the term of the incumbent Vice President expires. But if the vacancy is due to death, resignation, or removal, then elections to fill the vacancy should be held at the earliest. Powers and functions of the Vice President. The Vice President has the following powers and functions. The Vice President is the ex officio chairman of Rajya Sabha, which means that whosoever is the Vice President, she presides over the Rajya Sabha and performs normal duties of a presiding officer. As a presiding officer, Vice President looks after maintenance of order in the House, allowing members to speak and ask questions and putting bills and motions to vote. Since the Vice President is not a member of the Rajya Sabha, she cannot vote in the House. But in case of a tie of votes, the Vice President exercises her casting vote so that a decision can be reached. If there is a vacancy in the office of President due to death, resignation, or impeachment, the Vice President officiates as the President for not more than 6 months. During that period, he enjoys all powers of the President and does not preside over the House when he officiates as President. If the President is temporarily unable to discharge her functions, the Vice President may be called upon to discharge her functions without becoming officiating President. Acting Presidents of India. W. Giri became acting President of India in the year 1969. At the time of the death of Zakir Hussain, B.D. Jatti became acting President of India in 1977. At the time of the death of Fakhruddin Ali Ahmed, decision on issues related to the election of President and Vice President. Under Article 71(1), all the issues related to the election of President and Vice President comes under the Supreme Court, whose decision is final. Vice Presidents of India. Vice President's tenure. Dr. Sarvapalli Radhakrishnan 1952–1962, Dr. Zakir Hussain 1962–1967, V. Giri 1967–1969, Gopal Swamputtuk 1969–1974, B.D. Juddy 1974–1979, Justice Muhammad Hidayatullah 1979–1984, R. Venkataraman 1984–1987, Dr. S.D. Sharma 1987–1992, K.R. Narayanan 1992–1997, Krishan Kant died 1997–2002, Baran Singh Shekhau 2002–2007, Muhammad Hamid Ansari 2007–2017, Mupavarapu Venkaiah Naidu 2007 2017 till date. Asterisk as on April 2022. Prime Minister. The President is the nominal executive authority, de jure executive, and Prime Minister is the real executive authority, de facto executive, in the scheme of the parliamentary system of government provided by the Constitution. In other words, the President is the head of the state while the Prime Minister is the head of the government. Prime Minister is the leader of the cabinet ministers. The Prime Minister is appointed by the President. He invites the leader of the party and majority in the Lok Sabha, or a person who is in a position to own the confidence of the majority in the House. The Prime Minister holds office during the pleasure of the President. The pleasure of the President is related to the unwavering majority support which a Prime Minister receives in the Lok Sabha. Eligibility criteria to be Prime Minister. To become a Prime Minister of India, one has to be a citizen of India, a member of either Rajya Sabha or Lok Sabha. He should have completed his 30 years if he is a member of Rajya Sabha, or can be 25 years of age if he is a member of the Lok Sabha. A person cannot be the Prime Minister of India if he holds any office of profit under the government of India, the government of any state, or any local or other authority subject to the control of any of the said governments. Appointment of Prime Minister. The Constitution does not contain any specific procedure for the selection and appointment of the Prime Minister. Article 75. Only that the Prime Minister shall be appointed by the President. However, this does not imply that the President is free to appoint anyone as the Prime Minister. Following the conventions of the parliamentary system of government, the President has to appoint the leader of the majority party in the Lok Sabha as the Prime Minister. Role of President in the appointment of Prime Minister. When no party has a clear majority in the Lok Sabha, then the President may exercise his discretion in the selection and appointment of the Prime Minister. In such a situation, the President usually appoints the leader of the largest party or coalition in the Lok Sabha as the Prime Minister and asks him to seek a vote of confidence in the House within a month. A member of either the Lok Sabha or the Rajya Sabha can be appointed as the Prime Minister. If he is not a member of either house of the Parliament, then he has to be elected to either house within 6 months of his appointment. As the Prime Minister, he is the leader of the house of which he is a member. Oath, term, and salary. The President administers to Prime Minister the oaths and affirmations of office and secrecy. The Prime Minister swears to bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of India and also to uphold the sovereignty and integrity of India. He also swears to faithfully discharge the duties of his office and do right to all people without fear, favor, affection, or ill will. The Prime Minister holds office till the pleasure of the President, but the President cannot dismiss him as long as he enjoys the majority in the Lok Sabha. But if he loses the confidence of the Lok Sabha, he must resign or the President dismisses him. The salary and allowances of the Prime Minister are determined by the Parliament from time to time. He gets the salary and allowances as a member of Parliament. Presently, he gets 1.6 lakh per month as a salary. Powers and functions of the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister plays a very significant and highly crucial role in the politico-administrative system of the country. Dr. B.R. Ambedkar stated, if any functionary under our Constitution is to be compared with the U.S. President, he is the Prime Minister and not the President of the Union. Powers and functions of the Prime Minister are stated in the points below. Powers with reference to Council of Ministers. He recommends persons who can be appointed as ministers by the President. The President can appoint only those persons as ministers who are recommended by the Prime Minister. He allocates and reshuffles various portfolios among the ministers. He can ask a minister to resign or advise the President to dismiss him in case of a difference of opinion. He presides over the meeting of the Council of Ministers and influences its decisions. He guides, directs, controls, and coordinates the activities of all the ministers. Powers in relation to the President. He is the principal channel of communication between the President and the Council of Ministers. He furnishes such information relating to the administration of the affairs of the Union and proposals for legislation as the President may call for. He advises the President concerning the appointment of important officials like the Attorney General of India, the Comptroller and Auditor General of India, the Chairman and members of the UPSC, the election commissioners, the Chairman and the members of the Finance Commission. Powers in reference to Parliament. The Prime Minister is the leader of the lower house. In this capacity, he advises the President about summoning and proroguing of the sessions of the Parliament. He can recommend the dissolution of the Lok Sabha to President at any time. He announces government policies on the floor of the House. He is the Chairman of the Planning Commission, now Niti Aayog, National Development Council, National Integration Council, Interstate Council, and National Water Resources Council. He plays a significant role in shaping the foreign policy of the country. He is the crisis manager-in-chief at the political level during emergencies. As a leader of the nation, he meets various sections of people in different states and receives memoranda from them regarding their problems. Prime Ministers of India. Name tenure from 2 important facts. Jawaharlal Nehru, August 15, 1947, May 27, 1964, first Prime Minister of India, died in office. Also had the longest tenure, 17 years. Gulzari Lal Nanda, May 27, 1964, September 6, 1964, first acting Prime Minister. Lal Bahadur Shastri, September 6, 1964, November 1, 1966, only Prime Minister to die abroad during an official tour. Gulzari Lal Nanda, November 1, 1966, January 24, 1966, first to become acting Prime Minister twice. Indira Gandhi, January 24, 1966, March 24, 1977, first woman Prime Minister of India, first Prime Minister to lose an election, first member of Rajya Sabha who became PM. Morarji Desai, March 24, 1977, July 28, 1979, oldest Prime Minister, 81 years, and the the first to resign from office. First Chief Minister who became PM. Charan Singh, July 28, 1979, January 14, 1980. Only Prime Minister who did not face the Parliament. Also Chief Minister. Asterisk as on April 2022. Name tenure from to important facts. Indira Gandhi, January 14, 1980, October 31, 1984. First Prime Minister to be assassinated. Rajiv Gandhi, October 31, 1984, January 12, 1989. Youngest Prime Minister, 40 years. VP Singh, December 21, 1989, October 1, 1990. First Prime Minister to step down after vote of no confidence. Also Chief Minister. Chandra Shekhar Azad, October 1, 1990, 21-06-1991. PV Narasimha Rao, June 21, 1991, May 16, 1996. First Prime Minister from Southern India. Also Chief Minister. Atal Bihari Vajpayee, May 16, 1996, January 6, 1996. Shortest tenure OFA Prime Minister. H.D. Deve Gowda, January 6, 1996, April 20, 1997. Member of Rajya Sabha. Also Chief Minister I.K. Gujral, April 21, 1997, 19-03-1998. Atal Bihari Vajpayee, March 19, 1998, 13-10-1999. Atal Bihari Vajpayee, October 13, 1999, 22-05-2004. Dr. Manmohan Singh, May 22, 2004, May 26, 2014. First Sikh Prime Minister, member of Rajya Sabha, longest tenure after Jawaharlal Nehru. Narendra Modi, May 26, 2014, May 30, 2019. First PM born after independence. Also served as Chief Minister, May 30, 2019 till date. Deputy Prime Minister. There is no mention of Deputy Prime Minister in the Constitution. Deputy Prime Minister is appointed mostly due to political reasons. Sardar Patel acted as the first Deputy Prime Minister in Nehru's time. L.K. Advani acted as Deputy Prime Minister during Atal Bihari Vajpayee's time, etc. List of Deputy Prime Ministers of India. Deputy Prime Minister tenure. Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel 1947 to 1950. Morarji Desai 1967 to 1969. Charan Singh and Jajivan Ram jointly 1979 to 1980. Y.B. Shivan 1979 to 1980. Devilal 1989 to 1991. L.K. Advani 2002 to 2004. Council of Ministers. The Indian parliamentary form of government is characterized by the presence of Council of Ministers, headed by the Prime Minister, which acts as the real executive authority. The Prime Minister allocates ranks and portfolio to the ministers. Depending upon the seniority and political importance, the ministers are given the ranks of Cabinet Minister, Minister of State, or Deputy Minister. As per 91st Amendment Act of 2003, the total number of minister, including the Prime Minister in the Council of Ministers, shall not exceed 15% of the total strength of the Lok Sabha. As per Article 74, the President has the Council of Ministers headed by the Prime Minister, which shall aid the President in the exercise of the President's function. However, there is a slight ambiguity whether the advices of Council of Ministers is binding on the President. The 42nd Amendment Act, 1976, amended Article 74, which introduced the condition that the President shall act according to such advice. The 44th Amendment Act, 1978, further amended Article 74 and introduced a provision which states that President may seek the advice of Council of Ministers for their reconsideration, with or without suggestions. The President shall be bound by the advice given by the Council of Ministers after such reconsideration by the Council of Ministers. Powers and functions of Council of Ministers. The Ministers of State hold independent charge of individual ministries and perform the same functions and exercise the same powers as a Cabinet Minister. The only difference between a Minister of State and a Cabinet Minister is that she is not a member of the Cabinet, but attends Cabinet meetings only when specially invited to do so in connection with the subject that she is given charge of. There are other Ministers of State who work directly under Cabinet Ministers. At the bottom of the hierarchy are the Deputy Ministers who do not have specific administrative responsibilities. Their duties are answering the questions in Parliament on behalf of the ministers concerned and helping to pilot bills, explaining policies and programs to the general public, and maintaining liaison with members of Parliament, political parties, and the press, and undertaking special study or investigation of particular problems which may be executively assigned to them by the particular minister. Appointment of ministers. The Prime Minister is appointed by the President, and the Prime Minister advises the President on the appointment of other ministers. The members of Parliament are usually appointed as ministers, but a non-member of Parliament can also be appointed as a minister provided he gets elected within 6 months of appointment as minister. Oath and salary of ministers. The President administers the oath of office and secrecy to a minister. The minister swears to bear faith and allegiance to the Constitution of India, uphold the integrity and sovereignty of India, and to faithfully and consciously discharge the duties of office. The salaries and allowances of ministers are determined by the Parliament from time to time. The ministers get salary equivalent to that of a member of Parliament (MP). Responsibilities of ministers. Collective and individual responsibilities of Council of Ministers are as follows. Collective responsibilities. The Council of Ministers is collectively responsible to the lower house of the Parliament. Article 75. They work as a team and swim and sink together. If a vote of no confidence is passed in Parliament, the government is responsible collectively, and thus the entire government resigns. The consequence will be that a new government will be formed or Parliament will dissolve and a general election action will be called. Cabinet collective responsibility is not the same as individual ministerial responsibility, which states that ministers are responsible and therefore culpable or accountable for the running of their departments. Also, the cabinet decisions bind all cabinet ministers. Individual responsibilities. The principle of individual responsibility is enshrined in Article 75. The article provides that the ministers hold office till the pleasure of the president, which means that the president can remove the ministers, even though they enjoy the confidence of the Lok Sabha. Composition of the Council of Ministers. There are three categories of ministers, namely cabinet ministers, ministers of state, and deputy ministers. There is an informal body called the kitchen cabinet or inner cabinet consisting of the prime minister and other influential colleagues. Union cabinet minister. They head important ministries of the central government like defense, home, external affairs, etc. A cabinet minister may also hold additional charges of other ministries where no other cabinet minister is appointed. Minister of state. The minister of state can either be given independent charge of ministries/departments or can be attached to cabinet ministers. Hence, they work under the supervision and direction of the cabinet ministers. Deputy ministers. Deputy ministers are not given independent charge of ministries/departments. They are attached to other types of ministers to help in their administrative and political duties. Council of Ministers versus Cabinet. Council of Ministers Cabinet. It is a wider body consisting of 60 to 70 ministers. It is a smaller body consisting of 15 to 20 ministers. It includes all the three categories of ministers, i.e. cabinet ministers, ministers of state, and deputy ministers. It includes the cabinet ministers only. Thus, it is a part of the Council of Ministers. It does not meet, as a body, to transact government business. It has no collective functions. It meets as a body frequently and usually once in a week to deliberate and take decisions regarding the transaction of the government business. Thus, it has collective functions. It is vested with all powers, but in theory, it exercises, in practice, the power of the Council of Ministers and thus acts for the latter. Its functions are determined by the cabinet. It directs the Council of Ministers by taking policy decisions, which are binding on all ministers. It implements the decisions taken by the cabinet. It supervises the implementation of its decisions by the Council of Ministers. Attorney General. The Attorney General for India is appointed by the President of India under Article 76 of the Constitution and holds the office during the pleasure of the President. She must be a person qualified to be appointed as a judge of the Supreme Court. The term of office of the Attorney General is not fixed by the Constitution. Further, the Constitution does not contain the procedure and grounds for his or her removal. She may quit her office by submitting his or her resignation to the President. Also, the remuneration of the Attorney General is not fixed by the Constitution. Duties and functions of the Attorney General. As the Chief Law Officer of the Government of India, the duties of the Attorney General are as follows: to give advice to the Government of India upon such legal matters which are referred to him by the President, to perform such other duties of a legal character that are assigned to him, her, by the President, to discharge the functions conferred on him or her by the Constitution or any other law. Accordingly, the President has assigned the following duties to the Attorney General: to appear on the behalf of the Government of India in all cases in the Supreme Court in which the Government of India is concerned, to represent the Government of India in any reference made by the President to Supreme Court. Under Article 143 of the Constitution, power of President to consult Supreme Court, to appear, when required by the Government of India, in any High Court in any case in which the Government of India is concerned. Central administration, structure, and working. The Cabinet, composed of the senior-most ministers, whose responsibilities transcended departmental boundaries into the entire field of administration, is a smaller body and the most powerful body in the government. The Cabinet meets regularly as it is a decision-making body. It is assisted by the Cabinet Secretariat, headed by a senior member of the civil services, the Cabinet Secretary. To manage the volumes and complexities of work that comes before it, the Cabinet members have developed standing and ad hoc committees. Union legislature. Sources: Class 7 Old NCERT Chap 6, Lawmaking Institutions. Class 7 Old NCERT Chap 7, Our Parliament in Action. Class 8 New NCERT Chap 3, Why Do We Need a Parliament? Chap 4, Understanding Laws. Chap 10, Law and Social Justice. Class 9 New NCERT Chap 4, Working of Institution. Class 9 and X Old NCERT Chap 6, Our Government at the Center. Class 11 New NCERT Chap 5, Legislature, Center. Class 11 Old NCERT Chap 2, Features of Legislature. Chap 3, Legislature of India. Chap 4, Legislative and Financial Processes at Center and State Level. Legislature. Legislature is the institution that makes legal rules for the general application. The rules are made by members of the legislature on behalf of the people who elect them through general elections. The Parliament of India is the supreme representative authority of the people. In India, central legislature is known as the Parliament. It is known as Congress in United States, Diet in Japan, etc. Constitutional provision for the Indian legislature. Articles 79 to 122 of Part 5 of the Indian Constitution deal with constitution, structure, tenure, appointment of ministers, powers, and immunities of the legislature. Parliamentary system is also known as Westminster Model. The Indian Council Act of 1861 introduced non-official members in the Executive Council and allowed them to participate in the transaction of legislative business. The Legislative Council was neither deliberative nor representative. Indian Councils Act of 1892 empowered the Council to discuss the budget and address questions to the Executive. Indian Councils Act of 1909 for the first time introduced both representatives as well as popular features. The Government of India Act of 1919 brought further legislative reforms in the form of responsible responsible government. In the provinces, at the center, the legislature was made bicameral and an elected majority was introduced in both the houses. The Government of India Act of 1935 contemplated a federation consisting of British Indian provinces and native states. It demarcated legislative power of the center and the provinces through three lists: the central list, the provincial list, and the concurrent list. The Indian Independence Act of 1947 gave the legislature of the Indian Dominion full legislative sovereignty. Functions and powers of Parliament. The functions and powers of the Indian Parliament can be divided into legislative, executive, financial, and other categories. Legislative functions and powers. Parliament is a lawmaking body. There are three lists, namely Union List, State List, and the concurrent list. Only Parliament can make laws on the subjects mentioned in the Union List. Along with the state legislatures, the Parliament is empowered to make laws on the concurrent list. In case both the center as well as the states make a law on the subject mentioned in the concurrent list, then the central law prevails upon the state law if there is a clash between the two. Any subject not mentioned in any list, i.e. residuary powers, are vested with the Parliament. Financial functions and powers. Parliament enjoys the supreme authority in financial matters. The executive cannot spend any money without Parliament's approval. No tax can be imposed without the authority of law. According to Article 112 of the Indian Constitution, the union budget of a year is referred to as the annual financial statement. The government places the budget before the Parliament for approval. The budget goes through 6 stages: presentation of budget, general discussion, scrutiny by departmental committees, voting on demands for grants, passing of the appropriation bill, and passing of the finance bill. The passage of the budget means that the Parliament has legalized the receipts and expenditures of the government. The Public Accounts Committee and the Estimates Committee keep a watch on the spending of the government. These committees scrutinize the account and bring out the cases of irregular, unauthorized, or improper usage in public expenditure. The financial powers of the Parliament are really exercised by the Lok Sabha. The money bill can be introduced only in the Lok Sabha. After getting passed, a money bill goes to the Rajya Sabha, which cannot be delayed for more than 14 days. Parliament exerts budgetary as well as post-budgetary control on the government. If the government fails to spend the granted money in a financial year, the remaining balance is sent back to the Consolidated Fund of India. This is known as the rule of lapse. Power to control the executive. The Council of Ministers is directly responsible to the Parliament for all its decisions and policies. Members of Parliament can put questions and supplementary questions to the ministers for getting information regarding the working of the administration. Parliament exerts control over the executive through procedural devices such as question hour, 0 hours, calling attention motion, adjournment motion, half-an-hour discussion, etc. Members of different political parties are elected/nominated to the parliamentary committees. Through these committees, the Parliament controls the government. The defeat of a government bill or decision in the Lok Sabha is taken as a loss of confidence by the Council of Ministers and it resigns. Judicial powers and functions. It has the power to impeach the President, the Vice President, the judges of the Supreme Court and the High Court. It can also punish its members or outsiders for the breach of privilege or its contempt. Electoral functions. The elected members of the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha form one part of the Electoral College which elects the President. All the members of the Parliament participate in the election of the Vice President. The members of the Lok Sabha elect 2 of their members as the Speaker and Deputy Speaker. The members of the Rajya Sabha elect their own Deputy Chairman. Members of various parliamentary committees are also elected. Power to amend the Constitution. The Union Parliament enjoys the power to amend the Constitution in accordance with the provisions of Article 368. A bill for amending the Constitution can be introduced in either house of the Parliament. The Constitution can be amended by the Union Parliament by passing an amendment bill by a February 3rd RD. Majority of members in each house. However, the amendment for certain specific subjects in the Constitution can only become an act when it gets ratified by at least 1/2 of all the state legislatures. Structure of Parliament. According to Article 79, the Parliament of India consists of the President and the 2 houses, namely the lower house or Lok Sabha, House of the People, and the upper house or Rajya Sabha, Council of States. Parliament is also called the Popular House as it represents the people of India. The President is an integral part of the Parliament, though he is not a member of either house. As an integral part of the Parliament, the President has been assigned certain powers and functions. Unicameral and bicameral system of Parliament. Generally, there are 2 types of Parliament, i.e. unicameral and bicameral system. When there are 2 houses, Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, in the Parliament, it is referred to as bicameral. This system is prevalent in India, Britain, America, etc. In some countries, there is only single house of Parliament. Such Parliament are known as unicameral. This system is prevalent in China, Nepal, etc. Rajya Sabha. Rajya Sabha is the body representing states in Indian Union. The elected members of the state's legislative assemblies elect the members of the Rajya Sabha on the basis of proportional representation through the single transferable vote system. Structure of the Rajya Sabha. The Rajya Sabha, or Council of States, consists of not more than 250 members. It is a permanent body as it cannot be dissolved. Out of 250, the President nominates 12 members on the basis of their excellence in literature, science, art, and social service, and the rest are elected. All the states do not send an equal number of members to the Rajya Sabha. Their representation is decided on the basis of the population of respective states. Thus, the bigger state gets bigger representation and the smaller ones have lesser representation. Nominated elected members, 12 members, 238. Nominated elected members, 12 members, 233. Who to choose? Puducherry Jammu and 1. Kashmir. 4. Rajya Sabha. Maximum number of members 250. Actual number of members 245. States Union Territories 234. 4. States Union Territories 225. 8. Delhi. 3. Election procedure in Rajya Sabha. The members of the Rajya Sabha are elected by the elected members of the respective state legislative assembly in accordance with the principle of proportional representation by the means of single transferable vote. Formula for election to Rajya Sabha / strength of legislative assembly / I know of vacancies +1. E.g. Rajasthan Legislative Assembly has a strength of 200. If there are 4 vacancies for Rajya Sabha seats in Rajasthan, then a candidate has to get at least 41 votes to be elected. Qualifications of the member. Member of Rajya Sabha should be a citizen of India and at least 30 years of age. He/she should make an oath or affirmation stating that he will bear true faith and obedience to the Constitution of India. Any Indian citizen can contest the Rajya Sabha elections irrespective of the state in which he resides. Elections are to be conducted through an open voting system. Salary and emoluments of members. According to Article 106, each member of the House gets salary and emoluments as established by law. In this regards, the salary, allowances, and pension of Members of Parliament Act 1954. Tenure of Rajya Sabha. Every member of the Rajya Sabha is elected for a tenure of 6 years. 1/3 of its members retire after every 2 years. They are entitled to contest again for membership. Midterm elections take place to fill vacancies every 2 years. Representation of states in Rajya Sabha. The 4th schedule to the Constitution provides for the allocation of seats to the states and union territories in Rajya Sabha. The allocation of seats is made on the basis of the population of each state. Consequent to the reorganization of states and the formation of new states, the number of elected seats in the Rajya Sabha allotted to states and union territories has changed from time to time since 1952. Officials of Rajya Sabha. Some of officials of Rajya Sabha are as follows. Presiding officers, chairman and deputy chairman. The presiding officers of Rajya Sabha have the responsibility to conduct the proceedings of the House. The Vice President of India is the ex officio chairman of Rajya Sabha according to Article 89(1). Rajya Sabha also chooses from amongst its members a deputy chairman according to Article 89(2). There is also a panel of vice chairmen in Rajya Sabha, the members of which are nominated by the chairman of the Rajya Sabha. In the absence of the chairman and deputy chairman, a member from the panel of vice chairmen presides over the proceedings of the House. Secretary General. The Secretary General is appointed by the chairman of Rajya Sabha and holds a rank equivalent to the highest civil servant of the Union. The Secretary General works with confidentiality, is readily available to the presiding officers for rendering advice on parliamentary matters. The Secretary General is also the administrative head of the Rajya Sabha Secretariat and the custodian of the records of the House. He works under the direction and control of the chairman, Rajya Sabha. Quorum. The quorum for the meetings of Rajya Sabha is L/10th of its members. It means that at least L/10th of the members, 25, of the Rajya Sabha must be present for carrying out the work of the House. Functions and powers of Rajya Sabha. Some of functions and powers of Rajya Sabha are as follows. Legislative powers in the sphere of ordinary lawmaking. The Rajya Sabha enjoys equal powers with the Lok Sabha. An ordinary bill can be introduced in the Rajya Sabha and it cannot become a law unless passed by it. Financial powers in the financial sphere. The Rajya Sabha is a weak house. If the Rajya Sabha proposes some amendments and the bill is returned to the Lok Sabha, it depends upon the Lok Sabha to accept or reject the proposed amendments. Electoral powers. The elected members of the Rajya Sabha, along with the elected members of the Lok Sabha and all the state legislative assemblies together, elect the President of India. The members of the Rajya Sabha and Lok Sabha together elect the Vice President of India. Members of the Rajya Sabha also elect a deputy chairman from amongst themselves. Amendment powers. Rajya Sabha and Lok Sabha can together amend the Constitution by passing an amendment bill with a 2/3 majority in each house. Executive powers. The Union Council of Ministers is collectively responsible to the Lok Sabha and not the Rajya Sabha. Special powers of Rajya Sabha. According to Article 249, the Rajya Sabha can pass a resolution by February 3 RD majority of its members for declaring a state list subject as a subject of national importance. Such a resolution empowers the Union Parliament to legislate on such a state subject for a period of 1 year. Such resolutions can be repeatedly passed by the Rajya Sabha. According to Article 312, the Rajya Sabha has the power to create one or more new All India services. It can do so by passing a resolution supported by a 2/3 majority on the plea of national interest. In a similar way, the Rajya Sabha can disband an existing All India service. Allocation of seats in Rajya Sabha. State/UT number of seats. State/UT number of seats. Andhra Pradesh 11, Manipur 1, Arunachal Pradesh 1, Meghalaya 1, Assam 7, Mizoram 1, Bihar 16, Nagaland 1, Chhattisgarh 5, Odisha 10, Goa 1, Punjab 7, Gujarat 11, Rajasthan 10, Haryana 5, Sikkim 1, Himachal Pradesh 3, Tamil Nadu 18, Jharkhand 6, Telangana 7, Karnataka 12, Tripura 1, Kerala 9, Uttarakhand 3, Madhya Pradesh 11, Uttar Pradesh 31, Maharashtra 19, West Bengal 16. Union Territories. Andaman and Nicobar Islands, Lakshadweep, Chandigarh, Puducherry 1, Dadra and Nagar Haveli and Daman and Diu, Jammu and Kashmir 4, Delhi, the National Capital Territory 3, Ladakh. Nominated members 12, total 245. Lok Sabha. The lower house or the House of the People is Assemblies, popularly known as Lok Sabha. Its members are directly elected by the people on the basis of a universal adult franchise structure of Lok Sabha. The maximum permissible membership of Lok Sabha is 550, out of which 530 are directly elected from the states, while 20 members are elected from the Union territories. The distribution of seats among the states is based on the principle of territorial representation, which means each state is allotted seats on the basis of its population in proportion to the total population of all the states. Each state is divided into territorial units called constituencies, which are more or less of the same size with regard to the population. Lok Sabha. Maximum number, actual number of members 552, of members 543. Nominated members 2. Elected members 1. Nominated members 0. Elected members 1. 1 states, 1 union territories. Estates 1. Union territories 530, 20, 524, 19. 1 Delhi. 1 other union Jammu and 7 territories. 7 Kashmir. 5. Qualifications of the members. Any Indian citizen can become a member of Lok Sabha provided he/she fulfills the following qualifications. He/she should be not less than 25 years of age. He/she should declare through an oath or affirmation that he has true faith and allegiance in the Constitution, and he will uphold the sovereignty and integrity of India. He/she must possess such other qualifications as may be laid down by the Parliament by law. He must be registered as a voter in any constituency in India. Tenure of Lok Sabha. The normal term of Lok Sabha is 5 years, but the President, on the advice of the Council of Ministers, may dissolve it before the expiry of 5 years. In the case of a national emergency, its term can be extended for 1 year at a time, but it will not exceed 6 months after the emergency is over. Allocation of seats to states. Every state in India is allocated seats in Lok Sabha according to proportion to their population. This provision is made in Article 81(2) of the Indian Constitution. This provision is only implemented to the state when its population exceeds 60 lakhs. Reservation in Lok Sabha. According to Article 330, there is a provision of reservation in Lok Sabha for scheduled tribes and scheduled castes on the basis of proportion of their population. At present, 84 seats for scheduled castes and 47 seats for scheduled tribes are reserved in Lok Sabha. Election to the Lok Sabha. For the purpose of holding direct elections to the Lok Sabha, each state is divided into territorial constituencies for uniformity of representation in following 2 respects. I. Between the different states. 2. Between the different constituencies in the same state. The 42nd Amendment Act of 1976 froze allocation of seats in the Lok Sabha to the states and the territorial constituencies till the year 2000 at the 1971 level. This ban on readjustment was extended up to year 2026 by the 84th Amendment Act of 2001. Officials of the Lok Sabha. Speaker is the presiding officer of Lok Sabha. The members of the House elect him. He/she remains in position even after Lok Sabha is dissolved till the election of a new speaker is done in his place by next Lok Sabha. Deputy Speaker, who is also elected by the House, presides over the meetings. Both the Speaker as well as the Deputy Speaker can be removed from office by a resolution of Lok Sabha passed by a majority of all the then members of the House. Secretary of Lok Sabha, the permanent official of Lok Sabha, and he is accountable to the Speaker. He invites members of Lok Sabha to its proceedings on behalf of the President. Pro tem Speaker. Pro tem Speaker is chosen for the conduct of the House when the Lok Sabha has been elected and the vote for the Speaker and Deputy Speaker has not taken place. Pro tem Speaker is the temporary Speaker who presides over the first meeting of the lower house of Parliament after the general elections, besides presiding over the sitting in which the Speaker and Deputy Speaker are elected if it is a newly constituted House. Usually, the senior-most member of the House is selected for the post. Powers and functions of the Speaker. Some off-powers and functions of the Speaker are as follows. He/she presides over the House and conduct the meetings of the House in an orderly manner. Once elected to the office, the Speaker serves his party affiliation and starts functioning in an impartial manner. He acts as the guardian of the rights and privileges of the members. In case of the absence of the Speaker, the Deputy Speaker presides over the sessions of the Lok Sabha and conducts the business in the House. He conducts the proceedings of the House, maintains order and decorum in the House, and decides points of order, interprets and applies rules of the House. All the bills, reports, motions, and resolutions are introduced with Speaker's permission. He/she puts the motion or bill to vote. He/she does not participate in the voting, but when there is a tie, i.e. equal number of votes on both sides, he/she can use his casting structure of government vote. His decisions in all parliamentary matters are final. He also rules on points of order raised by the members, and his decision is final. He disqualifies a member from his/her membership in case of defection. He/she also accepts the resignation of members and decides about the genuineness of the resignation. In the case of the joint sitting of Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, the Speaker presides over the meeting. Powers and functions of Lok Sabha. Some off-powers and functions of Lok Sabha are as follows. Legislative powers. It can make any law along with the Rajya Sabha in union and concurrent lists. Whenever the Rajya Sabha passes a resolution that a certain matter has national importance, then Lok Sabha can make law on state subjects as well. Its legislative powers increase immensely during emergency. Executive powers. The President of India makes an annual speech in Lok Sabha which contains the policy of the government for the upcoming year and can be discussed by the members of the Lok Sabha only. Under Article 75(3) of the Constitution, the Council of the Ministers has been made responsible to the House of People, that is Lok Sabha. The Council of Ministers remains in office till it enjoys the confidence confidence of the Lok Sabha. If it loses the confidence of Lok Sabha, the Council of Ministers shall have to resign. Financial powers. The Lok Sabha has a superior position in the financial matter, as a money bill can only be introduced in the Lok Sabha. Once a money bill is approved by the Lok Sabha, it is virtually enacted by the parliament itself. The Lok Sabha alone has the exclusive power of sanctioning all government expenditures. In case of any dispute as to whether a particular bill is a money bill or not, the decision of the Speaker of the Lok Sabha is final. Constitutional powers. All bills of the amendment of the Constitution require to be passed in the Lok Sabha. Otherwise, the amendments will not come into force, with the exception of those which require special approval by 1/2 of the state legislature. Judicial powers. It has power to present proposal for the impeachment of the judges of Supreme Court and High Court. Apart from this, it has power to punish those who violate its privileges. Other powers. It takes part in the election of the President, Vice President, Speaker, and Deputy Speaker of Lok Sabha. It gives permission to the declaration of emergency. Special powers of Lok Sabha. Some of special powers of Lok Sabha are as follows. Motions of no confidence against the government can only be introduced and passed in the Lok Sabha. Money bills can only be introduced in the Lok Sabha. In case of a deadlock between the two houses over an ordinary bill, the will of the Lok Sabha normally prevails. Leader of the House. Apart from the chairman and the deputy chairman in Rajya Sabha and speaker and deputy speaker in the Lok Sabha, the leader in both houses is another functionary who plays important role in the efficient and smooth conduct of the business in the House. The Prime Minister is usually the leader of the House or the member nominated by him, her, in which she is the member of Parliament. His primary responsibility is to maintain coordination amongst all sections of the House for a harmonious and meaningful debate in the House. Leader of Opposition. The office of the Leader of the Opposition in a legislature is of great public importance. Its importance emanates from the central role accorded to the opposition in a parliamentary democracy. The Leader of the Opposition has power to criticize, find fault, and present alternative proposals/policies to the reigning government, but he has no power to implement proposal/policies. Allocation of seats in Parliament. State/UT in Lok Sabha. State/UT in Lok Sabha. Andhra Pradesh. State. 25 Manipur, 2 Arunachal Pradesh, 2 Meghalaya, 2 Assam, 14 Mizoram, 1 Bihar, 40 Nagaland, 1 Chhattisgarh, 11 Odisha, 21 Goa, 2 Punjab, 13 Gujarat, 26 Rajasthan, 25 Haryana, 10 Sikkim, 1 Himachal Pradesh, 4 Tamil Nadu, 39 Jharkhand, 14 Telangana, 17 Karnataka, 28 Tripura, 2 Kerala, 20 Uttarakhand, 5 Madhya Pradesh, 29 Uttar Pradesh, 80 Maharashtra, 48 West Bengal, 42 Union Territories, Andaman and Nicobar Islands, 1 Lakshadweep, 1 Chandigarh, 1 Puducherry, 1 Dadra and Nagar Haveli and Daman and Diu, 2 Jammu and Kashmir, 5 Delhi, the National Capital Territory, 7 Ladakh, 1 Nominated members, 0 Total 543 Vacancy of seats by members of Parliament. According to Article 101, a member of Parliament would need to vacate the seat in the following circumstances. A member of Parliament can resign from his seat. The resignation letter is addressed to the Chairman of Rajya Sabha, Vice President, and Speaker of Lok Sabha. The Chairman or Speaker can declare the seat vacated if a member has remained absent from all its meetings for a period of 60 days without permission. While calculating the 60 days, the period for which a House is prorogued or adjourned is not counted. If a member has been elected as President or Vice President or has been appointed as Governor of a state, his seat will be vacated. If a person is elected from Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, he needs to intimate within 10 days to the House of which he desires to serve. However, if he fails to make such an intimation, his Rajya Sabha membership will end. If a sitting Lok Sabha member becomes a Rajya Sabha member or vice versa, the seat of the former House will vacate. If a person has contested elections on 2 seats and is elected on both, he needs to choose one. If he fails to do so, both the seats will get vacated. A person cannot be an MLA and MP at the same time. If it happens that a person is both an MLA and MP, his MP seat will vacate. Disqualification of members of Parliament. According to Article 102 of the Constitution, the following are the grounds for disqualification of member of Parliament. He holds any office of profit under the union or state government, except that of a minister or any other office exempted by Parliament. He is of unsound mind and stands so declared by a court. He is an undischarged insolvent. He has ceased to be a citizen of India. He is disqualified under any other law by Parliament. The 10th schedule to Constitution provides for disqualification of the members on the ground of defection. Equal powers of Rajya Sabha and Lok Sabha. Equal right with the Lok Sabha in the election and impeachment of the President. Articles 54 and 61. Equal right with the Lok Sabha in the election and removal of the Vice President. Article 66. However, Rajya Sabha alone can initiate the removal of the Vice President. He is removed by a resolution passed by the Rajya Sabha by a special majority and the Lok Sabha by a simple majority. Equal right with the Lok Sabha to make law defining parliamentary privileges and also to punish for contempt. Article 105. Equal right with the Lok Sabha to approve the proclamation of emergency issued under Article 352, proclamations regarding failure of the constitutional machinery in states issued under Article 356, and even a sole right in certain circumstances. Enlargement of the jurisdiction of the Supreme Court and the UPSC. Approval of ordinances issued by the President. Equal right with the Lok Sabha to receive reports and papers from various statutory authorities. Annual financial statement. Article 112. 1. Audit reports from the Comptroller and Auditor General of India /CAG. Article 151. 321(1). Reports of the Union Public Service Commission. Article 323(1). Reports of the Special Officer for the Scheduled Castes and Scheduled Tribes. Article 338(2). Report of the Commission to investigate the conditions of the backward classes. Article 343. Report of the Special Officer for Linguistic Minorities. Article 350(b)(2). Difference between powers of Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. Rajya Sabha Lok Sabha. The members of the Rajya Sabha are elected by the legislative assemblies of the respective states on the basis of proportional representation. The members of the Lok Sabha are elected by people directly on the basis of the secret vote and universal adult franchise. The money bills cannot be introduced in the Rajya Sabha. The money bills can be introduced online in the Lok Sabha. The Council of Ministers is not responsible to the Rajya Sabha. Therefore, a no-confidence motion cannot be introduced in the Rajya Sabha. The Council of Ministers is responsible to Lok Sabha. It can remove a government from office by passing a resolution of no confidence. The Vice President is the representative of Rajya Sabha. The representative of Lok Sabha is the Speaker of Lok Sabha. The Rajya Sabha has lesser powers than Lok Sabha in certain areas. The Lok Sabha is more powerful. Special powers of Lok Sabha with respect to Rajya Sabha. A money bill can be introduced only in the Lok Sabha and not in Rajya Sabha. Rajya Sabha cannot amend or reject a money bill. It should return the bill to the Lok Sabha within 14 days with or without recommendations. The Lok Sabha can either accept or reject all or any of the recommendations of the Rajya Sabha. In both cases, the money bill is deemed to have been passed by the two houses. A financial bill, not containing solely the matters of Article 110, also can be introduced only in the Lok Sabha and not in the Rajya Sabha. But, with regard to its passage, both have equal powers. The final power to decide whether a particular bill is a money bill is vested in the Speaker of the Lok Sabha. The Speaker of Lok Sabha presides over the joint sitting of both the houses. The Lok Sabha with greater number wins the battle in a joint sitting except when the combined strength of the ruling party in both houses is less than that of opposition parties. Rajya Sabha can only discuss the budget but cannot vote on the demands for grants. A resolution for the discontinuance of the national emergency can be passed only by the Lok Sabha and not by the Rajya Sabha. The Rajya Sabha cannot remove the Council of Ministers by passing a no-confidence motion. This is because the Council of Ministers is collectively responsible only to the Lok Sabha. Special powers of Rajya Sabha with respect to Lok Sabha. Rajya Sabha enjoys some special powers with respect to Lok Sabha such as legislation on state matters. As a federal chamber, it can initiate central intervention in the state legislative field. Article 249 of the Constitution provides that the Rajya Sabha may pass resolution by a majority of not less than two-thirds of the members present and voting to the effect that it is necessary or expedient in the national interest that Parliament should make laws with respect to any matter enumerated in the state list. If such a resolution is adopted, Parliament will be authorized to make laws on the subject specified in the resolution for the whole or any part of the territory of India. A resolution about the matters of state list will remain in force for a period not exceeding 1 year, or as may be specified therein. This period can be extended by 1 year at a time by passing further resolution. Creation of All India Services. Another exclusive power of the Rajya Sabha is contained in Article 312 of the Constitution, wherein, if the Rajya Sabha passes a resolution by a majority of not less than two-thirds of the members present and voting declaring that it's necessary or expedient in the national interest to create one or more All India Services, it can be common to the Union, and the states and Parliament will have the power to create by law such services. Approval of proclamation. The provision to Clause 4 of the Article 352 of the Constitution provides that if a proclamation of emergency is issued when the House of the People remains dissolved and a resolution approving the proclamation is passed by the Council of States, in this case, the proclamation would be legally effective up to a maximum period of 30 days from the date on which the House of the People first sits after its reconstitution. This provision, therefore, appears to suggest that there might be an occasion when the Council of States could be called into a session at a time when the House of People stands dissolved. The provision to Clause 3 of the Article 356 of the Constitution, which relates to the proclamation to be issued by the President in case of failure of constitutional machinery in a state, contains a similar stipulation. Sessions of Parliament. A session contains many meetings such as summoning. According to Article 85, it is the President who summons the sessions Parliament. As a convention, there are 3 parliamentary sessions in a year. Budget session takes place from February to May. It is the longest session and the budget is presented in this session. There is a gap of 1 month between the presentation of the budget and the passing of the budget. The members discuss the various provisions of the budget and matters concerning taxation after the finance minister presents the budget. President's address to the House also takes place in this session. Monsoon session is held from July to September every year. This session takes place after a break of 2 months after the budget session. In this session, matters of public interest are discussed. Winter session of Parliament is held in mid-November to mid-December every year. It is the shortest session of all. Adjournment. A parliamentary session consists of multiple meetings, with 2 sittings every day, a morning sitting and a post-lunch sitting. An adjournment is when the work in a session is put on hold for a set amount off time, which could be hours, days, or weeks. Adjournment sine die. It stops parliamentary sessions for an indefinite amount of time. Adjournment sine die refers to when the House is adjourned without specifying a date for reassembly. The Speaker of Lok Sabha, or Chairman of Rajya Sabha, declares the House adjourned sine die when the business of a session is completed. Prorogation. The President issue notification of the session's prorogation within a few days after adjourning it. While the House is in session, the President has the power to prorogate it. Dissolution. Unlike the prorogation, a dissolution ends the term of the existing House, and thus a new House is constituted after general elections being held. Rajya Sabha is a permanent House. It is not subject to dissolution. Thus, only the Lok Sabha is subject to dissolution. Parliamentary privileges. Parliamentary privileges are mentioned in the Article 105 of the Constitution. Originally, the Constitution expressly mentioned two privileges, that is, freedom of speech is Parliament and right of publication of its proceeding. Individual privileges. They are exempted from jury service. They can refuse to give evidence and appear as a witness in a case pending in court when Parliament is in session. They cannot be arrested during the session of Parliament and 40 days before the beginning and 40 days after the end of a session. Collective privileges. It has the right to publish its reports, debates, and proceedings, and also the right to prohibit others from publishing the same. It can make rules to regulate its own procedure and the conduct of its business and to adjudicate upon such matters. It can punish members for breach of its privileges or its contempt by reprimand, admonition, or imprisonment. The courts are prohibited to inquire into proceedings of a House or its committees. Parliamentary proceedings and motions. Both the houses of the Indian Parliament have different devices of parliamentary proceedings and motions. These devices are employed to make the members act according to the rules of the House. Parliamentary proceedings. Prominent hours in the parliamentary proceedings are question hour. Generally, the first hour of a sitting of Lok Sabha is devoted to questions, and that hour is called the question hour. It has a special significance in the proceedings of Parliament. Asking of questions is an inherent and unrestricted parliamentary right of members. It is during the question hour that the members can ask questions on every aspect of administration and governmental activity. Types of questions. Questions are of three types: starred, unstarred, and short notice questions are as follows. Starred question. It is a question for which a member desires an oral answer in the House, and which is distinguished by an asterisk mark when a question is answered. When a question is answered orally, supplementary questions can be asked thereon. Only 20 questions can be listed for oral answer on a day. Unstarred question. It is a question which is not called for oral answer in the House, and on which no supplementary questions can consequently be asked. To such a question, a written answer is deemed to have been laid on the table after the question hour by the minister to whom it is addressed. It is printed in the official report of the sitting of the House for which it is put down. Only 230 questions can be listed for written answer on a day. Short notice question. It is a question which relates to a matter of urgent public importance and can be asked with shorter notice than the period of notice prescribed for an ordinary question. Like a starred question, it is answered orally followed by supplementary questions. Short duration discussion. In order to provide opportunities to members to discuss matters of urgent public importance, a convention was established in March 1953. It was incorporated later into the Rules of Procedure and Conduct of Business in Lok Sabha under Rule 193 as short duration discussion. Under this rule, members can raise discussion for short durations without a formal motion or vote thereon. Half an hour discussion. Where answer to a question whether starred or unstarred needs elucidation on a matter of fact, any member can table a notice for raising half an hour discussion thereon. If notice is admitted and gets priority in ballot, such a discussion may be allowed by the Speaker. 0 hour. The time immediately following the question hour and laying of papers and before any listed business is taken up in the House has come to be popularly known as the 0 hour. As it starts around 12 noon, this period is termed as 0 hour. For raising matters during the so-called 0 hour in Lok Sabha, members give notice before 10 a.m. every day to the Speaker stating clearly the subject which they consider to be important and wish to raise in the House. The Speaker is responsible allowing or not allowing raising of such matters in the House. The term 0 hour is not formally recognized in our parliamentary procedure. Rule 184. Any simple motion can be taken up under this rule. The only special provision under this rule is that it calls for a vote at the end of the discussion. Rule 377 of the Rules of Procedure and Conduct of Business in Lok Sabha. Members are allowed to raise matters which are not points of order or which have not been raised during the same session under any other rule. Motions. The term motion in parliamentary language means any proposal made for the purpose of eliciting a decision of the House. It is phrased in such a way that, if passed, it will purport to express the will of the House. Motions may be classified as substantive or substitute or subsidiary. Substantive motion is a self-contained independent proposal made in reference to a subject which the mover wishes to bring forward. Substitute motion is moved in substitution of an original motion and proposes an alternative to it. Subsidiary motion has by itself no meaning and cannot state the decision of the House without reference to the original motion or proceedings of the House. Types of motion. Types of motions in the parliamentary proceedings are calling attention motion. Under this procedural device, a member may, with the prior permission of the Speaker, call the attention of a minister to any matter of urgent public importance, and the minister may make a brief statement or ask for time to make a statement later. The calling attention procedure is an Indian innovation which combines asking a question with supplementaries and making brief comments. The government also gets adequate opportunity to state its case. Adjournment motion. Adjournment motion, Rule 56, is the procedure for adjournment of the business of the House for the purpose of discussing a definite matter of urgent public importance, which can be moved with the consent of the Speaker. The adjournment motion, if admitted, leads to setting aside of the normal business of the House for discussing the matter mentioned in the motion. To be in order, an adjournment motion must raise a matter of sufficient public importance to warrant interruption of normal business of the House, and the question motion of public importance is decided on merit in each individual case. The purpose of an adjournment motion is to take the government to task for a recent act of omission or commission having serious consequences. Its adoption is regarded as a sort of censure of the government. The adjournment motion is voted upon after the discussion. Rajya Sabha does not have this power to raise an adjournment motion. No confidence motion. The government must always enjoy majority support in the popular house to remain in power. If need be, it has to demonstrate its strength on the floor of the house by moving a motion of confidence and winning the confidence of the house. The Constitution does not mention either a confidence motion or a no confidence motion. Rule 198 of the Rules of Procedure and Conduct of Business in Lok Sabha lays down the procedure for moving a motion of no confidence against the Council of Ministers. The usual format of such a motion is that this House expresses its want of confidence in the Council of Ministers. A motion of no confidence need not set out any grounds on which it is based. A no confidence motion is allowed only in Lok Sabha. Censure motion. Censure motion can be moved only in Lok Sabha under Rule 184. A censure motion is moved against an individual minister or whole of the Council of Ministers for a dereliction of duties or breach of privilege. The grounds for moving a censure have to be tabled before the Speaker. Speaker can also disallow a censure motion. The motion is voted upon after a debate. If the censure motion is passed against the good, the Council of Ministers shall pass a confidence motion to regain the trust of the House. Short discussion. Rule 193. It is a 2-hour discussion as the time allotted for such a discussion should not exceed 2 hours. The members of the Parliament can raise such discussions on a matter of urgent public importance. The Speaker can allot 2 days in a week for such discussions. Closure motion. It is moved to cut short the debate going in the House and the matter is put to vote. There are 4 types of closure motion, viz. Simple closure, closure by compartments, guillotine closure, and kangaroo closure. Privilege motion. It is to censure a member or a minister if any member feels there has been a breach of parliamentary privileges. Motion of thanks. The President's address at the first session of the House each year is put to vote in the House by motion of thanks. This motion must be passed in the House. The scope of the discussion on the motion of thanks is very wide and members have liberty to speak on any matter of national and international importance. Difference between censure motion and no confidence motion. Censure motion, no confidence motion. It should state the reasons for its adoption in the Lok Sabha. It need not state the reasons for its adoption in the Lok Sabha. It can be moved against an individual minister or a group of ministers of the entire Council of Ministers. It can be moved against the entire Council of Ministers only. Itis moved for censuring the Council of Ministers for specific policies and actions. Itis moved for ascertaining the confidence of the Lok Sabha in the Council of Ministers. If it is passed in the Lok Sabha, the Council of Ministers need not resign from the office. If itis passed in the Lok Sabha, the Council of Ministers must resign from the office. Cut motion. Members of Parliament can also move motions to reduce any demand for grant. Such motions are called cut motion, which are of 3 kinds. Policy cut. It represents the disapproval of the policy underlying the demand. It states that the amount of the demand be reduced to T1. Economy cut. It represents the economy that can be affected in the proposed expenditure. It states that the amount of the demand be reduced by a specified amount. Token cut. It represents a specific grievance that is within the sphere of responsibility of the Government of India. It states that amount of the demand be reduced by T100. Legislative procedure in Parliament. The legislative procedure is identical in both the Houses of Parliament. Every bill has to pass through the same procedure in each House. A bill is a proposal for legislation and it becomes an act or law when duly passed by both Houses of the Parliament and signed by the President of India. Types of bills. Bills introduced in Parliament are of 2 kinds. Public bills and private bills, which are also known as government bills and private members' bills respectively. Public bill is presented in Parliament by a minister only, while private bill can be presented by any member of Parliament. Public bill has a greater chance to be passed by Parliament, whereas private bill is less likely to be passed by the Parliament. Public bill's introduction in the House requires 7 days. Notice, on the other hand, private bill introduction in the House requires 1 month. Other types of bills. All legislative proposals are initiated in the Parliament in the terms of bills. The bill is a proposed legislation. It becomes a law when it is asserted by the President. The bill can broadly be categorized as ordinary bills. All the bills other than financial bills, money bills, and the constitutional amendment bills are ordinary bills. Such bills can be introduced in either House of the Parliament, in Lok Sabha or the Rajya Sabha, without the recommendation of the President, except those bills under Article 3, i.e. bills related to reorganization of the territory of a state. These bills are passed by a simple majority by both the Houses. Both the Houses enjoy equal jurisdiction over such bills. In case of a deadlock due to any reason, the tie is resolved by a joint sitting. Only once the President can return such bills for reconsideration to the Parliament. For the second time, he is bound to give his assent. Each House has laid down a procedure for the passage of a bill. According to the procedure of the House, a bill has to pass through 3 stages commonly known as readings. First, reading. The bill is introduced in the House. At this stage, no discussion takes place. Second reading. This is the consideration stage when the bill is discussed clause by clause. Third reading. During this stage, a brief general discussion of the bill takes place and the bill is finally passed. When the bill is passed by one House, it is sent to the other House for its consideration. Money bill. According to Article 110, a bill shall be deemed to be a money bill if it contains only provisions dealing with all or any of the following matters, namely, the imposition, abolition, remission, alteration, or regulation of any tax, the regulation of the borrowing of money, or the amendment of the law with respect to any financial obligations undertaken or to be undertaken by the Government of India, the custody of the Consolidated Fund or the Contingency Fund of India, the payment of money into or the withdrawal of money from any such fund, the appropriation of money out of the Consolidated Fund of India, the declaring of any expenditure to be expenditure charged on the Consolidated Fund of India, or the increasing of the amount of any such expenditure, the receipt of money and account of the Consolidated Fund of India, or the public account of India, or the custody or issue of such money, or the audit of the accounts of the Union, or of a state, or any matter incidental to any of the matters specified in subclauses A to F. If any question arises whether a bill is a money bill or not, the decision of the Speaker of the House of the People thereon shall be final. Money bills can be introduced only in Lok Sabha. Rajya Sabha cannot make amendments in a money bill passed by Lok Sabha. It can, however, recommend amendments in a money bill, but must return all money bills to Lok Sabha within 14 days from the date of their receipt. It is open to Lok Sabha to accept or reject any or all of the recommendations of Rajya Sabha with regard to a money bill. If Lok Sabha accepts any of the recommendations of Rajya Sabha, the money bill is deemed to have been passed by both houses with amendments recommended by Rajya Sabha and accepted by Lok Sabha. If Lok Sabha does not accept any of the recommendations of Rajya Sabha, money bill is deemed to have been passed by both houses in the form in which it was passed by Lok Sabha, without any of the amendments recommended by Rajya Sabha. If a money bill passed by Lok Sabha and transmitted to Rajya Sabha for its recommendations, and it is not returned to Lok Sabha within the said period of 14 days, it is deemed to have been passed by both houses at the expiration of the said period in the form in which it was passed by the Lok Sabha. Financial bill. While a money bill deals solely with matters specified in Article 110, 1A to G of the Constitution, a financial bill does not exclusively deal with all or any of the matters specified in the said article, that is to say it contains some other provisions also. Financial bills can be divided into two categories. In the first category are the bills which inter alia, among other things, contain provisions attracting Article 110, 1A to F of the Constitution. They are categorized as financial bills under Article 117, 1 of the Constitution. Like money bills, they can be introduced only in Lok Sabha on the recommendation of the President. However, other restrictions in regard to money bills do not apply to this category of bills. Financial bill under Article 117, 1 of the Constitution can be referred to a joint committee of the Houses. In the second category are those bills which inter alia contain provisions which would on enactment involve expenditure from the Consolidated Fund of India. Such bills are categorized as financial bills under Article 117, 3 of the Constitution. Financial bills can be introduced in House of Parliament like any other ordinary bill. However, recommendation of the President is essential for consideration of these bills by either House, and unless such recommendation is received, House can pass the bill. However, the bill may be introduced without President's recommendation, but in such a case, its consideration cannot take place. Constitution Amendment Bill. The Constitution vests in Parliament the power to amend the Constitution. Constitution Amendment Bill can be introduced in House of Parliament. The Constitution Amendment Bill affecting vital issues, as enlisted in the provision to Article 368(2) of the Constitution after having been passed by the Houses of Parliament, have also to be ratified by not less than one-half of the state legislatures. While motions for introduction of Constitution Amendment bills are adopted by simple majority, a majority of the total membership of the House and a majority of not less than 2/3 of the members present and voting is required for adoption of effective clauses and motions for consideration and passing of these bills. In the case of Constitutional Amendment Bill, there is no provision for joint sitting off both the Houses to resolve the deadlock in the passage of bill. If one House rejects the bill or suggests amendments that are not acceptable to the original House, the bill comes to an end. Stages of passing of bills. There are two types of bills: ordinary bills and money. There are two types of bills: ordinary bills and money bills. In the sphere of ordinary lawmaking, i.e., non-financial legislation, the two houses of Parliament enjoy co-equal powers. A bill becomes an act only after the two houses have passed it in identical terms. A bill other than a money or financial bill may be introduced in either House of Parliament and requires passage in both the houses before it can be presented for the President's assent. A bill may be introduced either by a minister or a private member. Every bill that is introduced in the House has to be published in the Gazette. The first stage. This stage of legislation is the introduction of a bill that embodies the proposed law and is accompanied by the statement of objects and reasons. The introduction of the bill is also called the first reading of the bill. There is no debate at the time of the introduction of a bill. In the second stage, a bill may be taken into consideration, referred to a select committee of the House, referred to a joint committee of both the Houses, circulated for the purpose of soliciting public opinion. In the third stage, the member in charge moves that the bill be passed. At the third reading, the progress of the bill is quick, as normally only verbal or purely formal amendments are moved and discussion is very brief. Once all the amendments are disposed of, the bill is finally passed in the House where it was introduced. Passing of bill in another House. After the third stage, bill is passed to the other House for consideration, where it has to undergo all the stages as in the originating House. The House may finally pass the bill, reject the bill, or amend it and return to the originating House. If it do not take any action on the bill, and if more than 6 months pass after the date of receipt of the bill, this means rejection. In case both the Houses do not come to an agreement, the President convenes a joint sitting of the two Houses. The disputed provision is finally adopted or rejected by a simple majority by vote of those who are present and voting. A bill that is finally passed by both the houses is presented with the signature of the Speaker to the President for his assent. This is normally the last stage. If the President gives the assent, the bill becomes an act and is placed in the statute book. Joint session of Parliament. According to Article 108 of the Constitution of India, provides for the joint sitting of both the House of the Parliament, the Lok Sabha, and the Rajya Sabha, in order to break any deadlock between the two. The joint sitting is called by the President. Such a session is presided over by the Speaker, and in his or her absence, by the Deputy Speaker of the Lok Sabha. In the absence of both, it is presided over by the Deputy Chairman of the Rajya Sabha. If any of the above are not present, any other member of the Parliament can preside by consensus of both the houses. Budget in Parliament and financial process. The Constitution refers to the budget in Article 112 as the annual financial statement. Budget is a money bill introduced in Lok Sabha. According to Article 112 of the Indian Constitution, the President is responsible for presenting the budget to the Lok Sabha. The annual financial statement takes into account a period of one financial year. Stages of enactment of budget. There are 6 stages of the enactment of budget. Presentation of budget. It starts with a budget speech. The finance minister gives a budget speech, and at the end of it, the budget is laid before both houses. General discussions. Only the general principles of budget or the budget as a whole can be discussed. No motions of reduction of grants or votes can be made. The finance minister has the right to reply at the end of the discussion. This happens in both houses. Scrutiny by department committees. An in-depth scrutiny of demand for grants by the department is made by each departmental standing committee of Parliament. 3 to 4 weeks are given for this, and the House remains in recess during the same time. The standing committees make a report to the House at the end. Voting on the demand for grants. The members of Parliament of Lok Sabha study and vote on each demand for a grant. The Lok Sabha only can vote on a demand for grants, and no voting is allowed on the expenditure charged on. The Consolidated Fund of India. Member S of Parliament can move a motion for reduction of a grant called cut motions. Appropriation Bill and Finance Bills. The Appropriation Bill contains voted demand for grants and also expense charged on the Consolidated Fund of India. No amendments can be made on these in any House. After the bill receives the assent of the President, it becomes an Appropriation Act. This allows expenses from the Consolidated Fund of India. A Finance Bill is also presented containing provisions for taxation. It is like a money bill, however. Amendment can be moved seeking to reduce or remove a tax. This allows taxes to be levied. Vote on account. Since the Parliament is not able to vote the entire budget before the commencement of the new financial year, the necessity to keep enough finance at the disposal of government in order to allow it to run the administration of the country remains. A special provision is, therefore, made for vote on account by which the government obtains the vote of Parliament for a sum sufficient to incur expenditure on various items for a part of the year. Normally, the vote on account is taken for 2 months only, but during election year, or when it is anticipated that the main demands and appropriation bill will take a longer time than 2 months, the vote on account may be for a period exceeding 2 months. Vote of credit. It is granted for meeting an unexpected demand upon the resources of India when on account of the magnitude or the indefinite character of the service, the demand cannot be stated with the details ordinarily given in a budget. Hence, it is like a blank check given to the executive by the Lok Sabha. Budgetary motions. There are 3 motions used by members in connection with the budget. The demand for grants is considered and passed by Lok Sabha. Hence, these motions can be moved only in Lok Sabha. Economy cut. It signals that the government has done undue spending and asks the government to undertake cost-cutting measures to improve efficiency. Policy cut. It signals the complete disapproval of the budget by the House and recommends that the amount of the grant be reduced to T1. Token cut. It signals disapproval in the overall allocation of budgetary items and asks the House to cut the amount by T100. Token cut is of symbolic nature. So far, no cut motions have been passed. Cut motion. If a cut motion is adopted and passed, a no confidence motion can be proceeded against government. Funds of Government of India. There are 3 types of funds of the central government, viz. Consolidated Fund of India, Article 266, 1. Contingency Fund of India, Article 267, and Public Accounts of India, Article 266, I, are mentioned in the Indian Constitution. Consolidated Fund of India. This is the most important of all accounts of the government. This fund contains direct and indirect taxes and the loans taken by the Indian government. The government meets all its expenditure from this fund. The government needs parliamentary approval to withdraw money from this fund. The Comptroller and Auditor General of India audit these funds and report to the relevant legislatures on their management. Contingency Fund of India. The corpus of this is T500 crores. It is in the nature of impressed money maintained for a specific purpose. The Finance Secretary holds this fund on behalf of the President of India. This fund is used to meet unexpected or unforeseen expenditures. Public Accounts of India. All other public money, other than those covered under the Consolidated Fund of India, received by or on behalf of the Indian government are credited to this account/fund. This fund is made up of a bank savings account of the various ministries/departments. These are National Small Savings Fund, Defense Fund, Money Earned from Disinvestment, National Calamity and Contingency Fund, NCCF, for Disaster Management, Provident Fund, Postal Insurance, etc. The government does not need permission to take advances from this account. Grants of the government. Voted/votable expenditures. This is the actual budget. The expenditures in the budget are actually in the form of demand for grants. The demands for grants are presented to the Lok Sabha along with the annual financial statement. Generally, one demand for grant is presented for each ministry or department. Supplementary grants. Supplementary grants are granted when the sum approved by the Parliament via Appropriation Act for a certain service for the current financial year is found to be inadequate. Additional grants. These are granted when a need has emerged for the duration of the current financial year for additional expenditure for a certain new services not considered in the budget for that year. Excess grants. Excess grant is granted when the cash spent on any provision in a financial year exceeds the amount granted for that service in the budget. Token grant. It is granted when the funds to meet the proposed expenditure on a new service can be made available by reappropriation. Parliamentary committees. There are three types of committees, viz. Ad hoc committees, joint parliamentary committees, and standing committees. Ad hoc committees. Ad hoc committees are constituted by the House or by the presiding officers, singly or jointly, for a specific purpose and cease to exist when they finish the task assigned to them and submit a report. The usual ad hoc committees are the select or joint committees on bills and others like the Railway Convention Committee, set up to review the rate of dividend payable by railways to the general revenues, and those constituted to inquire into and report on specific subjects. Joint parliamentary committees. Joint parliamentary committee, JPC, is one type of ad hoc parliamentary committees constituted by Parliament. It is mandated to inquire into a specific subject. A JPC is constituted either through a motion adopted by one house and concurred by the other or through communication between the presiding officers of the two houses. The members are either elected by the houses or nominated by the presiding officers. The strength of a JPC may vary. The terms of reference of a JPC are decided by the Parliament itself. JPC have overarching powers of summoning any authority, including the Prime Minister, and seeking attendance. Standing committees. Standing committees are permanent committees. Each House of Parliament has standing committees. Some important committees are Public Accounts Committee, Estimates Committee, and Committee on Public Undertakings. Public Accounts Committee. It examines the annual reports of the government and scrutinizes the reports of the Comptroller and Auditor Generals laid in the Parliament by the President. It has 22 members. All the members are taken from the Indian Parliament. Out of 22 members, 15 are elected from Lok Sabha, lower house, and 7 members are elected from Rajya Sabha, upper house. Lok Sabha Speaker has the authority to appoint the chairman of the committee. Estimates Committee. It examines the estimates of the expenditure proposed by the government in the budget and suggests economies in public expenditure. It has 30 members. All the members are taken from Lok Sabha, lower house. The chairman of the Estimates Committee is appointed invariably from the ruling party. It was first constituted in 1950 on the recommendations of John Matai. Committee on Public Undertakings. It examines the reports and accounts of public undertakings. This financial committee has 22 members. Out of 22 members, 15 are elected from Lok Sabha, lower house, and 7 members are elected from Rajya Sabha, upper house. This was constituted for the first time on the recommendation of Krishna Menon Committee, 1964. Other parliamentary committees. Business Advisory Committee. This committee regulates the program and timetable of the House. It allocates time for the transaction of legislative and other business brought before the hints by the government. Committee on Government Assurances. This committee examines the assurances, provinces, and undertakings given by ministers from time to time on the floor of the House and reports on the extent to which they have been carried through. Committee on Subordinate Legislation. This committee examines 8 reports to the House whether the powers to make regulations, rules, subrules, 8 bylaws delegated by the Parliament or conferred by the Constitution to the Executive are properly exercised by it. Committee on Private Members' Bill and Resolutions. This is a special committee of Lok Sabha and consists of 15 members, including the Deputy Speaker as its chairman. The committee classifies bills, allocates time for the discussion on bills and resolutions introduced by private members. State Executive. Sources: Class 7 New NCERT Chap 3, How State Government Works. Class 9 and X Old NCERT Chap 7, Our Government at the State. Class 11 Old NCERT Chap 6, State Government. Chap 6, Executive of India. Chap 8, Indian Administration, Working and Organization. The state laws are made by state legislatures. These laws are executed in the states by the state executives. The functions of state executive are very much similar to union executive. Constitutional provisions for the state executive. Articles 153 to 167 in Part 6 of the Constitution deal with the state executive. The Part 6 was not entirely applicable for the state of Jammu and Kashmir. However, with the scrappage of Article 370, which provided special status on the August 5, 2019, all provisions of Part 6 of the Constitution are applicable to Union territories of Jammu and Kashmir and Ladakh. Part 8 of the Constitution deals with Union territory, described between Articles 239 to 242. The state executive consists of the governor, the chief minister, his council of ministers, advocate general, and those who are in the civil service at the state level. 1. Advocate general. Governor. The governor is the nominal head of the state government. The executive authority of a state is vested in the governor of the state, who exercises it directly or through the officers subordinate to him. Appointment of governor. Under Article 155, the President of India appoints the governor of the state for a term of 5 years. He holds his office during the pleasure of the President. The President not only can remove the governor from his office, but also can transfer him from one state to another. The President can appoint the same person as governor of one or more than one state by the 7th Constitutional Amendment, 1956. Normally, the governor should not belong to the state to which he has been appointed as the governor. Qualifications of the governor. As per Article 157, any person who is a citizen of India and has completed the age of 35 years can be appointed as a governor of a state in India. Article Article 158 states that the governor shall not be a member of either House of Parliament or legislature of a state. If any member of any of these houses is appointed as a governor, he deemed to have vacated such membership on the date. If any member of any of these houses is appointed as a governor, he deemed to have vacated such membership on the date on which he assumes charge of governorship. Oath of the governor. Before entering upon the office, a governor is required to take an oath in the presence of Chief Justice or the senior-most judge of the High Court of the state. In his oath, he promises to preserve and protect the Constitution and the law. Term of office. Article 156(1) states that the governor shall hold office during the pleasure of the president, which is not justifiable. The governor may, by writing under his hand, addressed to the president, resign from his office. The governor shall hold office for a term of 5 years from the date on which he enters his office. If not removed by president earlier, he shall also continue to hold office even on the expiry of his term until his successor enters his office. The governor has no security of term and no fixed term of office, as he may be removed by the president at any time. He may be reappointed in same state or any other state. Salary and allowances. All salary, allowances, and emoluments are charged upon consolidated fund of state. A governor gets salary of T3.5 lakh a month, and a lieutenant governor of Union Territories gets salary of 1.1 lakh a month. Pension is also awarded to governor. Privileges of the governor. The governor of a state is not to be answerable to any court for the exercise and performance of the powers and duties of his office, or for any act done or purporting to be done by him in the exercise and performance of those powers and duties. He is immune to any criminal proceedings whatsoever shall be instituted or continued against the governor of a state in any court during his term of office. No process for the arrest or imprisonment of the governor of a state shall issue from any court during his term of office. No civil proceedings, in which relief is claimed against the governor of a state, shall be instituted during his term of office in any court in respect of any act purporting to be done by him in his personal capacity. After giving 2 months' notice, civil proceedings can be instituted against him during his term of office in respect of his personal acts. Powers and functions of the governor. The powers and functions of the state governor are as follows. Executive powers. All the executive functions in the state are carried on in the name of the governor. It is mentioned in the Article 154. He calls the leader of the majority party or an alliance of parties. If there is no single party having a majority to form the ministry, he appoints the chief minister. He also appoints other ministers and distributes portfolios amongst them on the advice of the chief minister. He appoints advocate general, chairman, and members of the State Public Service Commission, SPSC. He has the right to be informed of all the affairs of the state government. Legislative powers. Governor possesses certain legislative powers under Article 74, such as summoning and proroguing the legislature, dissolving the legislative assembly, addressing the session of the assembly or joint session of the 2 houses of the legislature. He can send messages to either or both the houses, assent the bills passed by the legislature, promulgate an ordinance, etc. According to Article 171(3), the governor nominates 1/6 of the members of the state legislative council from amongst persons with great knowledge in literature, science, art, cooperative, etc. In January 2020, the Anglo-Indian reserved seats in the state legislatures were abolished by the 104th Constitutional Amendment Act 2019. Financial powers. According to the Article 202, the governor asks the finance minister to lay an annual financial statement before the state legislature in every financial year. A money bill cannot be introduced or moved in the legislative assembly except on the recommendation of the governor. A bill involving expenditure from the consolidated fund of the state cannot be passed by the legislature unless the governor has recommended for its considerations. No demand for a grant can be made except on the recommendation of the governor. Judicial powers. The governor possesses the power to grant pardons, reprieves, respites, or remissions of punishment. He can suspend, remit, or commute the sentence of any person convicted of any crime or offense against any law relating to a matter to which the executive power of the state extends. The governor is consulted by the president while appointing the judges of the concerned state high court. Discretionary powers. Under Article 163(1), the governor of a state has power to act at his own discretion. Governor is not binded by the advice of a council of ministers when any action is taken at his own will. Discretionary powers are to be carried out according to the discretion of the governor. The governor can use these powers in the following conditions. When no party gets a clear majority, the governor has discretion to choose a candidate as chief minister who will put together a majority coalition as soon as possible. He submits report on his own to the president or on the direction of the president regarding the affairs of the state. He can withhold his assent to a bill and send it to the president for approval. He can impose president's rule during an emergency. Rule as per Article 353. The governor can override the advice of the council of ministers if specifically permitted by the president. Constitutional position of the governor. As Indian Constitution has adopted a parliamentary form of government wherein the council of ministers is answerable to the legislature, the powers really belong to the ministry and not to the governor. However, extraordinary situations may require the governor to act at his discretion. There are various controversies regarding the powers of the governor. As he is an appointee of the President of India and holds his office during the pleasure of the president, he has to act as per the advice of the president and cannot deny it. He is required to act on the advice of council of ministers. There is conflict on the matter that whose advice should be obeyed by the governor. Most of the governors have acted on the advice of the president, and this has caused a lot of resentment from state governments. When the parliament passed the 42nd 22nd Constitutional Amendment Act 1976, it was made mandatory for the President to act on the advice of the Council of Ministers, but not so in the case of the governor. This provision is not mandatory in states because the central government did not want to loosen its grip on the state governments. Chief Minister. Chief Minister is real head of the government in the state. The Chief Minister occupies a foremost place in the legislature. Being the head of the Council of Ministers, he is responsible for its actions. He is responsible to the people of entire state for the work of his government. Chief Minister is called as primus inter pares, meaning first among the equals. Appointment of the Chief Minister. As per Article 164(1), Governor appoints the Chief Minister. If a party gets absolute majority in the legislative assembly and elects its own leader, the governor has to appoint him the Chief Minister. If no party gets absolute majority, but two or more than two parties together form an alliance with a common program, if this alliance is able to command absolute majority in the legislative assembly, the leader of such an alliance is called upon by the governor to assume the office of Chief Minister. Qualifications to be the Chief Minister. A Chief Minister must be a citizen of India, should be a member of the state legislature, and should be of 25 years of age or more. An individual who is not a member of the legislature can be appointed as the Chief Minister, but he should elected to the state legislature within 6 months from the date of the appointment. He didn't get elected, he would cease to be the Chief Minister. Election and term of the Chief Minister. The Chief Minister is elected through a majority in the state legislative assembly. This is procedurally established by the vote of confidence in the legislative assembly, as suggested by the governor of the state, who is the appointing authority. He is elected for 5 years. The Chief Minister shall hold office during the pleasure of the governor. Oath of Chief Minister. Before entering upon the office, a Chief Minister is required to take an oath in the presence of governor of the state. In his oath, he promises to preserve and protect the Constitution and the law. Powers and functions of the Chief Minister. According to the Article 163, Chief Minister is the most important official of the state government. He takes the final decision about her team of Council of Ministers. Chief Minister is the chief spokesperson of the government. The Chief Minister can ask any minister to resign from his post. If he does not do so, he may be removed from the Council of Ministers by the governor on the advice of Chief Minister. Chief Minister presides over the meetings of the Council of Ministers. He communicates the decision of the Council of Ministers to the governor. Whenever governor wants to communicate with the Council of Ministers, he does so through the Chief Minister. Chief Minister can reshuffle the Council of Ministers, can induct new ministers, and drop any member from his/her team. Position of the Chief Minister. Chief Minister occupies unique position in the Council of Ministers. Whenever a conflict arises between a minister and the Chief Minister, the minister has to give way to Chief Minister. While forming Council of Ministers, he has to take number of factors into considerations, such as representation of different sections of society, different geographical regions, and different ideological groups in the party, etc. State Council of Ministers. According to the Article 163, Chief Minister along with other ministers in the state government shall form the Council of Ministers. Structure of Council of Ministers. The Council of Ministers in several states consists of 3 categories, namely Cabinet Ministers, Ministers of State, and Deputy Ministers. State Cabinet Ministers. The Cabinet comprises the first category of ministers only. Thus, Cabinet is a part of Council of Ministers and carries on all the functions of the government of the state. Whatever decision it takes is considered to be the decision of the entire Council of Ministers. Minister of State. The Minister of State can either be given independent charge of ministries/departments or can be attached to Cabinet Ministers. Hence, they work under the supervision and direction of the Cabinet Ministers. Deputy Ministers. Deputy Ministers are not given independent charge of ministries/departments. They are attached to other types of ministers to help in their administrative and political duties. Appointment of State Council of Ministers. A minister works at the pleasure of the governor. He is appointed by the governor on the advice of the Chief Minister. Size of the State Council of Ministers. The total number of ministers in the Council of Ministers must not exceed 15% of the total number of members of the House. Qualification of a minister. A minister within the State Council of Ministers must be a citizen of India and have attained 25 years of age. He should be a member of the Vidhan Sabha or Legislative Council, i.e. Vidhan Parishad, if applicable. If the person chosen as the minister is not a member of any House of State Assembly at the time of selection, he must be elected as a member of either of the House within 6 months. Oath of the Minister. Before entering upon the office, the minister is required to take an oath in the presence of governor of the state. In his oath, he promises to preserve and protect the Constitution and the law. Functions and responsibilities of Council of Ministers. Functions and responsibilities of Council of Ministers are as follows. Collective responsibilities. The Council of Ministers is collectively responsible to the Legislative Assembly. The Council of Ministers take policy decisions on all matters of administration. The Council supervises the execution of all policy decisions. It also prepares bills and presents them in the legislature so that they become laws. It prepares the budget and gets it passed by the legislature. It regulates income and expenditure of the state. Individual responsibilities. Chief Minister may ask any minister to resign from the post. If the minister does not resign from the post, he may be removed from the Council of Ministers by the governor on the advice of Chief Minister. Position of Council of Ministers. Since the entire Council of Ministers is responsible to the Legislative Assembly, it implies that the censure motion against one minister amounts to no confidence against the whole ministry. The members of both the houses of the legislature legislature keep control over the ministers by asking supplementary questions, moving adjournment motions, call attention motions, appointing various committees such as Public Account Committee, Estimates Committee, Committee on Government Assurances, Committee on Public Undertakings, Committee on Privileges, Committee on Subordinate Legislation, etc. Advocate General. In India, an Advocate General is a legal advisor to a state government. The post is created by the Constitution of India and corresponds to that of Attorney General of India at the central level. The governor of each state shall appoint a person who is qualified to be appointed as judge in high court. There is no fixed term of office and no upper age limit mentioned for the Advocate General. Administration of Union Territories. Articles 239 to 241 in Part 8 of the Constitution deal with the Union Territories. Among these, Article 239 specifies about the administration of Union Territories. Every Union Territory is administered by the President acting through an administrator. It may be Lieutenant Governor or Chief Commissioner or Administrator. At present, India has 8 Union Territories. The erstwhile state of Jammu and Kashmir has been bifurcated into 2 UTs of Jammu and Kashmir and Ladakh on July 16, 2020 effectively. The Union Territories of Puducherry and Delhi are provided with a legislative assembly and a council of ministers headed by a chief minister. The chief minister of Delhi and Puducherry are appointed by the president, not by the governor or LT. Governor. Special provisions for Delhi. The 69th Constitutional Amendment Act of 1991 provided a special status to the UT of Delhi and redesignated it as National Capital Territory of Delhi. It created a legislative assembly and a council of ministers for Delhi. It created a legislative assembly and a council of ministers for Delhi. The strength of the assembly is fixed at 70 members, directly elected by the people. State administration, structure and functions. The functioning of the government is made effective with the help of task-oriented departments. The Secretariat helps the government in policy-making and execution of legislative functions. Secretariat Department. The term Secretariat means the Secretary's office. As the Secretary is the principal advisor to the minister, they administers the various ministers effectively. They assist the ministers in policy-making, framing, draft legislation and rules and regulations. It prepares budgets and also monitors and controls. Expenditure. Oversees the smooth and efficient running of the administrative machinery. The officers of a Secretariat Department has 3-level hierarchy: of Secretary, Deputy Secretaries, and Under/Assistant Secretaries. Chief Secretary. Every state has a Chief Secretary. She controls all Secretariat Departments. The tenure of Chief Secretary is not fixed or time-bound. The Chief Secretary would normally retire from the same position or move to the Union government to take higher position. Functions of Chief Secretary. The Chief Secretary is the principal advisor to the Chief Minister, in which capacity she work out the detailed administrative plan of action. She is the Secretary to the Cabinet, who prepares the agenda for Cabinet meetings, arranges, and maintains records of these meetings. The Chief Secretary is the head of the civil services of the state. It is he who decides on the postings and transfers of civil servants. She exercises administrative control over the Central Record Branch and also controls the staff attached to the ministers. Directorates in state administration. Directorates are the executive arm of the state government. They translate into action the policies that are framed by the State Secretariat. Directorates are nothing but one type of executive agency. Directorates are classified into 2 categories. The attached offices are responsible for providing executive direction to the ministry to which they are attached. The subordinate offices function as field establishments or as the agencies responsible for the detailed execution of the decisions of government. Directors or commissioners are the heads of departments who are in charge of the actual administration of specific services or administration of projects. State legislature. Sources: Class 9 and X Old NCERT Chap 7 are government at the state. Class 11 New NCERT Chap 5 Legislature. Class 11 Old NCERT Chap 6 State Government. Chap 3 Legislature of India. Chap 4 Constitutional and Financial Processes at Central and State Level. India is a union of states. It means that there is one union government and several state governments. It also means that union, center, is more powerful than states. Constitutional provisions regarding state legislature. Part 6 of Article 168 to 212 of the Constitution deal with structure, tenure, officials, powers of the state. Legislature. The legislature of a state is the lawmaking body. A state can have a unicameral as well as a bicameral legislature. According to Article 168 of the Indian Constitution, there shall be a legislature in every state, and it shall consist of the governor. Composition of the state legislature. In most states, the legislature consists of the governor and the legislative assembly, Vidhan Sabha. This means that these states have unicameral legislature. The legislative assembly is known as the lower house or popular house. The legislative council is known as the upper house. In a few states, there are 2 houses of the legislature, namely Legislative Assembly, Vidhan Sabha, and Legislative Council, Vidhan Parishad, besides the governor. State legislature. Legislative Council, Vidhan Parishad, Legislative Assembly, Vidhan Sabha. There is a legislative assembly in every state. It represents the people of the state. The members of Vidhan Sabha are directly elected by people on the basis of a universal adult franchise. They are directly elected by all adult citizens registered as voters in the state. All men and women who are 18 years of age and above are eligible to be included in the voters list. They vote to elect members of the state assembly. Every state is divided into as many single-member constituencies as the number of members to be elected. Members are elected from territorial constituencies. Eligibility and composition. In order to become a member of Vidhan Sabha, a person must be a citizen citizen of India, have attained the age of 25 years, his/her name must be on voters list and must not hold any office of profit. The number of Vidhan Sabha members cannot be more than 500 and not less than 60. However, very small states have been allowed to have a lesser number of members. Some seats are reserved for the members of scheduled castes and scheduled tribes. The tenure of Vidhan Sabha is 5 years, but the governor can dissolve it before the completion of its term on the advice of the chief minister. It may be dissolved by the president in case of a constitutional emergency proclaimed under Article 356 of the Constitution. Governor Legislative Assembly Vidhan Sabha. In case of a proclamation of national emergency under Article 352, the Parliament can extend the term of the legislative assemblies for a period not exceeding 1 year at a time. Distribution of seats in various state legislative assemblies. States total no of seats. States total no of seats. Andhra Pradesh 175, Manipur 60, Arunachal Pradesh 60, Meghalaya 60, Assam 126, Mizoram 40, Bihar 243, Nagaland 60, Chhattisgarh 90, Odisha 147, Goa 40, Punjab 117, Gujarat 182, Rajasthan 200, Haryana 90, Sikkim 32, Himachal Pradesh 68, Tamil Nadu 234, Jharkhand 81, Telangana 119, Karnataka 224, Tripura 60, Kerala 140, Uttar Pradesh 403, Madhya Pradesh 230, Uttarakhand 70, Maharashtra 288, West Bengal 294, Union Territory Delhi 70, Jammu and Kashmir 85, Puducherry 33. Legislative Council Vidhan Parishad. Vidhan Parishad is the upper house of the state legislature. They are a result of the British legacy. It is not in existence in every state. Very few states have a bicameral legislature, that means having two houses. Articles 168 to 212 deals with the state legislative councils in India. The parliament can create Vidhan Parishad in a state where it does not exist if the legislative assembly of the state passes a resolution to this effect. This can be done by a majority of the total membership of the assembly and by a majority of not less than 2/3 of the members of the assembly present and voting, and sends the resolution to the parliament. Similarly, if a state has a council and the assembly and wants it to be abolished, it may adopt a resolution by a similar majority and send it to parliament. In this situation, parliament resolves to abolish the concerned legislative council. As of March 2022, 6 states, Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka, Maharashtra, Telangana, Bihar, and Uttar Pradesh, have a state legislative council. Number of members of legislative council in different states. States number: Uttar Pradesh 100, Maharashtra 78, Bihar 75, Karnataka 75, Andhra Pradesh 58, Telangana 40. Eligibility and composition. According to the Constitution, the total number of members in the Vidhan Parishad of a state should not exceed 1/3 of the total number of members of Vidhan Sabha, but this number should not be less than 40. In order to be a member of the Legislative Council, the person concerned should be a citizen of India, have attained the age of 30 years, be a registered voter in the state, and must not hold any office of profit. The Vidhan Parishad is partly elected and partly nominated. Most of the members are indirectly elected in accordance with the principle of proportional representation by means of a single transferable vote system. 1/3 of members of the council are elected by the members of the Vidhan Sabha. 1/3 of the members of the Vidhan Parishad are elected by the electorates consisting of members of municipalities, district boards, and other local bodies in the state. 1/12 members are elected by the electorate consisting of graduates in the state with a standing of 3 years. 1/12 members are elected by the electorate consisting of teachers of educational institutions within the state not lower in standard than a secondary school who have teaching experience of at least 3 years. The remaining, i.e. about 1/6 members, are nominated by the governor from amongst the persons having special knowledge in the sphere of literature, science, arts, cooperative movement, and social service. The Vidhan Parishad, like Rajya Sabha, is a permanent house. It is never dissolved. The tenure of its members is 6 years. 1/3 of its members retire after every 2 years. The retiring members are eligible for re-election. In case of a vacancy arising out of resignation or death by election is held for the remaining period of such members' tenure. According to Article 182, members of Legislative Council choose their presiding officer or the chairman. Disqualifications of the houses. Under the Constitution, a person shall be disqualified for being chosen as and for being a member of the Legislative Assembly or Legislative Council of a state if he holds any office of profit under the union or state government, except that of a minister or any other office exempted by state legislature. If he is of unsound mind and stands so declared by a court. If he is an undischarged insolvent. If he is not a citizen of India or has voluntarily acquired the citizenship of a foreign state or is under any acknowledgement of allegiance to a foreign state. If he is so disqualified under any law made by Parliament. According to Article 191(2), a person shall be disqualified for being a member of the Legislative Assembly or Legislative Council of a state if he is so disqualified under the anti-defection law of the 10th Schedule. Sessions of the state legislature. The state legislature meets at least twice a year, and the interval between 2 sessions cannot be more than 6 months. The governor summons and prorogues the sessions of state legislature. He addresses the Vidhan Sabha or both houses, if there is a bicameral legislature, at the commencement of the first session after each general election and at the commencement of the first session of the year. Powers and functions of the state legislature. Important powers and functions of the state legislature are as follows. Lawmaking functions. The primary function of the state legislature, like the Union Parliament, is lawmaking. The state state legislature is empowered to make laws on state list and concurrent list. The parliament and the legislative assemblies have the right to make the laws on the subjects mentioned in the concurrent list, but in case of contradiction between the union and state law on the subject, the law made by the parliament shall prevail. Bills are of two types: ordinary bills and money bills. Ordinary bills can be introduced in either of the houses if state legislature is bicameral, but the money bill is first introduced in the Vidhan Sabha. After the bill is passed by both houses, it is sent to the governor for his assent. The governor can send back the bill for reconsideration. When this bill is passed again by the legislature, the governor has to give his assent. The governor can issue an ordinance on the state subjects when the legislature is not in session. The ordinances have the force of law. The ordinances issued are laid before the state legislature when it reassembles. It ceases to be in operation after the expiry of 6 weeks unless rejected by the legislature earlier. The legislature passes a regular bill to become a law to replace the ordinance. This is usually done within 6 weeks after the reassembly of the legislature. Financial powers. The state legislature keeps control over the finances of the state. A money bill is introduced first only in the Vidhan Sabha. The money bill includes authorization of the expenditure to be incurred by the government, imposition or abolition of taxes, borrowing, etc. The bill is introduced by a minister on the recommendations of the governor. The money bill cannot be introduced by a private member. The Speaker of the Vidhan Sabha certifies that a particular bill is a money bill. After a money bill is passed by the Vidhan Sabha, it is sent to the Vidhan Parishad. It has to return this bill within 14 days with or without its recommendations. The Vidhan Sabha may either accept or reject its recommendations. The bill is deemed to have been passed by both houses. After this stage, the bill is sent to the governor for his assent. The governor cannot withhold his assent, as money bills are introduced with his prior approval. Control over the executive. The Council of Ministers is responsible to Vidhan Sabha collectively and remains in the office so long as it enjoys the confidence of the Vidhan Sabha. The Council of Ministers is dissolved if the Vidhan Sabha adopts a vote of no confidence or it rejects a government bill. In addition to the no confidence motion, the legislature keeps checks on the government by asking questions and supplementary questions, moving adjournment motions, and calling attention notices. Electoral functions. The elected members of the Vidhan Sabha are members of the Electoral College for the election of the President of India. The members of the Vidhan Sabha also elect members of the Rajya Sabha from their respective states. 1/3 of members of the Vidhan Parishad are also elected by the members of the Vidhan Sabha. In all these elections, members of the Vidhan Sabha Assembly cast their votes in accordance with a single transferable vote system. Constitutional functions. There are some constitutional amendments that require a special majority of each house of the parliament and ratification by not less than half of the states relating to federal subjects. The resolution for the ratification is passed by state legislatures with a simple majority. However, a constitutional amendment cannot be initiated in the state legislature. Officers of the state legislature. Articles 178 to 187 deals with the officers of the state legislature. It includes Speaker, Deputy Speaker, Chairman of Legislative Council or Assembly, Deputy Chairman of Legislative Council or Assembly, etc. Speaker of Assembly. Members of the Assembly elect a Speaker among themselves. He remains in office during the tenure of the Assembly. However, he may vacate his office by writing to the Deputy Speaker or be removed by a resolution. Passed by a majority of all the then members of the Assembly, or he ceases to be a member of the Assembly. Such a resolution can be moved only after giving 14 days prior notice. Powers and duties of Speaker. His duties are similar to those of the Speaker of the Lok Sabha. He adjourns the Assembly or suspends the meeting in the absence of a quorum and maintains order and decorum in the Assembly for conducting its business and regulating its proceedings. He can allow a secret sitting of the House at the request of the leader of the House. He decides the questions of disqualification of a member of the Assembly arising on the ground of defection under the provisions of the 10th schedule of the Constitution. However, he also vacates his office earlier in any of the following 3 cases. 1. If he ceases to be a member of the Assembly. 2. If he resigns by writing to the Deputy Speaker. 3. If he is removed by a resolution passed by a majority of all the members of the Assembly. Such resolution can be moved only after giving 14 days advance notice. He appoints the chairman of all the committees of the Assembly and supervises their functioning. He himself is the chairman of the Business Advisory Committee, the Rules Committee, and the General Purpose Committee. The Speaker decides whether a bill is a money bill or not. Deputy Speaker of Assembly. Like the Speaker, the Deputy Speaker is also elected by the Assembly itself from amongst its members. He is elected after the election of the Speaker has taken place. The Deputy Speaker performs the duties of the Speaker's office when it is vacant. He also acts as the Speaker when the latter is absent from the sitting of Assembly. In both the cases, he has all the powers of the Speaker. Chairman of the Council. The Chairman is elected by the Council itself from amongst its members. He may vacate his office by resigning by writing to the Deputy Chairman, or if he ceases to be a member of the Council. His powers and functions are comparable to the Speaker of the Assembly with few exceptions, such as the Speaker has one special power which is not enjoyed by the Chairman. The Speaker decides whether a bill is a money bill or not, and his decision on this question is final. Deputy Chairman of Council. Like the Chairman, the Deputy Chairman is also elected by the Council itself from amongst its members. The Deputy Chairman performs the duties of the Chairman's office when it is vacant. He also acts as the Chairman when the Chairman is absent from the sitting of the Council. In both the cases, he has all the powers of the Chairman. Difference between between Legislative Assembly and Legislative Council. Legislative Assembly. Vithan Sabha. Legislative Council. Vithan Parishad. It refers to the lower house of the state legislature. It is the upper house of the state legislature. Direct election is the mode of electing members of the Legislative Assembly. The indirect election is the mode of electing members of the Legislative Council. Legislative Assembly members are elected for a term of 5 years. Legislative Council members are elected for a term of 6 years. Speaker is the presiding officer of the Legislative Assembly. Chairman is the presiding officer of the Legislative Council. The maximum number of members is 500 and the minimum number of members are 60. The number of members should be 1/3 of the total number of members in the Legislative Assembly. The number of members should not be less than 40. Minimum age of membership in the Legislative Assembly is 25 years. Minimum age of membership in Legislative Council is 30 years. Money bill is introduced first in Vithan Sabha. Money bill cannot be initiated in the Vithan Parishad. Legislative procedures in state legislature. State's legislature has separate procedure for the passing of ordinary bill and the money bill. Ordinary bill, Article 196. An ordinary bill is that bill which is neither a money bill nor a bill involving expenditure from the consolidated fund of the state. It is a bill relating to matters of ordinary legislation. It can be introduced in either house of the state legislature if it has a legislative council. The bill has to be passed by both the houses of legislature. Article 197 provides the following cases of conflict in the two houses of a state legislature. A bill having been passed by the Legislative Assembly and sent to the Legislative Council is not returned within 3 months by the Council. A bill having been passed by the Legislative Assembly is rejected by the Legislative Council if the Legislative Assembly does not accept the recommendation or the amendment proposed by the Legislative Council. And after all these phases, if the Legislative Assembly passes the bill again with or without the amendments proposed by the Legislative Council, it shall be deemed to be passed by both the houses. It is important to note that there is no provision for holding a joint sitting of the two houses of the state legislature for resolving a deadlock on a non-money bill, as it is in Union bill in the Parliament. The above provisions show that the position of the Council with respect to the Assembly is very weak, and the Assembly can pass any bill it wants even if the Council disagrees. Money bill, Article 199. Money bill is a bill which exclusively deals with taxation matters. It can only be introduced in the Legislative Assembly. It cannot be introduced in the Assembly except with prior recommendation of the Governor. And if any question arises whether a bill is a money bill or not, the decision of the Speaker of the Legislative Assembly shall be final. A money bill having been passed by the Legislative Assembly is transmitted to the Legislative Council. The Legislative Council has to return the money bill within 14 days from the date of receipt with or without any amendments. The Legislative Assembly is not bound to agree with the amendments. Assent of the Governor, Article 200. It deals with the procedures regarding the assent to the bills passed by the state legislature. It holds that when a bill has been passed by the Legislative Assembly of a state or, in the case of having a Legislative Council, has been passed by both houses of the legislature of the state, it shall be presented to the Governor. The Governor shall give he assents to the bill or he can withhold assent or he can reserve the bill for the consideration of the President. Assent of the President, Article 201. When a bill is reserved by the Governor for the consideration of the President shall declare either that he assents to the bill or that he withholds assent to the bill or return the bill for reconsideration of the houses of the state legislature. And after passing from the state legislature again with or without recommendation or amendments, the President is not bound to give his per assent. Privileges of state legislature. Each of the House has the right to publish its reports, debates, and proceedings. It can make rules to regulate its own procedure and the conduct of its business and to adjudicate upon such manners. The courts are prohibited to inquire into the proceedings of the House and its proceedings. There are two kinds of privileges of state legislature. They are: 1. Collective privileges. The privileges belonging to each house of the state legislature collectively are as follows. It has the right to publish its reports, debates, and proceedings, and also the right to prohibit others from publishing the same. It can exclude strangers from its proceedings and hold secret sittings to discuss some important matters. It can make rules to regulate its own procedure and the conduct of its business and to adjudicate upon such matters. It can punish members as well as outsiders for breach of its privileges. It has the right to receive immediate information of the arrest, detention, conviction, imprisonment, and release of a member. It can institute inquiries and order the attendance of witnesses and send for relevant papers and records. The courts are prohibited to inquire into the proceedings of a house or its committees. No person, either a member or outsider, can be arrested, and no legal process, civil or criminal, can be served within the precincts of the House without the permission of the presiding officer. 2. Individual privileges. The privileges belonging to the members individually are as follows. They cannot be arrested during the session of the state legislature and 40 days before the beginning and 40 days after the end of such session. This privilege is available only in civil cases and not in criminal cases or preventive detention cases. They have freedom of speech in the state legislature. No member is liable to any proceedings in any court for anything said or any vote given by him in the state legislature or its committees. They are exempted from jury service. They can refuse to give evidence and appear as a witness in a case pending in a court when the state legislature is in session. Sessions of the state legislature. Summoning the Governor from time to time summons each house of state legislature to meet. The minimum gap between the two sessions of the legislature cannot cannot be more than 6 months. Adjournment, it suspends the work in a sitting for a specified time, which may be hours, days, or weeks. Prorogation, the governor can also prorogue House which is in session. The presiding officer, speaker, or chairman declares the House adjourned sine die when business of the session is completed. Dissolution, a dissolution ends the life of the existing House and a new House is constituted after the general elections are held. Quorum, it is 1/10 of the total number of members of the House, including the presiding officer. If there is no quorum during a meeting of the House, it is the duty of the presiding officer either to adjourn the House or to suspend the meeting until there is a quorum. Lapsing of bills. The position with respect to lapsing of bills on the dissolution of the Assembly is mentioned below. A bill pending in the Assembly lapses. A bill passed by the Assembly but pending in the Council lapses. A bill pending in the Council but not passed by the Assembly does not lapse. A bill passed by the Assembly or passed by both the Houses but without the assent of the governor or the president does not lapse. A bill passed by the Assembly or passed by both the Houses but returned by the president for reconsideration of Houses does not lapse. Judiciary. Sources: Class 7 Old NCERT Chap 10, Our Courts. Class 8 New NCERT Chap 5, Judiciary. Class 8 New NCERT Chap 6, Understanding Our Criminal Justice System. Class 9 and X Old NCERT Chap 8, Our Courts. Class 11 New NCERT Chap 6, Judiciary. Class 11 Old NCERT Chap 8, Judiciary in India. The principal role of judiciary is to protect rule of law and ensure supremacy of law. It safeguards rights of the individual and settles disputes in accordance with the law. Judiciary is a part of the democratic political structure of the country. Therefore, it is accountable to the Constitution, democratic traditions, and people of the country. Supreme Court of India. The highest judicial authority in India is the Supreme Court, inaugurated on January 28, 1950. The Indian Constitution provides for a provision of the Supreme Court under Part 5, Article 127 to 147. It deals with the organization, independence, jurisdiction, power, and procedures of the Supreme Court. Composition of Supreme Court. The Supreme Court consists of a Chief Justice and several other judges. At present, Supreme Court has 32 judges, including the Chief Justice of India with maximum possible strength of 34. Appointment of judge. As per Article 124(2), every judge of the Supreme Court is appointed by the President after consulting such of the judges of the Supreme Court and the High Courts as President deems necessary. However, while appointing other judges, the President has to consult the Chief Justice of India. As far as the appointment of the Chief Justice of India, CJI, is concerned, over the years, a convention had developed whereby the senior-most judge of the Supreme Court was appointed as the Chief Justice of India. But in 1973, N. Ray was appointed as CJI, displacing 3 senior judges. Again in 1975, Justice M. H. Beg was appointed, displacing Justice H. R. Khanna. This matter again came up before the Supreme Court between 1982 and 1998. The Supreme Court suggested that the Chief Justice should recommend names of person to be appointed in consultation with for senior-most judges of the court. Hence, the Supreme Court has established the principle of collegiality in making recommendations for appointment. Eligibility of judge. Article 124(3) states that only such a person can be appointed a judge of the Supreme Court who is a citizen of India, who has been a judge of a high court for at least 5 years, who has been an advocate of a high court for 10 years, who is, in the opinion of President, a distinguished jurist. The judges of the Supreme Court are paid salaries determined by the Parliament by law. They are also entitled to such privileges and allowances and to such rights in respect of leave of absence and pension as are determined by the Parliament from time to time. Salaries of judge. In the year 2018, the salary of the Chief Justice was increased to T2.80 lakhs per month from 1 lakh, and other judges was increased to T2.50 lakhs from 90,000. Retired judges are entitled to get 50% pension of their last drawn salary. After appointment, the Parliament cannot make any change in the salaries, allowances, privileges, leave of absence, and pension, etc., except in case of financial emergency. Oath and tenure of judges. Every person appointed to be a judge of the Supreme Court is required to take an oath of office before he enters upon his office in front of the President or some person appointed by him. In his oath, a judge of Supreme Court swears to bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of India, to uphold the sovereignty and integrity of India, and to uphold the Constitution and the laws. Every judge of the Supreme Court, including the Chief Justice, holds office until he attains the age of 65 years. However, he can resign from his post anytime by submitting his resignation to the President. Removal of judges. Article 124(4) mentions the regulations for the removal of the Supreme Court judge. He can be removed from his office by the President if each House of Parliament has passed a motion for such removal on the grounds of proven misbehavior or incapacity by a majority of not less than 2/3 of the members. In 1991, the first ever motion to remove a Supreme Court justice was signed by 108 members of Parliament, but the impeachment motion against Justice V. Ramaswamy could not get the support of 1/2 of the total strength of the House. In 2011, Soumitra Sen was charged for corruption, but he resigned from the office before the motion was processed in the Parliament. Rule of plead in vacancy. No person who has held office as a judge of the Supreme Court cannot plead or act in any court or before any authority within the territory of India. If the office of Chief Justice of India is vacant or he is unable to perform his duties, the same shall be performed by one of the other judges as the President may appoint for the purpose. Retired judge. The Chief Justice of India, with consent of the President, may request any retired retired judge of the Supreme Court or High Court who is qualified to be appointed a judge of the Supreme Court to act as a judge of the Supreme Court when there is a lack of quorum of the permanent judges to hold or continue any session of the Supreme Court. Such a person will be entitled to allowances as the President may determine and shall have all the jurisdiction, powers, and privileges that are enjoyed by regular judges. Independence of judiciary. The independence of judiciary depends on following three factors. The other organs of the government, like the executive and legislature, must not restrain the functioning of the judiciary in such a way that it is unable to do justice. The other organs of the government should not interfere with the decision of the judiciary. Judges must be able to perform their functions without fear or favor. Jurisdiction of Supreme Court. The Supreme Court of India is one of the very powerful courts anywhere in the world. However, it functions within the limitations imposed by the Constitution. The Supreme Court has specific jurisdiction or scope of powers. Original jurisdiction. Article 131 deals with original jurisdiction. It means cases that can be directly considered by the Supreme Court without going to the lower courts. The Supreme Court hears directly any dispute between the government of India and one or more states, between the government of India and any state or states on one side and one or more states on the other, or between two or more states. The treaties concluded between the center and the princely states are excluded from the court's original jurisdiction. In this capacity, the Supreme Court not just settles disputes but also interprets the powers of union and state government as laid down in the Constitution. Appellate jurisdiction. It is the power of the Supreme Court to review decisions and change outcomes of decisions of lower courts. The appellate jurisdiction of the Supreme Court can be invoked by a certificate granted by the High Court concerned under Article 132, 1, 133, 1, or 134. This is done in respect of any judgment, decree, or final order of a high court in both civil and criminal cases involving substantial questions of law as to the interpretation of the Constitution. The appellate jurisdiction of the Supreme Court is given in Article 132, 133, and 134 for constitutional, civil, and criminal cases respectively. Constitutional cases. The Supreme Court hears the constitutional cases when High Court validates. Sometimes, constitutional cases are heard when Supreme Court validates to any person that the case needs assessment. Criminal cases. It deals with conduct or acts that the law defines as offenses. For example, theft, harassing a woman to bring more dowry, murder, etc. Criminal case usually begins with the lodging of an first information report, FIR, with the police who investigate the crime, after which a case is filed in the court. In such cases, if found guilty, the accused can be sent to jail and also fined. Civil cases. It deals with any harm or injury to rights of individuals. For example, disputes relating to sale of land, purchase of goods, rent matters, divorce cases, etc. In civil cases, a petition has to be filed before the relevant court by the affected party only. In a rent matter, either the landlord or tenant can file a case. In such cases, the court gives the specific relief asked for. For instance, in a case between a landlord and a tenant, the court can order the flat to be vacated and pending rent to be paid. Advisory jurisdiction. The Supreme Court of India possesses advisory jurisdiction also under Article 143. This means that the President of India can refer any matter that is of public importance or that which involves interpretation of Constitution to Supreme Court for advice. The Supreme Court is not bound to give advice on such matters, and the President is not bound to accept such an advice. Writ jurisdiction. Article 32 imposes duty on the Supreme Court to enforce the fundamental rights. Writ is a formal written order issued by a body with judicial powers. As Supreme Court is defender of fundamental rights of Indian citizens, it is vested with writ powers. There are 5 types of writs issued by Supreme Court, namely habeas corpus, mandamus, prohibition, quo warranto, and certiorari for enforcement of fundamental rights of citizens. This comes under the original jurisdiction of the Supreme Court, but it is not exclusive. High courts, under Article 226, also enjoy the right to issue writs to protect the fundamental rights and for other purposes. Landmark judgment of Supreme Court. Case description. Goloknath case, 1967. The Supreme Court, while reversing the ruling made in Shankar, Prasad, and Sujjun Singh case, held that constitutional amendment cannot be extended to infringement of fundamental rights. For the first time, the Supreme Court propounded the basic structure doctrine. The apex court held that certain basic features of the Constitution cannot be amended while others can be done, so without having a sweeping change in the Constitution. The Constitution of India do not define basic structure. The Supreme Court held that fundamental rights and directive principles of state policy are complementary to each other, and any law enacted to implement the directive principles not totally contravening the fundamental rights is valid. S.R. Bommai case, 1995. The Supreme Court held that federalism is a part of basic structure and state governments cannot be arbitrarily dismissed by a governor. Any such test of confidence of the executive must be done on the floor of the Assembly. Other powers of a Supreme Court. Review of judgments. The Supreme Court is empowered to review any judgment pronounced by it. Enforcement of Supreme Court's orders and decrees. The decision of the Supreme Court are binding on all the courts in India. All the civil and judicial authorities are required to assist and add the court in the execution of its orders. Guardian of the Constitution. The principal function of the Supreme Court is to act as the guardian of the Constitution, particularly relating to the fundamental rights guaranteed to the citizens. Court of record. The judgments of the Supreme Court are recorded and considered authoritative and serves as cases, laws, and precedents. Keshvananda Bharati case, 1973. Minerva Mills case, 1980. Contempt of court. The Supreme Court can start contempt proceedings against anyone who indulges in malicious propaganda against the judges or tries to influence the judges. Judicial activism and public interest litigation. The chief instrument through which judicial activism has flourished in India to public interest litigation (PIL) or social action litigation (SAL). In 1979, the court set the trend when it decided to hear a case where the case was filed not by the aggrieved persons but by the others on their behalf. This opened the gates for large number of cases where public-spirited citizens and voluntary organizations sought judicial intervention. Those interventions were for the protection of existing rights, betterment of life conditions of the poor, protection of environment, and many other issues in the interest of the public. Some early PILs. The seeds of the concept of public interest litigation were initially sown in India by Justice Krishan Iyer in 1976 in Mumbai, Kanagar Sava v.S. Abdul Tai. In 1979, the Husainera Khatun vs. Bahar case became famous as one of the early public interest litigation PILs. In 1980, the Sunil Batra vs. Delhi administration also become one of the pioneers of public interest litigation. Who can file a PIL? Any citizen can file a public case by filing a petition under Article 32 of the Indian Constitution in the Supreme Court, under Article 226 of the Indian Constitution in the High Court, under Section 133 of the Criminal Procedure Code in the Court of Magistrate. High Courts. Article 214 to 231 in Part 6 of the Constitution deals with the organization, independence, jurisdiction, powers, procedures of the High Court. The institution of the court originated in India in 1862 with 3 high courts were set up at Calcutta, Bombay, and Madras. Currently, India has total 25 high courts established in different states of the country. Composition and appointment of judges. The High Court consists of a Chief Justice and such other judges as the President may from time to time deem it necessary to appoint. The Chief Justice is appointed by the President on consultation with the Chief Justice of India and the Governor of the concerned state. In appointing other judges, the President, besides consulting the Chief Justice of India and the Governor of that state, also consults the Chief Justice of the High Court. Qualification of judge. For the appointment as a judge of a high court, a person should be a citizen of India, should have held a judicial office at least for 10 years, has been an advocate of a high court in any state for at least 10 years. Salaries and privileges of judge. The judges of a high court are paid such salaries as are determined by Parliament by law. They are also entitled to such privileges and allowances and to such rights in respect of leave of absence and pension as are determined by Parliament from time to time. Parliament cannot make any change after their appointment in the salaries, allowances, privileges, leave of absence and pension etc. adversely affecting them except in case of financial emergency. Tenure of judge. Every judge of a high court, including the Chief Justice, holds office until he attains the age of 62 years. He can resign from his post any time by submitting his resignation letter to the President. He can also be removed from his office in the same manner as the judges of the Supreme Court. No person who has held an office as a permanent judge of a high court can practice in that high court. However, he can practice in the Supreme Court or in any other high court. Appointment of acting Chief Justice. As per Article 223, the President can appoint a judge of a high court as an acting Chief Justice of the High Court in the following cases: when the office of Chief Justice of the High Court is vacant, or when the Chief Justice of the High Court is temporarily absent, or when the Chief Justice of the High Court is unable to perform the duties of his office. Appointment of retired judges. The Chief Justice of a high court of any state, with the consent of the President, can request any person to sit and act as a judge of the high court for that state who already has held the office of a judge. Every such person is entitled to such allowances as the President may by order determine. Also, he shall have all the jurisdiction, powers, and privileges of removal of judges. Removal of judges. A judge of the high court can hold office till the age of 62 years, but he may also resign or may be removed by the President in the cases provided below. A judge may, by writing under his hand addressed to the President, resigns from his office. A judge may be removed from his office by the President in the manner provided in Clause 4 of Article 124 for the removal of a judge of the Supreme Court. The office of a judge shall be vacated by his being appointed by the President to be a judge of the Supreme Court or by his being transferred by the President to any other high court within the territory of India. The manner of removal of a judge of a high court is same as the Supreme Court judge. Till now, 2 unsuccessful attempts have been made to remove a judge. First time, it was against Justice V. Ramaswamy in 1991, and second time against Justice Somatrasan in 2011. Jurisdiction of a high court. Jurisdiction of a high court are discussed as follows. Original jurisdiction. Every high court has original jurisdiction in regard to admiralty, will, divorce, marriage, company, contempt of court, and certain revenue cases. Every high court is empowered to issue directions, orders, or writs, particularly the writs of habeas corpus, mandamus, prohibition, certiorari, and quo warranto, for the enforcement of any of the fundamental rights. Appellate jurisdiction. It hears appeals against the judgments of subordinate courts. In criminal cases, if a sessions judge awards death sentence, an appeal lies to the high court. In civil cases, appellate jurisdiction extends to all such cases which involve an amount exceeding 500,000. It also hears cases relating to patent and designs, succession, land acquisition, insolvency, and guardianship. Supervisory jurisdiction. High court has the power of superintendence over all courts and tribunals within its territorial jurisdiction except military courts or tribunals. It also has power to transfer the cases from other subordinate courts in the state to itself. Article 227. Judicial review. High Court examines the constitutionality of legislative enactments and executive orders of both the central and state governments. This is known as power of judicial review. If they are found violative of the Constitution, ultra vires, they can be declared as illegal, unconstitutional, and invalid, null and void by the High Court. Thus, they can't be enforced by the government. The constitutional validity can be challenged in the High Court on following 3 grounds. 1. It infringes the fundamental rights. 2. It is repugnant to the constitutional provisions. 3. It is outside the competence of the authority which has framed it. Writ jurisdiction. As per Article 226 of the Constitution, the High Courts are given powers of issuing writs not only for the enforcement of the fundamental rights of the people, but also for other purposes. High Courts can issue all kinds of writs as issued by the Supreme Court, i.e., habeas corpus, certiorari, mandamus, prohibition, and quo warranto. While issuing writs, the High Courts are not bound by their territorial jurisdiction, but the cause of their action should belong to their territory/state. Transfer of certain cases to the High Court. If a High Court feels that a case is pending in a subordinate court involves a substantial question of law, it may withdraw the case and may either dispose off the case itself. It can also determine the said question of law and return the case to the court from which it was withdrawn for final decision. Court of record. It involves recording the judgments, proceedings, and acts of High Courts for perpetual memory. These records cannot be further questioned in any court. It has the power to punish for contempt of itself. Power of judicial review. This power of the court includes the power to examine the constitutionality of legislative and executive orders of both central and state government. List of High Court benches of India. Court name, established jurisdiction seat benches. Kolkata High Court, July 2, 1862, West Bengal, Andaman, Kolkata, Port Blair, and Nicobar Islands. Mumbai High Court, August 14, 1862, Maharashtra, Goa, Dadra and Nagar Mumbai, Aurangabad, Nagpur, Haveli, Mumbai, Daman, and Diu. Panaji Chennai High Court, August 15, 1862, Tamil Nadu, Puducherry, Chennai, Madurai, Allahabad High Court, June 11, 1866, Uttar Pradesh, Allahabad, Lucknow, Karnataka High Court, 1884, Karnataka, Bengaluru, Dharwad, Gulbarga, Patna High Court, September 2, 1916, Bihar, Patna, Jammu and Kashmir High Court, August 28, 1928, Jammu and Kashmir, Srinagar/Jammu, Punjab and Haryana High Court, November 8, 1947, Punjab, Haryana, Chandigarh, Guwahati High Court, March 1, 1948, Arunachal Pradesh, Assam, Guwahati, Aizawl, Itangar, Nagaland, Mizoram, Kohima, Orissa High Court, April 3, 1948, Odisha, Cuttack, Rajasthan High Court, June 21, 1949, Rajasthan, Jodhpur, Jaipur, Telangana High Court, January 1, 2019, Telangana, Hyderabad, Kerala High Court, November 1, 1956, Kerala, Lakshadweep, Kochi, Madhya Pradesh High Court, January 2, 1956, Madhya Pradesh, Jabalpur, Gwalior, Indore, Gujarat High Court, May 1, 1960, Gujarat, Ahmedabad, Delhi High Court, October 31, 1966, National Capital Territory of Delhi, New Delhi, Himachal Pradesh High Court, January 25, 1971, Himachal Pradesh, Shimla, Sikkim High Court, May 16, 1975, Sikkim, Gangtok, Chhattisgarh High Court, January 11, 2000, Chhattisgarh, Bilaspur, Uttarakhand High Court, November 9, 2000, Uttarakhand, Nainital, Jharkhand High Court, November 15, 2000, Jharkhand, Ranchi, Manipur High Court, March 25, 2013, Manipur, Impole, Meghalaya High Court, March 25, 2013, Meghalaya, Shillong, Tripura High Court, March 26, 2013, Tripura, Agratla, Andhra Pradesh High Court, January 1, 2019, Andhra Pradesh, Amravati. Subordinate courts. Subordinate courts work below the High Courts in state. Articles 233 to 237 in Part 6 of our Constitution make various provisions to regulate the organization of subordinate courts and to ensure their independence from the executive. Appointment of district judges. The appointment, posting, and promotion of a district judge is done under the governor of the state in consultation with the High Court. The necessary qualifications for a person to be appointed as a district judge are as follows. Article 233 strictly says that a person must not be in the service of the central or the state government. He should have been an advocate or a pleader for 7 years. He should be recommended by the High Court for appointment, recruitment of persons other than district judges to the judicial service. As per Article 234, appointment of persons other than district judges to the judicial service of a state shall be made by the governor of the state. It shall be in accordance with rules made by him in that behalf after consultation with the State Public Service Commission and with the High Court exercising jurisdiction in relation to such state. Control over subordinate courts. The district judge of High Court has control over district courts and other subordinate courts. This control involves all the matters including the posting, promotion, grant of leave, etc. Others types of courts. The other types of courts are civil courts. A civil court is the highest court in a district and here appeal brought from lower courts. It is headed by the district judge and tries civil cases. The deputy commissioner of the district, apart from exercising administrative and revenue power, also functions as the district magistrate or district judge. Criminal courts. Criminal court of the district, the highest court in the district for hearing criminal cases, is headed by a session judge. Cases of murder, dacoity, and other serious crimes are heard by the sessions courts. The judge can go to the extent of awarding capital punishment in such cases. However, his decisions are subject to the approval of the high courts. Revenue courts. Cases involving the assessment and collection of land revenue, as well as property tax, are dealt by the revenue courts. They work directly under the high courts. These courts are divided into following 5 categories. Board of of Revenue, Court of the Commissioner of Revenue, Court of the Collector, Court of the Tahsildar, and Court of Naib Tahsildar. Mobile courts. Mobile court means a court set up in a vehicle, which can move from one place to another according to a well-prepared plan and schedule. Mobile courts will be of great relief to the rural people. It would create greater awareness about the judicial system among the rural masses, cut costs for them, and render justice at their doorstep. These courts should see that hearings are not unnecessarily postponed. The mobile court is equipped to receive complaints, civil and criminal applications for the following: to grant bail and remand accused to custody, to issue summons, receive police reports, record evidence, to pronounce and execute decrees and judgments, to pass sentences and can send convicts to prison. It also delivers certified copies of its orders and judgments. Family courts. The family courts can be set by the state government under the Family Courts Act 1984 in cities/towns with a population of more than 10 lakh. The main objective of these courts is to promote conciliation and to secure speedy settlement of disputes relating to marriage and family affairs. The Parliamentary Committee on Empowerment of Women recommended that all the state/UT government be asked to set up one family court in each district of the country. Lok Adalat. It is a system of alternative dispute resolution developed in India. It roughly means people's court. It is based on the principles of the Panch Parmeshwar of Gram Panchayat, which were also proposed by Mahatma Gandhi. The idea of it was mainly advocated by former Chief Justice of India Justice P.N. Bhagwati. They are governed by Legal Services Authorities Act of 1987. The award of the Lok Adalat is binding upon all the parties. Lok Adalats are given the powers of the civil courts. The Lok Adalats have wide jurisdiction. That means any matter falling within the jurisdiction of civil, criminal, revenue courts, or tribunals are dealt by them. Lok Adalat accepts the cases which could be settled by conciliation and in which compromise was pending in the regular courts within their jurisdiction. The Lok Adalat is presided over by a sitting or retired judicial officer or an other person of respect and legal knowledge as the chairman, with two other members, usually a lawyer and a social worker. The first Lok Adalat was held on March 14, 1982 in Gujarat. Gram Nyalaya. The central government has decided that the provisions of the Gram Nyalaya Act 2008 shall come into force from October 2, 2009. It is meant to provide for the establishment of the Gram Nyalayas at the grassroots level for the purpose of providing access to justice to the citizens at their doorsteps. The provisions are: it aims at providing inexpensive justice to people in rural areas at doorsteps. It shall be court of judicial magistrate of the first class, and its presiding officer, Nyadhikari, shall be appointed by the state government in consultation with the High Court. The Gram Nyalaya shall try criminal cases, civil suits, disputes, and try to settle the disputes by bringing about conciliation. The Gram Nyalaya shall not be bound by the rules of evidence provided in the Evidence Act 1872, but shall be guided by the principles of natural justice and subject to any rule made by the High Court. National Legal Services Authority, NALSA. Article 39A, added by 42nd Amendment, provides for free legal aid to the poor and weaker sections of the society. The Legal Services Authorities Act 1987 was passed and amended in 1994/2002. It seeks to establish a nationwide network for providing free and comprehensive legal services to the weaker sections of the society. The Act also provides for the composition of the Supreme Court Legal Service Committees, the High Court Legal Service Committees, State Legal Service Committees, the District Legal Service Committees, and the Talukah Legal Service Committees for providing free legal aid to the eligible persons. NALSA not only monitors and evaluates the implementation of the legal aid schemes and programs, but also takes necessary steps for promoting legal itinerancy, setting up of legal aid clinics in universities and law colleges, training of paralegal personnel, and holding legal aid camps in the Lok Adalats/permanent Lok Adalat. Federalism and center-state relations. Sources: Class X New Insert Chap 1, Power Sharing, Chap 2 Federalism, Class 11 New Insert Chap 7, Federalism, Class 11 Old Insert Chap 3, Indian Constitution, Preamble, Features, and Indian Union. Federalism. A federal state is that state which is brought into being through a contractual union of sovereign states. Federalism is an institutional mechanism to accommodate two sets of polities, one at the regional level and the other at the national level. Each government is autonomous in its own sphere. Federalism in India. Part 11 and 12 of the Indian Constitution define the power distribution between the federal government, the center, and the states in India. These parts are divided between legislative, administrative, and financial powers. Indian federalism is a cooperative federalism. The Government of India Act 1935, for the first time, provided for a federal form of government in India, but this form of government could not come into existence at that time. According to Article 1, India will be a union of states. According to Article 2, states and their areas will be those mentioned in first list of the Constitution. Federal features of Indian Constitution. The federal features of the Indian Constitution are: division of power. There is a clear division of power between the Union and states. Seventh schedule of the Constitution provides for 3 lists. The Union list comprises 100 subjects wherein the Union government has exclusive jurisdiction. The state list comprises 61 subjects wherein the states have exclusive jurisdiction. The concurrent list has 52 subjects wherein both the Union and states have jurisdiction, but in case of conflict between the two, law of the Union prevails. Written Constitution. The source of power of both the governments, Union, and states is the written Constitution enacted by the Constituent Assembly. Rigidity of the Constitution. The procedure of amending the Constitution regarding the federal principle is rigid. It It requires not only the absolute majority of the members of the two houses of parliament and two-thirds majority of the members present and voting, but also endorsement of the legislatures of at least half the states. Supremacy of the Constitution. The Constitution is supreme. All the authorities of the Union and states, such as legislature, executive, and judiciary, get their powers from the Constitution and are subordinate to it. Impartial judiciary. The Constitution provides for a Supreme Court, which is the highest authority in India regarding the interpretation of the Constitution. Center-state relations. It is generally accepted that the Indian Constitution has created a strong central government. The framers of the Constitution wanted to create a strong center to stem disintegration and bring about social and political change. The concern for unity and development prompted the makers of the Constitution to create a strong central government. Legislative relations. The existence of a state and its territorial integrity is in the hands of Parliament. The Parliament is empowered to form a new state by separation of territory from any state or by uniting two or more states. It can also alter the boundary of any state or even its name. The Constitution provides for some safeguards by way of securing the view of the concerned state legislature. The seventh schedule has provided the distribution of powers and responsibilities between the center and the states. The Union list contained 97 subjects, is now at 100 subjects. The state list contains 66 subjects, is now at 61 subjects, and concurrent list is now increased to 52 subjects from 47. Constitution of India. Union list. The Union list consists of a range of subjects in which only the Parliament of India has power to enact law. Defense sector, arms, firearms, explosive, atomic energy, war and peace, citizenship, railways / shipping / inland waterways, post telegraph, interstate trade and commerce, currency / coinage, banking and insurance. State list. Only the state legislature has the power to make laws. Education, forest weights and measurement, administration of justice, wildlife protection, agriculture, police / railway police, public health and sanitation, taxes on lands and buildings, local government. Concurrent list. In this list, both the center and the state have power to make laws. Criminal law and criminal procedure, banking and insolvency, prevention of cruelty, civil procedure, including all matters included in the Code of Civil Procedure, economic and social planning, control of price, trade unions, trust and trustees, archaeological sites, adoption / legal heir. Residual list. The subjects which are not included in any of the three lists comes under the residual list. Article 248 of the Constitution has given power to only Parliament to enact laws. Subjects such as space technology, cyber laws, etc. comes under the residual list. Distribution of powers. The distribution of powers heavily tilts in favor of the Union. The Union list comprises the largest number of items. In the concurrent list, also the center supersedes the powers of the states. The center dominates in about 2/3 of the total number of subjects of the three lists together. Sometimes, a situation may demand that the central government needs to legislate on matters from the state list. This happens if the upper house of Parliament passes a resolution supported by not less than 2/3 of the members present and voting. Then it is necessary in the national interest that Parliament should make a law with respect to any matter enumerated in the state list. It would be competent for Parliament to make law for the states with respect to that matter to be operative for such period, not exceeding 1 year. The operation of such legislation can be extended for an additional period of 1 year at a time by resolution of Rajya Sabha passed in the same manner as the first resolution. The Constitution clearly states that executive powers of the center are superior to the executive powers of the states. Laws passed by the state legislature on a subject on the state list may be reserved for the consideration of the president by the governor. Some of the subjects of state lists are specifically reserved. Some of them cannot be even introduced or moved in the state legislature without the previous sanction of the president. Financial relations. The central government has every effective financial powers and responsibilities. In the first place, items generating revenue are under the control of the central government. The central government has many revenue sources and the states are mostly dependent on the grants and financial assistance from the center. The President of India also appoints the Finance Commission of India, which recommends allocation of such grants, goods and services. Tax Council. The 101st Amendment Act of 2016 provided for the establishment of a Goods and Services Tax Council, GST Council. It is established under the Article 279A of the Constitution. The Council's objective is to make recommendation to the Union and state governments on issues related to GST. Composition. Chairperson. The Union Finance Minister. Members of state in charge. The Union Finance Minister of Finance. The State Finance Minister or any other minister nominated by the government. Role of Finance Commission. It shall be the duty of the Finance Commission of India to make recommendations to the President as to the distribution between the Union and the states of the net proceeds of taxes which are to be or may be divided between them under this chapter and the allocation between the states of the respective shares of such proceeds. The principles which should govern the grants and aid of the revenues of the states out of the Consolidated Fund of India. The measures needed to augment the Consolidated Fund of a state to supplement the resources of the panchayats in the state on the basis of the recommendations made by the Finance Commission of the state. Administrative relations. Governors of the states are appointed by President and they hold their office during his pleasure and to the extent they exercise their powers and their discretion are answerable to him. The Sarkaria Commission that was appointed by the central government in 1983 submitted its report in 1988 to examine the issues relating to center-state relations, recommended that appointment of governors should be strictly non-partisan. The governor has the power to recommend the dismissal of the state government and suspension or Dissolution of State Assembly. Under Article 356, President's rule can be imposed in any state if President is assured that a situation has arisen in which the government of the state cannot be carried on in accordance with the provisions of this Constitution. The President's proclamation has to be ratified by Parliament. The President's rule can be extended till 3 years. Through law and order is a state subject. The center deploys Central Reserve Police in states whenever it deems necessary without the concurrence of states. Articles 33 and 34 authorize the Parliament to protect persons in the service of the Union or a state in respect of any action taken by them during martial law to maintain or restore order. This provision further strengthens the powers of the Union government. The Armed Forces Special Powers Act has been made on the basis of these provisions' positions. The personnel of all India services, through assigned to a particular state, are called on deputation by the Union government for a fine period. In India, there is unified judicial system where the Supreme Court of India is the highest court of appeal, both in the Union and the state subjects. Emergency relations. During a period of emergency, declared under Article 352 of the Constitution, the Union Parliament can make laws in relation to matters in the state list. In case of failure of constitutional machinery in a state, under Article 356 of the Constitution, the President can assume all the functions of the government of the state, including the powers of the High Court. He can also authorize the Parliament to exercise the powers of the state legislature. In case of financial emergency, declared under Article 360 of the Constitution, President can issue necessary directions, including orders for the reduction of salaries and allowance of public servants belonging to the Union and the states. All money bills passed by the state legislature during such an emergency are also subject to the control of the Union. Commissions/committees on center-state relations. Commission/committee. Year-related facts. Administrative Reform Commission, ARC. 1966, it was set up under the chairmanship of Morarji Desai. In order to examine thoroughly the various issues in center-state relations, the ARC constituted a study team under MC Setlavat. It made 22 recommendations. One of among them was establishment of an interstate council under Article 263. Rajamanar Committee, 1969, set up by DMK government in Tamil Nadu. Every bill which affects interacts of the states should first to go interstate council. Anandpur Sahib Resolution, 1973, center's jurisdiction should be restricted only in defense, foreign affairs, and communication only. West Bengal Memorandum, 1977, the communist government in West Bengal published a memorandum in 1977. Repealed Article 356,357 and 360. Sarkaria Commission, 1983, Justice R.S. Sarkaria Commission had presented its report to then Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi. Prepare to set up a permanent interstate council called as Intergovernmental Council. Punchi Commission, 2007, the powers of union should be regulated and states should get greater particle. For removal of governor, the doctrine of pleasure must end. Emergency provisions. Sources: Class X Old Insert Chap 6, Central Government. Class 11 Old Insert Chap 5, Central Government. Class XI New Insert Chap 6, The Crises of Democratic Order. Constitutional provisions for emergency. The provision of emergency in the Indian Constitution is taken from Weimar Constitution of Germany. Articles 352 to 360 of Part 18 of the Constitution deal with the emergency provisions. These provisions safeguards the sovereignty, unity, integrity, and security of the country. Dr. B.R. Ambedkar once asserted that Indian federal system is quite unique and unlike any other federation in the world. In times of emergency, it can turn itself into an unitary state. The drafting committee was aware of the fact that in future such situations might arise, in which the normal scheme of division of powers among various organs might not work. To counter such exigencies, emergency provisions were added. There are 3 types of emergencies envisaged in our Constitution. 1. National emergency, proclaimed on the ground of war, external aggression, or armed rebellion, Article 352. 2. Emergency on the ground of the failure of constitutional machinery or President's rule or state emergency, Article 355,356 and 365. 3. Financial emergency, Article 360. 1. National emergency. When the President feels satisfied that the security of India or any part thereof is threatened, or there is an imminent danger of such a threat by war or external aggression or by armed rebellion, he can proclaim it. Emergency under Article 352. Process and duration. For ensuring that a proclamation has been made only after due consideration, it is essential that the decision of the Union Cabinet recommending such a proclamation is given in writing to the President. Every such proclamation must be laid before each House of Parliament and receive approval of both the houses within 30 days. If such a proclamation has been issued at a time when Lok Sabha stands dissolved, it shall remain in force if approved by the Rajya Sabha within 30 days. The newly constituted Lok Sabha must approve it within 30 days of its first sitting. It shall remain in force till 6 months from the day when such a resolution was passed by the Lok Sabha. The resolution of the approval of each house should be passed by absolute majority of the total number of its members and by 2/3 majority of the members present and voting. A resolution approving the continuance in force of such a proclamation is passed by both the Houses of Parliament. The proclamation shall, unless revoked, continue in force for a further period of 6 months from the date on which it would. Effects of proclamation of emergency, Article 353. The Constitution empowers the Union to extend its executive power during emergency to give directions to the states. Generally, the President is empowered to give direction to the state, but only in certain matters like protection of railways, highways, maintenance of means of communication, etc. During emergency, this power is extended to all administrative matters. In legislative matters, the Parliament becomes empowered to legislate on the matters enumerated in State List, Article 250. Though, during emergency, the state legislature is not suspended, but the normal distribution of powers between center and state takes a backseat during such time. During emergency, the life of Lok Sabha and state legislative assemblies can also be extended, but this extension has to be 1 year at a time for any length of time, but should not exceed beyond a period of 6 months when emergency has ceased to be in operation. In financial matters also, emergency has some effect. During emergency, President may modify the provisions of the Constitution relating to the distribution of the financial resources between the center and the states. Any such order of the President should be approved by the Parliament within a period of 2 months. Suspension of fundamental rights. Article 358 states that when emergency is proclaimed on the ground of a war or an external aggression, the 6 fundamental rights enumerated under Article 19 are automatically suspended. That means state is free from the limitation imposed by Article 19. Even during this time, the citizens cannot move to court for enforcement of their fundamental rights. As per Article 359, President can suspend any other fundamental right except Article 20 and 21 when an emergency is declared on the grounds of war or an external aggression. National emergency has been announced 3 times. So far, it was announced first time in October 1962 on account of Chinese aggression in the NIFA, Northeast Frontier Agency, now Arunachal Pradesh, and lasted till 1968. The second proclamation of national emergency was made in December 1971 in the wake of attack by Pakistan, and third one in June 1975. The first 2 emergencies were on the ground of external aggression, and the third one was due to internal disturbance. The Union also has to ensure that the government of every state is carried on in accordance with the Constitution. President's rule is actually ruled by the Union government. 2. President's rule/state emergency. Article 355 states that it shall be the duty of the Union to protect every state against external aggression and internal disturbance. Article 356 states that on receiving a report from the governor of a state or otherwise, the President may proclaim emergency. Article 365 says that whenever a state fails to comply with or to give effect to any direction from the center, it will be lawful for the President to hold that a situation has arisen in which government of the state cannot be carried on in accordance with the Constitution. The President may declare emergency. Under such circumstances, he may assume all or any of the executive powers of the state. He may declare that the legislative authority of the state shall be exercised by or under the authority of Parliament. He may suspend operation of any provision of the Constitution relating to any authority in the state excluding that of a high court. Process and duration of proclamation. Every such proclamation must be laid before each House of Parliament and receive approval of both the houses within 2 months. If such a proclamation has been issued at a time when Lok Sabha stands dissolved, it shall remain in force, if approved by Rajya Sabha, within 2 months, till 1 month after the first sitting of the newly constituted Lok Sabha. If the new Lok Sabha also approves it within, it shall remain in force till 6 months. It may pass the resolution approving its continuance for another 6 months. Such a proclamation shall in no case remain in force for more than 3 years. The Parliament is not allowed to pass any such resolution extending a proclamation beyond a period of 1 year unless a proclamation of emergency, Article 352, is in operation at the time of passing such a resolution. The Election Commission certifies that on account of difficulties in holding general election to the Legislative Assembly of the state concerned, continuance of the proclamation regarding failure of constitutional machinery is necessary. Effects of President's rule. The President may, by proclamation, assume to himself all or any of the functions of the government of the state and all or any of the powers vested in or exercisable by the governor or any body or authority in the state other than the state legislature. In this situation, the powers of the state legislature shall be exercisable by or under the authority of Parliament. Such incidental and consequential provisions appear to the President to be necessary or desirable for giving effect to the objects of the proclamation. It includes provisions for suspending in whole or in part the operation of any provisions of this Constitution relating to any body or authority in the state. 3. Financial emergency. If the President is satisfied that a situation has arisen whereby the financial stability or credit of India or any of its part is threatened, he may proclaim a financial emergency. Process and duration of proclamation. Every such proclamation must be laid before each House of the Parliament and receive approval of both the Houses within 2 months. If such a proclamation has been issued at a time when the Lok Sabha stands dissolved, it shall remain in force, if approved by Rajya Sabha within 2 months, till 1 month after the first sitting of the newly constituted Lok Sabha. If the new Lok Sabha also approves it within 30 days of its first sitting, it shall remain in force till 6 months from the day when such a resolution was passed by Lok Sabha. Effects of the proclamation. The executive authority of the Union shall extend to giving directions to any state to observe such concerns of financial propriety as may be specified in the directions. It may also include a provision requiring all money bills to be reserved for the consideration after the state legislature passes them. The President may issue directions for the reduction of salaries and allowances of all or any class of persons serving the state, including the judges of the Supreme Court and High Courts. Punchy Commission on Emergency Provisions. The Punchy Commission strongly came out in favor of amending Article 365 and 356 to enable the center to bring specific troublesome areas under. The Punchy Commission strongly originally came out in favor of amending Article 365 and 356 to enable the center to bring specific troublesome areas under its rule for a limited period. To check its misuse by center, it has proposed localizing emergency provisions under both these articles, contending that localized areas, either a district or parts of a district, be brought under governor's rule instead of the whole state, and its duration must not be more than 3 months. Articles with the provisions of emergency. Article description. 352 Proclamation of National Emergency. 353 Effects of Proclamation of Emergency. 354 Reduction of the distribution of revenue between the Union and the state. 355 Duty of the Union to protect states against external aggression and internal disturbance. 356 Provisions in case of failure of constitutional machinery in states. 357 Exercise of legislative powers under proclamation issued. 358 Suspension of provisions of Article 19 during emergency. 359 Suspension of the enforcement of the right conferred by Part 3. 3591A, Clause 1A, inserted to limit the state to make law or executive to take steps for countering the crisis. 360 Provisions as to financial emergency. Civil services. Sources: Class 11 Old NCERT Chap 9. Features of bureaucracy. Class 11 New NCERT Chap 4. Executive. Class 11 Old NCERT Chap 8. Public administration. Working and organization. Chap 10. Public administration in India. Public civil services. Public civil services are the chief instrument for implementation of the will of the state and are indispensable to the functioning of the modern state. It is also known as civil services or government services. Evolution of the civil services in India. The efforts of Lord Warren Hastings and Lord Cornwallis led to the rise of civil service in India. Hastings laid the foundations of civil service and Cornwallis reformed, modernized, and rationalized it. Hence, Lord Cornwallis came to be known as the father of civil service in India. The beginning of a more organized form of the civil services started when Lord Cornwallis in 1793 started covenanted civil services, higher civil services, and uncovenanted civil services, lower civil services, classification of services. Indians were virtually disallowed to join these services, and only lower posts were kept open for the Indians. Another serious effort was made by Lord Wellesley, who established a college at Fort William to train civil servants in India for a period of 3 years before assigning them any administrative duties. In 1854, Lord Macaulay Committee recommended for conducting exams for recruitment into the civil service. Consequently, first ever competitive exam was held in 1855 in London. Indians could not find their way into Indian civil services due to several hurdles, like the entry age was kept very low. Exams were not conducted in India. Cost of living in London was relatively expensive. In 1864, Sati Indranath Tagore became the first Indian to qualify for the covenanted civil services. The British Parliament passed an act in 1870 authorizing the appointment of any Indian of proved merit and ability to any office or the civil services without reference to the Act of 1861, which reserved specific appointments to the covenanted service. Later on, various committees, Atchison Committee, Islington Committee, Lee Committee, etc., recommended for increasing the representation of Indians in civil services. As provided in Government of India Act 1919, later recommended by the Lee Commission also, the Central Public Service Commission was set up in 1926. In 1937, this commission was replaced by Federal Public Service Commission, and this commission went on to become the Union Public Service Commission. On January 26, 1950, Classification of Indian Civil Services. Part 14 of the Indian Constitution provides 4 different types of classes of services for India. Civil services have been categorized into 3 types. All India services, common to both center and states. Central services, for purely central subjects. State services, under the state administration. All India services. All India services are common to both center and states. The All India services are trained and recruited by the central government, but they are assigned to different states for work. They serve state governments and their service conditions are also governed by the states, except the disciplinary actions against them can only be taken by the President of India. They also serve the central government on deputation, and after a fixed tenure, they are expected to return to their respective states. Central services. The civil services of the Union are classified into 4 categories. Central services Class 1, Group A, Indian Foreign Services, Indian Audit and Account Services, Indian Statistical Service, Indian Economic Service, Indian Railway Service, Central Health Service, etc. Central Services Class 2, Group B, Central Secretariat Service, Geographical Survey of India, Zoological Survey of India, etc. Central Services Class 3, Group C, Post and Telegraph Account Service, Central Secretariat Clerical Service, etc. Central Services Class 4, Class D, Peons, Sweepers, Gardeners, etc. State Civil Services. These are services exclusively under the jurisdiction of the state government and primarily administer the state subjects. For the recruitment of state services, there are laws enacted by the state legislature. The persons for the state services are recruited through a competitive examination and processes very much similar to the competitive examination conducted by UPSC. Many IPS are holding positions in departments under state governments like education, police, tourism, judicial service, medical service, etc. Article 311 provides adequate safeguards to the person appointed in civil services. There are 2 safeguards under it. 1. No person who is a member of an All India service or state civil service shall be dismissed or removed by an authority subordinate to that by which he was appointed. 2. Aforesaid person can be dismissed or removed removed or reduced in rank only after an inquiry. There is a provision that he should be informed of the charges against him and given a reasonable opportunity of being heard against those charges. Articles related to civil services, central/state, public services. Article 308 Interpretation. Article 309 Recruitment and condition of service of persons serving the Union as state. Article 310 Tenure of office of persons. Article 311 Dismissal, removal or reduction in rank. Article 312 All India services. Article 312 A Power of Parliament to vary or revoke conditions of service of officers. Article 313 Transitional provision. Article 314 Provision for protection of existing officers. Public Service Commission. Article 315 Public Service Commissions for the Union and States. Article 316 Appointment and terms of office of members. Article 317 Removal and suspension of a member of public service commissions. Article 318 Power to make regulations as to conditions of service of members. Article 319 Prohibition as to the holding of office by members of the commissions. Article 320 Functions of public service commissions. Article 321 Power of fixed end functions of public service commissions. Article 322 Expenses of public service commissions. Article 323 Reports of public service commissions. Level of administration in civil services. Central administration, state administration, and district administration are the three levels of administration in civil services. Central administration. Article 77(1) states that all executive actions of the Government of India shall be taken in the name of President. Article 77(3) states that the President shall make rules for the transaction of the business of the Government of India. The ministries and the departments are collectively known as Secretariat. The Secretariat can be divided into two categories. Central Secretariat, it caters to the need of administration in general. Cabinet Secretariat, it deals with administration relating to cabinet affairs only. Bureaucrats in central administration. A minister who heads the ministry is assisted by career bureaucrats such as secretaries, secretaries' officers, additional secretaries, directors, undersecretaries. Secretary is the administrative head of a ministry or department. He is the principal advisor to the minister on all the matters of policy and administration. He is responsible for efficient administration. He represents his ministry/department before the Public Accounts Committee of the Parliament. He receives weekly report from the department. Additional secretary. The officer next in hierarchy to the secretary is deputy secretary. Due to pressure of work on secretary, the post of additional secretary was created. Joint secretary. This post was created for three reasons. Due to increase in the functions of some departments, it was difficult for one secretary to handle the increased work. Difficulty in combining separate items of business under one secretary. Emergency of two houses of central legislature, which necessitated the presence of senior officers in both the houses to assist the members in the legislative work. Deputy secretary. He is an officer who acts on the behalf of the secretary and holds charge of a division. He ordinarily disposes of the majority of cases coming to him. Under secretary, he is in charge of a branch and exercises control both in regard to the dispatch of business and the maintenance of discipline. Section officers. Superintendents who are in charge of sections are called section officers. Their supervisory duties comprise distribution of work among their staff, coordination of work in the section, ensuring prompt and efficient disposal of work in the section, adoption of proper methods to deal with the cases, timely submission of arrears statements, other periodical returns. In addition to the section officer, each section consists of assistants, upper division clerks, lower division clerks, and typists. They are entrusted the work of a routine nature and submit the relevant papers to the section officer referring to the pages of the file. Cabinet secretary. The head of the cabinet secretariat is the cabinet secretary. Cabinet secretary is usually the senior most civil servant of the country, and the official precedence gives him the first place among the civil servants. He provides eyes and ears for the prime minister to keep in touch with the process of official business in the central government. Functions of central secretariat. The main functions of central secretariat are to assist the minister in the process of policy making, assist in framing of legislation, rules, and regulations, exercise supervision and control over the executive departments or semi-autonomous field agencies regarding execution of policies and programs, help the minister in the discharge of his parliamentary duties, help in preparing budget and controlling the expenditure incurred by the ministry/department. Constitutional statutory authorities under civil services. Some prominent statutory authorities under civil services are as follows. Union Public Service Commission, UPSC. The central government makes it obligatory for the central government to constitute a public service commission to assist it in the recruitment, promotion, and maintenance of discipline amongst the central and all India services. Appointment and term of office. The president appoints the chairman and other members of the commission on the advice of central ministry. Members of UPSC holds office for a period of 6 years from the date he assumes office or until he attains 65 years of age, whichever is earlier. Removal/resignation of the members of commission. A member of the commission may address his resignation letter to the president. The president may remove the chairman or any other member only on the ground of misbehavior based on an inquiry conducted by Supreme Court on reference being made to it by the president reported that the chairman or member to be removed if he is adjudged insolvent or is engaged in any paid employment outside the duties of his office. If he is unfit to continue in office by reason of infirmity of mind or body. Joint State Public Service Commission, JSPSC. It is a statutory body constituted under Article 315 2014. It is not a constitutional body. After the creation of Haryana out of Punjab in 1966, the two states of Punjab and Haryana had a JSPSC for a short period. The president appoints the chairman as well as the members of a JSPSC. The office is held by them for a 6-year term or until the age of 62 years is attained by them, whichever is earlier. The president can remove or suspend them. They can also submit their resignation letters to the president anytime. The president determines the number of members of a JSPSC and their conditions of service. An annual performance report is presented by a joint state public service commission to each of the concerned state governors. The report is placed by the governor in front of the state legislature. The UPSC can also serve the needs of a state on the state governor's request and with the president's approval. As provided by the Government of India Act of 1919, a Central Public Service Commission was set up in 1926 and entrusted with the task of recruiting civil servants. The Government of India Act of 1935 provided for the establishment of not only a Federal Public Service Commission, but also a Provincial Public Service Commission and Joint Public Service Commission for 2 or more provinces. Functions of the Commission: to conduct examinations for appointment to the services of the Union government. The Commission shall be consulted on all matters relating to the methods of the recruitment to civil services and for civil posts, on the principles to be followed in making appointments to civil services and posts, and in making promotions and transfers from one service to another, on suitability of candidates for such appointments, promotions, and transfers, on claims for the award of a pension in respect to injuries sustained by a person while serving under the Government of India or Government of State in a civil capacity, on all disciplinary matters affecting the person serving under the Government of India or Government of the State. Duties of the Commission: it shall be the duty of the Commission to present annually to the President a report as to the work done by the Commission. President lay the report before each House of the Parliament. Finance Commission: the Constitution provides for a Finance Commission consisting of a chairman and 4 other members. Qualification to be member of Commission: the chairman is a person having experience of public affairs. The 4 other members are selected from among the persons who are qualified to be appointed as judges of a high court, have special knowledge of the finances and accounts of the governments, have had a wide experience in financial matters and in administration, have special knowledge of economics. Appointment and terms of office: the President of India appoints all of them. Every member of the Commission holds office for such a period as is specified in the order of the President appointing him. Every member of the Commission is eligible for reappointment. The members of the Commission render whole-time or part-time service to the Commission as the President in each case specifies. Functions of the Commission: to recommend to the President as to the distribution and allocation of the net proceeds of taxes, the principles which should govern the grant and aids of the revenues out of the Consolidated Fund of India, any matter referred to the Commission by the President. In the interests of sound finances: Attorney General of India: the President appoints a person who is qualified to be a judge of the Supreme Court as Attorney General of India. Powers and functions of Auditor General: he gives advice to the Government of India upon such legal matters. He performs such other duties of a legal character as may from time to time be referred or assigned to him by President. He discharges the functions conferred upon him by or under the Constitution. He has a right to audience in all courts in the territory of India. He also has a right to speak in and otherwise to take part in the proceedings of Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha, joint sitting of the houses, any parliamentary committee. He is eligible to take part in proceedings of above-mentioned institutions, but is not entitled to vote upon matters being discussed. Comptroller and Auditor General of India: the Constitution of India, under Article 148, provides for the appointment of a Comptroller and Auditor General (CAG) of India by the President. He is not eligible for further office either under the Government of India or under the government of any state after his retirement. The administrative expenses of the office of CAG, including salaries, allowances, and pensions payable to or in respect of persons serving in that office, are charged upon Consolidated Fund of India. Removal/resignation of CAG: he can be removed from office in the like manner and on the like grounds as a judge of the Supreme Court. Powers and functions of CAG: the CAG performs such duties and exercises powers in relation to the accounts of the Union and of the states or of any authority as may be prescribed by the Parliament. The report of the CAG relating to the accounts of the Union are submitted to the President, who causes to lay them before each House of Parliament. State administration: the administrative structure of the government of a state is divided into several departments. The departments include 2 categories. Secretariat departments are ordinarily headed by a secretary who is a generalist. Executive departments are ordinarily headed by a director who is a specialist. Secretariat department assists the minister in process of policy making, in framing of legislation, rules, and regulations. Supervising and controlling the executive department helps minister in discharge of his responsibilities as well as in preparing the budget. The official hierarchy in Secretariat department consists of Secretary, Under Secretary, Special Secretary, Joint Secretary, Deputy Secretary, Assistant Secretary, Additional Secretary, Chief Secretary, Chief Secretary. The states have one or more officer called Chief Secretary. The Chief Secretary is administrative head of the state administration. He controls and supervises the Cabinet Secretariat department. He is appointed by the Chief Minister of the state from amongst the senior secretaries. The tenure of Chief Secretary depends upon his administrative tact, experience, rapport with the Chief Minister, and his capacity to take an objective stand on sensitive matters. Functions of Chief Secretary: he is an ex officio secretary to the Cabinet, so he attends all the cabinet meetings as well as the meetings of its subcommittees. He arranges for the recording of the decisions taken in the cabinet meetings and forwards a copy of the same to the governor, the chief minister, and other members of the Council of Ministers. He acts as the main source of information and advice to the chief minister. He supervises the follow-up action for the implementation of the decisions taken at the cabinet meeting. He deals with the matters relating to interstate disputes. He coordinates the activities of all the departments and agencies of the state government. He resolves conflicts, mitigates overlapping work among various departments, and ensures cooperation and teamwork among his colleagues. He is a major channel of communication between the center and state government. State Public Service Commission. The Constitution makes it obligatory for the state government to constitute a public service commission to assist it in the recruitment, promotion, and maintenance of discipline amongst the state services. Composition of the commission. The exact strength of the commission is not specified in the Constitution. The governor of the state is empowered to determine the strength. If a resolution for constituting joint state public service commission is passed by the legislature, the parliament may, by law, provide for constituting such a joint state public service commission. In case of joint state public service commission, the strength of commission is determined by the president. Appointment and terms of office. The governor appoints the chairman and other members of the state public service commission. The chairman and other members of the joint public service commission are appointed by the president of India. Half of the members must be persons who have held office for at least 10 years under the government of India or under the government of a state. A member of the commission holds office for a period of 6 years from the date he assumes office or until he attains the age of 62 years, whichever is earlier. On ceasing to hold office, the chairman of a state public service commission shall be eligible for appointment as the member of the Union Public Service Commission or as chairman of any other state public service commission. Chairman of a state public service commission cannot take up any other employment either under government of India or under the government of the state. Resignation/removal of the members. A member of the commission may resign by addressing a letter to the president in case of a joint state public service commission or the governor of the state in case of state public service commission. The chairman or any other member of the commission can be removed from his office by the order of president on the ground of misbehavior, adjudged insolvency, engagement in any paid employment outside the duties of his office during his term of office, infirmity of mind or body. Powers and functions of the commission. It shall be the duty of the commission to conduct examinations for appointments to the services of the state government. The commission shall be consulted on all matters relating to the methods of recruitment to civil services and for civil posts, principles to be followed in making appointments to civil services, in making promotions and transfers from one service to another, on the suitability of candidates for such appointments, promotions, and transfers, on all disciplinary matters affecting a person serving under the government of India or government of state, any claim for the award of pension in respect to injuries sustained by a person while serving under the government of India or government of a state. It shall be the duty of the State Public Service Commission to present annually to the governor a report as to the work done by the commission. Advocate General. The Constitution of India provides for the office of Advocate General. Appointment and terms of office. He is appointed by the governor on the advice of the state ministry. He holds office during the pleasure of the governor. Qualification to be Advocate General. The only qualification laid down is that he should be qualified to be a judge of a high court. Powers and functions of Advocate General. Advocate General is empowered to attend the meetings of state legislature when called upon to explain certain legal technicalities. He has the right to speak and take part in the proceedings of the legislature, but he cannot vote. He is the highest legal advisor to the state government and appears on its behalf in almost all courts. He is also the public prosecutor in all case coming up before the High Court in exercise of its original criminal jurisdiction. He examines all the bills drafted by different departments. State Finance Commission. The Constitution's 73rd Amendment Act of 1992 and the Constitution's 74th Amendment Act of 1992 have added Part 9 and Part 10 respectively to the Constitution of India regarding the constitution and empowerment of panchayats and municipalities respectively. These amendments have provided for consulting and empowering finance commission in each of the states of India. Appointment and terms of office. The governor of a state shall constitute a finance commission for the states every 5 years. The legislature of the state may, by law, provide for the composition of the commission, the qualifications that shall be requisite for the appointment of its members, and the manner in which they shall be selected. Powers and functions of the commission. The commission is empowered to review the financial position of the panchayats and municipalities. The commission make recommendations to the governor as to the principles which should govern the determination, the distribution and allocation between the state and panchayats as well as the state and municipalities of the net proceeds of the taxes, duties, tolls, and fee leviable by the state. Decisions regarding grants and aid to the panchayats from consolidated fund of the state. The measures needed to improve the financial position of the panchayats/municipalities. Any other matter referred to the commission by the governor in the interests of the panchayats/municipalities. District administration. It is at the level of the district that the policies of government are translated into practice and the problems of local people are studied and communicated to the state government. Role and functions of district administration. The tasks of district administration can be summarized as follows. Regulatory functions, maintenance of law and order, control of crime, land administration which includes the assessment and collection of land revenue and other public dues, control, regulation, and distribution of food and civil supplies, supplies, developmental functions, agricultural production, animal husbandry, fisheries, public health, education, social welfare. Organizing holding of elections to parliament, state, legislature, and local bodies. Deals with providing emergency services, natural calamities like floods, droughts, etc. District Collector. The collector is head of the district administration. Occupies a unique position in the Indian administrative system. He is recruited through the Indian Administrative Service or gets this position through promotions from the state civil service. Roles and functions of district collector. The functions of district collector can be summarized as follows. As a collector, he is head of the revenue department of the district. He is responsible for the collection and recovery of land revenues and other cesses and dues of the government. All officers of the revenue department of the district work under his direction, supervision, and control. He distributes Takavi loans, short-term loans to poor farmers, and recovers them. He assesses losses to crops and makes recommendations for relief during floods and droughts. He is in charge of the management of government estates. As a district magistrate, he exercises general supervision over the criminal administration of his district. He is responsible for the proper administration of criminal laws in his district. He grants licenses of arms, explosives, and petroleum, etc. As district administrative officer, he is the principal agent of the state government. He looks after the general interest of the government in the district. He coordinates all the activities of other government offices at district level. He looks after the postings, transfers, and leave of naib tahsildar. He looks after the postings, transfers, and leave of naib tahsildars, and other gazette officers working under him. He submits annual budget estimates to the state government. He is in charge of the treasury. He is the chief protocol officer of the district. He compiles and submits the annual administrative reports of the district to the state government. He ensures that the public grievances against the administration in the district are dealt properly and effectively. As a district development officer, he is member of Zila Parishad. He has been assigned the powers and finances related to district development plans. District planning. He is the chief coordinator who prepares the district plans. District planning and development councils/boards are headed by the district collector. Bureaucracy. It refers to both a body of non-elected government officials and an administrative policymaking group. The public administration in many countries is an example of a bureaucracy. Bureaucracy as a political theory is mainly a centralized form of management. The meaning of the word bureaucracy is government with a small desk. This term was originated in France. In this modern world, the purpose of a bureaucracy is administration of the day-to-day business of a government or society. The government's bureaucracy operates on three levels, namely national, state, and local levels. Bureaucracies have four key characteristics: an unambiguous hierarchy, specialization, a division of labor, a set of rules. Functions of bureaucracy. Some of the functions of bureaucracy are as follows. Implement governmental policies and laws. Government policies and laws can really achieve their target only when these are effectively implemented by the civil servants. Policy formulation. Civil servants supply the desired data needed by the political executive to formulate the policies. In fact, civil servants themselves formulate several alternative policies and describe the pros and cons of each. The political executive then selects such policy as the governmental policy, running administration to tackle the day-to-day administration in accordance with the policies, laws, rules, regulations, and decisions of the government is also the key responsibility of the bureaucracy. Advisory. One of the main functions of the bureaucracy is to advise the political executive. As qualified, experienced, and expert civil servants work in all government departments, they provide expert advice and information to the ministers. Legislative work. The civil servants play an important role in lawmaking. They draft the bills which are submitted by the ministers in the legislature for lawmaking. Features of bureaucracy. In bureaucracy, the bureaucrats are elected through established procedures. In bureaucracy, the bureaucrats are not considered as public representatives. In bureaucracy, the bureaucrats have a fixed tenure. Their tenure is fixed till the age of retirement, although their roles and responsibilities could vary depending on the posting, etc. In bureaucracy, hierarchy is extremely important. Top-down approach is followed for smooth functioning of any department. Bureaucracy also focuses on centralization. Directive approach is prevalent as inputs from electorates are not much considered in the bureaucracy. Official language. Sources: Class X New NCERT Chap 2 Federalism, Class XI Old NCERT Chap 14 Regional imbalances, Regionalism, Linguism, and Separatism. History of official language. An official language is a language given a special status in a particular country, state, or other jurisdiction. The term official language does not refer to the language used by a people or country, but by its government. In the colonial age, English was general official language. The Constituent Assembly came out with a compromise formula to resolve the debate around official language of India. Official Language Bill, 1963. The bill allowed the continued use of English for official purposes without any time limit. It stipulated that acceptance of Hindi as the official language is to be reviewed in 1975. The non-Hindi speakers were assured that Hindi would not be imposed on them without their consent. Three-language formula. To satisfy the conflicting claims of various language groups and to promote the national integration and interstate communication, a three-language formula was evolved in education. It required that schools throughout the country would teach their own regional language, English, and either Hindi in non-Hindi speaking areas. In the Hindi-speaking areas, the schools would teach Hindi along with English and any other regional language. Amendment to Official Language Bill, 1967. It provided that English language shall continue to be used for all official purposes for which it was being hitherto used till all the non-Hindi states agreed by a resolution permission of the state legislatures to switch over to Hindi. Official Language Commission. Article 343 states that the official language of the Union shall be Hindi in Devanagari script. Article 344 states that there shall be a commission and committee of Parliament on official language. It shall be the duty of the commission to make recommendations to the President as to the progressive use of the Hindi language for the official purposes of the Union. Restrictions on the use of the English language for all or any of the official purpose of the Union. Use of official language for the communication between the Union and a state. The language to be used for all or any of the purposes mentioned in Article 348. Languages with official status in India. Part 17, Article 343(1) of the Indian Constitution provides that the official language of the Union shall be Hindi in Devanagari script. The form of numerals to be used for the official purposes of the Union shall be the international form of Indian numerals. The business of Indian Parliament can only be transacted in Hindi or in English. There are various official languages in India at the state/territory level. States within India have the liberty and powers to specify their own official languages through legislation. In addition to official languages, the Constitution recognizes 22 regional languages, which include Hindi but not English scheduled languages. Official languages of the Union. The Indian Constitution in 1950 declared Hindi in Devanagari script to be the official language of the Union. Unless Parliament decided otherwise, the use of English for official purposes was to cease 15 years after the Constitution came into effect, i.e. on January 26, 1965. The Parliament enacted the Official Languages Act in 1963, which provided for the continued use of English language for official purposes along with Hindi even after 1965. Important articles related to languages. Article 29, it ensures that anyone residing in India has the right to preserve a distinct language, script, or culture. Article 30, it states that all minorities, whether based on religion or language, shall have the right to establish and administer educational institution of their choice. Article 120, language to be used in the Parliament. It provides that the Chairman of the Council of States or Speaker of the House of the People shall use Hindi or English to address the House. The Chairman of the Council of States or Speaker of the House may permit any member to address the House in his mother tongue. Article 210, language to be used in the legislature. Business in the legislature of a state shall be transacted in the official language or languages of the state in Hindi or in English. Article 344, it deals with the Commission and Committee of Parliament on official language. It gives provision of 30 members official language committee, in which 20 members will be from Lok Sabha and 10 from Rajya Sabha. Article 345, under this article, state is empowered to choose its state language or languages, and Hindi can be used for all official purposes. Article 346, it provided that if 2 or more states agree for the use of Hindi as a medium of communication, it may be used in all official purposes and parliamentary proceedings along with English. Article 347, it empowers the President to direct state in the matter of official language. Article 348, under this article, there is provision for the language of all proceedings in the Supreme Court, High Court, authorities' texts, etc. Article 349, it states that language-related bill or amendment can only be given his assent by the President after he considers recommendation of Parliamentary Language Committee. Article 350, it deals with the language to be used in representations for redressal of grievances. Article 350(a), it facilitates for instruction in mother tongue at the primary status. Article 350(b), it gives provision of special officer for linguistic minorities. Article 351, it provides directives for the development of the Hindi language. 8th Schedule, related to languages. The constitutional provisions related to the 8th Schedule occurs in Article 344(1) and 351 of the Constitution. The 8th Schedule was intended to promote the progressive use of Hindi as well as 22 Indian languages. List of languages in 8th Schedule. Language percent of speaker percent. Language percent of speaker percent. Assamese 1.26, Bengali 8.03, Gujarati 4.58, Hindi 43.63, Kannada 3.61, Kashmiri 0.56, Konkani 0.19, Malayalam 2.88, Manipuri 0.15, Marathi 6.86, Nepali 0.2, 4 Arya 3.10, Punjabi 2.74, Sanskrit 0.03, Sindhi 0.6, 1 Tamil 5.70, Telugu 6.70, Urdu 4.19, Bodo 0.12, Santhali 0.61, Maithili 1.12, Dogri 0.21. Of these languages, 14 were initially included in the Constitution. Later, Sindhi was added in 1967. Thereafter, Konkani, Manipuri, and Nepali were added in 1992. Subsequently, Bodo, Dogri, Maithili, and Santhali were added in 2004. List of official languages of states of India and Union territories. State/UT official language. State/UT official language. Andhra Pradesh Telugu Odisha Adia Arunachal Pradesh English Punjab Punj Ahia. Andhra Pradesh Telugu Odisha Adia Arunachal Pradesh English Punjab Punj Ahia. Assam Assamese Rajasthan Hindi Bihar Hindi Sikkim English Nepali Sikkim Essa Lepcha Chhattisgarh Hindi Tamil Nadu Tamil Goa Konkani English Telangana Telugu Gujarati Tripura Bengali English Kokarak Haryana Hindi Uttar Pradesh Hindi Himachal Pradesh Hindi Uttarakhand Hindi Jharkhand Hindi West Bengal Bengali English Karnataka Kannada Andaman and Nicobar Islands Hindi English Kerala Malayalam Chandigarh English Madhya Pradesh Hindi Dadra and Nagar Haveli and Daman and Diu Gujarati Konkani Marathi Hindi Maharashtra Marathi Delhi Hindi English Manipur Manipuri Lakshadweep Malayalam Meghalaya English Jammu and Kashmir Kashmiri Dogri Hindi Urdu English Mizoram Mizo Ladakh Hindi, English Nagaland, English Puducherry Tamil, French, English. Special provisions for marginalized sections. Sources: Class 8 New NCERT Chap 7, Understanding Marginalization, Chap 8, Confronting Marginalization, Class 8 Old NCERT Chap 5, Untouchability, Chap 7, Welfare of Scheduled Castes and Scheduled Tribes, Class XI New NCERT Chap 10, Development of Weaker Sections, Scheduled Castes, Scheduled Tribes and Other Backward Classes, Chap 12, Inequality, Social and Economic. India, being a democratic country, guarantees rights equally to all its people. Indian Constitution provides special privileges to socially and economically weaker sections to enable them to come at par with the rest of society. All these provisions suggest that India is a welfare state, committed to the welfare of development of its people, in general and vulnerable sections in particular. The vulnerable sections in India include scheduled castes, scheduled tribes, other backward classes, women, minorities, disabled, and children. Scheduled castes, SCs, are people belonging to those castes, races which have been or may in future be specified in a list in accordance with Article 341 of the Constitution. In traditional terms, these are the people who were considered outcasts, categorized as untouchables. They have remained extremely marginalized and poor. On socio-economic parameters, socio-economic conditions of scheduled castes. The people of the so-called low castes were oppressed and exploited by those who belonged to so-called high castes. Majority of the people among scheduled castes are still illiterate. The percentage of literate women among scheduled castes is very low. They continue to be economically dependent on upper castes. Scheduled tribes. Scheduled tribes, STs, are people belonging to tribes or tribal communities specified in the list of such tribes as per Article 342 of the Constitution. The term adivasis, or scheduled tribes, literally means original inhabitants. There are communities which lived and often continue to live in close association with forests. According to Census 2011, around 8% of India's population is Adivasi. Adivasis are not a homogeneous population. There are over 500 different Adivasi groups in India. Socio-economic conditions of scheduled tribes. Scheduled tribes are weaker sections not in terms of caste. They are people who have been living in remote forest areas and hill tracts as tribes without any access to modern socio-economic inputs. They are deprived of their land and autonomy. People belongs to scheduled tribes are extremely poor, and most of them are illiterate. They live in villages and are engaged in agriculture and other allied occupations. Each tribe has a separate identity and distinct culture. Many of the tribes are led to embrace different religions in the hope of raising their own socio-economic status. Measures and safeguards to uplift the condition of SCs and STs. Constitution of India prescribes certain protective measures, safeguards, and welfare measures for scheduled castes. Constitutional provisions. The Constitution prescribes protection and safeguards for scheduled castes either specially or by way of insisting on their general rights as citizens. The Constitution safeguards their interests with the objective of promoting their educational interests and removing social disabilities, reservations, and affirmative action. The Constitution of India provides for reservation in educational institutions and public employment to scheduled castes and scheduled tribes in proportion of their population. The Constitution of India provides for reservation in Lok Sabha, state assemblies, and local self-government institutions in proportion of their population. 15% for SCs and 7% for STs in center. Percentage of reserved seats in states vary with the population of SCs and STs in the state. Fundamental right provisions. Article 17 of the Constitution abolishes untouchability and forbids its practice in any form. Article 15(1) prohibits discrimination on grounds of race, caste, sex, religion, or place of birth. Article 14 proclaims equality before law and equal protection of law for all. Directive principles of state policy provisions. Articles 38 and Article 46, directive principles of state policy, specifically aim at securing social justice to the deprived sections of the population. Constitutional law provisions. The Untouchability Offenses Act was passed in 1955. Its provisions were made more stringent and its scope was enlarged by amending it in 1976. The new act was named as Protection of Civil Rights Act. In 1989, another act called Scheduled Castes and Scheduled Tribes, Prevention of Atrocities, was passed. Scheduled Castes and the Scheduled Tribes, Prevention of Atrocities Act 1989. The act distinguishes several levels of crimes against scheduled castes and scheduled tribes and make them punishable offense. It lists types of humiliation that are both physically and morally shameful and seek to punish those who force a member of a scheduled caste or a scheduled tribe to drink or eat any inedible or distasteful substance, forcibly removes clothes from the person of a member of a scheduled caste or a scheduled tribe, or parades him or her naked or with painted face or body, or commits any similar act which is derogatory to human dignity. It lists actions that dispossess Dalits and Adivasis of their limited resources or which force them into performing slave labor. Thus, the act sets out to punish anyone who wrongfully occupies or cultivates any land allotted to a member of a scheduled caste or a scheduled tribe, gets the land allotted to him transferred. It recognizes that crimes against Dalit and tribal women are of a specific kind and therefore seeks to penalize anyone who assaults or uses force on any woman belonging to a scheduled caste, a scheduled tribe with intent to dishonor her. Adivasi demands in the 1989 Act. The 1989 Act defend tribes' right to occupy land that was traditionally their own. Adivasis are often unwilling to move from their land and are forcibly displaced. Activists have asked that those who have forcibly encroached upon tribal tribal land should be punished under this law. The act confirms what has already been promised to tribal people in the Constitution, that land belonging to tribal people cannot be sold to or bought by non-tribal people. In cases where this happened, the Constitution guarantees the right of tribal people to repossess their land. National Commission for SCs and STs. Some important National Commission for SCs and STs are as follows. Evolution of the Commission, with a view to provide safeguards against the exploitation of SCs and STs, and to promote and protect their social, educational, economic, and cultural interests. Special provisions were made in the Constitution for effective implementation of various safeguards provided in the Constitution for the SCs and STs and various other protective legislations. The Constitution provided for appointment of a special officer under Article 338 of the Constitution in order to facilitate effective functioning of the office of the Commissioner for SCs and STs. 17 regional offices of the Commissioner were set up in different parts of the country. The functions of the Commission for SCs and STs broadly corresponded with those of the Commissioner for SCs and STs. The functions of the multi-member commission set up in 1978 were modified by Ministry of Welfare's resolution, and the Commission for SCs and STs was renamed as the National Commission for Scheduled Castes and Scheduled Tribes. In 1978, a proposal was moved for amendment of Article 338 of the Constitution, 46th Amendment, for replacing the arrangement of one-member system with a multi-member system. Therefore, the first Commission for SCs and STs was set up in August 1978 with Sri Bola Pawan Shastri as chairman. It was set up as a national-level advisory body to advise the government on broad policy issues and levels of development of scheduled castes and scheduled tribes. 65th Constitutional Amendment Act 1990 provided for the establishment of a high-level multi-member National Commission for SCs and STs, and this constitutional body report to the Commissioner for SC and ST set up under the Resolution of 1987. Again, the 89th Amendment Act 2003 bifurcated the combined National Commission for SCs under Article 338 and National Commission for STs under Article 338A. National Commission for SCs. The separate National Commission for SCs came into existence in 2004. According to Article 338(2), it consists of a chairperson, a vice chairperson, and 3 other members. They are appointed by the President, and their conditions of service and tenure of office are also determined by the President. Functions and duties of the Commission. Clause 5 of Article 338 holds that it shall be the duty of the Commission to investigate and monitor all matters relating to the safeguards provided for the scheduled castes under the Constitution or under any other law, and to evaluate the working of such safeguards, to inquire into specific complaints with respect to the deprivation of rights and safeguards of the scheduled castes, to participate and advise on the planning process of socio-economic development of the scheduled castes, and to evaluate the progress of their development, to present reports on the working of those safeguards to the President annually and at such other times as the Commission may deem fit, to make recommendations mentioning measures that should be taken by the Union or any state for the protection, welfare, and socio-economic development of the scheduled castes, to discharge such other functions in relation to the protection, welfare, and development and advancement of the scheduled castes as the President may, subject to the provisions of any law made by Parliament, by rule specify. Powers of the Commission. The Commission has all the powers of a civil court trying a suit while inquiring into any complaint, and in particular in respect of the following matters, namely, summoning and enforcing the attendance of any person from any part of India and examining him on oath, requiring the discovery and production of any documents, receiving evidence on affidavits, requisitioning any public record or copy thereof from any court or office, issuing commissions for the examination of witnesses and documents, any other matter which the President may by rule determine. National Commission for STs. The National Commission for Scheduled Tribes, NCST, was established by amending Article 338 and inserting a new Article 338A in the Constitution through the 89th Constitutional Amendment Act 2003. The tenure of chairperson, vice chairperson, and members of the Commission is 3 years from the date of assumption of the charge by each of them. Functions of the Commission. To investigate and monitor matters relating to safeguards provided for scheduled tribes under the Constitution or under other laws or under government order, to evaluate the working of such safeguards, to inquire into specific complaints relating to rights and safeguards of scheduled tribes, to participate and advise in the planning process relating to socio-economic development of scheduled tribes, and to evaluate the progress of their development under the Union and any state, to submit report to the President about working of safeguards and measures required for effective implementation of programs/schemes relating to welfare and socio-economic development of scheduled tribes, to discharge such other functions in relation to scheduled tribes as the President may, subject to the provisions of any law made by Parliament, by rule specify. Report of the Commission. The Commission presents an annual report to the President. It can also submit a report as and when it thinks necessary. The President place all such reports before the Parliament, along with a memorandum explaining the action taken or the reasons for the non-acceptance of the recommendations made by the Commission. The report pertaining to state government may also be forwarded by the President to the state governor, who shall place it before the state legislature along with a memorandum explaining actions taken or reasons for non-acceptance of its recommendations. Special schemes and programs for S and STs. In accordance with the constitutional provisions and directives of the Government of India, and all states have been formulating and implementing various schemes schemes and programs for upliftment of SCs and STs. These programs relate to education, skill formation, creating job opportunities, and development of the areas in which these people are concentrated. Some of these important schemes are special schemes in education. Seats in educational institutions are reserved for SCs and STs in percentage of their population. A book bank scheme has been launched to provide text books required for the students pursuing medical and engineering degrees, agricultural, veterinary, and polytechnic courses. Girls' Hostel scheme was started for the purpose of providing residential facilities to tribal girls in pursuit of education. Various scholarship schemes for students including pre-matric, post-matric, and higher education. Special schemes in employment. Seats for SCs and STs are reserved in public employment in proportion of their population. Coaching and allied scheme for various competitive examinations for recruitment in Union Public Service Commission, UPSC, State Public Service Commission, SBSC, public undertakings, banking service, etc. State Scheduled Castes Development Corporation to uplift the SC/ST population living below poverty line. Tribal Cooperative Marketing Development Federation of India. It was set up in 1987 with the prime objective of providing marketing assistance and remunerative prices to ST communities. It protects these communities from private traders who exploit their minor forest produce and surplus agricultural produce. Baba Saheb Ambedkar Foundation. This foundation was set up in 1992. It has been entrusted with the responsibility to manage, administer, and carry on schemes and programs identified during the centenary birth celebrations of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. Some of the awards under this scheme are D.R. Ambedkar National Award for Social Understanding and Upliftment Offweaker section, Dr. Ambedkar International Award for Social Change, Harmony, Equity, Justice, and Human Dignity for the Exploited and the Underprivileged. Tribal Research Institutes. Some states have set up tribal research institutes for research in education, collection of data, training and seminars, workshops, professional inputs in the preparation of tribal subplan, publication of tribal subplan and tribal literature, codification of tribal customary laws. Tribal subplan strategy was evolved during the 5th five-year plan. It is based on twin objectives of protection of interests of tribals through legal and administrative support, promotion of development efforts through plan schemes to raise their level of living. Other backward classes. Constitution of India uses the word backward class. It refers to a group of people having general characteristics of backwardness. Article 340 of the Constitution empowers the government to appoint a commission to investigate into conditions of other backward classes, OBCs, and make recommendations. Other backward classes commissions. Constitution of India does not specify which groups constitute backward classes. The Government of India appointed 2 backward classes commissions for deciding the criteria to identify backward classes on the basis of communities or castes. Kaka Kalelkar Commission. First Backward Classes Commission. The first Backward Classes Commission was appointed in 1953 under the chairmanship of Kaka Saheb Kalelkar. The commission used 4 criteria for identifying the backward classes: low social position in the traditional caste hierarchy of Hindu society, lack of general educational advancement among the majority of a caste/community, inadequate or lack of representation in government services and representation in trade, commerce, and industry. The Kalelkar Commission on above basis identified 2,399 castes and communities as backward classes. The government did not accept the recommendations of this commission. Mundal Commission, Second Backward Classes Commission. The commission was appointed in 1978 under the chairmanship of B.P. Mundal. The commission formulated 11 indicators: 4 on caste-based social backwardness, 3 on educational backwardness, 4 on economic backwardness. The commission stated that the backwardness of these groups was related to caste. It identified 3,743 castes as backward on the basis of decided indicators. These castes came to be known as other backward castes, OBCs. The commission recommended reservation of 27% of jobs for OBCs in central services, public sector, undertakings, nationalized banks, universities, and affiliated colleges and government-aided firms in the private sector. The commission also recommended for economic and occupational development of the OBCs. In August 1990, Government of India announced the acceptance of Mundal Commission's recommendations. National Commission for Backward Classes, NCBCJ. 102nd Constitutional Amendment Act, 2018 provides constitutional status to the National Commission for Backward Classes, NCBC. 102nd Constitutional Amendment Act inserted 2 new articles in the Constitution of India, Article 338B and 342A. The amendment also brings the changes in Article 366. Article 338B provides authority to NCBC to examine complaints and welfare measures regarding socially and educationally backward classes. Article 342A empowers President to specify socially and educationally backward classes in various states and union territories. Composition of the Commission. It is a multi-member body consisting of 5 members, a chairperson who is or has been a Supreme Court or High Court judge, a social scientist, 2 persons having special knowledge in matters relating to backward classes, and a member secretary, who is or has been an officer of the central government in the rank of a secretary. All are nominated by central government and hold office for a term of 3 years. Functions of the Commission. To examine requests for inclusion of any class of citizens as a backward class in the central lists of backward classes. To hear complaints of over-inclusion or under-inclusion advice to the central government. To advise the central government in revision of list of backward communities opportunities, schemes/programs for the welfare of other backward classes. Government of India has launched several schemes for welfare and development of other backward classes, which are 27% reservation in educational institutions and public employment, pre-examination coaching to coach candidates belonging to OBCs whose parents/guardians' annual income less than 1 lakhs, hostel schemes for OBC boys and girls, pre-metric scholarships, post-metric scholarships, assistance to voluntary organizations. The scheme involves the voluntary sector to improve the educational and socio-economic conditions of the OBCs to get them gainfully employed. Women. For centuries, women in India have received unequal treatment in almost all spheres of life. Women have been put down at the sidelines of social, economic, and political life. Therefore, justice for women was one of the most important issues of development in India. Several constitutional as well as legal provisions were institutionalized for the welfare of women. Constitutional provisions for welfare of women. There are several provisions in Indian Constitution that focus on gender justice. Some of these are affirmative action and reservations. Not less than 33% of seats must be reserved for women in local self-government institutions. Some state governments have provided for reservation of seats for women in public employment and educational institutions. Fundamental right provisions. Article 14 confers equality before law and equal protection of laws for all. This means that the law cannot be discriminatory against women. Article 15 not only prohibits any discrimination on the grounds of religion, race, caste, sex, or place of birth, but also empowers state to make any special provisions for women and children. Article 16 guarantees to all citizens, including women, freedoms of speech and expression, assemble, form associations or unions. They can move freely throughout the territory of India to reside and settle anywhere and to practice any profession or occupation. Directive principle provisions. Men and women equally have the right to an adequate means of livelihood. Article 39. There is equal pay for equal work for both men and women. Article 39. The health and strength of workers, men and women, and the tender age of children are not abused, and that citizens are not forced by economic necessity to enter vocations unsuited to their age or strength. Article 39. Make provisions for just and humane conditions of work and maternity relief. Fundamental duty provisions. To renounce practices derogatory to the dignity of women. Article 51A. Universal adult franchise. Constitution of India granted that women has equality both in right to vote and to contest elections. Legal provisions for protection of women. Many laws have been enacted with a view to remove disparities among men and women and provide conditions for welfare of women. Some of the important laws passed by the Parliament are Special Marriage Act, 1954, Hindu Marriage Act, 1955, Hindu Adoption and Maintenance Act, 1956, Dowry Prohibition Act, 1961, Medical Termination of Pregnancy Act, 1971, the Equal Remuneration Act, 1976, Child Marriage Restraint Amendment Act, 1978, the Criminal Law Second Amendment Act, 1985, the Dowry Prohibition Amendment Act, 1984. Welfare schemes for women. Central Social Welfare Board. It was established in 1953 by Government of India. It was established for promoting welfare and development services for women, children, and underprivileged groups. Department of Women and Child Development. It was set up by central government in 1985. It was established to give a distinct identity and provide a nodal point on matters relating to women's development. National Policy on Education, 1986. Landmark in the field of policy on women's education. The main features of the implementation strategy of national policy on education would be to gear the entire education system to play a positive interventionist role in the empowerment of women, to encourage educational institutions to take up active programs to enhance women's status and further women's development in all sectors, to widen women's access to vocational, technical, and professional education at all levels, breaking gender stereotypes, to create a dynamic management structure that will be able to respond the challenge posed by this mandate. Program of support to training come employment. It was launched in 1987. It was aimed at strengthening and improving the skills for employment opportunities for women below poverty line in traditional sectors, such as agriculture, animal husbandry, handlooms, handicrafts, cottage, village industries, sericulture, where women are employed in large scale. Indira Mahila Yojana. It was started in 1995, aimed at organizing women at the grassroots level to facilitate their participation in decision-making and empowerment. Rural Women's Development and Empowerment Project. It was sanctioned in 1998. It aims to promote the development of income-generating activities and access to basic financial services. National Commission for Women. To safeguard the rights and legal entitlements of women. The Parliament in 1990 enacted a law to establish National Commission for Women. The Commission came into existence on January 31, 1992. Composition of the Commission. National Commission of Women consists of a chairperson, 5 members, a member secretary. Appointment and term of office. A person committed to the cause of women is nominated and appointed as chairperson by the central government. 5 members to be nominated by the central government from amongst persons of ability, integrity, and standing. At least 1 member each shall be from amongst persons belonging to the scheduled castes and scheduled tribes respectively. A member secretary to be nominated by the central government. Powers of the Commission. It is vested with powers to regulate its own affairs and has all the powers of civil court under which it can, summoning and enforcing the attendance of any person from any part of India and examining him on oath, requiring the discovery and production of any document, receiving evidence on affidavits, requisitioning any public record from any court or office office, issuing summons for the examination of witnesses and documents and any other matter which may be prescribed by the central government. Functions of the Commission: to safeguard and promote women's rights, review legislation, interventions in specific individual complaints of atrocities, and remedial action to safeguard the interest of women. National Policy for the Empowerment of Women 2001. The Government of India in 2001 issued a national policy for the empowerment of women. The major objectives of this policy include creating an environment through positive economic and social policies for full development of women to enable them to realize their full potential, the de jure and de facto employment of all human rights and fundamental freedom by women on equal basis with men in all spheres: political, economic, social, cultural, civil, equal access to women to health care, quality education at all levels, career and vocational guidance, employment, equal remuneration, occupational health and safety, social security and public office, etc. Strengthening legal systems aimed at elimination of all forms of discrimination against women. Minorities. The Indian Constitution recognized that the culture of the majority influences the way in which society and government might express themselves. In such cases, size can be a disadvantage and lead to the marginalization of the relatively smaller communities. Thus, safeguards are needed to protect minority communities against the possibility of being culturally dominated by the majority. The Constitution provides these safeguards because it is committed to protecting India's cultural diversity and promoting equality as well as justice. National Commission on Minorities. It is a statutory body set up in 1993 under the National Commission for Minorities Act, 1992. It is under Ministry of Minority Affairs. Composition of the Commission. The Commission consists of chairperson, vice chairperson, 5 members, total of 7 persons to be nominated by the central government from amongst persons of eminence, ability, and integrity. Each member holds office for a period of 3 years from the date of assumption of office. Functions of the Commission. The Commission shall perform all or any of the following functions: to evaluate the progress of the development of minorities under the Union and states, to monitor the working of the safeguards provided in the Constitution and in laws enacted by Parliament and the state legislatures, to make recommendations for the effective implementation of safeguards for the protection of the interests of minorities by the central government or the state governments, to look into specific complaints regarding deprivation of rights and safeguards of the minorities and take up such matters with the appropriate authorities, to make case studies to be undertaken into problems arising out of any discrimination, to conduct studies, research, and analysis on the issues relating to socio-economic and educational development of minorities, to suggest appropriate measures in respect of any minority to be undertaken by the central government or the state governments, to make periodical or special reports to the central government on any matter pertaining to minorities and in particular difficulties confronted by them. Powers of the Commission. The Commission shall, while performing any of the functions, is vested with powers to regulate its own affairs. It has all the powers of a civil court in respect of the following matters: summoning and enforcing the attendance of any person from any part of India and examining him on oath, requiring the discovery and production of any document, receiving evidence on affidavits, requisitioning any public record or copy thereof from any court or office, issuing commissions for the examination of witnesses and documents. Any other matter may be prescribed. Children. Children also form a disadvantaged group by virtue of their being physically and mentally less developed and financial dependent. For protection of the interests of children and safeguarding their rights, the Government of India enacted Commission for Protection of Child Rights Act in 2005. This act led to establishment of National Commission for Protection of Child Rights in 2007. National Commission for Protection of Child Rights, NCPCR. NCPCR is an Indian statutory body established by an Act of Parliament, the Commission for Protection of Child Rights Act, 2005. The Commission works under the Ministry of Women and Child Development, Government of India. The Commission became operational in 2007. Composition of the Commission. The Commission consists of the following members: a chairperson who has done an outstanding work for promoting the welfare of children, 6 members out of which at least 2 are women appointed by the central government. Functions of the Commission: to examine and review the safeguards provided by or under any law for the time being in force for the protection of child rights and recommend measures for their effective implementation, to present reports to the central government annually, other intervals as upon the working of the safeguards, to inquire into violation of child rights and recommend initiation of proceedings in such cases, to examine all factors that inhibit the enjoyment of rights of children affected by terrorism, communal violence, rights, trafficking, etc., to look into matters relating to the children in need of special care and protection, including children in distress, marginalized and disadvantaged children. Juvenile children without family and children of prisoners are also looked after and recommend appropriate remedial measures, to study treaties and other international instruments and undertake periodical review of existing policies on children, undertake and promote research in the field of child rights. Powers of the Commission. The Commission has power to inquire into complaints and take sua motu notice of matter relating to deprivation and violation of child rights, non-implementation of laws providing for protection and development of children, non-compliance of policy decisions, guidelines, or instructions aimed at mitigating hardships to and ensuring welfare of the children and provide relief to such children, take up the issues arising out of such matters with appropriate authorities. Persons with disabilities. These include persons with visual, hearing, speech, locomotive disability, mental retardation, mental illness, multiple disabilities, disability and any other disabilities. Chief Commissioner for Persons with Disabilities. It is a Government of India agency under Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment. This agency has been set up under the Persons with Disabilities, Equal Opportunities, Protection of Rights, and Full Participation (PWD) Act 1995. There are separate commissioners for state and union territories. Functions and powers of the agency. It is mandated to take steps to safeguard the rights of persons with disabilities. The Chief Commissioner is vested with the power of a civil court under the Code of Civil Procedure. Local self-government. Sources: Class 6 NCERT Chap 5, Panchayati Raj, Chap 7, Urban Administration, Class 9 and X Old NCERT Chap 3, Our Local Government, Class X NCERT Chap 2, Federalism, Class 11 NCERT Chap 8, Local Government, Class 11 Old /NCERT Chap 7, Federalism, Class XI Old NCERT Chap 9, Multi-Level Planning and Role of District Development Agencies. India gave democratic government at the central, state as well as local levels. Such governments at local level is called local self-government. Local government provides opportunity to the people to govern themselves. These governments give basic training in effective participation of the people in administration and in democratic way of living. Participation of local people make the government more responsive to the needs of the area. Decentralization and people's participation in India. As per Indian Constitution, the responsibility for undertaking plan development through systematic formulation, implementation, and evaluation of plans is a responsibility of both center and state governments. The ideas of decentralized planning, people's participation, and multi-level planning have been mentioned in 5-year plans. For coordination between the union and states, a National Development Council was established. Evolution of local self-government in India. The local self-government is the third level of government apart from the state and central governments. There are 2 types of local government in operation: panchayats in rural areas and municipalities in urban area. Lord Ripon is known as the father of local self-government. The Ripon Resolution was passed in 1885. Chairman of the Royal Commission on Decentralization viewed that the local government should begin at the village level, not at district level. Montagu-Chelmsford Reforms 1919 made local self-government a part of the transferred subject. Municipalities are the urban counterpart of panchayats. Local self-government was given constitutional status through 73rd and 74th constitutional amendments. The 73 RD Amendment Act does not apply to the states of Nagaland, Meghalaya, and Mizoram and certain other areas. Panchayati Raj system. Panchayati Raj institutions. Rural local self-government. Gram Panchayat, Panchayat Samiti L. Zila Parishad. Urban local self-government. Municipal corporation, municipality, notified area committee, town area committee, cantonment board, port trust, township special purpose agency. Evolution of Panchayati Raj system. Various committees with the local self-government follows. Bolvant Rai Mehta Committee. In January 1957, the Government of India appointed a committee to examine the working of the Community Development Program 1952 and the National Extension Service 1953 and to suggest measures for their better working. Chairman of this committee was Bolvant Rai G. Mehta, who recommended to establish democratic decentralization in India, which later came to be known as Panchayati Raj. It also talked about establishment of a 3-tier Panchayati Raj system: Gram Panchayat at the village level, Panchayat Samiti at the block level, and Zila Parishad at the district level. It recommended that direct elections for Gram Panchayats and indirect elections for Panchayat Samitis and Zila Panchayats. Local bodies should be given adequate resources for governance. Development schemes should be implemented by the help of local self-government. District collector should be made head of the Zila Panchayat. Recommendations were accepted by the National Development Council (NDC) in 1958. In 1959, Rajasthan Nagar district was the first state to establish Panchayati Raj institutions (PRIs), followed by Andhra Pradesh later in the same year. Ashok Mehta Committee. In December 1977, the Janata government appointed a committee on Panchayati Raj institutions under the chairmanship of Ashok Mehta. It recommended that the 3-tier system be replaced with 2-tier system, i.e. Zila Parishad at the district level and below it, the Mandal Panchayat consisting of a group of villages with a total population of 15,000 to 20,000. Nyaya Panchayats should be made a separate body, headed by a competent jurist, and Zila Parishad should be made responsible for planning and programming at district level. Election of these bodies should be conducted by State Election Commission with recommendation of Chief Election Commissioner of India. These bodies should be made less dependent on states. Some tax collection power should be given to local bodies, and local development work should be done by Zila Parishad. A district should be the first point for decentralization, under popular supervision below the state level. Other committees related to Panchayati Raj. Committee description. G.V.K. Rao Committee. It was formed to review the existing administrative arrangements for rural development and poverty alleviation programs in 1985 under the chairmanship of G.V.K. Rao. The committee was appointed by the Planning Commission. The committee recommended measures to strengthen the PRIs. It recommended the Zila Parishad should be of pivotal importance in the scheme of democratic decentralization and should become the principal body for management of planning and development. L.M. Singhvi Committee. It was appointed by the Rajiv Gandhi government in 1986 to prepare a concept paper on revitalization of Panchayati Raj institutions for democracy and development under the chairmanship of L.M. Singhvi. It recommended that the PRIs should be constitutionally recognized, protected, and preserved. Nyaya Panchayats should be established for a cluster of villages. The village panchayats should have more financial resources, etc. Thungan Committee. In 1988, 1988, a subcommittee of the Consultative Committee of Parliament was created under the chairmanship of P.K. Thunganto, examined the Polity co-administrative structure in the district for the purpose of district planning. It also recognized that PRIs must be given a constitutional status and a three-tier system should be formed. The Panchayati Raj bodies should have a fixed tenure of 5 years. Zila Parishad should be pivot in PRI system, etc. Gadgil Committee. The Committee on Policy and Programs was constituted in 1988 by the Congress Party under the chairmanship of V.N. Gadgil. This committee discussed on how best Panchayati Raj institutions could be made effective. It recommended constitutional status, fixed tenure of 5 years, members at all levels must be directly elected, reservations for SC, ST and women, establishment of State Finance Commission to allocate finance to PRIs and State Election Commission for conducting elections, etc. 73rd Constitutional Amendment Act, 1992. In the year 1992, 73rd Constitutional Amendment Act was passed. It came into force from April 24, 1993. This amendment added Part 9 in Indian Constitution. Article 243 to 243(0) was added in the Constitution. The 73rd Constitutional Amendment provides three-tier structure. All states now have a uniform three-tier Panchayati Raj structure. At the lowest level is the Gram Panchayat. A Gram Panchayat covers a village or group of villages. The intermediary level is the Mundal, also referred to as block or talaka. These bodies are called Mundal or Talaka Panchayats. The intermediary level body need not be constituted in smaller states. At the apex is the Zila Panchayat, covering the entire rural area of the district. The amendment also made a provision for the mandatory creation of the Gram Sabha, elections and tenure of local bodies. The elections to panchayats at all the three levels shall be held every 5 years. They can, however, be dissolved earlier. The election of the new panchayat should be held before the expiry of its tenure or within 6 months of its dissolution, as the case may be. The legislature of a state may extend the powers and authority of the Panchayati Raj institution. The minimum age for candidate to contest election is 21 years. All elections of panchayats are conducted, supervised, directed, and controlled by the State Election Commission. The State Election Commissioner is appointed by the governor and cannot be removed from office except in the like manner and on the like grounds as a judge of the High Court. Transfer of subjects. 29 subjects, which were earlier in the state list of subjects, are identified and listed in the 11th schedule of the Constitution. These subjects are to be transferred to the Panchayati Raj institutions. These subjects were mostly linked to development and welfare functions at the local level. The actual transfer of these functions depends upon the state legislation. Each state decides how many of these 29 subjects would be transferred to the local bodies. Financial powers. Panchayat can levy, collect, and appropriate taxes, duties, tolls, feels as it thinks fit. The state also provides grants and aid to panchayat. At the end of every 5th year, a state finance commission is constituted to review the financial position of the panchayats and make recommendation to the governor for their improvement. Reservation of seats for weaker sections. 1/3 of the positions in all panchayat institutions are reserved for women. Reservations for scheduled castes and scheduled tribes are also provided at all the 3 levels in proportion to their population. If the states find it necessary, they can also provide reservations for the other backward classes, OBCs. Reservations apply not merely to ordinary members in panchayats, but also to the positions of chairpersons or adhyakshas at all the 3 levels. Reservation of 1/3 of the seats for women is not merely in the general category of seats, but also within the seats reserved for scheduled castes, scheduled tribes, and backward castes. Rural local government institutions. Directive principles of state policy directs the government to organize village panchayats and make them self-sufficient to solve their local problems. In order to realize this directive, the Panchayati Raj system was introduced in India. Types of rural local government institutions. Rural local government institutions. Gram Panchayat / Gram Sabha, Panchayat Samiti, Zila Parishad. Gram Sabha. The Gram Sabha in a village is like a tiny legislature. The 73rd Constitutional Amendment Act envisaged the Gram Sabha as the foundation of Panchayati Raj system, having powers ensured by the state legislatures. It is elected by all adult members of the village. Powers and functions of Gram Sabha. It elects the Gram Panchayat. It approves the annual budget. The Sarpanch, who is the head of Gram Panchayat, is directly elected by Gram Sabha. Gram Panchayats. Gram Panchayat is an executive body elected by Gram Sabha. It looks after the administration of the village. Gram Panchayat has an elected head who is called Sarpanch. The Sarpanch is directly elected by the Gram Sabha. Composition of Gram Panchayats. Every village panchayat has a pradhan who in some states is also called Sarpanch. The village panchayat also elects the upradhan and various committees and their chairman. In absence of pradhan, his or her duties and functions are performed by the upradhan. There is a salaried person to maintain the accounts of the panchayat who is generally known as the panchayat secretary. Functions of Gram Panchayats. The major functions and responsibilities of Gram Panchayats are as follows. It provides civic facilities for the village, looks after the roads, footpaths, water supply, and electricity. It supervises the projects for development of the village. It takes steps for growth of agriculture by distributing seeds, which the government provides to it. It promotes cottage industries in rural areas. It keeps registers of births and deaths. It looks after the maintenance of village, library, cleanliness of ponds and streets. It levies and collects some taxes. Sources of income. Panchayat meets its expenses through various ways. Taxes on fairs, shops, and houses. Fee from registration of purchase or sale of cattle, sale of public property, government grants, Nyaya Panchayats. These bodies decide small civil and criminal cases in rural areas. These bodies have some power of punishment, mainly by imposing fines on the offenders. Nyaya Panchayats could bring justice to their doorstep because for the villagers going to courts is costly and takes time. Nyaya Panchayats function in most states, but not in all. Their composition varies from state to state. Panchayat Samiti. The middle level of Panchayat system is the Panchayat Samiti. This is the Panchayat at the block level. All the sarpanchs of the Gram Panchayats in a single block are members of the Panchayat Samiti. Panchayati Samitis usually have elected chairperson. Panchayat Samiti has a small administrative unit, headed by block development officer of the area. Composition of Panchayat Samiti. All the pradhans and panchs of the village panchayats in a block elect their representatives to the block Samiti. Every block Samiti must have 2 female representatives from the scheduled castes, scheduled tribes, backward classes, women belonging to scheduled castes and scheduled tribes. All the members of the block Samiti elect a chairperson and vice chairperson. In the absence of chairperson, the vice chairperson performs his/her duties. All the decisions in the Samiti are taken by a majority vote. Functions and responsibilities of Panchayat Samiti. The major functions and responsibilities of Panchayat Samiti are as follows: to provide civic amenities for the area under its control, to look after the development of agriculture, cottage, industry, cooperatives, animal husbandry, etc., to act as a link between Gram Panchayat and Zila Parishad, to educate people on various matters such as agriculture, improving the breed of cattle and family welfare program, to bring a change in the outlook of the people through education and literacy. Sources of income. The money for various functions of the block Samiti are collected from 2 major sources: by levying taxes, by obtaining grants and financial assistance from the state government. Zila Parishad. Zila Parishad is the 3rd and highest level of the Panchayati Raj system. Composition of Zila Parishad. Members of State Legislative Assembly and the Legislative Council as well as members of Parliament from the district are members of the Zila Parishad. Zila Parishad has representative from scheduled tribes and scheduled castes. Zila Parishad also have women representatives involving those who belong to scheduled castes and scheduled tribes. Zila Parishad elects a president and vice president from among its members. They can be removed from office by a vote of no confidence. Decisions are taken by majority vote. Functions and responsibilities of Zila Parishad. The major functions and responsibilities of Zila Parishad are as follows: to supervise the work of the Panchayat system of the whole district, to coordinate the development plans for the district area, executive functions relating to agriculture, social welfare and community development, to advise government on the work of Panchayats and Samiti, to implement all programs on district level. Sources of income. The sources of income of Zila Parishad are realization of taxes, financial grants given by the state government, realization of rent from houses and shops owned by Parishad, urban local government institutions. Urban local government in India has its roots in prehistoric times. The excavations at Harappa and Mohenjo-daro reveal that the cities had their own councils to manage their own affairs. The foundation of modern system of urban government was laid by the British government. Lord Mayo's resolution of 1870 made arrangement for strengthening the municipal institutions and increasing the association of Indians in these bodies. It was Lord Ripon's resolution of 1882 that was hailed as the Magna Carta of local government. Lord Ripon got the title of the father of local self-government in India. According to the Government of India Act 1919, the local self-government became a transferred subject under the control of a responsible minister. According to the Government of India Act 1935, diarchy was done away with and full provincial autonomy was introduced. 74th Constitutional Amendment Act 1992. The 74th Constitutional Amendment Act 1992 made statutory provisions for the establishment, empowerment, and functioning of urban local self-governing institutions. The main provisions of the Act are compulsory provisions. Nagar Panchayats, municipal councils, and municipal corporations should be constituted. Reservation of seats in urban local bodies for scheduled castes/scheduled tribes in proportion of their population. Reservation of seats for women up to 1/3 seats. State Election Commission is constituted with reference to conducting elections in the Panchayati Raj bodies, should also conduct elections to the urban local self-governing bodies. Finance Commission is constituted with reference to financial affairs of the Panchayati Raj bodies, should also look into the financial affairs of the local urban self-governing bodies. Tenure of urban local self-governing bodies is fixed at 5 years. If dissolved earlier, fresh elections should be held within 6 months. Voluntary provisions. To give voting rights to members of the union and state legislatures in these bodies. To provide reservation for backward classes. To give financial powers in relation to taxes, duties, tolls, and fees, etc. To make the municipal bodies autonomous and devolution of powers to these bodies to perform some or all functions enumerated in the 12th schedule added to the Constitution. To prepare plans for economic development. Types of urban local bodies. The Constitution provides for the establishment of Nagar Panchayats/municipality for transitional area, municipal councils for smaller urban areas, municipal corporations for larger urban areas, urban local government bodies, municipality/Nagar municipal councils, municipal corporations, Panchayat. Municipality. The type of an urban local body depends upon the size of its population. The local bodies of cities are called municipalities or municipal committees. No municipality can be constituted in areas that come under the jurisdiction of an industrial industrial establishment that provides or proposes to provide municipal services therein. The number of these members depend upon the population of the city. For the purpose of election, every city is divided into a number of wards. Some seats are reserved for scheduled castes, scheduled tribes, and women and other backward classes. The elected representatives elect some other representatives who are either known as special members or aldermen. The meetings of a municipality are held at regular intervals. These meetings are presided by a chairman. Composition of municipality. Every municipality elect one vice chairperson who performs the functions of the chairperson in his/her absence. There are permanent officials like executive officer, secretary, health officer, education officer, sanitary inspector, junior inspector, etc. Municipal council. A municipal council is an urban local body that administers a city of population 1 lakh or more. Composition of municipal council. The members of the municipal council are elected representatives for a term of 5 years. The elected members elect a president among themselves to preside over and conduct meetings. Employees of the state government of India including chief officer, town planning engineer, auditor, sanitary inspector, medical officer for health, education officer, etc. Hospitals, street lighting, fire brigade. Functions of municipal council. The municipal council is responsible for water supply, roads, drainage, marketplaces, records of births and deaths, solid waste management, maintaining garden, parks, and playgrounds, providing education to unprivileged children. Sources of income. The various sources of income of municipal bodies are income from taxes, including on houses, entertainment, electricity, water supply, vehicles, property, etc. Toll tax on commercial vehicles. Commercial activities like hotels, tourist centers, renting and sale of municipal property, and education. Cess. Financial grants from the state government. Professional tax collection from all the employers, i.e. government and private sectors. Municipal corporation. The local body of big cities such as Delhi, Mumbai, Calcutta, Nagpur is called Nagar Nigam or Mahanagar Palika or municipal corporation. The head of municipal corporation is called the Mahapur or mayor. The mayor is elected by members of the municipal corporation. Composition and functioning of municipal corporation. The number of elected members in municipal corporation range between 50 and 100. These representatives elect special members called the aldermen. Day-to-day work of municipal corporation is looked after by various committees. Every committee has a chairperson. The important committees are the Education Committee and the Public Health Committee. Every municipal corporation has a chief executive officer. She is appointed by the state government. His main function is to implement the decisions of municipal corporation. Many other officers such as engineers, doctors, and educationists assist him/her in work. The chief executive officer supervises the work of these departmental heads. Functions of municipal bodies. The functions of municipalities and municipal corporations are generally similar. Health and other utility services. Municipal bodies arrange for the removal of the garbage. They make rules for cleaning of drains. They make arrangement for checking food adulteration. They make arrangement for vaccination, inoculation, and injections. They construct public latrines and urinals. They make arrangement for registration of births and deaths. They construct and repair roads and bridges within city limits. Education. Municipal bodies maintain schools for public education. They manage library, museum, and zoo built for educational purposes. Optional functions. Maintenance of fire engines for extinguishing fire. Construction of parks, museums, and toilets. Sources of income of municipal bodies. The main sources of income of the municipalities and municipal corporations are as follows. Levy on goods coming into the city. It is known as terminal tax or octroi. Tax on houses and land. It is known as property tax. Tax on business and professions. Taxes for maintaining water supply. Public lighting and public hygiene. Rental income from municipal properties like markets and houses. Annual financial grant from state government. Raise loans with the approval of state government. Other types of urban local bodies. Some other important types of urban local bodies are Notified Area Committee. It administers 2 types of areas. First, a fast-developing town or an area which is not yet eligible to have a municipality but is important to state government. It is established by the notification in the government gazette and hence the name. Only those provisions are applied to these areas which are mentioned in the gazette notification. Even though they are under the State Municipal Act, its powers are almost equivalent to those of a municipality, but unlike the municipality, it is an entirely nominated body. Town Area Committee. It is set up for the administration of a small town. It is a semi-municipal authority and is entrusted with a limited number of civic functions like drainage, roads, street lighting, and conservancy. It is created by a separate act of a state legislature. Its composition, functions, and other matters are governed by the act. It may be wholly elected or wholly nominated by the state government or partly elected and partly nominated. Cantonment Board. A cantonment board is established for municipal administration for civilian population in the cantonment area, i.e. an area where the military forces and troops are permanently stationed. It is set up under the provisions of the Cantonments Act of 2006. It works under the administrative control of the Defense Ministry of the central government. A cantonment board has partly elected and party-nominated members within it. The tenure is of 5 years while the nominated members, i.e. ex officio members, continue so long as they hold the office in that station. The military officer commanding the station is the ex officio president of the board and presides over its meetings. The vice president of the board is elected by the elected members from amongst themselves for a term of 5 years. The functions performed by a cantonment board are like those of a municipality. municipality. The sources of income include both tax revenue and non-tax revenue. The executive officer of the Cantonment Board is appointed by the President of India. He implements all the resolutions and decisions of the board and its committees. He belongs to the central cadre established for the purpose. Township. It is established by the large public enterprises to provide civic amenities to its staff and workers who live in the housing colonies built near the plant. A town administrator is appointed for township administration. Port trust. The port trusts are established in the port areas. They are responsible for managing shipping and trade through a commercial report. They are created by an act of parliament and were brought under national government in 1963. Special purpose agency. These are established for some special activity or designated functions that were under the functional domain of municipal corporation, municipalities, etc. They are functional based, not area based, such as housing boards, pollution control boards, town improvement boards, etc. They are statutory bodies established by an act of state legislature or as departments by executive resolution. They function as autonomous bodies and deal with the functions allotted to them independently of the local urban governments, that is, municipal corporations or municipalities and so forth. Thus, they are not subordinate agencies of the local municipal bodies. Committees associated with local self-government to formulate all of the policies for panchayati institutions. Different committees are constituted, such as District Planning Committee. Article 243(z) of the 74th Amendment of the Constitution requires the formation of district planning committees, DPCs, which is a requirement for both panchayats and municipalities. The district planning committees will be in charge of integrated planning for the district's urban and rural areas. District planning committees must prepare a draft development plan that addresses critical issues of common interest, such as water and natural resource sharing, among other things. Every state shall establish a district planning committee at the district level to consolidate the plans prepared by panchayats and municipalities in the district and to prepare a draft development plan for the district as a whole. The state legislature has the authority to make the following provisions: the composition of such committees, the manner in which such committee members are elected, the functions of such committees in relation to district planning, the procedure for selecting the chairperson of such committees. Hanyamath Rao Committee. In the year 1984, a committee on district planning headed by C.S. Hanyamath Rao was made. The committee gave following recommendations: under a minister or district collector, a separate district planning organization should be made. Role of district collector should be made important in decentralized planning. Panchayati Raj institution should also be consulted in planning process. Committee for Metropolitan Planning. Metropolitan areas are the primary elements of growth and economic development of a country. Thus, enormous scale of services is required in these areas. The Metropolitan Committee is established by Article 243(z) of the Constitution. A Metropolitan Planning Committee shall be established in each metropolitan area to prepare a draft development plan. The state legislature has the authority to make the following provisions: the composition of such committees, the manner in which members of such committees are elected, the representation of the central government, state governments, and other organizations in such commits, the functions of such committees in relation of metropolitan planning and coordination, and the manner in which chairpersons of such committees are elected. The Act requires that 4/5 of the members of a district planning committee be elected from among themselves by the elected members of the district panchayat and municipalities. Elections and party system in India. Sources: Class 9 New NCERT Chap 3 Electoral Politics, Class 9 and X Old NCERT Chap 9 Election, Chap 11 Political Parties, Class X New NCERT Chap 6 Political Parties, Chap 5 Popular Struggles and Movements, Class 11 New NCERT Chap 3 Election and Representation, Class XI New NCERT Chap 2 Era of One-Party Dominance, Chap 5 Challenges to and Restoration of the Congress System, Class XI Old NCERT Chap 1 Adult Franchise and Electoral Participation, Chap 2 Election Commission and Election Procedure, Chap 3 Election Reforms, Chap 4 Political Parties and Party Systems, Chap 5 National and State Parties, Chap 7 Interest Groups and Pressure Groups. Election. An election is a contest between political parties for getting people's support. The party which gets the support of largest number of people comes to power and forms the government. In democratic countries, almost adult citizens, irrespective of property, education, race, religion, gender, or other differences, have been given right to vote, which is popularly known as universal adult franchise/suffrage. India is a parliamentary democracy, and its governance draws its ultimate legitimacy from the will of the people, which they exercise by participating in elections. Article 326 of Indian Constitution provides that the election to the House of People and to the Legislative Assembly of every state shall be on the basis of adult suffrage. In India, every person who is not less than 18 years of age, earlier up to 1989 it was 21 years, has right to vote. Types of elections. Types of elections are as follows. By-elections. An election which is held out of normal schedule is called by-election. By-election takes place if a representative from a constituency dies while in office and if the office falls vacant because of any other reason like resignation. Midterm elections if the Lok Sabha or any of the state assemblies is dissolved before the expiry of its full term, and elections are held to constitute a new house. It is called midterm elections. General elections. A general election is a political voting election where generally all or most members of a given political body are chosen. These are usually held for a nation, state, or territory's primary legislative body. First general elections for Lok Sabha were held in the year 1951. In general elections of Kerala in 1982, electronic electronic voting machines (EVMs) were used for the first time in Indian elections. In the year 2004, EVMs were used in general elections of India in all 543 seats. Snap poll. A snap poll is an election that is called earlier than the one that has been scheduled. It can happen by dissolution of Lok Sabha before its full tenure. It is usually done by head of government to gain more seats in general elections. The supposed to happen after dissolution of government. After snap elections, government gets a full tenure and not remaining tenure of previous government. Conditions for disqualification of voter. Constitution prescribes certain conditions under which a citizen becomes disqualified to be a voter. A citizen with unsound mind. A citizen punished for election-related offenses. A person is not a citizen of India. Election process. In elections, voting is done by secret ballot. The entire process of election in India is conducted, controlled, and supervised by an independent body called Election Commission. The Election Commission fixes and announces the dates of the elections in our country. The entire process of elections takes place through following steps: selection of candidates. Political parties field and support their candidates and organize their campaigns. Every political party announces specific programs and promises to implement these programs in case it comes to power. In case of an independent candidate, since there is no political party to support him, the candidate has to organize her/his election campaign independently. Nomination. After selection, the candidates have to file their nominations to the election offices, which are appointed by the Election Commission. There is a last date for filing the nomination paper. After all nominations have been filed, there is a process called scrutiny. Scrutiny is done to check whether the information given in the nomination papers is correct or not. If there is a doubt in the information filed, or it is found that the candidate is not eligible, her/his nomination paper is rejected. Once the scrutiny is over, candidates are given a date for withdrawal to ensure that there is as little wastage of votes as possible. Allotment of symbols. The Election Commission allots symbols to each political party and makes sure that they are not similar to avoid the confusion among voters. These symbols become well known that people easily recognize the political party. Campaigning. It is the process by which a candidate tries to persuade the voters to vote for her/him rather than others. It is done through various channels, which include meetings, podcasts, speeches, processions, etc. Campaigning stops 48 hours before the close of polling time. Counting of votes and declaration of results. After voting is over, ballot boxes are sealed and taken to counting centers. During counting, the candidates or their representatives are present. After counting, the candidate getting a simple majority of the votes polled is declared elected. Election Commission of India. The Election Commission of India, ECI, is a permanent and independent body established by the Constitution of India to ensure free and fair elections in the country. Article 324 of the Constitution provides that the Election Commission of India has power to direct and control elections to parliament, legislatures, the president, and vice president. The Election Commission was established in accordance with the Constitution on January 25, 1950. Originally, the commission had only a Chief Election Commissioner, CEC. It currently consists of Chief Election Commissioner and 2 election commissioners. For the first time, 2 additional commissioners were appointed on October 16, 1989, but they had a very short tenure till January 1, 1990. Later on, October 1, 1993, 2 additional election commissioners were again appointed. The concept of multi-member commission has been in operation since then. Subsequently, the Parliament for the first time enacted a law in 1991, namely, the Conditions of Service of Election Commissioners for Transaction of Business Act, 1991. As amended in 1993, the Act provides that the ECI shall consist of 1 Chief Election Commissioner, CEC, and not more than 4 election commissioners, ECs. Decisions of Election Commission shall be taken collectively on the basis of unanimity and majority principle. Currently, Election Commission is a 3-member body, 1 CEC and 2 other ECs. Appointment and term of office. The members of Election Commission are appointed by President. If other commissioners are appointed as the members of the Election Commission, the Chief Election Commissioner acts as the chairman. The President may also appoint, after consultation with the Election Commission, such regional commissioners as he may consider necessary to assist the Election Commission in the performance of its functions. The conditions of service of the Chief Election Commissioner cannot be changed to his disadvantage after his appointment. Removal and resignation of members of Election Commission. The Chief Election Commissioner cannot be removed from his office except in the like manner on the like grounds as a judge of the Supreme Court. Any other election commissioner cannot be removed from office except on the recommendation of the Chief Election Commissioner. Powers and functions of the Commission. The main powers and functions of the Commission are to superintend, direct, and control the preparation of electoral rolls, conduct elections/by-elections for Parliament, state assemblies, and the offices of the President and Vice President, receive election petitions, appoint the tribunals to inquire into them, examine the returns of election expenses filed by the candidates, entertain and decide the applications for removal of disqualifications, give recognition to political parties about their status as to whether they are national parties or regional parties, and allot/withdraw symbols to from political parties. ECI as a multi-member commission. Since its inception in 1950 till October 1989, the commission functioned as a single-member body consisting of the Chief Election Commissioner. On October 16, 1989, the President appointed 2 more election commissioners. These 2 commissioners ceased to hold office on January 1, 1990, when those 2 posts of election commissioner were abolished. On October 1, 1993, the President again appointed 2 more election commissioners. Law was also amended in 1993 1993 to provide that the Chief Election Commissioner and other election commissioners will enjoy equal powers and will receive same salary, allowances, and other prerequisites. In case of difference of opinion amongst the Chief Election Commissioner and two other commissioners, the matter will be decided by the Commission by majority. The electoral system. In India, different electoral systems are adopted for elections to the Lok Sabha and state assemblies, offices of President, Vice President, and to the Council of States and Legislative Councils. Plurality system. First past the post. In this system, the country is divided into single-member territorial constituencies, usually of equal size. Under this system, voters select a single candidate, usually marking against the candidate's name. The voter who receives the highest number of votes, maybe less than even half the votes polled, is declared the winner. This system is popular in United Kingdom and India. This system is easy to operate. It established a clear link between representatives and constituencies. Disadvantages. The system wastes many votes, those casted for losing candidates. It undermines the legitimacy of government insofar as governments often enjoy minority support. Many social groups like minorities may remain underrepresented. Majority system. The majority system requires that a person declared winner in a single-member constituency wins by a clear majority that is getting more than 50% votes. This can be obtained by two methods. Second ballot system. In this system, there are single candidate constituencies and single choice voting as in first past the post system. In this system, to win the first ballot, a candidate requires an overall majority of votes cast. If no candidate gains a first ballot majority, a second runoff ballot is held between the leading two candidates. This system is popular in France. 2. Alternative voting system. In this system, there are single-member constituencies. There is preferential voting in this system. Voters rank the candidates in order of preference, and winning candidate must gain minimum 50% of all votes cast. If no candidate secures 50% in first preference, the candidate with least number of votes is eliminated and his votes are redistributed according to preferences. This continues until one candidate has a majority. This system is used in Australia and for elections of president and vice president in India. Proportional representation system. According to this system, the parties should be represented in an assembly or parliament in direct proportion to their overall electoral strength. In this system, any party or group would secure representation in proportion to the support it has among the electors. This is achieved by two systems. Single transferable vote system. In this system, there are multi-member constituencies. Party may put forward as many candidates as there are seats to fill in each constituency. Electors vote preferentially as an alternative voting system, and candidates are elected if they achieve a quota. Quota is the minimum number of votes needed to elect the stipulated number of candidates calculated according to the following formula. Total number off votes polled plus 1. Quota equals plus 1 total number off seats to be filled up plus 1. The votes are counted according to first preference. If not all the seats are filled, the candidate securing least number of votes is eliminated and the votes are redistributed according to second preference and so on until all seats are filled. This system is used to elect members of Rajya Sabha and legislative councils in India. 2. Party list system. In this system, either the entire country is treated as a single constituency or it is divided into a number of large multi-member constituencies. Parties compile lists of candidates in descending order of preference and the list is presented to voters. Electors vote for parties, not for candidates in this system. Parties are allocated seats in direct proportion to the votes they gain in the election. They fill these seats from the party list. A minimum percentage can be fixed to exclude small parties. This is the only potentially pure system of proportional representation and therefore is fair to all parties. The election laws. Time to time, different election laws have been formulated in India. Prominent ones among them are Representation of People S Act 1950. This act deals with elaborate provisions for creation of election machinery at the state, district, and constituency level. It also deals with preparation and revision of electoral rolls. Main provisions of the act are as follows. It provides provisions for delimitation of constituencies. It provides for seat allocation in House of People, legislative assemblies, and legislative councils. It provides procedure for electoral rolls preparation and the manner of filling seats. It lays down guidelines on qualification of voters. It provides appointments of chief electoral officer, district election officer, electoral registration officer. Representation of Peoples Act 1951. This act provides legal sanction for actual conduct of elections, making specific provisions to maintain peace and order during election. It provides fairness of electioneering and enforces neutrality of civil services. Main provisions of the act are as follows. It regulates the actual conduct of elections and by-elections. It provides administrative machinery for conducting elections. It deals with the registration of political parties. It specifies the qualifications and disqualifications for membership of the houses. It provides provisions to curb corrupt practices and other offenses. It lays down the procedure for settling doubts and disputes arising out of elections. Election symbols, reservation, and allotment. Order 1968. This order is concerned with registration, recognition of political parties, allotment of symbols, settlement of disputes between political parties. Anti-defection law. The 52nd Constitutional Amendment Act 1985 provided for the disqualification of member of parliament and members of legislative assembly on the ground of defection from one party to another. A member of a house belonging to any political party becomes disqualified for being a member of the house if he voluntarily gives up his membership of such political party, if he votes or abstains from voting in such house contrary to any direction issued by his political party without obtaining prior permission permission of such party and such act has not been condoned by the party within 15 days. An independent member of a House, elected without being set up as a candidate by any political party, becomes disqualified to remain a member of the House if he joins any political party after such election. A nominated member of a House becomes disqualified for being a member of the House if he joins any political party after the expiry of 6 months from the date on which he takes his seat in the House, meaning he may join any political party within 6 months of taking his seat in the House. Exemptions from anti-defection law. Exemptions from disqualification on grounds of defection has been provided in the following 2 cases. If a member goes out of his party as a result of a merger of the party with another party. A merger takes place when 2/3 of the members of the party have agreed to such merger. If a member, after being elected as the presiding officer of the House, voluntarily gives up the membership of his party or rejoins it after he ceases to hold that office. This exemption has been provided in view of the dignity and impartiality of this office. The provision of the 10th schedule pertaining to exemption from disqualification in case of split by 1/3 members of legislature party has been deleted by the 91st Amendment Act of 2003. It means that the defectors have no more protection on grounds of splits. Electoral reform. It is the change in electoral systems to improve how public desires are expressed in election results. Election law has undergone numerous amendments to meet the requirements of new challenges and changing situations. The path-breaking changes were the lowering of age for enrollment of elector from 21 to 18 in 1989, open ballot voting elections to the Rajya Sabha, and voting through proxy for voters belonging to armed forces and paramilitary forces in 2003. Provision for enrollment of overseas India citizens in the electoral roll was made in the most recent amendment in 2011, empowering the Commission to use electronic voting machines, conferring disciplinary jurisdiction on the Commission over the officers, including police, appointed for conduct of elections have strengthened the Election Commission. Printed electoral rolls have now been substituted by computerized photo electoral rolls. The elector's photo identity card, EPIC, is by now a cherished possession of all citizens. Electoral reforms by Election Commission. Since its inception, Election Commission has taken several steps to reform the electoral process in India. Some of them are as follows. The Model Code of Conduct for Guidance of Political Parties and Candidates is a set of norms which has been evolved with the consensus of political parties. These parties have consented to abide by the principles embodied in the said code and also binds them to respect and observe it in its letter and spirit. To check entry of criminals into politics, the candidates to an election are obliged to submit an affidavit in a prescribed form declaring their criminal records, including convictions charges and pending cases initiated against them. The information so furnished by the candidates is disseminated to the public and media, both print and electronic. Limit has been put over spending in Lok Sabha and Assemblies elections. To curb rigging, electronic voting machines are now being used. To keep the spirit of democratic polity, since 1993, Election Commission has been made multi-member body to spread reliable and accurate information about elections, election laws, manuals, handbooks published by Election Commission. A website is being maintained by the Commission since February 28, 1998. Computerization of electoral rolls has been done. Electors have been provided with identity cards. To encourage more young voters to take part in the political process, it has been decided to celebrate January 25th from 2011 every year as National Voters' Day. Inderjit Gupta Committee recommended state funding of elections. However, EC has discouraged the idea. Committees and commissions related to electoral reforms. Committee/Commission Year Turkanda Committee 1974, Dinesh Goswami Committee 1990, Vora Committee 1993, Inderjit Gupta Committee 1998, Law Commission 1999. National Commission to Review the Working of the Constitution 2000 to 2002. Election Commission of India Report on Proposed Electoral Reforms 2004. Second Administrative Reforms Commission of India Report on Ethics and Governance 2007. Tanka Committee 2010. Model Code of Conduct. It is the Election Commission's do's and don'ts for parties and candidates for the period after polls are announced. It has instructions on holding meetings, organizing processions, and the conduct of parties on polling days. It comes into force immediately after election announcement. Features of the Model Code of Conduct. The code prohibits parties and candidates from indulging in activities that can cause tension between people of different regions, castes, communities, or religions. Mosques, churches, temples, or other places of worship should not be used for election propaganda. Parties must ensure that their supporters do not obstruct functions of other parties. It disallows comments on private lives of leaders or workers of other parties. No party or candidate is permitted to use any individual's land, building, compound wall, etc. without permission, to erect flag staffs, suspend banners, paste notices, write slogans, etc. Voters are not to be intimidated or bribed to vote for a party or candidate. It is mandatory for every party and candidate to inform police and local authorities before organizing any procession to ensure security measures are taken and steps needed to control traffic and maintain law and order. Party must provide procession route map. Restrictions on ruling party. The code ensures that a party in power, at center or in state, cannot use official machinery or personnel for electioneering. This means use of government transport, official aircraft, and other vehicles for poll campaign is barred. Poll-related advertisement at the cost of public money and misuse of official mass media for coverage of political news and publicity is not allowed. The code ensures that other parties get equal opportunity to hold election meetings at public places and use public infrastructure like helipads and government guest house for election. From the day an election is announced, the code prohibits ministers from sanctioning grants and related payments out of discretionary funds. Ministers and politicians are barred from laying foundation stones of new projects. Ad hoc appointments in government or PSUs disallowed. Code for polling day. Every party must issue badges and I-cards to authorized workers. Unnecessary crowd outside candidates' camp is prohibited, as it can lead to a clash between contesting parties. No food or refreshment can be served to voters. The code mandates no distribution of liquor on polling day or 24 hours before the polls. Delimitation of constituencies. The process of allocation of number of seats and their demarcation into territories is known as process of delimitation of constituencies. The Constitution provides that allocation of seats in the Lok Sabha to the states and the division of each state into territorial constituencies shall be readjusted after the completion of each census. The Constitution makes similar provision for allocation of seats and demarcation of constituencies with respect to legislative assemblies of the state. Delimitation Commission of India. The Delimitation Commission, or Boundary Commission of India, is a commission established by the Government of India in 1951 under the provisions of Delimitation Commission Act. The main task of the commission is redrawing the boundaries of the various assembly and Lok Sabha constituencies. The representation from each state is not changed during this exercise, except the number of SC and ST seats. The present delimitation of constituencies is done on the basis of 2001 census under the provisions of Delimitation Act 2002. Political parties. Political party is an organized group of persons or bodies who come together to acquire and exercise political power. Characteristics of political parties. Parties aim to exercise government power by winning or capturing political office. Parties are organized bodies with a formal membership. Parties focus on broad issues, addressing each of the major areas of the government policy. The parties are united by shared political preferences and a general ideological identity to varying degrees. Functions of political parties. Political parties have many important functions in a democracy, such as they unify, simplify, and stabilize political process. They educate, instruct, and activate the electorate. This process is called as interest articulation and interest aggregation. They mobilize citizens to participate in politics. This function is known as socialization and mobilization. They help to express public opinion. They agitate against the particular policies of ruling government on behalf of the people. Their campaign makes people aware of what would happen if a particular policy is taken up. They have a two-way relation with public opinion, as political parties are both cause and effect of public opinion. Types of party systems. Types of most common party systems are as follows. Single party system. In single party system, the Constitution do not allow more than one party to exist. If people do not approve of a particular policy of the government, they can convey their disapproval only through that party. In absence of any other party, the party in power can become authoritarian and show total disregard to the people's wishes. Such system existed in former USSR and China. One-party dominant system. In one-party dominant system, one-party system exists and freely compete, but one party gets much higher support than any other party. The opposition parties are weak and divided. There is a competition between factions within dominant party system. Examples of this system are Japan, India, during Congress system, South Africa, etc. Bi-party system. In bi-party system, there are two parties or two major political parties. Two-party system simplifies the elector's choice, gives stability to the government. Once voted to power by a clear majority, it is unlikely that the party will lose confidence of the House before the normal term ends. The party in power gets considerable time to fulfill its promises and work according to its programs announced in election manifesto. Such system exists in United States of America. Multi-party system. In a multi-party system, many political parties come into existence. These parties may or may not be of equal strength. Coalition governments are normal feature because it becomes difficult for a single party to get the required majority and form the government. It may not guarantee a stable government. Such system exists in India. Political parties in India. There are two types of political parties in India. There are two types of political parties in India: national parties and state regional parties. National parties. National parties are those which generally have influence all over the country. A party is called a national party if it is recognized by the Election Commission on the formula that it should have secured not less than 4% of the total valid votes in the previous general elections, at least in 4 states. Major national parties in India are India National Congress, Bharatiya Janata Party, Communist Party of India, Janata Dal, Communist Party of India, Marxist. Criteria for being recognized as national party. A party has to fulfill any one of the following conditions for recognition as national policy. A party should win 2% of seats in the Lok Sabha from at least 3 different states. At a general election of Lok Sabha or Legislative Assembly, the party polls 6% of votes in any 4 or more states, and in addition it wins 4 Lok Sabha seats. A party gets recognition as a state party in 4 states. National Parties of India Party. Important fact. Indian National Congress. It is founded in 1885. This party has greatly influenced Indian politics under the leadership of Jawaharlal Nehru. After 1989, the position of this party weakened due to rise of different regional parties. It was founded in 1925 to oppose communalist powers in India. This party is active in South India and states such as West Bengal and Punjab. Communist Party of India, Marxist. It was founded in 1980 by reviving Bharatiya Janata. It focuses on development of cultural nationalism. This party is in power since 2014. Bharatiya Janata Party. It was was founded in 1964 and is based on ideology of Marxism. It fights for social justice. This party is active in West Bengal and Kerala. Communist Party of India. This party was set up in 1984 under the leadership of Kangshi Ram. It struggles for social justice and it is active in North India. Bahujan Samaj Party. All India Trinamool Congress. It was founded in 1998 in West Bengal. This party also active in states like Tripura, Arunachal Pradesh, Meghalaya, etc. It was founded in 1999. It focused on ideology of democracy and Gundaism. This party active in Maharashtra. Nationalist Congress Party. National People's Party. It was founded in 2012 under the leadership of P.A. Sangama. On June 7, 2019, it was declared as a national party. This party active in northeastern states such as Manipur and Meghalaya. State. Regional parties. Regional parties are very powerful in particular regions. They are organized around regional demands and grievances. Some examples parties of regional/state parties in India are DMK and AIADMK in Tamil Nadu, Telugu Desam Party in Andhra Pradesh, Akali Dal in Punjab, National Conference in Kashmir. Criteria for being recognized as state party. A party has to fulfill any one of the following conditions for recognition as a state policy. A party should secure at least 6% of valid votes polled in an election to the state legislative assembly and win at least 2 seats in that state assembly. A party should secure at least 6% of valid votes polled in an election. A party should win minimum 3% of the total number of seats or a minimum of 3 seats in the legislative assembly, whichever is higher. A party should win at least 1 seat in Lok Sabha for every 25 seats or any fraction thereof allotted to that state. Under the liberalized criteria, one more clause that it will be eligible for recognition as state party if it secures 8% or more of the total valid votes polled in the state. The Congress system. The Congress Party, as it was popularly known, had inherited the legacy of the national movement. Congress was the only party then to have an organization spread all over the country. When the final results of 1,951 general elections were declared, the extent of the victory of the Congress did surprise many. The party won 364 of the 489 seats in the first Lok Sabha and finished way ahead of any other challenger. The state elections were held with the Lok Sabha elections. The Congress scored big victory in those elections as well. Indian National Congress ruled all over the country at the national and the state level. Reasons for dominance of Congress. Congress as a social and ideological coalition. The Congress was a rainbow, like social coalition broadly representing India's diversity in terms of classes and castes, religions and languages, and various interests. Tolerance and management of factions. Congress as a coalition of factions accommodated all those who join it. It avoided any extreme position and strike a balance on almost all issues. Maintained greater tolerance of internal differences and ambitions of various groups and leaders were accommodated. Political parties and pressure groups. Interest groups can be defined as voluntary organizations formed to defend a particular interest in a society or to promote a cause or political position without participating in actual contest for power. Due to the tactics used by such groups, interest groups are also called as pressure groups. In terms of their purpose, role, tactics, nature, both pressure groups and interest groups are often used interchangeably. Lobbying. Lobbying is a technique used by interest groups to influence and pressurize policymakers. The term has emerged in United States. Features of pressure/interest groups. Each group works for collective interests of its members. They primarily aim at influencing the decision-making by putting pressure from outside. They do not aspire to form governments, but to change its direction and policy in a particular manner. These groups do not fight elections. These groups have limited issue focus in that they are usually concerned with a specific cause or the interests of a particular group. These groups are informal, closed, and unrecognized. Difference between political parties and pressure groups. Political parties pressure groups. The interest group. They aspire to become the government. They aspire to influence the government decision-making by putting pressure from outside. They contest elections. These groups do not contest elections. They may help some parties in protecting their interests. They are formal, open, and recognized part of political system. They are informal, closed, unrecognized part of political system. They focus on a wide range of issues. They are focused on very specific causes. Types of pressure groups. There is a wide variety of pressure/interest groups in India today. The characteristics of these groups can be discussed as below. Social/identity-based groups. They are embedded in social fabric. Their membership is based on birth rather than professional or class basis. These groups can be further divided into community service groups, e.g. DAV, educational institutions, Ramakrishna Mission, Singh Sabhas, etc. Communal/social mobilization groups, e.g. Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh, Jamaat-e-Islami, Vishwa Hindu Parishad. Associational or professional groups. These are formed by people who come together to pursue their shared professional interests. They are also called functional or protective groups. They represent a section of society like workers, employers, consumers, etc. They are based on modern economic and vocational interests. Economic and vocational interests, e.g. trade unions, business groups, farmers, and peasant organizations. Cause groups. They advance a general social objective and are also known as public interest groups. They promote collective social interest rather than selective group interest. They may or may not be well organized. Their success depends more on public and media support than lobbying. For example, groups supporting cause of preservation of environment, protection of human rights and civil liberties, abolition of capital punishment, etc. Institutional groups. They are within the government and attempt to exert influence/pressure through machinery of the government itself. itself. They are important in non-democratic regimes where autonomous groups are usually suppressed. They remain active in democratic regimes, also a part of competition between elites. They try to influence the policies with regard to allocation of resources in areas often preference for importance to be given to their role, etc. They indirectly help other groups by supporting their cause, e.g., civil servants, lobbies, etc. Ad hoc groups. They come into existence to pressurize the government for a specific objective at a time. They remain active or organized only till the objective is achieved. They can be very active for a short period. They might survive and extend their activities as cause groups. For example, groups organized to get railway service in a city, getting a book, or an activity band, etc. Role of pressure groups. They provide scope for expanding political participation. They increase political consciousness and can be reservoirs of political leadership. They are vehicles of social integration. They might bridge the gap between masses and elites. They play significant role in functional performance of various political structures. Special provisions for some states and regional aspirations. Sources: Class X New NCERT Chap 2 Federalism, Class 11 New NCERT Chap 7 Federalism, Class XI New NCERT Chap 8 Regional aspirations. The Constitution has some special provisions for some states given their peculiar social and historical circumstances. Most of the special provisions pertain to the north eastern states, Assam, Nagaland, Arunachal Pradesh, Manipur, Sikkim, Mizoram, etc., largely due to their sizable indigenous tribal population with a distinct history and culture. Special provisions also exist for other states like Andhra Pradesh, Goa, Gujarat, Maharashtra, Karnataka, and Telangana. Special provisions for Northeast India. The reorganization of the Northeast was completed by 1972, but this was not the end of autonomy demands in this region. Therefore, some provisions of federal setup were used to satisfy the autonomy demands of northeastern states. Nagaland. Article 371 states that the acts of parliament relating to the following matters would not apply to Nagaland unless the state legislative assembly so decides. Religious and social practices of the Nagas, Naga customary law and procedure. Administration of civil and criminal justice involving decisions according to Naga customary law. Ownership and transfer of land and its resources. The governor of Nagaland shall have special responsibility for law and order in the state so long as internal disturbances caused by the hostile Nagas continue. In discharge of this responsibility, the governor, after consulting the Council of Ministers, exercises his individual judgment and his decision is final. The governor has to ensure that the money provided by the central government for any specific purpose is included in the demand for a grant relating to that purpose and not in any other demand moved in the state legislative assembly. Special provision for Tunsang district. There shall be a minister for Tunsang affairs in the State Council of Ministers. He is to be appointed from amongst the members representing Tunsang district in the Nagaland Legislative Assembly. The final decision on all matters relating to Tunsang district shall be made by the governor in his discretion. Members in the Nagaland Legislative Assembly from the Tunsang district are not elected directly by the people but by the regional council. Separatist movement. Among northeastern states, separatist movement started in Nagaland. It was led by Angami Zafu Fizo, and a section of the Nagas declared independence from India way back in 1951. Fizo turned down many offers of negotiated settlement. The Naga National Council launched an armed struggle for sovereignty of Nagas. After a period of violent insurgency, a section of the Nagas signed an agreement with the government of India, but this was not acceptable to other rebels. Assam. Under Article 371b, the President is empowered to provide for the creation of a committee of the Assam Legislative Assembly consisting of the members elected from the tribal areas of the state and such other members as he may specify. Assam Movement. Regional aspiration of people. The Assam movement was from 1979 to 1985. The Assamese suspected that there were huge numbers of illegal Bengali Muslim settlers from Bangladesh. They felt that unless these foreign nationals are detected and deported, they would reduce the indigenous Assamese into a minority. In 1979, the All Assam Students Union, ASU, a students group led an anti-foreigner movement. The movement was against illegal migrations, against domination of Bengalis and other outsiders, and against faulty voters register. The movement demanded that all outsiders who had entered the state after 1951 should be sent back. The agitation followed many novel methods and mobilized all sections of Assamese people, drawing support across the state. It also involved many tragic and violent incidents leading to loss of property and human lives. The movement also tried to blockade the movement of trains and the supply of oil from Assam to refineries in Bihar. Assam Treaty. Eventually, after 6 years of turmoil, the Rajiv Gandhi-led government entered into negotiations with the ASU leaders, leading to the signing of an accord in 1985. According to this agreement, those foreigners who migrated into Assam during and after Bangladesh War were to be identified and deported. Manipur. Article 371c makes the following special provisions. For Manipur, the President is authorized to provide for the creation of a committee of the Manipur Legislative Assembly consisting of the members elected from the hill areas of the state. The President can also direct that the governor shall have special responsibility to secure the proper functioning of that committee. The governor should submit an annual report to the President regarding the administration of the hill areas. The central government can give directions to the state government as to the administration of the hill areas. Sikkim. The 36th Constitutional Amendment Act of 1975 made Sikkim a full-fledged state of the Indian Union. Article 371f containing special provisions with respect to Sikkim. The Sikkim Legislative Assembly is to consist consist of not less than 30 members. One seat is allotted to Sikkim in the Lok Sabha, and Sikkim forms one parliamentary constituency. For the purpose of protecting the rights and interests of the different sections of the Sikkim population, the parliament is empowered to provide for the number of seats in the Sikkim Legislative Assembly which may be filled by candidates belonging to such sections. Delimitation of the assembly constituencies from which candidates belonging to such sections alone may stand for election to the assembly. The governor shall have special responsibility for peace and for an equitable arrangement for ensuring the social and economic advancement of the different sections of the Sikkim population. In the discharge of this responsibility, the governor shall act in his discretion, subject to the directions issued by the president. The president can extend, with restrictions or modifications, to Sikkim any law which is in force in a state of the Indian Union. Mizoram Article 371G specifies the following special provisions. For Mizoram, the acts of parliament relating to the following matters would not apply to Mizoram unless the state legislative assembly so decides. Religious or social practices of the Mizos, Mizo customary law and procedure, administration of civil and criminal justice involving decisions according to Mizo customary law, ownership and transfer of land. The Mizoram Legislative Assembly is to consist of not less than 40 members. Arunachal Pradesh. Under Article 37H, the following special provisions are made for Arunachal Pradesh. The governor of Arunachal Pradesh shall have special responsibility for law and order in the state. In discharge of this responsibility, the governor, after consulting the Council of Ministers, exercises his individual judgment and his decisions is final. This special responsibility of the governor shall cease when the president so directs. The Arunachal Pradesh Legislative Assembly is to consist of not less than 30 members. Jammu and Kashmir. After the independence, Jammu and Kashmir had a special status as per Article 370 of the Constitution. Amendments to the Indian Constitution under Article 368 could apply in concurrence with the government of Jammu and Kashmir. At present, the special status given under Article 370 no longer exists. By the Jammu and Kashmir Reorganization Act 2019, the state has been bifurcated into two union territories viz. I. Jammu and Kashmir, 2. Ladakh. The new arrangement has come into effect from October 31, 2019. Special provisions for other states. Apart from northeastern states, the Constitution of India provides special provisions for other states as well. These include Maharashtra, Gujarat, Goa, Karnataka, and Andhra Pradesh. Maharashtra and Gujarat. Under Article 371, the president is authorized to provide that the governor of Maharashtra and that of Gujarat would have special responsibility for the establishment of separate development boards for Vidarbha, Marathwada, and the rest of Maharashtra, Saurashtra, Kutch, and the rest of Gujarat, making a provision that a report on the working of these boards would be placed every year before the state Legislative Assembly. The equitable allocation of funds for developmental expenditure over the above-mentioned areas. An equitable arrangement providing adequate facilities for technical, educational, and vocational training and adequate employment opportunities in the state services in respect of the above-mentioned areas. Goa. Article 371(1) provides that the Goa Legislative Assembly is to consist of not less than 30 members. Karnataka. Under Article 371(j), the president is empowered to provide that the governor of Karnataka would have special responsibility for the establishment of a separate development board for Hyderabad Karnataka region, making a provision that a report on the working of the board would be placed every year before the state Legislative Assembly. The equitable allocation of funds for developmental expenditure over the region. The reservation of seats in educational and vocational training institutions in the region for students who belong to the region. The reservation in state government posts in the region for persons who belong to the region. Andhra Pradesh or Telangana. Article 371(d) and 371(e) deal with the special provisions for the state of Andhra Pradesh. Article 371(d) has the following special provisions for the state of Andhra Pradesh. The president is empowered to make different provisions to provide for equitable opportunities and facilities for the people belonging to different parts of the state in the matters of public employment and education. Article 371(e) has empowered the parliament to provide for the establishment of a central university in the state of Andhra Pradesh. Regional aspiration in Punjab. The decade of 1980s also witnessed major developments in the state of Punjab. The social composition of the state changed first with partition and later on after the carving out of Haryana and Himachal Pradesh. While the rest of the country was reorganized on linguistic lines in 1950s, Punjab had to wait till 1966 for the creation of a Punjabi-speaking state. The Akali Dal, which was formed in 1920 as the political wing of the Sikhs, had led the movement for the formation of a Punjabi Suba. Conditions after the reorganization of Punjab. After the reorganization, the Akalis came to power in 1967 and then in 1977. On both the occasions, it formed a coalition government. In 1970s, a section of Akalis began to demand political autonomy for the region. This was reflected in a resolution passed at their conference at Anandpur Sahib in 1973. The Anandpur Sahib resolution asserted regional autonomy and wanted to redefine center-state relationship in the country. A section of the religious leaders raised the question of autonomous Sikh identity. The more extreme element started advocating secession from India and the creation of Khalistan. Soon, the leadership of the movement passed from the moderate Akalis to the extremist elements and took the form of armed insurgency. Operation Blue Star. Extremist Akali militants made their headquarters inside the Sikh holy shrine, the Golden Temple in Amritsar, Amritsar and turned it into an armed fortress. In June 1984, the government of India carried out Operation Blue Star, code name for Army Action in the Golden Temple. In this operation, the government successfully flushed out the militants, but it also damaged the historic temple and deeply hurt the sentiments of the Sikhs. As a result of this event, Prime Minister Indira Gandhi was assassinated on October 31, 1984 by her Sikh bodyguards. The assassins wanted to take revenge for Operation Blue Star. While the entire country was shocked by this incident, violence broke out against the Sikh community in Delhi and in many parts of northern India. Punjab Treaty. After coming to power following the election in 1984, the then Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi initiated a dialogue with moderate Akali leaders. In July 1985, he reached an agreement with Harchand Singh Longoval, then the president of the Akali Dal. This agreement is known as the Rajiv Gandhi Longoval Accord or the Punjab Accord. This was a step towards bringing normal situation in Punjab. It was agreed that Chandigarh would be transferred to Punjab. A separate commission would be appointed to resolve the border dispute between Punjab and Haryana. According to the agreement, it was decided that a tribunal would be set up to decide the sharing of Ravi Bias river water among Punjab, Haryana, and Rajasthan. The agreement also provided for compensation to and better treatment of those affected by the militancy in Punjab and the withdrawal of the application of Armed Forces Special Powers Act in Punjab. After the agreement also, central government had to impose President's rule in the state and the normal electoral and political process was suspended. Peace returned to Punjab by the middle of 1990s. The Alliance of Akali Dal, Badal, and the BJP scored a major victory in 1997 in the first normal elections in the state in the post-militancy era. The state is once again preoccupied with questions of economic development and social change. Articles related to special provisions for states. Article subject matter 371 special provisions with respect to Maharashtra and Gujarat. 371A special provision with respect to the Nagaland. 371B special provision with respect to Assam. 371C special provision with respect to Manipur. 371D special provision with respect to Andhra Pradesh. 371E establishment of Central University in Andhra Pradesh. 371F special provisions with respect to the state of Sikkim. 371G special provisions with respect to the state of Mizoram. 371H special provisions with respect to the state of Arunachal Pradesh. 371-1 special provisions with respect to the state of Goa. 371J special provisions with respect to the state of Karnataka. Constitutional and non-constitutional bodies. Sources: Class 11 Old Insert Chap 8 Indian Administration, Organization and Working. Class XI Old Insert Chap 10 Development of Weaker Sections, Scheduled Castes, Scheduled Tribes and Other Backward Classes. Chap 8 Socio-Economic Development and Planning in India. Chap 11 Development of Weaker Sections, Women. Constitutional bodies. Constitutional bodies are the statutory authorities established by the Constitution of India. The Constitution makers have provided for setting up of the following constitutional statutory authorities for carrying out executive functions of the government efficiently. Finance Commission. The Finance Commissions are commissions periodically constituted by the President of India under Article 280 of the Indian Constitution to define the financial relations between the central government of India and the individual state governments. The first commission was established in 1951 under the Finance Commission Miscellaneous Provisions Act 1951. As per the Constitution, the commission is appointed every 5 years and consists of a chairman and 4 other members. Finance Commission is a constitutional body which is responsible for fiscal federalism in India. Its responsibility is to advise President about the fiscal distribution between union and states. First Finance Commission was constituted on November 22, 1951. At present, 16th Finance Commission is working, which was constituted on November 27, 2017. Composition, appointment, and qualifications. Article 280 of the Indian Constitution provides for Finance Commission. It consists of a chairman and 4 other members. The members of Finance Commission, including chairman, are appointed by the President. Constitution authorizes Parliament to determine qualification of members of Finance Commission. A person with experience in public affairs can be appointed as chairman. Other 4 members should have following qualifications: judge of a high court or qualified to be appointed as judge of high court. A person with special knowledge of finance and accounts of the government. Person with wide experience in finance matters and in administration. Person with special knowledge of economics. Tenure. Every 5 years Finance Commission is constituted by the President. Every member of Finance Commission remains in office for the time the President mentioned in their appointment letter. Power and functions. It has the power to ask any person for any information as the Commission deems fit. This Commission makes recommendation to the President on following matters: distribution of the net proceeds of taxes to be shared between the center and the states, allocation between the states of the share from such proceeds, any matter referred by the President in the interests of sound finance. Comptroller and Auditor General (CAG). It is the constitutional authority in India established under Article 148 of the Constitution of India. He is empowered to audit all receipts and expenditure of the Government of India and the state governments, including those of autonomous bodies and corporations substantially financed by the government. The CAG is also the statutory auditor of government-owned corporations and conducts supplementary audit of government companies. The CAG is also the head of the Indian Audit and Accounts Department. Appointment and term. The CAG is appointed by the President of India by a warrant under his hand and seal. The CAG, before taking over his office, makes and subscribe before the President an oath or affirmation. He holds office for a period of 6 years or up to the age of 65 years, whichever is earlier. He can resign any time from his office by addressing the resignation letter to the President. Remuneration and allowances. The administrative expenses of the office of the CAG, including all salaries, allowances, and persons serving in that office, are charged upon the Consolidated Fund of India. Removal from office. He can be removed by the President on the same grounds and in the same manner as a judge of the Supreme Court. He can be removed by the President on the basis of a resolution passed to that effect by both the Houses of Parliament with special majority, either on the ground of proved misbehavior or incapacity. Independence. He is not eligible for further office, either under Government of India or of any state, after he ceases to hold his office. His salary and other service conditions are determined by the Parliament. His salary is equal to the judge of the Supreme Court. Duties and power. The Constitution, Article 149, authorizes the Parliament to prescribe the duties and power of the CAG in relation to the accounts of the Union and of the states. He audits the account related to all expenditure from the Consolidated Fund of India, Contingency Fund of India, and Public Account of India. He submits his audit reports relating to the account of the Centre to the President, who presents reports before both the Houses of Parliament. Article 151. Attorney General of India. The Constitution in Article 76 has provided for the office of the Attorney General of India. He is the highest law officer in the country. Appointment. The President appoints a person who is qualified to be appointed as a judge of Supreme Court as the Attorney General of India. Qualifications. He must be a citizen of India. He must be a judge of the court for 5 years. He must have been an advocate of same high court for 10 years. He must be an eminent jurist in the opinion of the President. Term, resignation, and allowances. The term of office of Attorney General is not fixed by the Constitution. He holds the office during the pleasure of the President. He may be removed by the President at any time. He may also quit his office by submitting his resignation to the President. The remuneration of the Attorney General is not fixed by the Constitution. He receives such remuneration as the President may determine. Duties. To give advice to Government of India upon such legal matters which are referred to him by the President. To perform such other duties of a legal character that are assigned to him by the President. To discharge the functions conferred on him by the Constitution or any other law. Functions. President has assigned the following functions, duties, to the Attorney General. To appear on the behalf of the Government of India in all cases in Supreme Court in which the Government of India is concerned. To represent the Government of India in any reference made by the President to the Supreme Court under Article 143. To appear in any matter in any High Court in any case in which the Government of India is concerned. Other constitutional bodies. Constitutional body year function. Election Commission 1950 to direct, control, and conduct elections. Article 324. Union Public Service Commission, UPSC, 1950 to conduct examinations and make appointments of civil services and defense services. Article 315. State Public Service Commission, SBSC, to conduct examinations and make appointments of state services. Article 315. State Finance Commission, to review financial position of the Panchayat in a state. Article 243. National Commission for Backward Classes, 1993 to investigate and monitor all matters relating to the safeguards provided for the socially and educationally backward classes under the Constitution. Article 338b. National Commission for Scheduled Castes, 2004 to provide safeguards against the exploitation of scheduled castes. Article 338. National Commission for Scheduled Tribes, 2004 to provide safeguards against the exploitation of scheduled tribes. Article 338a. Special Officer for Linguistic Minorities, 2004 to provide report of linguistic minorities to the President. Article 350b. Non-constitutional bodies. Non-constitutional bodies are those bodies which are not mentioned in the Constitution and are created either by an act of Parliament or executive order. Planning Commission. The Planning Commission was an institution in the Government of India which formulated India's 5-year plans, among other functions. Planning Commission was established on March 15, 1950 as a multi-member body with Prime Minister as its chairman and a full-time vice chairman. NITI, National Institution for Transforming India, NITI Aayog, was established in 2015 to replace the Planning Commission which followed top-down model. It is a policy think tank of Government of India. It was established with an aim to achieve sustainable development goals with cooperative federalism by fostering involvement of state governments of India in the economic policy-making process using a bottom-up approach. Composition of NITI Aayog. The NITI Aayog Council comprises the state chief ministers, the chief ministers of Delhi and Puducherry, lieutenant governors of all union territories, a vice chairman nominated by the Prime Minister. Temporary members are selected from leading universities and research institutions. These members include Chief Executive Officer, 4 ex officio members, 2 part-time members. Functions of NITI Aayog: to evolve a shared vision of national development, priorities, sectors, and strategies with the active involvement of states in the light of national objectives, to foster cooperative federalism through structured support initiatives and mechanizing with the states on a continuous basis, to design strategic and long-term policy and program frameworks and initiatives and monitor their progress and their efficiency, to provide advice and encourage partnership between key stakeholders and national and international like-minded think tanks, as well as educational policy, research institutions, to create a knowledge, innovation, and entrepreneurial support system through a collaborative community of national and international experts, practitioners, and other partners. National Development Council. Council (NDC). It is the key of organizations to symbolize the federal approach to planning in India. It is a product of Planning Commission's recommendations. In the draft outline of first five-year plan, the Commission recommended the need for a body comprising the central and state governments to enable the plans to have a national character. Composition. National Development Council is chaired by Prime Minister. It is comprised of Union Cabinet Ministers, Chief Ministers of States, Chief Executives of the Union Territories, members of the Planning Commission. Functions. The Council is required to meet at least twice a year for the following functions: to review the approach papers to the five-year plans and draft five-year plans, to prescribe guidelines for the formulation of the national plan, to consider the national plan as formulated by the Planning Commission, to assess resources required for implementing the plan and to suggest ways and means for raising them, to consider important questions of social and economic policy affecting development, to review the working of the plan from time to time, to recommend such measures as are necessary for achieving the aims and targets articulated in the national plan. Sarkaria Commission on National Development Council. The Sarkaria Commission, which was appointed to review center-state relations, has recommended that NDC should be made more effective so that it emerges as the supreme institution at the political level for the center-state planning relations, to give it a constitutional status, rename and reconstitute it as National Economic and Development Council. National Human Rights Commission (HRCJ). It is a statutory body, i.e., it is established by the Act of the Parliament in the year 1993. The act passed was called Protection of Human Rights Act. The act was amended in 2006. The Commission is the watchdog of human rights in the country, i.e., the rights relating to life, liberty, equality, and dignity of the individual. These rights are guaranteed by the Constitution or embodied in the international covenants and enforceable by courts in India. It comes under the Ministry of Home Affairs. Composition. Multi-member body consisting of a chairman and 4 other members. The chairman should be a retired Chief Justice of India and members should be serving or retired judges of the Supreme Court, a serving or retired Chief Justice of a High Court, and 2 persons having knowledge or practical experience with respect to human rights. The chairman and members are appointed by the President after consultation with 6-member committee consisting of the Prime Minister as its head, the Speaker of the Lok Sabha, the Deputy Chairman of the Rajya Sabha, leaders of the opposition in both the Houses of Parliament, and the Central Home Minister. Further, a sitting judge of the Supreme Court or a sitting Chief Justice of a High Court can be appointed only after consultation with the Chief Justice of India. Functions. To inquire into any violation of human rights or negligence in the prevention of such violation by a public servant, either sua motu or on a petition presented to it or on an order of a court. To intervene in any proceeding involving allegation of violation of human rights pending before a court. To visit jails and detention places to study the living conditions of inmates and make recommendation thereon. To review the constitutional and other legal safeguards for the protection of human rights and recommend measures for their effective implementation. To review the factors including acts of terrorism that inhibit the enjoyment of human rights and recommend remedial measures. To study treaties and other international instruments on human rights and make recommendations for their effective implementation. To undertake and promote research in the field of human rights. To spread human rights literacy among the people and promote awareness of the safeguards available for the protection of these rights. Removal and resignation. The President can remove the chairman or any member from the office under the following circumstances: if he is adjudged and insolvent, if he engages during his term of office in any paid employment outside the duties of his office, if he is unfit to continue in office by reason of infirmity of mind or body, if he is of unsound mind and stands so declared by a competent court, if he is convicted and sentenced to imprisonment for an offense. Salaries and allowances. The salaries, allowances, and other conditions of service of the chairman or a member are determined by the central government, but they cannot be reduced after his appointment. State Human Rights Commission (SHRCJ). The Protection of Human Rights Act, 1993, also provides provision to establish State Human Rights Commission. A State Human Rights Commission can inquire into violation of human rights only in respect of subjects mentioned in the State List, List 2, in the concurrent List, List Ill, of the 7th Schedule of the Constitution. Composition. The State Human Rights Commission is a multi-member body consisting of chairperson and 2 other members. The chairperson should be a retired Chief Justice of a High Court and members should be a serving or retired judge of a High Court or a district judge in the state with a minimum of 7 years experience as district judge, and a person having knowledge or practical experience with respect to human rights. The chairperson and members are appointed by the governor on the recommendations of a committee consisting of the Chief Minister as its head, the Speaker of the Legislative Assembly, the State Home Minister, and the Leader of the Opposition in the Legislative Assembly. In the case of a state having Legislative Council, the Chairman of the Council and the Leader of the Opposition in the Council would also be the members of the Committee. Central Vigilance Commission (CVCJ). It is an apex Indian governmental body created in 1964 to address governmental corruption. The creation of the commission was recommended by Santhanam Committee on Prevention of Corruption, 1962-64. It has the status of an autonomous body, i.e. an independent body, only responsible to the Parliament, free of control from any executive authority, charged with monitoring all vigilance activity under the central government and advising various authorities in central government organizations in planning, executing, reviewing, and reforming their vigilance work. Composition. The CVC is a multi-member body consisting of a Central Vigilance Commissioner, chairperson, and not more than 2 vigilance commissioners. They are appointed by the President by warrant under his hand and seal on the recommendation of a 3-member committee consisting of the Prime Minister as as its head, the Union Minister of Home Affairs, and the leader of the opposition in the Lok Sabha. They hold office for a term of 4 years, or until they attain the age of 65 years, whichever is earlier. After their tenure, they are not eligible for further employment under the central or a state government. Removal/resignation of Central Vigilance Commissioner. The President can remove the Central Vigilance Commissioner or any Vigilance Commissioner from the office under the following circumstances: if he is adjudged and insolvent, if he has been convicted of an offense which, in the opinion of the central government, involves a moral turpitude, if he engages during his term of office in any paid employment outside the duties of his office, if he is, in the opinion of the President, unfit to continue in office by reason of infirmity of mind or body, if he has acquired such financial or other interest as is likely to affect prejudicially his official functions. In addition to these, the President can also remove the Central Vigilance Commissioner or any Vigilance Commissioner on the ground of proved misbehavior or incapacity. Powers of the Commission. It is vested with the power to regulate its own procedure. It has all the powers of a civil court. It may call for information or report from the central government or its authorities so as to enable it to exercise general supervision over the vigilance and anti-corruption work in them. Functions of the Commission. To exercise superintendence and gives direction to the Delhi Special Police Establishment (DSP) insofar as it relates to the investigation of offenses under the Prevention of Corruption Act 1988. To inquire or cause an inquiry or investigation to be made on a reference by the central government. To review the progress of investigations conducted by the DSP into offenses alleged to have been committed under the Prevention of Corruption Act 1988 or an offense under the Code of Criminal Procedure (CRPC). To review the progress of the applications pending with the competent authorities for sanction of prosecution under the Prevention of Corruption Act 1988. To tender advice to the central government and its organizations on such matters as may be referred to it by them. Exercise superintendence over the vigilance administrations of the various central government ministries, departments, and organizations of the central government. The Central Vigilance Commissioner (CVC) is the chairperson, and the Vigilance Commissioners, members of the committee on whose recommendations the central government appoints the Director of Enforcement. Central Bureau of Investigation (CBI). It is the premier investigating police agency in India. The superintendence of CBI related to investigation of offenses under the Prevention of Corruption Act 1988 lies with the Central Vigilance Commission (CVC). In other matters, this superintendence lies with the Department of Personnel and Training (DOPT) in the Ministry of Personnel, Pension and Grievances of the Government of India. Lokpal Act 2013 gives Lokpal the power of superintendence over CBI with respect to cases referred by it to CBI. It also specifies that CBI officers investigating cases referred by the Lokpal can only be transferred with the approval of the Lokpal. Appointment and composition. The CBI director is appointed for not less than a term of 2 years by the Appointment Committee on recommendation of Selection Committee as mentioned in DSP Act 1946 amended through the Lokpal and Lokayukta Act 2013 and CVC Act 2003 respectively. The Appointment Committee consists of Prime Minister, Chairperson, Leader of Opposition in Lok Sabha, or the leader of the single largest opposition party in the Lok Sabha, if the former is not present due to lack of mandated strength in the Lok Sabha member. Chief Justice of India or a Supreme Court judge recommended by the Chief Justice. The Selection Committee consists of Central Vigilance Commissioner as the chairperson. Its other members are Vigilance Commissioners, secretaries from Home Ministry and Ministry of Personnel and Public Grievances. They send recommendations to central government for the appointment of CBI director. Functions of CBI. It is also the nodal police agency in India, which coordinates investigation on behalf of Interpol member countries. In 1963, the CBI was established by the Government of India after the recommendations of the Santhanam Committee on Prevention of Corruption, 1962-64, with a view to investigate serious crimes related to defense of India and corruption in high posts, serious fraud, cheating, and embezzlement, social crime, particularly of hoarding, black marketing, and profiteering in essential commodities. The central government can authorize CBI to investigate a crime in a state, but only with the consent of the concerned state government. The Supreme Court and High Courts, however, can order CBI to investigate a crime anywhere in the country without the consent of the state. Lokpal and Lokayuktas. In India, the ombudsmen are more commonly known as the Lokpal and Lokayuktas. These are the anti-corruption bodies established by the Government of India via the Lokpal and Lokayukta Act 2013. The Lokpal and Lokayukta Act 2013 mandates for the creation of Lokpal for Union and Lokayukta for states. As per the Lokpal Act 2013, the Anti-Corruption Ombudsman or Lokpal has the power to investigate any complaint or corruption against the public entity including the Prime Minister. However, for investigation on Prime Minister, it must have the 2/3 majority of the Lokpal Committee and must be on camera. Composition of Lokpal. Lokpal is a multi-member body consisting of a chairperson and a maximum of 8 members. Chairperson of the Lokpal should be either the former Chief Justice of India, the former Judge of Supreme Court, an eminent person with integrity and outstanding ability, having special knowledge and expertise of minimum 25 years in related fields. Out of the maximum 8 members, half will be judicial members and minimum 50% of the members will be from SC/ST/OBC/minorities and women. The judicial member of the Lokpal either a former Judge of the Supreme Court or a former Chief Justice of a High Court. Court. The term of office for Lokpal chairman and members is 5 years or till the age of 70 years. Appointment. The members are appointed by the President on the recommendation of a selection committee. The chairman and members of Lokpal shall be appointed by a selection committee. It must consist of the Prime Minister, the Speaker of Lok Sabha, the Leader of Opposition in Lok Sabha, the Chief Justice of India or a sitting Supreme Court judge, and an eminent jurist. Jurisdiction. The jurisdiction of Lokpal includes current and former Prime Minister, current and former Ministers of Union Government, current and former members of Parliament, current and former government employees at Group A, B, C, D levels, chairpersons, members, officers, and directors of any board, corporation, society, trust, or autonomous body either established by an act of Parliament or wholly or partly funded by the Union or state government. Lokpal also have jurisdiction over institutions receiving foreign donations above 10 lakh rupees per year or such higher limit is specified. Power and functions. Lokpal has powers of confiscation of assets, proceeds, receipts, and benefits arisen or procured by means of corruption in special circumstances. Lokpal has the power to recommend transfer or suspension of public servant connected with allegation of corruption. Lokpal has the power to give directions to prevent the destruction of records during the preliminary inquiry. Lokpal will have power of superintendence and direction over any central investigation agency, including CBI, for cases referred to them by the Lokpal. The inquiry wing of the Lokpal has been vested with the powers of a civil court. The inquiry wing or any other agency will have to complete its preliminary inquiry and submit a report to the Lokpal within 60 days. It has to seek comments from both the public servant and the competent authority before submitting its report. Central Information Commission. The Right to Information Act 2005 provides for the establishment of Central Information Commission (CIC) and State Information Commission (SIC). The CIC falls under the Ministry of Personnel. It mandates appointment of public information officer in every department to provide information to citizens. Appointment and composition. The President will appoint a Chief Information Commissioner and governors of state will appoint State Information Commissioners. The Chief Information Commissioner, on par with the status currently accorded to the Chief Election Commissioner, will be selected by a panel comprising the Prime Minister, Leader of the Opposition in the Lok Sabha, and a minister nominated by the Prime Minister. The Chief Information Commissioner and State Information Commissioner will publish an annual report on the implementation of the Act. These reports will be tabled before Parliament and state legislature. Powers and functions of the Commission. The CIC and SIC looks into the complaint of non-appointment of information officer, refusal of information by officer, etc., and has the power of a civil court. Act also fixes a deadline of 30 days to provide information and 48 hours if it is concerned with matters of life or liberty of a person. Information will be free for people below poverty line. Category. For others, fee will be reasonable. It implements a strict penalty for not providing information. National Commission for Minorities (NCM). It is a non-constitutional body set up under the National Commission for Minorities Act 1992. It was formed on May 17, 1993. It evaluates the progress of minorities and monitors the working of the constitutional safeguards of minorities. Constitutional amendments. Sources: Class 11 New NCERT Chap 9. Constitution, a living document. Meaning of constitutional amendment. To facilitate socio-economic changes and national security, our Constitution needs to be amended from time to time. The process of constitutional amendment is both rigid and flexible. It is based on the pattern of amendment process of South African Constitution. The Constitution gets amended both informally and formally. Judicial pronouncements and conventions are the two ways of informal methods. The formal method refers to an amendment according to the procedure laid down in the Constitution. Article 368 of the Constitution deals with the powers of the Parliament to amend the Constitution and its procedure. The procedure for constitutional amendment, as contained in Part 20, has certain distinctive features which mark out Parliament's constituent capacity from its ordinary role as a legislature. The Constitution cannot amend those provisions, which form the basic structure of the Constitution as ruled by Supreme Court in Kesavananda Bharati case in 1973. Types of constitutional amendments. Article 368 under Part 20 of the Indian Constitution provides the amendment procedure, i.e., Parliament may, in exercise of its constituent power, amend by way of addition, variation, or repeal any provision of this Constitution in accordance with the procedure laid down in this article. On this basis, the constitutional amendments can be of following types. Types of constitutional amendments. 1. Simple majority in Parliament. 2. Special majority in Parliament in both the houses separately. Article 368. 3. Special majority plus legislatures of half of the states. Article 368. Amendment by simple majority. There are many articles in the Constitution which can be amended by a simple law of the Parliament. No special procedure for amendment is required in such cases, and there is no difference at all between an amendment and an ordinary law. These parts of the Constitution are very flexible. The provisions of the Constitution can be amended, even outside the scope of Article 368, by simple majority of the two houses of Parliament. These provisions include admission or establishment of new states, formation of new states, and alteration of areas, boundaries, or names of existing states, abolition or creation of legislative councils in states, second schedule, i.e., emoluments, allowances, privileges, and so on of the President, the governors, the speakers, judges, etc., quorum in Parliament, salaries and allowances of the members of Parliament, rules of procedure in Parliament, privileges of the Parliament, its members, and its committees, use of English language in Parliament, number of puisne judges in the Supreme Court, conferment of more jurisdiction jurisdictions on the Supreme Court, use of official language, citizenship i.e., acquisition and termination, elections to parliament and state legislatures, delimitation of constituencies, union territories, 5th Schedule i.e., administration of scheduled areas and scheduled tribes, 6th Schedule i.e., administration of tribal areas, amendment by a special majority, provisions of the Constitution that can be amended by the Parliament via special majority under Article 368R, fundamental rights, DPSB, all other categories that does not require either state's consent or are not part of provisions that can be amended by simple majority, amendment by special majority and consent of states, provisions of the Constitution that can be amended after consent of states include election of the president and its manner, extent of the executive power of the Union and the states, Supreme Court and High Courts, distribution of legislative powers between the Union and the states, any of the lists in the 7th Schedule, representation of states in Parliament, power of Parliament to amend the Constitution and its procedure, Article 368 itself, procedure for amendment. The amendment of the Constitution can be initiated only by the Parliament and not by state legislature through the Constitutional Amendment Bill. The bill can be introduced either by a minister or by a private member and does not require prior permission of the president. For passing of the bill, special majority, i.e. more than 50% of the total membership and majority of 2/3 members of House present and voting, is required in both the houses separately. There is no provision for holding a joint sitting in case of disagreement between two houses. If the bill seeks to amend the federal provisions or structure of the Constitution, it must also be ratified by the legislatures of half of the states by a simple majority, that is, a majority of the members of the House present and voting. After duly passed by both the houses of Parliament and ratified by the state legislatures, in case of federal provision, the bill is presented to the president for his assent. The president must give his assent to the bill. He can neither withhold his assent to the bill nor return the bill for reconsideration of the Parliament. Doctrine of basic structure. The development of Indian Constitution was most influenced by the doctrine of basic structure. This doctrine was established by the judiciary in Kesavananda Bharati case, 1973. By this decision, the powers of Parliament to amend the Constitution were put under some limitations. The decision of judiciary will be final in any case related to the violation of basic structure of Constitution. Nature of amendments. Some amendments are of a technical or administrative nature and involve only clarifications, explanations, and minor modifications in the original provisions. Such changes are amendments only in the legal sense, but in matter of fact, they make no substantial difference to the provisions. For example, the provision regarding reserved seats in the legislatures for scheduled castes and scheduled tribes. The original provision said that these reservations were for a period of 10 years. However, in order to ensure fair representation of these sections, it was necessary to extend this period by 10 years. Thus, after every 10 years an amendment is made to extend the period by another 10 years. This has led to 6 amendments so far, but these amendments have not made any difference to the original provision. In this sense, it is only a technical amendment. According to 44 Constitutional Amendment, 1978, it was assumed that in our parliamentary government, the president would normally abide by the advice of the Council of Ministers. This was only reiterated by a later amendment when Article 74(1) was amended to clarify that the advice of the Council of Ministers will be binding on the president. President shall act in accordance with the advice of the Council of Ministers. Amendments through political consensus. Many amendments have been made due to the consensus among the political parties. In other sense, it can be said that some changes had to be made in order to reflect the prevailing political philosophy and aspirations of the society. In fact, many of the amendments of the post-1984 period are instances of this trend. Starting with the Anti-Defection Amendment, 52nd Amendment, this period saw a series of amendments in spite of the political turbulence. Apart from the Anti-Defection Amendments, 52nd and 91st, these amendments include the 61st Amendment, bringing down the minimum age for voting from 21 to 18 years, the 73rd and the 74th Amendments, etc. In this same period, there were some amendments clarifying and expanding the scope of reservations in jobs and admissions. After 1992 to 93, an overall consensus emerged in the country about these measures, and therefore, amendments regarding these measures were passed without much difficulty. 77th, 81st, and 82nd Amendments. Controversial amendments. The 38th, 39th, and 42nd Amendments have been the most controversial amendments so far. These 3 amendments were made in the background of internal emergency declared in the country from June 1975. They sought to make basic changes in many crucial parts of the Constitution. The 42nd Amendment was particularly seen as a wide-ranging amendment affecting large parts of the Constitution. It was also an attempt to override the ruling of the Supreme Court given in the Kesavananda Bharati case. Under this amendment, even the duration of the Lok Sabha was extended from 5 to 6 years. Fundamental duties were included in the Constitution by this Amendment Act. The 42nd Amendment put restrictions on the review powers of the judiciary. It made changes to the preamble, to the 7th Schedule of the Constitution, and to Article 53 of the Constitution. Many members of Parliament belonging to the opposition parties were in jail when this amendment was passed in Parliament. In this backdrop, elections were held in 1977 and the ruling party Congress was defeated. The new government thought it necessary to reconsider these controversial amendments and, through the 43rd and 44th Amendments, canceled most of the changes that were affected by the 38th, 39th, and the 42nd Amendments. The constitutional balance was restored by these amendments. Basic structure of the Constitution and constitutional amendment. The theory of the basic structure of the Constitution Constitution had a long-lasting effect on the development of the Indian Constitution. This theory was advanced by the judiciary in the famous case of Kesavananda Bharati, 1973. This ruling has contributed to the evolution of the Constitution in the following ways. It has set specific limits to Parliament's power to amend the Constitution. It says that no amendment can violate the basic structure of the Constitution. It allows Parliament to amend any and all parts of the Constitution within this limitation. It places the judiciary as the final authority in deciding if an amendment violates basic structure and what constitutes the basic structure. Review of the Constitution. In the late 90s, efforts were made to review the entire Constitution. In the year 2000, a commission to review the working of the Constitution was appointed by the Government of India under the chairmanship of a retired Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, Justice Venkatachalaya. Opposition parties and many other organizations boycotted the commission. While a lot of political controversy surrounded this commission, the commission stuck to the theory of basic structure and did not suggest any measures that would endanger the basic structure of the Constitution. This shows the significance of the basic structure doctrine in our constitutional practice. In many decisions, the Supreme Court had held that reservations in jobs and educational institutions cannot exceed 50% of the total seats. This has now become an accepted principle. In the case involving reservations for other backward classes, the Supreme Court introduced the idea of creamy layer and ruled that persons belonging to this category were not entitled to benefits under reservations. The judiciary has contributed to an informal amendment by interpreting various provisions concerning right to education, right to life and liberty, and the right to form and manage minority educational institutions. These are instances of how rulings by the court contribute to the evolution of the Constitution. After the Supreme Court gave the ruling in the Kesavananda Bharati case, some attempts were made to ask the court to reconsider its ruling. When these failed, the 42nd Amendment was made and parliamentary supremacy was asserted. But the court again repeated its earlier stand in the Minerva Mills case, 1980. List of important amendments to Indian Constitution. Amendment year provisions. First, 1951 added special provision for the advancement of any socially and economically backward classes or for the scheduled castes and scheduled tribes, SCs and STs, to fully secure the constitutional validity of zamindari abolition laws and to place reasonable restriction on freedom of speech. A new constitutional device called Schedule 9 introduced to protect against laws that are contrary to the constitutionally guaranteed fundamental rights. These laws encroach upon property rights, freedom of speech and equality before law. Second, 1952 removed the upper population limit for a parliamentary constituency by amending Article 81 L.B. 7th, 1956 reorganization of states on linguistic lines, abolition of Class A, B, C, D states and introduction of union territories. 10th, 1961 incorporation of Dadra and Nagar Haveli as a union territory consequent to acquisition from Portugal. 12th, 1961 incorporation of Goa, Daman and Diu as a union territory consequent to acquisition from Portugal. 13th, 1962 formation of State of Nagaland with special protection under Article 371A. 14th, 1962 incorporation of Pondicherry into the Union of India and creation of legislative assemblies for Himachal Pradesh, Tripura, Manipur and Goa. 24th, 1971 enabled Parliament to dilute fundamental rights through amendments to the Constitution under Articles 13 and 368. 26th, 1971 abolition of privy purse paid to former rulers of princely states, which were incorporated into the Indian Republic. 31st, 1973 increased size of Parliament from 525 to 545 seats. Increased seats going to new states formed in Northeast India and minor adjustment consequent to 1971 delimitation exercise. 36th, 1975 formation of Sikkim as a state within the Indian Union. 39th, 1975 amendment designed to negate the judgment of Allahabad High Court invalidating Prime Minister Indira Gandhi's election to Parliament. Amendment placed restrictions on judicial scrutiny of post of Prime Minister. 42nd, 1977 amendment passed during internal emergency by Indira Gandhi provides for curtailment of fundamental rights, imposes fundamental duties and changes to the basic structure of the Constitution by making India a socialist secular republic. 44th, 1979 amendment passed after revocation of internal emergency in the country provides for human rights safeguards and mechanisms to prevent abuse of executive and legislative authority. Annul some amendments enacted in Amendment Bill 42. 45th, 1980 extend reservation for SCs and STs and nomination of Anglo-Indian members in Parliament and state assemblies for another 10 years, i.e. up to 1990. 52nd, 1985 anti-defection law, which provided disqualification of members from Parliament and Assembly in case of defection from one party to other. However, parts of the 10th schedule to the Constitution of India was struck down by the Supreme Court in the case of Kihoto Halahan v. Zakilhu 1992 SCR 1, 686 for being in contravention with Article 368 of the Constitution. 70th, 1991 include National Capital Territory (NCT) of Delhi and Union Territory of Pondicherry in Electoral College for presidential election. 76th, 1994 enable continuance of 69% reservation in Tamil Nadu, including the relevant Tamil Nadu Act under 9th schedule of the Constitution. 89th, 2003 the National Commission for Scheduled Castes and Scheduled Tribes was bifurcated into the National Commission for Scheduled Castes and the National Commission for Scheduled Tribes. 91st, 2004 restrict the size of Council of Ministers to 50 15% of legislative members, and to strengthen anti-defection laws. 92nd, 2004 include Bodo, Dogri, Santhali, and Mathali as official languages. 93rd, 2006 to enable provision of reservation 27% for other backward classes, OBCs, in government as well as private educational institutions. 99th, 2015 formation of National Judicial Appointment Commission. 100th, 2015 exchange of certain enclave territories with Bangladesh and conferment of citizenship rights to residents of enclaves consequent to signing of Land Boundary Agreement (LBA) treaty between India and Bangladesh. 101st, 2017 introduced the Goods and Services Tax. 102nd, 2018 constitutional status to National Commission for Backward Classes. 103rd, 2019 a maximum of 10% reservation for economically weaker sections (EWSs) of citizens of classes other than the classes mentioned in clauses 4 and 5 of Article 15, i.e., classes other than socially and educationally backward classes of citizens or the scheduled castes and the scheduled tribes. Inserted Clause 6 under Article 15 as well as Inserted Clause 6 under Article 16. 104th, 2020 to extend the reservation of seats for SCs and STs in the Lok Sabha and States Assemblies from 70 years to 80 years. Remove the reserved seats for the Anglo-Indian community in the Lok Sabha and State Assemblies. 105th, 2021 to restore states' power to make their own OBC fists. Annulling Supreme Court judgment of May 11, 2021. Political theories and ideologies. Sources: Class 11 New NCERT Chap 1 Political Theory. An Introduction. Chap 4 Social Justice. Chap 5 Rights. Chap 6 Citizenship. Chap 7 Nationalism. Chap 8 Secularism. Chap 9 Peace. Class XI Old Insert Chapel Law. Chap 2 Liberty. Chap 3 Equality. Chap 4 Justice. Chap 5 Human Rights. Chap 6 Dharma. Chap 12 Liberalism. Chap 13 Socialism. Chap 14 Marxism. Chap 15 Racism. Chap 16 Gundaism. Chap 17 Humanism. Political Theory. An Introduction. Political theory is the philosophical study of government, addressing questions about the nature, scope, and legitimacy of public agents and institutions and relationships between them. Political theory engages questions of a broader scope, tackling the political nature of phenomena and categories such as identity, culture, sexuality, race, wealth, human non-human relations, ecology, religion, etc. The theories of politics include liberty, justice, property, rights, law, and the enforcement of laws by authority. Law. A law is a set of generally accepted rules and regulations governing interrelationships in human society seeking to create order and balanced development of all. The term law has different connotations. It may mean rules telling people what they ought to do, or it may imply that there are certain regularities in nature and society. According to Austin, law is a command having for its sanction the force of the physical power of the state. Holland declared, a law is a general rule of external action enforced by a sovereign political authority. Barker emphasizes that every law must have validity as well as value. Different views on law. Law is understood through two different views. Normative view. This view tends to argue that laws embody fundamental truth about processes of nature. Positivistic view. This view argue that laws are rules of conduct in a defined community. They are a system of legal conditions to regulate human conduct in society. Sources of law. The sources of law can be varied. Some of them are discussed below. Natural law. The idealistic source of law is natural law. It is referred to as expression of right reason of man. It is supposed to embody universal common agreement based on human intelligence and understanding. In ancient India, Dharma was one such concept. It was concerned with goals of law. Other sources of law. Other sources of law include the following: constitutions, statutes, conventions, treaties, administrative rules and regulations, orders of executives, decisions of courts. Types of law. There are following two types of laws. Private law. It refers to those rights, goods, and services which would be secured to the individual regardless of the existence of the state. It includes such things as family laws, property laws, and laws of succession. In such cases, the role of state is merely to recognize and enforce the relevant law. It refers to the civil society. Public law. It is related to the rights of the citizens and the state. Some examples of public laws are international law, municipal law, constitutional law, administrative law, etc. Liberty. The term liberty is a synonym of freedom. It is a state of being free in society from control or oppressive restrictions of the authority. Two concepts of liberty. There are mainly two senses in which the concept of liberty is used, i.e., negative and positive. Negative liberty. The negative view implies that people ought to be protected from undue interference of the state. It implies an area in which man can do what he likes to do without being obstructed by others. Such was the view of Locke and Mill in England and Tocqueville in France. Positive liberty. The positive view of liberty implies following: the right to participate in sovereign authority, the ability to live according to one's own conscious purposes, to act and decide oneself rather than be acted upon and decided by others. Types of liberty. There are three types of liberty: political, economic, and moral. Political liberty. It means the maintenance of an atmosphere in which the state does not interfere in an individual's life without sufficient and compelling reasons. Economic liberty. It provides an opportunity to get all basic things of sustenance without depending on the will of somebody else. Moral liberty. It consists in the pursuit of the universal objects, i.e. of objects which impart character and solidarity to society. Harm principle. John Stuart Mill stated harm principle in his essay on liberty. Mill distinguishes between self-regarding action, i.e. those actions that have consequences only only for the individual actor and nobody else, and other regarding actions, i.e. those actions that also have consequences for others. He argues that with respect to actions or choices that affect only oneself, self-regarding actions, the state, or any other external authority has no business to interfere. Equality. Equality is one of the central themes of social and political theory. Types of equality. There are three different types of equalities. Political equality. Political equality is best guaranteed in a democracy on which each citizen is to count for one. In democratic societies, political equality would normally include granting equal citizenship to all the members of the state. Civil equality or equality before law. It is basic precondition for freedom. It means that law will not depend on whims and fancies or partiality of those who rule. Economic equality. It aims at creating more and more equality by reducing the power of landlords and capitalists to exploit peasants and workers respectively. Natural and social inequalities. Natural inequalities. These inequalities emerge between people as a result of their different capabilities and talents. Natural inequalities are considered to be the result of the different characteristics and abilities with which people are born. Social inequalities. These inequalities are created by society. Certain societies may treat people of different race or color or gender or caste differently. Justice. The word justice is derived from the Latin word jungere, meaning to bind together, and just meaning a bond or tie. Dichotomies in the concept of justice. Three important dichotomies in the concept of justice are legal and moral justice. Legal justice deals with the principles and procedures as laid down by the system of law prevailing in a state. Moral justice deals with what is right and what is wrong. It is not necessary that everything that happens in court of law is justice. It may be legally right, but can be criticized from moral angle as injustice. General order and individual interest. Justice on the one hand is for the general order of society as a whole, and on the other, it protects the individual. Criminal law is the best example of this dichotomy. Conservative and social justice. According to some people, justice implies status quo. It seeks to protect freedom, person, and property of the individual. This is called conservative justice. Social justice seeks to reform society in accordance with current idea of what is right or fair. Concepts of justice. In the history of ideas, there are two major concepts of justice. Numerical concept of justice. It gives equal share to all. It means that even unequal would be treated as equal. The holding of an office did not call for any special knowledge or qualification. Modern liberal democracies are also based on this principle. Geometrical concept of justice. It is a concept of proportionate equality. It means equal share to equals and unequal share to unequals. It also means that distribution of power and patronage should be proportionate to the worth or contribution of the individual. John Rawls' theory of justice. Rawls argues that the only way that people can arrive at a fair and just rule is if they imagine themselves to be in a situation in which they have to make decisions about how society should be organized. Although these people, they do not know which position they would themselves occupy in that society. Rawls describes this as thinking under a veil of ignorance. Social justice. A society would be considered unjust if the differences between rich and poor are so great that they seem to be living in different worlds altogether, and if the relatively deprived have no chance to improve at all despite offered work. In other words, a just society should provide people with the basic minimum conditions to enable them to live healthy and secure lives and develop their talents, as well as equal opportunities to pursue their chosen goals in society. Social justice in India. Indian Constitution accepted the goal of social justice from the beginning. The preamble of Indian Constitution proclaims that the Democratic Republic of India stands committed to securing to all its citizens justice, social, economic, and political. The state has provided free and compulsory education to children. Special steps have been taken to improve the social status and economic condition of the scheduled castes and scheduled tribes. The state has positively discriminated in their favor by giving them preferential treatment in schools, colleges, and employment. Rights. A right is essentially an entitlement or a justified claim. It denotes what we are entitled to as citizens, as individuals, and as human beings. Rights are primarily those claims that along with others regard to be necessary for leading a life of respect and dignity. Kinds of rights. There are different kinds of rights as follows. Political rights. Political rights give to the citizens the right to equality before law and the right to participate in the political process. They include such rights as the right to vote and elect representatives, the right to contest elections, the right to form political parties or join them. Political rights are supplemented by civil liberties. Economic rights. People require certain facilities like an adequate wage to meet their democratic societies are beginning to recognize these obligations and providing economic rights. In some countries, citizens, particularly those with low incomes, receive housing and medical facilities from the state. Cultural rights. The right to have primary education in one's mother tongue, the right to establish institutions for teaching one's language and culture are today recognized as being necessary for leading a good life. Human rights. Human rights. Human rights primarily revolve around the basic theme of survival and well-being of human beings and respect for humanity and human dignity. The term human rights has two meanings. First, human rights are those inherent and inalienable rights which are due to a person simply because of being human. Second, human rights are those rights that pertain to legal rights. Legal rights are established according to the lawmaking processes. Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Article 1 of the Charter states that one of the aims of the United Nations is to achieve international cooperation in promoting and encouraging respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms of all without any distinction related to race, sex, language, language, or religion. December 10th is observed as Human Rights Day. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights comprises OFA preamble and 30 articles. To give legal sanction to human rights, the General Assembly on December 16, 1966 adopted two covenants: the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. Classification of human rights. The human rights may be classified into three categories. First-generation human rights. The first-generation human rights are mainly concerned with the civil and political rights of the individual. They include right to life, liberty, security of a person, freedom from torture and slavery, and political participation. Second-generation human rights. The second-generation human rights are rights which can be termed as security-oriented rights. These rights provide social, economic, and cultural security. Third-generation human rights. These rights have evolved in response to various new concerns over which international consensus has emerged in recent years. These include environmental, cultural, and developmental rights. Citizenship. Citizenship has been defined as full and equal membership of a political community. In the contemporary world, states provide a collective political identity to their members as well as certain rights. Full and equal membership. Full and equal membership means that all citizens, rich or poor, should be guaranteed certain basic rights and a minimum standard of living by the state. Equal rights. Different groups of people may have different needs and problems, and the rights of one group may conflict with the rights of another. Equal rights for citizens need not mean that uniform policies have to be applied to all people, since different groups of people may have different needs. Nationalism. During the last 2 centuries or more, nationalism has emerged as one of the most compelling off-political creeds which has helped to shape history. Concept of nation. Nations are constituted by a group who share certain features such as descent or language or religion or ethnicity. A nation is to a great extent an imagined community held together by the collective beliefs, aspirations, and imaginations of its members. It is based on certain assumptions which people make about the collective whole with which they identify. Characteristics of a nation. A nation has following characteristics. Shared beliefs. It is constituted by belief. It refers to the collective identity and vision for the future of a group which aspires to have an independent political existence. A nation exists when its members believe that they belong together. 146. Insert notes. Indian polity and governance. Pacifism. Shared history. People who see themselves as a nation also embody a sense of continuing historical identity. Nations perceive themselves as stretching back into the past as well as reaching into the future. They articulate for themselves a sense of their own history by drawing on collective memories, legends, historical records to outline the continuing identity of the nation. Territory. Nations identify with a particular territory, sharing a common past and living together on a particular territory over a long period of time gives people a sense of their collective identity. Shared political ideals. It is shared a vision of the future and the collective aspiration to have an independent political existence that distinguishes groups from nations. Members of a nation share a vision of the kind of state they want to build. They affirm among other things a set of values and principles such as democracy, secularism, and liberalism. National self-determination. Nations seek the right to govern themselves and determine their future development. They seek the right to self-determination. A nation seeks recognition and acceptance by the international community of its status as a distinct political entity or state. The claims to self-determination are linked to the desire to form a state in which the culture of the group is protected if not privileged. Peace. Peace should be understood as absence of violent conflict of all kinds, including war, riot, massacre, assassination, or simply physical attack. Eliminating violence. Violence does not originate merely within the individual psyche. It is also rooted in certain social structures. The elimination of structural violence necessitates the creation of a just and democratic society. Peace is not an end state, but a process involving an active pursuit of the moral and material resources needed to establish human welfare in the broadest sense of the term. Pacifism preaches opposition to war or violence as a means of settling disputes. It covers a spectrum of views ranging from a preference for diplomacy in resolving international disputes to absolute opposition to the use of violence or even force in any circumstance. Contemporary challenges for peace. Terrorism and use of biological and chemical weapons are the contemporary challenges for peace. Terrorism. The rise of terrorism is partly a response to the self-serving and ham-handed conduct of the aggressive states. Terrorists currently pose a great threat to peace through an adroit and ruthless use of modern weapons and advanced technology more generally. Use of biological and chemical weapons. The use of biological/chemical/nuclear weapons of mass destruction by these forces remains a frightening possibility. Secularism is a normative doctrine which seeks to realize a secular society, i.e. one devoid of either interreligious or intrareligious domination. It promotes freedom within religions and equality between as well as within religions. Secular state. A secular state must not only refuse to be theocratic but also have no formal legal alliance with any religion. A secular state must be committed to principles and goals which are at least partly derived from non-religious sources. The ends of a secular state should include peace, religious freedom, freedom from religiously grounded oppression, discrimination, and exclusion, as also interreligious and intrareligious equality. Two models of secularism are the mainstream Western conception best represented by the American state, an alternative conception best exemplified by the Indian state. Western model of secularism. An American model of secularism, separation of religion and state is understood as mutual exclusion. The state will not intervene in the affairs of religion religion, and in the same manner, religion will not interfere in the affairs of the state. Models of secularism. Secularism. Insert notes Indian Polity and Governance 147. Indian model of secularism. Indian model secularism is fundamentally different from Western model secularism. Indian secularism does not focus only on church-state separation, and the idea of interreligious equality is crucial to the Indian conception. Indian secularism deals not only with religious freedom of individuals, but also with religious freedom of minority communities. Within it, an individual has the right to profess the religion of his or her choice. Likewise, religious minorities also have a right to exist and to maintain their own culture and educational institutions. Dharma. Dharma is primarily an Indian concept. Its roots go back to ancient Indian philosophy and thought. Ancient Indians realized its importance and emphasized that human life should be governed by the precepts of Dharma. Meaning of Dharma. The word Dharma is derived from the Sanskrit word root dhr that means to adopt, to support, or to sustain. It refers to the moral concerns of human beings. It is often associated with religion or spirituality. It cannot be identified with any particular religion. Liberalism. Liberalism is a doctrine that emerged out of the Enlightenment, the Glorious Revolution in England, and the French Revolution. Phases in evolution of liberalism. Liberalism evolved as a doctrine in following phases. Phase 1. The doctrine of liberty was tied to doctrine of equality. The word liberty, equality, fraternity were embodied in French Revolution. The American Declaration of Independence also embodied the same ideas. Liberals in this phase rejected the aristocratic claim on the basis of birth or heredity. Phase 2. The doctrine of liberalism was modified in the later half of the 19th century by thinkers like J.S. Mill and T.H. Green. They believed that the interests of individuals were tied to the social interests. They linked up the idea of individual good to common good. They realized that each individual was entitled to equal opportunity. Green insisted that individual freedom and fulfillment were attainable only through society. These liberals pleaded that the problem of distribution demanded an active interference of the state in the economic life of society. The state was conceived as community of communities. Phase 3. There has been a resurgence of libertarian doctrines in the name of human dignity and autonomy. This is leading liberalism on the one hand to the 19th century individualism and on the other to a concept of justice. Concept of welfare state. Concept of welfare state is a product of thinking of liberals of the second phase. In 1930s, Roosevelt initiated New Deal's programs on similar lines. The governments were expected to ensure the end of domination by a property-owning bourgeoisie and maximize individual opportunity. Welfare state tried to make education widely available. It regulated hours of work, wages, and working conditions of labor, tried to curb employment of children in factories and monopolistic tendencies in economy. Rawlsian idea of liberty and state. Rawls introduced a change in the liberal concept of justice. Thus he expressed the idea the state must arrange the scheme of benefits and burdens so that the least advantaged may share the resources of the fortunate. Keynesian idea of liberalism. The revolution in the economic thought was brought about by Maynard Keynes and the report of Lord Beveridge on social insurance. The social insurance was treated as a part of a comprehensive policy of social progress. While state should try to secure notional minimum for all, it should leave enough room for voluntary action. Empirical liberalism. Empirical liberals like Robert Dahl and Schumpeter treat democracy as a mechanism to bring about equilibrium in society. 148. Insert notes Indian Polity and Governance. Marxism. Empirical liberals are not concerned with moral issues. They regard the ideas of Mill and others as utopian. For empirical liberals, democracy is essentially a competition between two or more elite groups for power to govern society. Socialism. Socialism as an ideology includes variety of doctrines, such as anarchism, syndicalism, and democratic socialism. Some of them are authoritarian and some are democratic. Genesis and development of socialism. Socialism emerged as a reaction to the rise and development of capitalism. People began to realize the consequences of capitalism and why there was so much of poverty amidst the plenty. Karl Marx argued that capitalism contained the seeds of its own destruction. He defined following features of socialism. Egalitarian society socialism insists on human fellowship, which denies or expels distinction of class, caste, or color. It aims at reasonable equality in society so that all are able to face each other on equal terms. Satisfaction of basic needs. Socialists argue that the motive of profit ought to be replaced by motive of service. Common ownership. Socialism believes in common ownership and control of means of production, e.g., land, power, and banks. Ideal of service. Socialism emphasizes the responsibility of all citizens to the common good or general welfare. Types of socialism. Unlike Marx, socialists regarded state as autonomous of economic forces. They thought that state had enough potential to bring about redistribution of economic and political power in society. Different types of socialism adopted different tactics. Chartist extension of suffrage. Democratic socialists. Protective state. Fabian socialist state as an instrument of reform. Syndicalism. Producer state in which industries govern themselves. Guild socialism. Governance through trade union organizations. Marxism is a method of socio-economic analysis that uses a materialist interpretation of historical development, better known as historical materialism, to understand class relations and social conflict, as well as a dialectical perspective to view social transformation. It originates from the works of 19th century German philosophers Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. As Marxism developed over time into various branches and schools of thought, there is no single definitive Marxist theory. Marx agreed with Hegel that history is a process, but disagreed about the nature of process. While Hegel interpreted human history in terms of the primacy of ideas and consciousness, Marx did so in terms of the primacy of material forces. According to him, the agents of change are means of production and the mode of production. The main tenets of Marxism are as follows: dialectical materialism, historical materialism, class struggle, critique of capitalism, revolution and dictatorship of the proletariat, emergence of classless society. These tenets are discussed in detail as follows. Various limitations of Marxism are discussed below. Marxism did not adequately grasp the significance of nationalist and patriotic sentiments. His doctrine is ethnocentric, simplistic understanding. Marx underestimated the capacity of capitalism to change itself. He understood classes and their conflict, but had no adequate idea of other societies and their peculiar institutions. Naive anti-statism. Marx ignored that no state can survive for long unless it rises above particular interests and works for wider interests of society. Marxism did not have a theory of state. Limitations of Marxism. Ethnocentrism. Tenets of Marxism. Insert notes: Indian Polity and Governance 149. Lenin. The country where the first Marxist revolution took place was Russia, and the ideological leader was Lenin. In a pamphlet, What is to be Done, 1902, Lenin rejected the doctrine of the inevitable decline of capitalism. Lenin tried to explain why socialist revolution had failed to materialize in the West. In 1916, Lenin published Imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism, in which he argued that monopoly capitalism inevitably leads to national and international cartels, off-trusts, and monopolies. Mao. In China, Mao Zedong was mainly responsible for the revolution. He created peasant-based armies. Once in power, he tried to bring about basic industrialization and increase in agricultural production. Fascism. Fascism was essentially a product of the forces released as a result of World War. Fascists argued that the state is the nation. It is identified with the society. The state is the organism, and individual is merely a cell. Fascist doctrine. It is a doctrine which believes that the state is not subject to any moral laws. The state is the supreme custodian of morality itself. Fascism rejected democracy based on rule of the majority. The principle of equality is replaced by the principle of one-man leadership. Different viewpoints relating to fascism. Various political writings have explained fascism in different ways. Off these, the following four viewpoints stand out prominently. Fascism as a menace to the liberal states. Fascism as a protagonist of radical totalitarian rule. Fascism as a radical rightist ideology. Fascism as a revolt against modernism. Evaluation of fascism. Fascism can be evaluated from the following 3 points of view. As an ideology, ideologically, fascism is against humanism. It is anti-humanitarian and sought to destroy some of the most cherished human values, rights, and interests, freedom and equality, in the name of the supremacy of nation-state. Fascism destroys individual in the name of the state. As a movement, fascism appeared in Italy after the First World War. With the advent of Mussolini in 1922, the movement got momentum. As a system of government, fascism is a government based on the denial of human rights and interests. Gandhiism. Gandhi's views are known as Gandhiism. There are a set of his ideas which have exercised enormous influence on different people in the same way as other ideologies have influenced. Some of these important ideas can be summarized under 5 heads. Critique of Western civilization. According to Gandhi, Western civilization is based on rational self-interest, which was totally disruptive of human relationships. Gandhi admired Indian civilization, which according to him had a more satisfactory view of man's place in the cosmos. He dismissed liberal democracy as a fish marker in which people compete for their self-interest. Views on democracy. Gandhiji had opinion that preferred parliamentary Swaraj. It should be village-based. In this decentralized setup, all the level of government were to be indirectly elected by the immediately lower level. Freedom in the state. For Gandhi, the state represented violence in a concentrated form. He contrasted spiritual dominance of Indian society with political dominance of the West. He postulated nonviolent state based on the willing consent of the people and representing the near unanimity in society. 115 Insert notes: Indian Polity and Governance. Freedom and economic organization. Gandhiji totally rejected keeping property. He called upon the zamindars and capitalists to become trustees. He argued that they should regard tenants and workers as co-proprietors. Methods of conflict resolution. Gandhi insisted on nonviolence and satyagraha over the concepts of boycott and passive resistance. He derived his ideas from Thoreau, Emerson, Tolstoy, and the Jain tradition. He adopted satyagraha as method of conflict resolution. Difference between satyagraha and passive resistance. According to Gandhiji, the distinctive features of satyagraha and passive resistance are as follows. While the passive resistors harbor hatred towards their adversaries, the satyagrahists view their opponent with love. The passive resistors, unlike the satyagrahists, may harass and injure their opponent. Satyagraha, unlike passive resistance, can be offered even to one's nearest and dearest ones. Passive resistance is a resistance by the weak and helpless, and it does not exclude the use of violence, whereas satyagraha is a moral political action by the use of strong, and it excludes the use of violence. Humanism. The concept of humanism refers primarily to a system of thought which focuses on the autonomy of the individual, an outlook or system of thought concerned with human rather than divine or supernatural matters. Humanists believe in the potentiality of human beings. In humanist thought, man becomes free in his private life. Orientations of humanism. 3 major orientations emerged as a result of humanism. Materialism. Modern science emphasizes the role of reason and its capacity to penetrate all the secrets of nature. nature and history. Science leads to technology, to the idea that we can not only understand nature, but also transform it according to people's will. Individualism. The individual must assert its individual autonomy and make choices according to one's own interest. Democratism. Democracy is the only legitimate form of government, as it is based on the idea of willing subjects. Humanist tells us little about economic policies of the way in which the state institutions should be organized. 25. Chapter. India's foreign policy, neighboring countries, and national symbols. Sources: Class 7 Old NCERT Chap 13, Our National Symbols. Class 8 Old NCERT Chap 12, National Integration. Class XI New NCERT Chap 1, The Cold War Era. Chap 4, Alternative Centers of Power. Class XI Old NCERT Chap 16, Foreign Policy of India, Determinants and Basic Principles. Chap 17, India and her neighbors, Nepal, Sri Lanka, China, Bangladesh and Pakistan. Chap 21, India's role in non-aligned movement. Foreign Policy of India. The foreign policy of India aims to maintain international peace and security. It also aims to foster peaceful coexistence for remaining non-aligned and non-committed to maintain the unity, solidarity of the developing nations. The important objectives of India's foreign policy include preservation of national interest, achievement of world peace, disarmament, independence for Afro-Asian nations. These objectives are sought to be achieved through some guiding principles such as Panchsheel and non-aligned movement (NAM). The constitutional principles under Article 51 of the Indian Constitution lays down some directive principles of state policy (DPSP) on promotion of international peace and security. According to Article 51, the state shall endeavor to promote international peace and security, maintain just and honorable relations between nations, foster respect for international law and treaty obligations in the dealings of organized people with one another, encourage settlement of international disputes by arbitration. Influential factors of India's foreign policy. There are two types of factors influencing the foreign policy of India, i.e., internal and external determinants. Internal determinants. Internal determinants of India's foreign policy are history and culture, geographical positioning, economy of the country, political structure, etc. History and culture. The cultural heritage and the history of a nation are important and valuable factors of its foreign policy. The norms and tradition that characterize the life of the people of a country are highly influential factors of its foreign policy. Strong cultural unity of the people is always a source of strength for people. It materially influences their ability to secure the objective of national interest during the course of international bargaining. Cultural values and links are always subject to perpetual changes and adjustments. Historical experiences, too, are forgotten in the face of national interest. Geographical factors. Geography of a country is relatively the most permanent and stable factors of its foreign policy. The topography of land, its fertility, climate, and location are the major geographical factors which influence the foreign policy of any country. 152. NCERT notes Indian polity and governance. India is very strategically located in the heart of Asia and dominates the Indian Ocean, which is named after India. East Africa, the Arab world, Central Asia, and Southeast Asia are all within easy reach of India. The main sea lines of communication in the Indian Ocean pass very close to India. The Persian Gulf, which is the principal source of exportable global oil and gas, is India's neighbor. The Himalayas are like sentinels of India, which play an important role in determining relations with other Himalayan countries such as Nepal, Bhutan, Myanmar. But the desire of China to maintain its dominance in the region continuously since 1962 has a clear impact on India's foreign policy, which has recently shown a change in relation with Nepal. National philosophy and identity. Mahatma Gandhi's philosophy of nonviolence, moral behavior, and satyagraha was rooted in India's moral, ethical, and philosophical traditions such as the Vedas and as well as the teaching of Lord Buddha. Gandhiji's thinking and influence of Jawaharlal Nehru are the key factors of India's foreign policy. In the first few decades after independence, non-alignment, anti-colonialism, anti-racialism, non-violence, disarmament, and peacemaking were defining characteristics of India's foreign policy. India indulged in moralistic posturing and had an air of self-importance and self-righteousness as it strutted on the world stage. India under Narendra Modi is seeking to develop a new paradigm for India's foreign policy, where India would not be a more balancer or swing state, but a leading state. Demands of economic development. Fast development of the country was the fundamental requirement of India at the time of independence. It was also required to strengthen the democracy and freedom in the country. In order to gain financial resources and technology from both blocs and to concentrate its energy on the development, India opted away from the power bloc politics, which was the defining feature of Cold War international politics. The foreign policy practice of India also reveals its two other objectives: I. Elimination of colonialism and racial discrimination. 2. Protection of the interest of people of India origin abroad. Its primary objective is to promote and maintain a peaceful and stable external environment in which the domestic tasks of inclusive economic development and poverty alleviation can progress rapidly. India seeks a peaceful periphery and works for good neighborly relations in its extended neighborhood. India's foreign policy also recognized that the issue, such as climate change, energy, and food security, are crucial for India's transformation. These issues are global in nature. They require global solutions. Political structure of India. There is a parliamentary democracy in India. It is based on the federal structure of government. The constitution defines the organization, powers, and limitations of both central and state government. The foreign policy of India is a central subject, but it has a wide impact. It means interest of nation want to protect and promote in sense of states also. First Prime Minister of India Jawaharlal Nehru, declared for the interests of India, my first duty is the fundamentals of India's foreign policy. External international determinants. International milieu is one of the external determinants of foreign policy. International milieu means international environment. Nehru adopted the policy of non-alignment for overcoming the Cold War scenario. As a newly independent nation, India needed support from all quarters for the fulfillment of economic development. Nehruji understood that aligning with one bloc will limit the possibility of getting assistance from other, therefore it will be better to keep away from power blocs and stands as neutral. When nuclear weapon states tried to make nuclear apartheid by formulating NTP, Indira Gandhi was not ready to sign the agreement. Later, it resulted to conduct 2 nuclear tests and India acquire the status of nuclear weapons nation. Fundamental doctrine of India's foreign policy. Basic doctrine of India's foreign policy were set by the founding fathers of India. It was laid during the freedom struggle of India. The principle of India's foreign policy that emerged them were a belief in friendly relations with all countries of the world, the solution of conflicts by peaceful means, regard the sovereign equality of all the nations, etc. Freedom and policy making. India adopted an independent foreign policy only after its independence in 1947 as leaders of the freedom movement closely watching international development even before India's independence. Insert notes Indian Polity and Governance 153. At its initiative, the Indian National Congress established a small foreign department in 1925 to make overseas contacts to publicize its freedom struggle. The pattern set by Nehru was followed by all the prime ministers of India. The Ministry of External Affairs is the nodal agency which is directly concerned with foreign affairs, promotion of international peace and security. India has a firm belief in maintaining peaceful and cordial relations with neighbors and no interventionist policy in the domestic affairs of any country. Indian philosophy has incorporated the idea of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, which means that the world is one family. India has devoted much energy to counter terrorism both nationally and internationally. India stands for peaceful and amicable solution of all international issues. India's foreign policy is driven by the principles of Panchsheel, support for United Nations. India is a founding member of the United Nations, UN. It strongly supports the purposes and principles of the UN and made significant contributions in implementing the goals of Charter and the evolution of the UN's specialized program and agencies. India has a long and distinguished history of service in UN peacekeeping, having contributed more personnel than any other country. India's support of UN is based on its steadfast commitment to multilateralism and dialogue as the key for achieving, sharing goals, and addressing common challenges. Anti-colonialism, anti-imperialism, and anti-racialism. India views colonialism and imperialism as a violation of fundamental human rights of colonial people and a persistent source of international conflicts. Due to its own colonial past, India had championed the cause for independence of Afro-Asian community of countries. India believes that peace and freedom are indivisible, and the denial of freedom anywhere must endanger freedom elsewhere and lead to conflict and war. India's foreign policy is in opposition to racialism and support to the establishment of an egalitarian society. Before independence, India opposed the Nazi doctrine of racialism. India was the first country to severe trade relation with the apartheid regime. India was also an ardent supporter of the United Nations for the adoption of draft covenants on human rights, cooperation with developing countries. India's priority partner countries are its neighbors. In South Asia, cooperation with developing countries of Asia and Africa has increased. The main sectors of India's cooperation are health, education, energy, and information technology, IT. In the last couple of years, India's assistance to other developing countries has multiplied several times. India has been supporting the developmental endeavors of several partner countries. The first effort by India to shape a framework was in the year 2003 with the announcement of the India Development Initiative, IDI. Subsequently, the Indian Development and Economic Assistance Scheme, IDEAS, was launched in 2005 for managing credit lines. India and its neighboring countries. India is considered as the pole star of South Asian region, though it has a relatively unstable neighborhood. Being at the center of South Asia, its growth and development is based on peace and stability in the region. Neighborhood first policy of India demonstrates a mature understanding of the golden thread woven in our common heritage, shared culture, and civilization through the fabric of time. The neighboring countries of India are Afghanistan, Bangladesh, Bhutan, Maldives, China, Nepal, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, and Myanmar. The historical, political, economical, and cultural relations with these neighboring countries are discussed as follows. India-China relations. China is the largest country and great power in the neighborhood of India. India-China relations dates back to more than 2,000 years ago, but the modern relationship began in 1950. India became one of the first countries to end formal tie with the Republic of China, Taiwan, and recognized the PRC as the legitimate government of mainland China. India and China are the two most populous countries and fastest growing major economies in the world. Growth in diplomatic and economic influence has increased the significance of tier bilateral relationship. 154. Insert notes Indian Polity and Governance. Relations after 1947. Cultural and economic relations between China and India date back to ancient times. The Silk Road not only served as a major trade route between India and China, but also credited for facilitating the spread of Buddhism from India to East Asia. Relations between contemporary China and India have been characterized by border disputes, resulting in 3 military conflicts, i.e., Sino-Indian War of 1962, the Chola Incident in 1967, and the 1987 Sino-Indian skirmish. Since the late 1980s, both countries have successfully rebuilt diplomatic and economic ties. In 2008, China became India's largest trading partner, and the two countries have also extended their strategic and military relations. Panchsheel Agreement. The Panchsheel, or Five Principles of Peaceful Coexistence, was first formally signed on April 29, 1954 between India and China. The agreement was signed between the then Prime Minister of India, Jawaharlal Nehru, and China's first Prime Minister Zhou Enlai. The main points of Panchsheel Agreement were peaceful coexistence, mutual respect for each other's territorial integrity and sovereignty, mutual non-interference, mutual non-aggression, equality, and mutual benefits. The Panchsheel Pact had removed the tension between India and China up to a great extent. After these treaties, trade and confidence building between India and China had gained a lot of strength. The Panchsheel Agreement was a thought-provoking step taken to repair the economic and political relations between India and China. China has taken the wrong advantage of it and stabbed India in the back many times. India-China disputes. After 1957, relations between India and China was sourced by territorial disputes over Ladakh and Arunachal Pradesh. Tibet was one of the reasons for dispute between India and China. Tibet. In 1950, China took over control of Tibet. Large section of the Tibetan population opposed this takeover. India tried to persuade China to recognize Tibet's claims for independence. In 1958, there was an armed uprising in Tibet against China's claim over Tibet. This was suppressed by the Chinese forces. In 1959, the Dalai Lama crossed over into the Indian border and sought asylum, which was granted. The Chinese government strongly protested this move. Border disputes. The border between India and China is not clearly demarcated throughout, and there is no mutually agreed line of actual control, LAC. The LAC is the demarcation that separates Indian-controlled territory from Chinese-controlled territory. Indian considers the LAC to be 3,488 kilometers long, while the Chinese consider it to be only around 2,000 kilometers. Despite of all smooth economic trade, the border dispute between India and China could not be settled. The disputed boundary in the eastern sector, Arunachal Pradesh and Sikkim, is over the McMahon Line decided in 1914. The Twang Tract claimed by China was taken over by India in 1951. In the eastern and western sector, both the Asian giants saw 1962 war and 1967 conflict. New approach towards China. Development of India-China relationship is an opportunity for both the countries. India has adopted a three-pronged policy for dealing with China to engage in bilateral and multilateral forums such as BRICS, SCO, and the Russia-India-China trilateral in order to maintain overall stability, deepen economic ties, and faster diplomatic cooperation on regional and international issues. India is growing convergence with USA, Australia, and Japan in their views regarding stability in the Indo-Pacific region, particularly with respect to China's intentions in laying territorial claims to more than 80% of South China Sea as well as to the sovereign territories of Japan. India-Pakistan relation. Even after 7 decades of independence and partition, Pakistan is the biggest challenge for India's foreign policy. India and Pakistan have a long and complicated historical engagement and disengagement with each other. Both the nations have fought 4 wars, i.e. in 1948, 1965, 1971, and 1999, none of which was initiated by India. This makes Pakistan the biggest security threat to India. Conflicts between India and Pakistan. Division of India and creation of Pakistan laid many disputes. Inadequate politics of Pakistan survived through its most ups and down years. Insert notes Indian polity and governance 155. Kashmir crisis. It has been the bedrock issue between both the nations and has been an unresolved boundary dispute. A bold and historic decision has been taken by the government to scrap Article 370 separating Ladakh from Jammu and Kashmir to make both union territories. It has completely changed the dynamics of the India-Pakistan dialogue on Kashmir. For India, there is now no outstanding issue of Kashmir except India's claim on Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, POK, which includes Gilgit-Baltistan. The need for a backchannel to find a solution to the Kashmir issue has disappeared. The Indus Waters Treaty. The Indus Waters Treaty is a water-sharing treaty between India and Pakistan arranged by the World Bank. The treaty signed in Karachi on September 19, 1960. The Indus Water Treaty was signed between the then Prime Minister of India Jawaharlal Nehru and the then President of Pakistan Ayub Khan. The Indus system of rivers comprises 3 western rivers, the Indus, the Jhelum, and the Chenab, and other 3 eastern rivers, the Sutlej, the Beas, and the Ravi. According to treaty, the eastern rivers are allocated to exclusive use by India before they enter Pakistan. Similarly, Pakistan has exclusive right to use the western rivers with some stipulations for development of projects on these rivers in India. War of 1965 and Tashkent Agreement. In April 1965, Pakistan launched armed attack in the Rann of Kutch area of Gujarat. This was followed by a bigger offensive in Jammu and Kashmir in August 1965. The hostilities came to an end with the United Nations UN intervention. Indian Prime Minister Lal Bahadur Shastri and Pakistani President Ayub Khan signed the Tashkent Agreement in January 1966. Shimla Agreement. After months of diplomatic tension and military buildup, a full-scale war between India and Pakistan broke out in December 1971. Within 10 days, the Indian army had surrounded Dhaka from 3 sides and Pakistani army of about 90,000 had to surrender. With Bangladesh as a free country, India declared a unilateral ceasefire. On July 3, 1972, India and Pakistan signed the Shimla Agreement to Return of Peace. This agreement was signed by the then Prime Minister of India Mrs. Indira Gandhi and Prime Minister of Pakistan Zulfikar Ali Bhutto. rebuttal. Most people of India saw this agreement as a moment of glory and a clear sign of India's growing military powers. Gujral Doctrine. Inder Kumar Gujral was the foreign minister in 1997 and given a significant contribution through his Gujral Doctrine. The Gujral Doctrine is a set of 5 principles to guide the conduct of foreign relations with India's immediate neighbors, notably Pakistan, as spelt out Ik Gujral. Atal Bihari Vajpayee initiated a number of processes for peace between two neighbors, first with Prime Minister Nawaz Sharif and later with General Pervez Musharraf. Despite differences, talks between the two leaders led to the Lahore Summit in 1999, but then Kargil happened unexpectedly. India-Nepal relations. Nepal is the closest neighbor of India. It shares a border of about 1850 kilometers with 20 districts and 5 Indian states, i.e. Sikkim, West Bengal, Bihar, Uttar Pradesh, and Uttarakhand. India and Nepal share a unique relationship of friendship and cooperation characterized by open borders and deep-rooted people-to-people contacts of kinship and culture. There has been a long tradition of free movement of people across the borders. By the tradition of regular visits and exchanges of views at the highest levels, the India-Nepal relations have continued on their upward trajectory. India-Nepal Treaty of Peace and Friendship, 1950. The relationship between India and Nepal is determined by India-Nepal Treaty of Peace and Friendship of 1950. Under the provisions of this treaty, Nepalese citizens have enjoyed unparalleled advantages in India, availing the facilities and opportunities at par with Indian citizens. The treaty has enabled Nepal to overcome the disadvantages of being a landlocked country. 156. Insert notes. Indian Polity and Governance. Features of 1950 Treaty. The 1950 treaty cemented a special relationship between India and Nepal. Features of 1950 treaty are as follows. It granted Nepal preferential economic treatment, provided the Nepalese and India the same economic and educational opportunities as Indian citizens, established security cooperations between the two. Nepal is to give primacy to India in establishment of its industries, hydropower, and exploration of other natural resources. Nepal not to import arms from third party without India's consent. Both countries will give national treatment to each other's nationals with respect to business, employment, and public sector employment. Areas of cooperation. Rivers originating in Nepal feed the perennial river systems of India in terms of ecology and hydropower potential. Apart from providing additional access to sea for Nepal, India is also looking to develop the inland waterways for the movement of cargo within the framework of trade and transit arrangements. A 3-tier bilateral mechanism established in 2008 to discuss issues relating to cooperation in water resources, flood management, inundation, and hydropower between the two countries has been working well. India and Nepal have a power exchange agreement since 1971 for meeting the power requirements in the border areas of the two countries, taking advantage of each other's transmission infrastructure. Agreement signed in 2014 on electric power trade, cross-border transmission, interconnection, and grid connectivity, aimed facilitating and further strengthening cross-border electricity transmission, grid connectivity, and power trade between Nepal and India. Another important area of cooperation is energy. In September 2019, 69-kilometer-long Motihari-Amlekjung oil pipeline, constructed with Indian assistance, was inaugurated. This was the first cross-border petroleum pipeline constructed in South Asian region. India can also assist Nepal in developing tourism infrastructure on lines of Bhutan. It will be a significant source of foreign exchange for the Himalayan country. Major differences in Indo-Nepal relationship. The major irritants that discomfort Indo-Nepal relationship are: the Treaty of Friendship 1950 has been criticized by several Nepali commentators and politicians as giving up of sovereignty by the government. Over years, there is a substantial buildup of suspicion against India, which is exploited by politicians in Nepal for political gains. Territorial dispute exists, which is related to 2 pieces of land, Kalapani and Susta. Both these pieces of land are under Indian occupation due to security concerns with respect to China and are claimed by Nepal. Nepal's hydropower capacity has remained underutilized. Nepal faces power shortages up to 12 to 14 hours daily. Constitutional crisis in Nepal is another irritant. India has always been involved directly or indirectly in domestic affairs of Nepal. Thus, Nepal remains suspicious to the efficacy of neighborhood-first policy of India government, and anti-India resentments remain prevalent in Nepal. India-Bangladesh relations. India and Bangladesh has shared past, common heritage, cultural, civilizational, and linguistic ties. Also, India share its longest borderline of 4096 km with Bangladesh. India was the first country to recognize Bangladesh as a separate and independent nation and establish diplomatic relations with it. India and Bangladesh's geographical locations complement each other and present an opportunity for both to further develop their connectivity links and economies. India gave money and material support to Bangladeshi Mukti Vahinis. However, it had to go on war with Pakistan to fully settle the issue. From 1947 to 1971, Bangladesh was known as East Pakistan. The 1971 war ended in decisive victory over Pakistan and led to the birth of Bangladesh. Mujibur Rahman became the first prime minister of Bangladesh. He was soon assassinated and the Awami League was replaced with the Ziaur Rahman-led Bangladesh Nationalist Party (BNP). India and Bangladesh relations have been fluctuating since, with alternate good and bad times. From 1975 to 1990, Bangladesh was led by military ruler General Irshad. Since 1991, Bangladesh has been ruled alternatively by BNP and Awami League governments with alternate phase of high and lows in the relationship. Insert notes. Indian Polity and Governance 157. Unlike other bordering nations of India, India. Economics has played a significant role in the bilateral relations between India and Bangladesh. It has been multifaceted, embracing trade transactions, credit arrangements, joint ventures, transit facilities, and transport development. These relations have continued and expanded unhindered, even in situations of adverse political relations. This is mainly because of the geographical proximity, common language, similarity of consumption pattern, common development needs, experience, and commonality of the inherited infrastructure. For Bangladesh, India has become the largest single source of its imports, and its obvious dependency on Indian imports stir political discontent quite often. India and Bangladesh share almost 4,096 kilometers of land border, whereas official records suggest that only 6.5 kilometers of land along the Kumala-Tripura border is considered as officially disputed by the governments of both countries. The border disputes between Bangladesh and India are by no means confined to demarcation problems. It is further linked with other problems like illegal migration of people and goods and other cross-border criminal activities. In year 2011, the demarcation of land boundaries between two countries took place according to 1974 agreement. But real exchange of territories required constitutional amendment as it makes changes in first schedule. Water sharing remains the critical element in shaping of India-Bangladesh ties, with the Teesta River dispute and the proposed construction of the Tipamuk Dam at the center of the controversy. The 1983 Teesta River Agreement allows India and Bangladesh to share 75% of the river water on a 39% and 36% basis. The major area of dispute has been India's construction and operation of the Farkhab Barrage to increase water supply in the Hooghly River. Developments in Indo-Bangladesh relation after 1990. Agreement to supply gas to Tripura and use of Chattogram and Mangla Port to serve the needs of northeast states is significant improvement in the relation. To train youth in Bangladesh Skill Development Center to be opened in Bangladesh as both nations have equally large population of youth. Construction of Agartala-Kora rail connectivity leads to further integration of economies. Under joint Indo-Russian atomic energy project, India will provide personnel training, consultation support, and supply non-critical materials to the site in Bangladesh. India has launched South Asian Satellite to boost regional stability and extended national knowledge. Project for Human Resource Development and Education in Bangladesh. India-Sri Lanka relations. Sri Lanka's location in the Indian Ocean region as an island state has been of strategic geopolitical relevance to several major powers. India and Sri Lanka has the relationship of more than 2,500 years old. Both countries have a legacy of intellectual, cultural, religions, and linguistic interaction. The Cultural Cooperation Agreement signed by the two governments on November 29, 1977 forms the basis of periodic cultural exchange programs between India and Sri Lanka. Doctrine of foreign policy. After independence, India and Sri Lanka opts the policy of non-alignment and announced six-point doctrine of its foreign policy as follows: friendship with all countries, peaceful coexistence, regional cooperation, to free to take decision in national and international issues without any pressure, to cooperate with newly independent countries, to support disarmament. Ethnic conflict in Sri Lanka. According to Census 2001 in Sri Lanka, its main ethnic population include the Sinhalese 82%, Tamil 9.4%, and Sri Lankan Moor 7.9%. In 1972, the country's name changed from Ceylon to Sri Lanka and made Buddhism the nation's primary religion. The ethnic tension grew. In 1976, the Liberation Tigers of Tamil Eelam (LTT) was formed under the leadership of V. Prabhakaran, and it began to campaign for a Tamil homeland in northern and eastern Sri Lanka. In 1983, the LTT ambushed an army convoy, killing 13 soldiers and triggering riots in which 2,500 Tamils died. 158. Insert notes. Indian Polity and Governance. Indo-Sri Lankan Accord was signed in 1987 to provide a political solution to Sri Lanka's conflict. India deployed Indian peacekeeping force in Sri Lanka under Operation Powan to disarm the different militant groups. Indian Peacekeeping Force (IPKF) was later withdrawn in 1989. Bilateral relations. India and Sri Lanka enjoy a robust trade and investment relationship, with bilateral trade growing rapidly in the last decade and a number of leading Indian private sector companies investing in Sri Lanka and establishing a presence in this country. Sri Lanka is India's second largest trade partner in South Asia. India, in turn, is Sri Lanka's largest trade partner globally. Trade between the two countries is special as India's first ever FTA was signed with Sri Lanka. Given the proximity of the territorial waters of both countries, especially in the Palk Straits and the Gulf of Mannar, incidents of straying of fishermen are common. Sri Lanka has repeatedly accused Indian fishermen of straying into its territorial waters, especially around Kachetivu, an islet ceded to Sri Lanka in 1974. Both countries have agreed on certain practical arrangements to deal with the issue of bona fide fishermen of either side crossing the international maritime boundary line. Through these arrangements, it has been possible to deal with the issue of detention of fishermen in a humane manner. Fishing disputes have been a feature of relations between the two South Asian neighbors for some time now. Sri Lanka has long been a priority destination for direct investment from India. Sri Lanka is one of India's largest trading partner in South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation (SAARC). Trade between the two countries grew particularly rapidly after the entry into force of the India-Sri Lanka Free Trade Agreement in March 2000. According to Sri Lankan Customs, bilateral trade in 2018 amounted to US $4.93 billion. India is largest trading partner partner of Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka is strategically located in Indian Ocean region. Being the major regional power in region, India proactively engage with Sri Lanka. India have long history of cooperation by training Sri Lankan defense forces and increased military cooperation. India and Sri Lanka conducts joint military, Mitra Shakti, and naval exercise, SLINEX. India, Maldives, and Sri Lanka have signed trilateral maritime security agreement to improve surveillance, anti-piracy operations, and reducing maritime pollution in Indian Ocean region. Non-aligned movement in AM. The first Prime Minister of India, Jawaharlal Nehru, with Nkrumah from Ghana, Nasser from Egypt, Sukarno from Indonesia, and Tito from Yugoslavia, now Serbia, had a meeting of non-aligned nations in New York, USA, in October 1960. These five comprised the core leadership of the non-aligned movement in AM. Free India's foreign policy reflected all these concerns in the period immediately after independence. Apart from these factors at the global level, India had its own share of concerns. As a nation born in the backdrop of the World War, India decided to conduct its foreign relations with an aim to respect the sovereignty of all other nations and to achieve security through the maintenance of peace. This aim is derived from the directive principles of state policy. Just as both internal and external factors guide the behavior of an individual or a family, both domestic and international environment influence the foreign policy of a nation. In the period immediately after the Second World War, many developing nations chose to support the foreign policy preferences of the powerful countries who were giving them aid or credits. This resulted in the division of countries of the world into two clear camps. One was under the influence of the United States and its Western allies, and the other was under the influence of the then Soviet Union. Since independence, Cold War was just beginning and the world was getting divided into these two camps. The foreign policy of a nation reflects the interplay of domestic and external factors. Therefore, the noble ideals that inspired India's struggle for freedom influenced the making of its foreign policy. Bandung Conference. The Afro-Asian Conference held in the Indonesian city of Bandung in 1955, commonly known as the Bandung Conference, marked the zenith of India's engagement with the newly independent Asian and African nations. The Bandung Conference later led to the establishment of the NAM. The first summit of the NAM was held in Belgrade in September 1961. Nehru was a co-founder of the NAM. Insert notes: Indian Polity and Governance 159. Look East Policy. Initial 40 years of independence, India hardly regarded the nations of Southeast Asia, East Asia, and South Pacific as priority area despite their strategic, political, economic, and cultural significance. In 1990s, India under the then Prime Minister P.V. Narasimha Rao initiated Look East Policy. This policy is pursued in a multifaceted manner in diverse areas such as improved connectivity, promotion of trade and investment, and also cultural exchanges. It was Southeast Asian nations that were at the central position in this policy. The two basic reasons for India's growing interest in ASEAN were economic capability and counterbalance to China's emergence as a regional power. Act East Policy. India's Act East Policy was unveiled by the Prime Minister of India Narendra Modi at 12th ASEAN-India Summit in 2014 held in Myanmar. Act East Policy is the successor of Look East Policy. Act East Policy focuses on the extended neighborhood in the Asia-Pacific region. The policy, which was originally conceived as an economic initiative, has gained political, strategic, and cultural dimensions. Act East Policy has emphasized on Indian-ASEAN cooperation in our domestic agenda on infrastructure, manufacturing, trade, skills, urban renewal, smart cities, and regional integration and prosperity. The objective of Act East Policy is to promote economic cooperation, cultural ties, and development strategic relationship with countries in the Asia-Pacific region. India's nuclear policy. In May 1974, the first nuclear explosion test was undertaken by India. A significant component of his industrialization plans was the nuclear program initiated in the late 1940s under the guidance of Homi J. Babha. India wanted to generate atomic energy for peaceful purposes, but the first Prime Minister of India, Jawaharlal Nehru, was against nuclear weapons. So, he pleaded with the superpowers for comprehensive nuclear disarmament. However, the nuclear arsenal kept rising. When China conducted nuclear tests in October 1964, the five nuclear weapon powers, the US, USSR, UK, France, and China, tried to impose the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty (NPT) of 1968 on the rest of the world. India has opposed the international treaties aimed at non-proliferation since they were selectively applicable to the non-nuclear powers and legitimized the monopoly of the five nuclear weapons powers. Thus, India opposed the indefinite extension of the NPT in 1995 and also refused to sign the Comprehensive Test Ban Treaty (CTBT). India conducted a series of nuclear tests in May 1998, demonstrating its capacity to use nuclear energy for military purposes. Pakistan soon followed, thereby increasing the vulnerability of the region to a nuclear exchange. The international community was extremely critical of the nuclear tests in the subcontinent, and sanctions were imposed on both India and Pakistan. India's nuclear doctrine of credible minimum nuclear deterrence professes no first use and reiterates India's commitment to global, verifiable, and non-discriminatory nuclear disarmament, leading to a nuclear weapons-free world. Disarmament. The concept of disarmament is originated from an understanding that weapons are the source of tension which at times create wars. It is being urged that in order to stop wars or hostilities and to develop trust between the states, weapons, which are considered to be the root of all evils, disarmament is necessary for maintaining peace and progress of the human civilization, the increasing stockpiles, continuing enlargement of the armed forces, and the growing investment for development of the weapon technology of the world pose fresh threats to peace and development of the human race. The threat of annihilation of the human race in the event of another world war made the people more conscious about disarmament, because only the elimination of these weapons can ease the tension in the world and remove the fear of any worldwide holocaust. Brief history of disarmament. In 1899, First International Disarmament Conference was held in The Hague. All European powers attended the conference, which ended without much success. However, it passed resolutions prescribing certain type of deadly weapons. The Second International Disarmament Conference was held again in The Hague in 1907. The conference failed to stop the contemporary growing arms race. When First World War broke out in 1914, all warring countries broke their commitments and undertakings. 116 NCERT notes Indian polity and governance. After the First World War, the first international organization, named the League of Nations, was established in 1920. The League of Nations convened the First World Disarmament Conference in 1932. The conference, however, contributed to augment the process of disarmament. The large-scale destruction in Second World War, 1939-45, and the devastating impact of the explosion of atom bombs on Japan again made the people anxious for the world peace and disarmament. The Second World War ended with formation of a new world body, the United Nations, UN. In 1963, an agreement was signed. It has banned the nuclear tests in the atmosphere, outer space, and underwater, and called Comprehensive Test Ban Treaty, CTBT. In 1967, another agreement was signed to stop the deployment of the nuclear weapon in the outer space. Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, NPT, was signed in 1968. The treaty was not signed by few countries, including India. India has termed the treaty as discriminatory. The Convention on Banning the Biological Weapons was held. SALT I and SALT II were signed in 1972 and 1979, respectively. SALT means Strategic Arms Limitation Talks. Disarmament in India. India is a peace-loving nation. It achieved independence from centuries-old British colonial rule through peaceful, non-violent movements. India has a long tradition of peace and apathy towards war of any kind. India and NPT. The Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, NPT, was concluded in 1967, kept open for signature in 1968, and was promulgated in 1970 for a period of 25 years. The NPT appears to be a pious attempt to stop the proliferation of nuclear weapon technology. Its contents consist evidences to establish the 5 nuclear states who are also the veto-wielding permanent member of the Security Council. They intend to monopolize the nuclear technology and to establish their hegemony over the world. India objected to such treaty, calling it discriminatory. India has categorically declared that it will not sign the treaty in its present form because its indefinite extension only serves to perpetuate its discriminatory aspects, which have created a division between the nuclear haves and have-nots, India and CTBT. The CTBT has been planned to realize the objective of general and complete nuclear disarmament. The CTBT in present form, however, is not intended to make the weapon-free world free from nuclear weapons. It would neither actually reduce the number of nuclear weapons nor decrease the present offensive capabilities of the nuclear weapon states. India has opposed the treaty on the same grounds that it put forward while opposing the NPT and the CTBT. These treaties are not in a position to eliminate the nuclear weapons, leading to general and complete disarmament. Comprehensive Test Ban Treaty, CTBT. The international treaties aimed at non-proliferation, since they were selectively applicable to the non-nuclear powers and legitimized the monopoly of the 5 nuclear weapons powers. Thus, India opposed the indefinite extension of the NPT in 1995 and also refused to sign the Comprehensive Test Ban Treaty, CTBT. India conducted a series of nuclear tests in May 1998, demonstrating its capacity to use nuclear energy for military purposes. Pakistan soon followed, thereby increasing the vulnerability of the region to a nuclear exchange. The international community was extremely critical of the nuclear tests in the subcontinent, and sanctions were imposed on both India and Pakistan, which were subsequently waived. National symbols. Every country of the world has some of its national symbols. India also has its national symbols, which are as follows. National flag. The design of the national flag is based on the Pingali Venkaya's version of flag, which was designed for the Indian National Congress prior to the independence. On July 22, 1947, the Constituent Assembly adopted it as Free India National Flag. The flag hoisting ceremony at the Red Fort started from August 15, 1948 onwards. The ratio of the width proportion of the flag to its length is 2:3. All the 3 bands are of equal width, with deep saffron at the top, white in the middle, and dark green at the bottom. NCERT notes Indian Polity and Governance 161. The design of the wheel is that of the abacus of the Sarnath lion capital. It has 24 spokes, and its diameter approximates to the width of the white band. National emblem. The national emblem is an adaptation from the Sarnath lion capital of Ashoka. It depicts 4 lions standing back to back, the 4 lions symbolizing power, courage, pride, and confidence, carved out of a single block of polished sandstone. The capital is crowned by the wheel of the law, Dharmachakra. In the state emblem, adopted by the Government of India on January 26, 1950, only 3 lions are visible. The 4th is hidden from view. The wheel appears in relief in the center of the abacus, with a bull on right and a horse on left, and the outlines of other wheels on extreme right and left. The bell-shaped lotus has been omitted. The words Satyamev Jayate, taken from Mundaka Upanishad, meaning truth alone triumphs, are inscribed below the abacus in Devanagari script. National calendar. The national calendar based on the Saka era, with Chaitra as its first month and Falguna as its last month, and a normal year of 365 days, was adopted from March 22, 1957, along with the Gregorian calendar for the following official purposes. Dates of the national calendar have a permanent correspondence with dates of the Gregorian calendar. First Chaitra, falling on March 22nd normally, and on March 21st in leap year. National tree. Banyan, Ficus bengalensis, is the national tree of India, whose branches root themselves like new trees over a large area. The roots then give rise to more trunks and branches. Because of this characteristic and its longevity, this tree is considered immortal and is an integral part of the myths and legends of India. In Hindu mythology, the banyan tree is referred as Kalpavriksha, national flower. Lotus, Nelumbo nucifera, is the national flower of India. It is a sacred flower and occupies a unique position in the art and mythology of ancient India and has been an auspicious symbol of Indian culture since time immemorial. The lotus, Sanskrit Padma, is a symbol of purity and fecundity in the Indian tradition. National fruit. The mango is the national fruit of India, a fleshy fruit of the tree Mangifera indica. The mango is one of the most important and widely cultivated fruits of the tropical world. National bird. The Indian peacock, Pavo cristatus, the national bird of India, is a colorful bird with a fan-shaped crest of feathers, a white patch under the eye, and a long, slender neck. It was named as National Bird of India in 1963. In Hindu mythology, a peacock is called Sunbirder Sarpaj. Peacock symbolizes qualities like beauty, grace, pride, and mysticism. The peacock is fully protected under the Indian Wildlife Protection Act, 1972. National animal. The magnificent tiger, Panthera tigris, is the national animal of India. Out of the 8 races of the species known, the Royal Bengal tiger is found throughout the country except in the northwestern region. To check the dwindling population of tigers in India, Project Tiger was launched in April 1973. The first tiger reserve is Corbett National Park, created in 1973, followed by Palamau Tiger Reserve. National river. The River Ganga is the longest river of India, having a length of 2,525 kilometers, flowing over mountains, valleys, and plains. It originates in the snowfields of the Gangotri Glacier in the Himalayas as the Bhagirathi River. The Ganga widens out into the Ganges Delta in the Sundarban swamp of Bangladesh before it ends its journey by emptying into the Bay of Bengal. Appendix. Indian Constitution at a glance. Parts, subjects, articles of the Constitution. Part, subject, bladder, articles covered. I, the Union and its territory. Edo 4.2 Citizenship. 5 to 11 3 Fundamental rights. 12 to 35 4 Directive principles of state policy. 36 to 51 IVA Fundamental duties. 51 AV. The Union. 52 to 151. Chapter 1 The Executive. 52 to 78. Chapter 2 Parliament. 79 to 122. Chapter in Legislative powers of the President. 123. Chapter 4 The Union Judiciary. 124 to 147. Chapter 5 Comptroller and Auditor General of India. 148 to 151. 6 The States. 152 to 237. Chapter 1 General. 152. Chapter 2 The Executive. 153 to 167. Chapter in the State Legislature. 168 to 212. Chapter 4 Legislative powers of the Governors. 213. Chapter 5 The High Courts. 214 to 232. Chapter 6 Subordinate Courts. 233 to 237. 8 The Union Territories. 239 to 242. 9 The Panchayats. 243 to 243 to 09. A The Municipalities. 243p to 243 ZG. 9b Cooperatives. 243 ZG to 243 ZT. X The Scheduled and the Tribal Areas. 244 to 244a. 11 Relations between the Union and the States. 245 to 263. Chapter 1 Legislative Relations. 245 to 255. Chapter 2 Administrative Relations. 256 to 263. 12 Finance, Property, Contracts and Suits. 264 to 300a. Chapter 1 Finance. 264 to 291. Chapter 2 Borrowing. 292 to 293. Chapter in Property, Contracts, Rights, Liabilities, Obligations, and Suits. 294 to 300. Chapter 4 Right to Property. 300a. 13 Trade, Commerce, and Intercourse within the Territory of India. 301 to 307. Part, Subject Matter, Articles covered. 14 Services under the Union and the States. 308 to 323. Chapter Services. 308 to 314. Chapter in Public Service Commission. 315 to 323. Ziva Tribunals. 323a to 323b. 15 Elections. 324 to 329a. 16 Special Provisions relating to certain classes. 330 to 342. 17 Official Language. 343 to 351. Chapter 1 Language of the Union. 343 and 344. Chapter U Regional Languages. 345 to 347. Chapter HI Language of the Supreme Court, the High Courts, and so on. 348 and 349. Chapter 4 Special Directives. 350 to 351. 18 Emergency Provisions. 352 to 360. 19 Miscellaneous. 361 to 367. XX Amendments of the Constitution. 368. XXI Temporary, Transitional, and Special Provisions. 369 to 392. XXI Short Title, Commencement, Authoritative Text in Hindi and Repeals. 393 to 395. Important Articles of the Constitution. Articles Subject. 01 The Union and its Territory. 103 Establishment of new states, area and borders, name change of current states. 12 Definition of states. 13 Laws inconsistent with or in derogation of the fundamental rights. 14 Equality before law. 16 Equality of opportunity in matters of public employment. 17 Abolition of untouchability. 19 Protection of certain rights regarding freedom of speech, etc. 21 Protection of life and personal liberty. Insert notes. Indian Polity and Governance 163. Articles subject. 21A Right to education. 22 Protection against arrest and detention in certain cases. 26 Freedom to manage religious affairs. 30 Right of minorities to establish and administer educational institutions. 32 Remedies for enforcement of rights conferred by this part. 40 Organization of village panchayats. 44 Uniform Civil Code. 50 Distribution of power between executive and judiciary. 51 International peace and security. 51A List of 11 fundamental duties. 52 Provision for President of India. 56 Tenure of Indian President. 61 Impeachment of President. 63 Vice President of India. 71 Subject related to the appointment of President and Vice President. 74 Cabinet to assist the President. 76 Attorney General of India. 79 Constitution of Parliament. 80 Constitution of Rajya Sabha. 81 Constitution of Lok Sabha. 89 Chairman and Vice Chairman of Rajya Sabha. 93 Speaker and Protem Speaker of Lok Sabha. 102 Eligibility for the members of the Parliament. 108 Joint session of both the houses of the Parliament. 110 Definition of the Money Bill. 112 Yearly Financial Statement. 124 Establishment and Structure of Supreme Court. 148 Comptroller General of India. 153 Governors of the State. 165 Advocate General of the State. 168 Constitution of State Legislature. 214 High Court for the State. 226 Power to writ be the High Court. 240 Power of the President to make provision for some Union territories. 241 High Court for the Union territories. 249 Power of the Parliament to legislate on the matter of state list for the national interest. 275 Provision of funds to some states from the Union. 280 Finance Commission. 300A Right to property. 312 All Indian Services. Articles subject. 315 Union and State Public Commission. 324 Election Commission. 330 Reservation in the Lok Sabha for Scheduled Castes and Scheduled Tribes. 352 Declaration of National Emergency. 360 Declaration of Financial Emergency. 371 Special Provision for some states. Schedules. First Schedule State and Union Territories. Second Schedule Salaries and Emoluments of President, Governor, Chief Judges, Auditor General, Speaker and Deputy Speaker of Lok Sabha. Third Schedule Forms of oath and affirmations of members of legislatures, ministers, judges, and the Comptroller and Auditor General. Fourth Schedule Allocation of seats in the Rajya Sabha. Fifth Schedule Administration and control of scheduled areas and scheduled tribes. Sixth Schedule Administration of tribal areas in the state of Assam, Meghalaya, Tripura, and Mizoram. Seventh Schedule Distribution of power between the Union and the state government, Union list, state list, and concurrent list. Eighth Schedule Languages. Ninth Schedule Validation of certain acts and regulations. 10th Schedule Anti-defection law. 11th Schedule Power, authority, and responsibility of panchayats. It has 29 matters. 12th Schedule Powers, authority, and responsibility of municipalities. It has 18 matters. Important constitutional amendments. Amendments objectives. First Constitutional Amendment, 1951. It overcame certain practical difficulties related to fundamental rights. It made provision for special treatment of educationally and socially backward classes and added 9th Schedule of the Constitution. Fourth Constitutional Amendment, 1955. It restricted on property rights. It made provision for the inclusion of related bills in 9th Schedule of the Constitution. 7th Constitutional Reorganization of States on Linguistic Amendment, 1956 lines. Abolition of Class A, B, Can D states and introduction of Union territories. 164. Insert notes. Indian Polity and Governance. Amendments objectives. 9th Constitutional Amendment, 1960. Minor adjustments to territory of Indian Union consequent to agreement with Pakistan for settlement of disputes by demarcation of border, villages, etc. 11th Constitutional Amendment, 1961. Election of Vice President by Electoral College consisting of members of both houses of the Parliament instead of election by a joint sitting of Parliament. Indemnify the President. Vice President election procedure from challenge on grounds of existence of any vacancy in the Electoral College. 17th Constitutional Amendment, 1964. To secure the constitutional validity of acquisition of states and place land acquisition laws in 9th Schedule of the Constitution. 24th Constitutional Amendment, 1971. Enable Parliament to dilute fundamental rights through amendments to the Constitution. 26th Constitutional Amendment, 1971. Abolition of privy purse paid to former rulers of princely states which were incorporated into the Indian Republic. 31st Constitutional Amendment, 1973. Increase size of Parliament from 525 to 545 seats. Increased seats going to the new states formed in Northeast India and minor adjustment consequent to 1971 delimitation exercise. 36th Constitutional Amendment, 1975. Formation of Sikkim as a state within the Indian Union. 42nd Constitutional Amendment, 1977. Amendment passed during internal emergency by Indira Gandhi. It provides for curtailment of fundamental rights, imposes fundamental duties, and changes to the basic structure of the Constitution by making India a socialist, secular, and republic. It curtailed the power of judicial review of the Supreme Court and High Court. 44th Constitutional Amendment, 1979. Amendment passed after revocation of internal emergency in the country country. It provides for human rights safeguards and mechanisms to prevent abuse of executive and legislative authority. It annuals some amendments enacted in Amendment Bill 1942. 52nd Constitutional Amendment 1985. Anti-defection law provide disqualification of members from Parliament and Assembly in case of defection from one party to other. 69th Constitutional Amendment 1992. To provide for a Legislative Assembly and Council of Ministers for Federal National Capital of Delhi. Delhi continues to be a Union territory. 73rd Constitutional Amendment 1993. Statutory provisions for Panchayat Raj as third-level of administration in villages. Amendments objectives. 74th Constitutional Amendment 1993. Statutory provisions for local administrative bodies as third level of administration in urban areas such as towns and cities. 86th Constitutional Amendment 2002. Provides right to education until the age of 14 and early childhood care until the age of 6. 89th Constitutional Amendment 2004. The National Commission for Scheduled Castes and Scheduled Tribes was bifurcated into the National Commission for Scheduled Castes and the National Commission for Scheduled Tribes. 91st Constitutional Amendment 2004. Restrict the size of Council of Ministers to 15% of legislative members and to strengthen anti-defection laws. 97th Constitutional Amendment 2012. To give right to form co-operative societies and give a framework for their working. 99th Constitutional Amendment 2014. National Judicial Appointments Commission was established, but on October 16, 2015 Supreme Court struck down the NJAC as unconstitutional. 101st Constitutional Amendment 2016. Goods and Services Tax Bill. 102nd Constitutional Amendment 2018. Constitutional status to National Commission for Backward Classes. 103 RD Constitutional Amendment 2019. 10% reservation to economically weaker section in educational institution and government job. 104th Constitutional Amendment 2020. Removal of reservation of Anglo-Indian community in Lok Sabha and state assemblies. Extension of reservation for SC and ST in Lok Sabha and state assemblies. 105th Constitutional Amendment 2021. To restore states' power to make their own OBC lists. Annualing Supreme Court judgment of May 11, 2021. Table of precedents. S.No. Rank official. 1. President 2. Vice President 3. Prime Minister 4. Governors of states with their respective states 5. Former Presidents 5A. Deputy Prime Minister 6. Chief Justice of India / Speaker of Lok Sabha 7. Cabinet Ministers of the Union. Chief Ministers of States. Deputy Chairman. Planning Commission. Former Prime Ministers. Leaders of Opposition in Rajya Sabha and Lok Sabha. Insert notes Indian Polity and Govern. S.No. Rank official. 7A. Holders of Bharat Ratna Decoration. 8. Ambassadors Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary and High Commissioners of Commonwealth countries accredited to India / Chief Ministers of states outside their respective states / governors of states outside their respective states. 9. Judges of Supreme Court. 9A. Chairperson, Union Public Service Commission, Chief Election Commissioner, Comptroller and Auditor General of India. 10. Deputy Chairman, Rajya Sabha, Deputy Chief Ministers of States, Deputy Speaker of Lok Sabha, Members of the Planning Commission, Ministers of State of the Union. 11. Attorney General of India, Cabinet Secretary, Lieutenant Governors within the irrespective Union territories. 12. Chiefs of Staff holding the rank of full general or equivalent rank. 13. Envoys Extraordinary and Ministers Plenipotentiary accredited to India. 14. Chairman and Speakers of state legislatures with their respective states, Chief Justices of High Courts within their respective jurisdictions. 15. Cabinet Ministers in states within their respective states, Chief Ministers of Union Territories and Chief Executive Counselor. Delhi within the irrespective Union Territories, Deputy Ministers of the Union. Important Supreme Court cases. Case Supreme Court and decision. Shankari Prasad case, 1952. The first Constitution Amendment Act, providing for reservations, was challenged that it violated fundamental rights. The court held that Parliament has power to amend the Constitution. Sajjan Singh case, 1965. The case related to the validity of 17th Constitutional Amendment Act, which provided for land acquisition contrarito right to property. The Supreme Court upheld that fundamental rights can be amended within the purview of Article 368. Goloknath case, 1967. The Supreme Court, while reversing the ruling made in Shankari Prasad and Sajjan Singh case, held that constitutional amendment cannot be extended to infringement of fundamental rights. Kesavananda Bharati case, 1973. For the first time, the Supreme Court propounded the basic structure doctrine and held that certain basic features of the Constitution cannot be amended while others can be done so, without having a sweeping change in the Constitution. Maneka Gandhi case, 1978. The Supreme Court overruled the A.K. Gopalan case and mooted the due process of law doctrine, according to which the procedure according to the law as well as the reasonableness and validity of the law can be questioned by the judiciary. Case Supreme Court and decision. Minerva Mills case, 1980. The Supreme Court held that fundamental rights and directive principle of state policy are complementary to each other, and Ifani law enacted to implement the directive principle not totally contravening the fundamental rights is valid. Shabanu case, 1985. The Supreme Court held that Muslim women also have right to get maintenance from their husbands when they are divorced, although such practice is not permitted under Muslim traditional laws. Indira Soni case, 1993. The Supreme Court upheld the 27% reservation made for OBCs in public employment, but subjected to a cap of 50% of reservations. The Supreme Court also mooted the creamy layer concept. To identify the well-off groups within the backward classes. Bamai case, 1995. 1945, the Supreme Court held that federalism is a part of basic structure and state governments cannot be arbitrarily dismissed by a governor, and any such test of confidence of the executive must be done on the floor of the Assembly. Triple talaq case, 2017. The Supreme Court of India has declared the practice of triple talaq as unconstitutional by 3:2 majority and hereby direct the Union of India to consider appropriate legislation, particularly with reference to talaq-e-bidat, 3 pronouncements of talaq at one and the same time. In this verdict, the Supreme Court also declared that this form of talaq is violate the Article 14 of the Indian Constitution. Right to privacy is a fundamental right. The Supreme Court held that right to privacy is protected under Article 21 of the Constitution. In a unanimous decision, a 9-judges constitutional bench overruled the judgments in MP Sharma and Karak Singh case and declared that right to privacy is protected as intrinsic part of right to life and liberty. Passive euthanasia is permissible. The Supreme Court has given legal sanction to passive euthanasia in a landmark verdict permitted living will by patients on withdrawing medical support if they slip into irreversible coma. The Supreme Court in 2011 recognized passive euthanasia in Aruna Shanhag case, for which it had permitted withdrawal of life-sustaining treatment from patients who are not in a position to make an informed decision. Subhash Chandra Agarwal case, 2019. In this historic judgment, Supreme Court held that the CJI comes under Right to Information Act and is public authority under Section 2(h) of the Act. 166. Important facts related to the development of Indian Constitution. Date associated events. December 1934 Demand for Constituent Assembly. Congress Resolution. December 9, 1946 Establishment of Constituent Assembly. December 11, 1946 Dr. Rajendra Prasad elected as President of the Constituent Assembly. December 13, 1946 Objective Resolution introduced by Jawaharlal Nehru. January 22, 1947 Objective Resolution was accepted. July 22, 1947 National Flag was approved. August 15, 1947 India got independence. August 29, 1947 Formation of Drafting Committee. November 26, 1949 Indian Constitution was adopted. January 24, 1950 The last meeting of the Indian Constituent Assembly. January 24, 1950 National Anthem was adopted. January 26, 1950 Indian Constitution was got implemented. Views on Indian Constitution. Personality views. Jawaharlal Nehru. A great adventure has been started to give written and printed form to the dreams and aspirations of the nation. Granville Austin. The basic spirit of commitment to social revolution is contained in part ill and part IV of the Constitution, fundamental rights and directive principles of state policy. This is the soul of the Constitution. B.R. Ambedkar. The functioning of the Constitution depends entirely on the nature of the Constitution as its instrument to implement. B.R. Ambedkar. If a government neglects the directive principles, it must be accountable to the public for it. K.T. Shah. The directive principles of policy is a check, the payment of which has been left at the will of the bank. K.C. Wheeler. The importance of directive principles of policy lies in this subject. That's why they are positive obligation of the state towards the citizens. Me Setlavad. The directive principles of state policy give a broad form to the preamble, which helps the citizens to maintain justice, liberty, equality, and fraternity. Insert notes. Indian polity and governance. Personality views. B.R. Ambedkar. The constitutional position of the President of India is similar to that of the British monarch, but there is a fundamental difference between the two. The office of the British monarch is hereditary, and the President of India is constitutionally elected. K. Santhanam. The directive principles of policy have given rise to the conflict between the legislature, the executive, and the judiciary. This conflict is possible both at the central and state levels. Dr. Rajendra Prasad. There is some such provision in the Constitution in which some shortcomings may be visible from here and there. We have to accept that the above shortcomings are inherent in the circumstances of the country. S.C. Kashyap. It was no small feat that in a span of less than 3 years, the legislature was able to develop a constitution that was accepted by a large number of people in the country. Granville Austin. With the adoption of this constitution by the members of the Constituent Assembly on November 26, 1949, India became the largest democracy in the world. Ivor Jennings. The directive principles of policy are based on the political philosophy of 19th century England and will not be useful for the future of India. Ivor Jennings. The Indian Constitution is too long and too rigid. The Indian Constitution is a lawyer's paradise. Mahatma Gandhi. Only the Constituent Assembly can make such a constitution which is indigenous to India, i.e., it represents the will of the people. B.R. Ambedkar. Credit for the ease with which the Constituent Assembly passed the provisions made by the drafting committee should be attributed to the discipline established by the Congress. T.T. Krishnamachari. The directive principle of state policy is the permanent garbage house of emotion. K.C. Wheeler. The directive principles are like a religious sermon. N. Srinivas. The directive principles of policy have been classified irrationally and improperly. Grenville Austin. The Constituent Assembly is a one-party body. Assembly is Congress and Congress is India. Ivor Jennings. The framers of the Indian Constitution have tried to keep minority interests and sentiments to a minimum in the Indian Union. Insert notes. Indian polity and governance. 167. Glossary. Adjournment. Motion for an adjournment of the business of the House for the purpose of discussing a definite matter of urgent public importance may be made with the consent of the Speaker. Adult franchise. In democratic countries, all the adult citizens of certain age without any distinctions of caste, creed, color, religion, or sex are given the right to vote. This is called as an adult franchise. The prescribed minimum age for the citizens to avail the voting right may differ from country to country. The minimum age has been reduced in India from 21 years to 18 years by the 61st Constitutional Constitutional Amendment Act. Arbitrary when nothing is fixed and is instead left to one's judgment or choice. This can be used to refer to rules that are not fixed or decisions that have no basis, etc. Ballots. These are votes cast in an election contested by two or more individuals or parties. By extension, the ballot box is the box into which the votes are put, and to ballot denotes the process of voting. There are many different kinds of voting procedure. By election, this is a midterm election to fill up one or few constituencies which have become vacant due to resignation, death, or otherwise before the completion of the full term of the representatives. Calling attention. It is a notice by which a member with prior permission of the Speaker calls the attention of a minister to any matter of urgent public importance. The minister may make a brief statement or ask for some time, an hour or a day for the reply. The calling attention procedure does not exist in the Rajya Sabha, which has instead the motion of papers. Civil rights movement. A movement that began in USA in 1950s, in which African American people demanded equal rights and end to racial discrimination. Conservatism. A political ideology generally characterized by a belief in individualism and minimal government intervention in the economy and society. Also a belief in the virtue of the status quo and general acceptance of traditional morality. Covenant. Promise made by individuals, groups, or countries to uphold a rule or principle. It is legally binding on the signatories to the agreement or statement. Detention. It refers to the act of being kept in illegal custody by the police. Diplomacy. A system of formal, regularized communication that allows states to peacefully conduct their business with each other. Electoral college. An electoral college is a group of people who have been specially appointed, nominated, or elected in order that they should hold an election for a political office. It thus constitutes a way of making election to some significant position of power indirect rather than direct. Guillotine. And modem parliamentary practices. It specifically means the sudden closure of a debate on an issue and the matter is put to the vote of the House. Hung parliament. When in a general election, no political party or coalition of the political parties is in a position to form a majority government. Such a parliament is called a hung parliament. Institutional groups which are closely associated with the government and act internally to influence public decisions. Interest group. Organizations whose members act together to influence public policy in order to promote their common interest. Interim government. This government is formed during the transitional phase of the history of the country. It is a full-fledged government and can take any policy decisions. In India, the interim government came to power with the Independence of India Act on August 15 and lasted till March 1952. Laissez-faire. The non-intervention of the state in the economy. Lame duck session. It refers to the last session of an existing parliament when the elections to the new parliament are announced and are shortly due. In fact, those members of the existing parliament are called lame duck who could not find place in the new parliament. Lobbying. An activity of interest groups aimed at influencing governors and the public to achieve a favorable policy decisions. Magna Carta, Great Charter, a document signed by King John in 1215, conceding that the king is subject to law. Manifesto. It refers to a document of the political parties, listing their policies, programs, and their achievements, and it is released to the general public before every general elections. Martial law. This is a state of affairs declared by a civilian government, in which the military forces are empowered to rule, govern, and control an area which can be a small locality or the entire nation, in a way involving direct force, and without the usual constraints of democratic decision-making or the acceptance of civil rights. Midterm poll. If the popular house of the parliament is not able to complete its full term, it is dissolved and mid-term elections are held to constitute a new house. Such elections are called as midterm poll. 168. Insert notes. Indian polity and governance. Ombudsman. In Sweden, the ombudsman is a high-ranking public official responsible for hearing the people's grievances against various government authorities and the matters of corruption in the government. Plebiscite. It means the opinion of the people on an issue taken by the government in order to take a decision about an important matter, e.g. Pakistan is demanding a plebiscite in Jammu and Kashmir to decide whether the residents of that state would like to stay with India or with Pakistan. Plurality. A voting decision based on assigning victory to the largest number of votes, not necessarily a majority. Point of order. It is an extraordinary process which, when raised, has the effect of suspending the business before the House and the member who is on his legs gives way. This is meant to assist the presiding officer in enforcing the rules, directions, and provisions of the Constitution for regulating the business of the House. Portfolio. The administrative responsibility carried by a minister, usually some combinations of departments and other agencies. Prerogative. The residual powers of the head to the executive that can be exercised at its own discretion. Proclamation. The announcement of the official date a new law will take effect. Quorum. It refers to the required presence of the minimum member of members of a body to hold its meetings and conduct its business, e.g. the presence of 1/10 members, quorum of 1/10, is required to hold the meetings of the parliament. In the absence of the quorum, the meeting is adjourned and no business is conducted. Red tapeism. Traditionally, the paper files used in the official works of the government were tied with a red tape. Thus, the red tapeism refers to undue delay in the movement of files or official business due to the bureaucratic hurdles at various levels. Referendum. This is a method of referring a question or set of questions to the electorate directly rather than allowing them to be settled by the people's representatives in the legislature. It was used frequently in the USA from the Revolutionary period at the state level and was used even earlier and frequently since in Switzerland. The policy question may originate from a group of electors directly via an initiative or from an official body such as a state government, legislature, or constitutional council. Rule of law. The concept of rule of law was given by the British political thinker Dicey. It means that every citizen is equal before the law and will get equal protection of the law. No person shall be discriminated on the grounds of caste, creed, religion, etc. Also, no one should be given special privileges in terms of the legal provisions. Rule of law is the cornerstone of the modem democracies and the basis of the constitutional government. Shadow cabinet. It is a national cabinet formed by the main opposition party in the parliament, wherein the members are assigned certain special functions to perform. Such members lead the opposition during the discussions in the parliament. It is also known as the cabinet in waiting. Single transferable vote, STV, a form of proportional representation in which electors vote for individuals rather than party lists. Ian's problem: ranking the candidates in their order of choice. Standing committee. Legislative committees that are set up permanently and parallel government functions. Statute, a specific piece of legislation. Subordinate legislation, the rules and regulations made by the government within the purview of the authority delegated by the legislature are called subordinate legislation. Unitary system, a system of government in which a single sovereign government rules the country. Welfare states. The nation of a welfare state was developed in 20th century. A welfare state, as distinct from a police state, performs multifarious activities and functions to ensure the welfare of the people with respect to health, education, social development, creating employment, removal of poverty and hunger, amelioration of the weaker sections of the society. Whip. This is an official appointed by a political party to regulate and monitor the behavior of its members in the legislature. The violation of whip invites the disciplinary action against the offending party members.